Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon Unite Championship Series. This season introduces a new and exciting league format, hosting 8 teams in 3 regions: North America, Europe, and Latin America. Each region will play in a double round-robin format that will be played out in 5 weekends of competition. Once all of the matches are played, the top 5 teams from each region will qualify for the playoffs. The bottom 3 teams will have to fight for their spot and avoid relegation in the 2027 season. Each region's playoff bracket will play out over 2 days, where lower seeds will need to fight their way to the top. The top 2 finishers from each region will win loads of cash prizes and, most importantly, an invite to the Pokémon Unite World Championships in San Francisco. Who will rise to the top? What stories will emerge throughout this season? Make sure you're part of all the action.
Your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the
what
day.
Just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division! Oh my god! One of the best to ever do it! Luminosity Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Pokémon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, a brand new year of competition, a brand new format in front of us. Same old dorks cast in this game, however. Hello everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ye to the ha. We have so much exciting stuff coming up. I cannot wait to get into it. First, I have to talk to our crew right here. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Hello, cowboy. Excited to be back, of course, for another competitive season and the league structure that we are about to embark in for Latam, EU, and NA. Glad to be here. Glad to be amongst the dorks, I guess we are. So let's get these dorks rolling and these games firing.
Absolutely. We are going to be looking at games from 3 regions here today and on every broadcast, which is so exciting. Zoinks, I see some power rankings behind you already.
Yeah, new year, new whiteboard power rankings. We're starting things off with a blank slate, of course, as we see matches throughout the day. Based on the vibes, the eye test, these names will start falling into place because we have 3 leagues, like it was already mentioned, with 8 teams in each representing these regions. It's so exciting. I can't believe we get to cover all 3 regions on this broadcast. It's a dream come true, and I'm excited to put some numbers beside some team names.
Absolutely. Kalosaurus, how are you?
It's always lovely to be joining all of you. And you know what? I am not beating the EU sleep schedule because it is the middle of the night. But you know what? I wouldn't give it up because I'm so excited to watch some competitive Pokemon Unite, of course.
Now, we have a lot to get into here today. I'm really excited to talk about what Chef is going to be doing here on the broadcast, because not only are there matches that we are seeing on screen all together, there are also games being played off broadcast every week. And Chef, you're going to be looking at them here today.
That's right. We're going to be seeing these teams a lot over the course of this season. I mean, this is the first time that we're going to be seeing these teams over and over and over. So we can't miss anything. So I will be checking out the off-stream matches. In fact, we've already had some off-stream matches happen in the Europe region. I got my notes. I finally get to use my EUIC notebook from 2024, which is just really only excuse to use that. But we already had Volticons 2-0ing Avalanche early on. A lot of Decidueye happening in kind of all of these sets. Los Caducados going down 0-2 to Peps, who are looking very strong. But then Volticons, who 2-0'd, got 2-0'd themselves in the third set pre-tournament, I guess you could say, as Engage is looking very, very strong. And we had some pretty interesting picks overall. We got to see some Rayquaza even happening, which we'll talk about later. But altogether, things are starting off quite strong, I would say, for the European region. And we're going to see a lot of these teams again, because we've got some on-stream matches with, I think, 3 of these 6 teams.
Yeah, all of these teams, some of them are playing multiple times in a single day. Other teams are getting a bye throughout some of these games. We also have games coming tomorrow, but Chef, we will be talking to you here more soon. First, let's take a look at how everything has been shaking out so far for our regions. Again, we are covering 3 regions in today's broadcast. EU, which stands for Europe, Latam, which stands for Latin America, and NA, which stands for some of these teams are great, right? Europe, we're taking a look at Komai BH3 for our first game, but as you can see, games have already been played. Team Peps up 1, Engage up 1, Volticons going 1-1, and Los Caducados losing their first set of the day. Doob Snacks, walk me through the rest of this.
Walk you through the rest of what, my friend? Just kidding. We're taking a look at Latin America, which is where we're going to spend the middle portion of our day. Off to a great start. Now I'm flustered. I see you all on my side screen just laughing at me. So give it to literally anybody else, Spraggles. You derailed the whole broadcast and we're only 4 minutes in. Well,
I can't imagine how I derailed that, but let's see if Kello, can you walk me through the concept of seeing some of these other teams?
Yeah, so I guess for those folks that aren't familiar with how this league all works, we have had some invited teams. So for Europe, we had the 4 invited teams and 4 teams that have made it through the open qualifiers. So those top 4, it's not in a particular order, it's not in the race yet, but Komai Esports, BH3 Esports, Team Peps, and Engage were the 4 invited teams, whereas Volticons Unite, Los Caducados, Jam Le Poulet, hopefully I've got that right, and Avalanche all ended up qualifying through the open qualifiers, which were a couple of weeks ago. In Latin America, we had the 5 invited teams. So Entity 7, Stamina Esports, Dreammax, Force Gaming, and Infamous Gaming were your invited, whereas we had 1 invited team from each of the regions. So Brazil, Latam North, and Latam South being Tuzzy Esports, CACM Esports, and Peru Unite. And if we headed on over to North America, we're back to the 4 invited teams being IX Gaming, Evil Geniuses, Aftermath Esports, and Root Dignitas, who have been invited, and the 4 that ended up qualifying through the open qualifiers were Citadel Gaming, TI Gang, Lunix Gaming, and Extinction. Hopefully we've got that right.
Yeah, I think you absolutely nailed it there, Kello. Now, Zoinks, these teams are going to be playing off against each other multiple times throughout this season. Tell me what that kind of dividing line at the bottom is there really quick.
Well, it's just the high-loaded teams in the top 5 will make playoffs. Those teams near the bottom will be headed into the relegation tournament at the end of the season. We'll be talking a lot more about that near the end of our season covering these weekly leagues. But today, Spraggles, we're headed into week 1, day 1, and this is going to be our match schedule. We're starting out with Komai versus BH3, which I think are 2 of the top teams in the European region. So a heavyweight match to start the day off. Team Peps versus James Le Pelé, Los Caducados versus Engage to round out this region. It's going to be an awesome start to the day.
Yeah, what an incredible start here in EU. We're going to see how these teams shake out. And then, of course, as we continue on throughout the day, Doob Snacks, tell me about Latam.
I now understand what my role and responsibility is here. Peru Unite and Dreammax are going to kick off Latam. Force Gaming and Infamous Gaming in the middle there. Entity 7, Stamina are going to bookend Latam. Of course, jumping into Root Dignitas, ridiculous name, versus Lunix Gaming to kick off the are there any good teams here region. Evil Geniuses and Extinction. And lastly, IX Gaming versus the cordially invited Aftermath Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a day of games. So many exciting teams to watch. Obviously, we have the former champs of the world there in Peru Unite that we are going to be seeing a little later today. We have what look to be a few of the top squads in EU. And as this season continues on, we're going to see how true some of this is, right? Is Root Dignitas really that good? They won LAIC to start this season. Is Evil Geniuses going to show up and be the best team in the region? Or are one of the other teams that won their way in going to be the best in North America? It's going to be pretty exciting watching these teams battle it out. And again, the matches that we don't get to see on broadcast, we are going to have Chef hop on in and tell us about what is happening off stream. Should be pretty exciting. Let's take a look at what these teams are playing for, however, because there is a lot on the line. Not only some big do-re-mi, but of course, the first and second place from each region will win their spot to Worlds in San Francisco later this year. And I know that's what a lot of teams are playing for, but Kelosaurus, they're also playing for a lot of do-re-mi here.
Yeah, there are 8 teams in each of the regions, and well, it goes all the way down to 8th place. So just for participating in the regional leagues this year, they are going to earn a minimum $8,000 between the team. And as we mentioned, working their way up all the way to first place, which is going to earn $45,000 to accompany their Worlds invites. But we also want to mention, I believe the top 5 teams from those also end up continuing on through to the 2027 regional leagues as well.
Yeah, that's right. There's a relegation near the end of the season. Some teams are going to have to fight to possibly stay in this league. And of course, they are fighting over those top 2 spots. That's one of the most important thing. I would say the most important thing. Every single team wants to make it to Worlds, and this is the way you do that. It's going to be quite a season. I cannot wait to see how all this shakes out. And you're going to be seeing a lot of the same teams over and over again. You're going to be having your squad that you're rooting for from your region. You're going to be having the teams to look out for from maybe the regions that you don't get to see as much if you haven't been watching the Latam broadcast, the EU broadcast, or the NA broadcast. We're going to be seeing it all here today, which is pretty dang exciting. Kello, Zoinks, we're going to say goodbye to you two for just a moment here. You're going to be back on the cast in just a little bit, but Doomstacks, you and I are going to go ahead and take this first game, brother.
I can't wait. Komai versus BH3. Mentioned a little bit earlier, but 2 of the teams that we believe, just based on the eye test, as Zoink said, probably sit on top of the pile here in EU. So a heck of a match for us to kick off not only our league season here, but our stream as well for this entire weekend.
Yeah, and as we go through this season, obviously, you have some games to give, if you will, right? You can stumble a couple weeks and still make it to the top of the pack. But no question, day 1, week 1, you want to be the team that everyone is watching, right? We already have a team that's kind of like cemented themselves in North America. Dignitas, they won LAIC. They're without question like a team to watch. But here in EU, there are still a lot of question marks. And EU notoriously has been one of those regions where one team seems to be heads and tails above all of the other competition. The question is, will we have that this year?
Well, unfortunately for EU, or fortunately if you're everyone else, the power team of history has been broken up and is now the pieces scattered across a lot of these different teams. So I'm looking for a EU region that feels more at parity and really turns this league and these next 5 weekends that we're seeing these teams compete into an absolute slobber knocker, because I am truly hoping that the EU region this year isn't feast and famine. It's not one team and then everyone else. I want to see the balance brought across that league.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? I mean, EU has actually always been really competitive inside their region, it feels like. However, once they make it to the international level of competition, it feels like one team shines above all the rest. And that's not only EU that kind of falls into that. I mean, if you look at the years when North America won the World Championships, there was one team that really did it. If you look at, Peru winning last year, they were really the strongest team from their region. But EU feels like it has had that particular shadow cast over it by nouns for the longest time, right? Now the question is, without them around, with them broken up, as you've talked about, with players like Toon moving away from EU and playing in NA, who is going to reign supreme in EU? We're going to start to find that out this weekend.
Yeah, again, our broadcast starts with the games of Komai and BH3. Komai, player I want to highlight is Gek on that team, Gek Okami. They were actually one of the coaches for Komai last year and stepped in to grab the sticks and almost went on a miracle run qualifying for Worlds and kind of the EU last chance qualifier. But there's those 2 names from nouns that you were talking about, Spraggles, that have really sat at the top of the pack in EU. Gatlu and Adesu. Now it's up to Toast and Narami to make their mark known and help this Komai squad kind of reach the next gear and start their season off right.
Yeah, if you've been watching Unite Esports for a while, you may know all of these players' names, to be fair. This is a star-studded lineup. But of course, Gotlu, Adesu, they are some of the winningest players in the entire region, being a part of multiple world championship teams that did very, very well just last year on Nouns Esports, getting very, very deep into that tournament. They were both on the squad that were runners-up in our first initial year of the Unite Championship Series. So without question, these are two of the best from the region to ever play the game. The question is this the right combination for this squad? We're going to find out as the season starts to play out, and this will be their first game of the entire season. They didn't get to play one off broadcast. They are starting 0-0 right here, and of course, they want to take an easy victory.
They would like an easy victory, but across from them is BH3. No slouches in their own right. Now, if we can get that graphic on the screen, we can talk through BH3 themselves. But Komai, as they are still sitting in front of it, Toast, Narami, you already see Narami in that Komai jersey. They had a heck of a performance on this team last year, so they're going to need to meet that moment again. Now, Talibobo Believers from a couple years ago, Utah and Megu, cornerstones and the young upstarts then on that squad have been attached at the hip for the last 3 years. Kranich, Sazuro, Resu, all names that you're familiar with if you're tapped in to the EU region. But again, my eye is on Utah and Megu. Why? Because while they were it feels to me like they're almost a flash in the pan in their first year. They kind of felt unstoppable and the best things moving in the region, the best, youngest players we had over there. Now they kind of have not found that same level of success. They are here with BH3 and Kranich, Sazuro, and Resu to put a statement on, and starting with Komai.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? Utah and Megu are definitely some of the players that you are going to have your eyes on. Talibobo Believers a few years back, they were just kind of the mashup of, this like nouns situation that all got put together into Talibobo. And what a squad that was, and what a kind of flame out they had at Worlds, just losing in day one. And then, the team breaking up since then. Utah, Megu, without question, incredible players. But I think the big question with all of these players is, have they found their squad? Is this going to be the best setup that they can use to make their way to the World Championships? Without question, these are two of the top teams to look out for. And interestingly enough, as we go through our day here in competition, Dubstacks, not only are we going to be seeing how they play against each other, how they pick against each other in draft mode, we're also going to be seeing these teams pick against each other map-wise, which is really interesting. We're going to have map rotation throughout this season in our league, which is really exciting. We obviously have 3 maps they can pick from: Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza, Thea, Sky, Ruin. So the team that loses will have an opportunity to either pick their side in draft, which I think is going to happen a lot more of the time, right? There's so much value there. Then the other team is going to be able to pick the map. And we actually saw off broadcast a little earlier, a team chose the Rayquaza map. So there are a lot of different opportunities depending on whether or not you want to play Kyogre, Groudon, or Ray.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I think teams are most likely going to select the side on which they select their teams versus the map. However, just having the possibility of a map rotation is exciting. We will be starting on Kyogre for map 1 in all of these matchups. However, you mentioned Rayquaza was selected earlier, and the texture that these boss monsters add into the equation is pretty interesting. When you do see a team select Rayquaza, they might be going for more of a flip it, rip it, and secure it type of strategy, which means you have to be ready to combat that either in your draft or in your strategy throughout those 10 minutes. So there is a bit of a wrinkle that we'll say final boss monster selection adds into the mix.
Yeah, final boss monster selection, and then also just kind of how these maps play out. The different tall grass around the final fight, I think, is one of the most important things. Also, Kyogre, there are so many more places to hide. Groudon, it's very bare, so it's harder for some of these more assassin style Pokemon to get in there. Some of your speedsters and all-rounders that love to dive in, they're more exposed in some of these moments. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play it. I would expect whatever map is more often seen in ranked at the time is probably what people are going to play. But if you're a team that's great at Groudon, or you're a team that's great at Kyogre, and you start to sort of specialize in that, you give yourself a unique advantage as the series goes on.
Yeah, I mean, not only is the grass, tall grass locations different, plus or minus, the volume of tall grass as well available to hide in. There's also different wild Pokemon that populate on the map as well.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of different strategies around it too. And it feels like there are Pokemon that when they get the Kyogre buff, the buff that is giving you this HP regeneration, they're so unbelievably difficult to take down. Like you think about some of these defenders and supports, you think about something like Blastoise. When I see a Blastoise with a Kyogre buff, I'm just thinking there's no way we are going to be able to stop this thing. It is way too tanky. However, on the other hand, when you have that Groudon buff, you have all that extra damage, you could get a lot of value out of something that's going to burst your opponents down very quickly. And the flip side of that coin is you can steal the Kyogre and Groudon buff. Of course, Ray, if you get Ray, you are not giving up your shields once they're broken. They're just kind of broken. So we have multiple end game scenarios. They're going to be really interesting to see how teams pick their map and how teams decide to draft around those different maps.
Yeah, although we didn't get to see Kyogre, we did get to watch Groudon at LAIC. And what we saw from that is the, taking down Groudon didn't necessarily spell doom. Now, we've seen in years past Rayquaza being taken by one team and the opposite team wins. But it's a lot more up in the air when you're looking at Groudon and Kyogre. Here we go. We're in our first draft, and it looks like Umbreon, Mewtwo, Vaporeon, Gyarados, and Mega Lucario are all on the chopping block in our bans.
Not surprising to see those megas banned out as we're heading to our first draft here. BH3 is going to be on our purple side getting that first pick. Komai going to be on our orange side getting the following two picks. And of course, as we talked about, Kyogre is our starting map for every game in our series this weekend. BH3 with our first pick, and they do lock in Blastoise right away. This has been one of the most popular tournament picks as of late.
Without a doubt. I mean, we've already seen it in the off-broadcast games, perform very well in the hands of a player like Bruv, incredibly talented. But Mimikyu is nothing to scoff at here, as the Mimikyu is kind of what's ringing the alarm bells for me, a terrific Pokemon.
And I gotta say, I don't know which Mewtwo that is. I do based on the items. So that's gonna be Mewtwo X, right? Because we've got, a crit item, we've got an attack weight right there. I actually wasn't sure exactly which one of them's got banned and picked here, but I'm glad that we have the context clues of these items to let me know. Mewtwo X also unbelievably powerful. Over to the other side on BH3, we've got Clefable, got Blaziken. Blaziken is never bad. I don't know if it ever will be bad. That thing is incredible. We've got a tanky Pokemon on the side of Komai in the Psyduck, and of course Miraidon in the attacker role.
Yeah, Inteleon going to help BH3 round out their team here, and Kranix hovering the hustling Crustle. We'll see if they lock in that Bug Rock type, which will allow Gatlu. Quick switch into the Machamp, as Gatlu is going to have to go through the revolving door here, and we'll see where that volatile player lands.
Yeah, we're going to see what this final pick looks like from Komai. Obviously, we have some Pokemon that Gatlu could be playing, and it looks like they're going to lock in Snorlax sort of as their final Pokemon there. We've got some great recovery on the side of BH3. We don't have that same on the side of our other squad right there. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly that plays out, right? One team wants to take these longer, sustained fights, while the other squad would need to burst them down a lot quicker. And then we're going to see how this shakes out with how these players end up getting their Pokemon and where they send them. Our first match here on Kyogre, our first game of the entire season. I cannot wait.
It's going to be incredibly exciting. You mentioned the health regen on the side of BH3, obviously facilitated very clearly by that Clefable. On the other side, we did see Gatlu lock in the Snorlax. I expect to see Gek on the side of Komai pick that up as their tank player. So we might have a little bit of a rotation in the character selection screen from what we've seen to what these players will actually be taken into Theosky Ruins.
I would expect Dubsnacks to see a heavy slam Snorlax in a lot of these, coordinated games, these competitive games. However, Flail Snorlax has been getting a lot of attention recently, especially outside of our regions, right? So I'm wondering if any players start to pick that up, because it does feel incredibly powerful right now. Not only do we have a lot of these changes, we also have the big changes dealing with experience, and I'm excited to see how these teams want to handle that, as we do have an EXP share on the side of BH3, your purple team. Komai is going to be your orange team as we get ready for game number 1 here in EU.
Sazero and Kranix taken into the top path here, and across from them the Psyduck and that Mega Mewtwo as well. Just a couple pot shots in, and we're like thieves in the night, or ships in the night, excuse me, just passing by to get our stacks in.
Yeah, and here we go, trying to secure some of that. Down to our bottom path right here, Adesu fighting 2 down at this goal zone, as we have Snorlax actually in the central area there of BH3, trying to slow down their central area Pokemon from getting online. I'm not sure how much they were able to stop, but it is still a Sobble, as we can see. And here comes Toast into the bottom path here, looking for a fight as we head back up top. And you can see how badly Rezu was shut down right there, still level about 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly valuable. Gek going on a mission across the map here. Snorlax has great secure in the early stages of the game and was able to leverage that a little bit to slow down BH3. So exactly what Komai's looking to do. The birds are on the map. Bang, backdoor engage by Gek themselves. They want the bodies, and the Clefable goes down quickly, as now they're getting some quick scores in as well. That's just a Machop, and we do have a Drizzile on the side of BH3, but that's not going to be enough to stand in the way of those 3 players.
What a huge play there from Komai, right? Rotating up an extra member of their team, taking a massive victory. The Clefable not even able to heal the squad for a moment right there, just getting absolutely destroyed in that engagement. Huge play from them that's going to give them a big experience lead early, already level 7 on the Mimikyu, level 5 on the Snorlax, and they kept Miraidon down there in the bottom path. It doesn't look like they lost much either, as we have Komai back into the central area here of BH3.
Now Saz has to step down and try and support here. Reisu going to be on the retreat, so is Saz to top off their HP. Right in the middle is Regidrago, and looks like Komai is putting some priority to that, doing a great job boxing out BH3 and getting it for free.
Yeah, Regidrago basically for free for Komai, which gives them team-wide experience. And look at how high their levels are in comparison. Massive charge beam. Mega in a lot of trouble right here, having to peel back and grab that berry just to stay around. And Komai absolutely dominating the start of game 1.
Without a doubt. I mean, they are coordinated. They have a very good game plan right now. We've got a 4v1. Let's see what the Psyduck can do. They're going to get slammed real quick by that Machamp. And now the rest of BH3 close to the goal zone out. Feel pretty comfortable with that, grabbing those birds and heading back to their side.
I think that was a beautiful play, right, by BH3. They're behind just about in every engagement, so they move as a unit. They Pokemon unite, if you will, and create a big opening for them in the top path, as we have multiple members of Komai ready to take the objective in the bottom path. We also have Blastoise evolving the bottom path. Blaziken should be able to get that for free. The snipe shots, nowhere close to it. This is going to go to Komai.
Yeah, I mean, Komai's just moving incredibly well and insulating the things that they want to prioritize, really not even giving a chance for BH3 to step in and challenge, even with something like an Inteleon. Now, looks like BH3 is looking to put a little bit of pressure on. Komai's looking to rotate. They're sitting on their pad. Clefable getting their single stack in. Are they going to go down for that insolence? Yes, they are.
Yeah, Clefable goes down right there. This gives Komai an opportunity. You know, they could have had a player advantage in this bottom path, given that Mewtwo is needing to babysit that Regieleki top. But after that KO, it means BH3 is not going to be able to find anything there. They are just going to need to look for some experience on the map. And while the score is very close, they actually, by breaking that goal zone in the top path, have opened up extra experience for Komai, a team that's already up with a big experience lead.
I mean, Gek going into deep waters there. Heavy Slam was poached by the Surf, and using Heavy Slam and Block Shield, able to get themselves out of dodge. Megu's putting the pressure on, but it's not going to be enough. So that was just kind of a wild way to test the waters, going real deep and somehow making it out unscathed.
I mean, this beautiful stuff here from Adesu in the bottom path, by the way, able to hold down this entire section just by themselves on the Miraidon. You would expect nothing less from Adesu. It feels like they have so many Pokemon that they could slot into this role, but Miraidon so self-sufficient down here, able to handle BH3 and let Komai roam across the entire map and continue the pressure, continue this level lead. Level 11 Mimikyu right here from Toast.
Yeah, and Toast is really going to be able to do a good job chopping some of these characters down. Haven't seen Inteleon really be in a factor just yet.
Yeah, and now we have objective spawning in the top and bottom path right here. It looks like BH3 is possibly trying to mount a fight here in the bottom path as we have 4 members of both squads here. Close battle indeed. 3 points separate these teams. 5 seconds. Mewtwo Unite doesn't really get much started. Maybe they were looking to start the fight and just have some influence, but that was kind of wasted on the side of Komai.
Yeah, maybe just trying to buy any sort of time that they can. Heavy Slam is there, reposition. Charge Beam sitting on the Blastoise. Mega's forced to retreat. And now we'll see what the rest of BH3 does. They're collapsing against Registeel. Komai doesn't seem interested. Snipe Shot lined up, but it's taken before that can even become a part of the equation. Heavy Slam on the back. Can they get a block poach? They do isolate. We got a little submission there to Machamp. They're pinned against the wall. They eject over. Back across the other way. It's going to be a knockout on Toast. That's a huge character. Psyduck down as well. BH3 picking them apart right now. Komai needs to step up. Gek with a nice block to push them off the pad to maintain some sort of positional advantage. We're going to need another charge beam. We need to isolate somebody out. Mega Mewtwo X is finally here, not quite mega yet, and they can't even stem the tide of the BH3 push.
Now, that was a really odd play from Komai. So obviously the Mewtwo Unite move could have instigated a fight, but at the same time it gave them information, right? They didn't know where Machamp was. They had a pretty good idea where BH3 was in the bottom path. It told them exactly where all 5 members of the team was, but they didn't really do much with that. They broke the top goal on the side of BH3. They didn't take the objective, and then they lost the fight in the bottom path. It was close in a few moments right there, but it felt like everything worked out for BH3, and Komai just kind of sat on their hands a little bit and let them take that away from them. This is going to make the match a lot closer. If you look at levels here, now we're just about even between these two squads.
Attempted a pull there. Now we're Mega X, and they get a quick knockout in tandem with Toast. Clefable sitting on pad, mood lining themselves and getting their HP back up. And just that is enough for Komai to retreat and head towards this Regieleki.
Yeah, and here we can see BH3 scoring in the bottom path right there. They broke the bottom goal zone, that tier 2. 277, 137. We have a minute until Kyogre hits the battlefield here. And a match where Komai really had command of it from the beginning seems to have all fallen apart for them. Regieleki now looks like it's going to be going down. Given that they're going to have to deal with this, this does open up this bottom Regi for Komai. They will likely be able to secure this here if they would like to go for it.
Tried to get a big pull on the Blastoise. Heavy Slam separation. Clefable is away from the targets they want to heal. Surf back and submission. And now Gek goes down 30 seconds before Kyogre.
Wow, this is rough. Registeel getting chipped down right here. Mewtwo Unite not able to make it happen. The secure Blastoise, and BH3 is moving forward. They pick up one. Mewtwo is down. The Unite move from Mimikyu does not mean anything. 15 seconds left now, and it looks like this has become our Kyogre fight. Blocking them out with Clefable. They're saying, you've got blocked, so do I, my friend. 5 seconds until Kyogre.
And now we just have Gek and Psyduck standing strong here. We'll see how they're going to approach this. They're on the map. They're going for the rip. If half HP already, block is straight into the middle. Kyogre is getting shredded. Nobody from Komai is here. Here comes Mewtwo. Can they make a difference? Got to step up. No, secured by the Blaziken. And that's exactly why you select that character. Those goal lines, goal zones have the timer. And now we can see if BH3 wants to stretch this lead.
Yeah, this is the tough thing here for Komai. BH3 could actually decide not to push forward right here, and they are still ahead. However, if they do make some scores, this could be great. Saz in a little bit of trouble right here. This actually feels like a wild decision to throw away one of your Kyogre buffs, but it is what they decided to do. If Toast can catch this, this will be big. We still have a minute and a half basically on our clock here, but no, the fancy footwork, and Clefable somehow makes it out. Come on.
Right into Gatlu's hands. Like you said, you got to get this knockout now, though. You have to be able to rip some of these shields off. We see that the Blastoise is there as well. Clefable should be the easy one to get, but somehow putting them on the absolute ropes right here. We do have a Kyogre buff. How is Komai going to counter push here?
Yeah, this is the tough thing. They also gave the, oh no, Blaziken walked right into the home goal zone. Mewtwo right over their head. They're looking for another buff right here. Unfortunately, giving that buff to Gatlu it's great from a, combat standpoint, but it's one of the worst Pokemon to get the buff. Same thing with Miraidon here. Both of them burn Eos energy when they are fighting, so they're not able to score on these goal zones easily. They're going to be able to put some points in, but at the same time, they need huge dunks. 533, 177. They are able to get a big overdunk in that bottom goal zone, now 297, but the Eos energy is very low on the side of Komai. They are moving towards the home goal zone.
They got a Hundo Burger going in the back door here. Uber Eats delivered to the doorstep, and now they're going to be able to back and defend this home goal pad. I believe this one belongs to BH3 to kick off our league season broadcast, my friend.
Speaking of kick off, that Blaziken with those big time kicks right there in the final moments here, and of course securing the Kyogre with it. What a great fight from BH3. As soon as Gek, the Snorlax, gets caught down there, they recognize this is our Kyogre fight. We are taking it right now. 633, 463. Beautifully played by BH3. And I feel like this was really a story of some big counter punches from this squad. After getting put behind in a big way early here from Komai, BH3 just continued to find their moments as a team.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't even think it's counter punches. I think it's just Komai letting their chin get in front of their hands so they could get ripped apart with some big bombs, because when Komai wasn't in to get disjointed, they were catching L's. So BH3 was disjointed at the start, Komai punished. Komai were the ones that were disjointed at the end, and they got viciously punished.
Yeah, it feels like after around this fight right here, actually before this fight, it just feels like things were not going well at all for Komai. Every single moment, look at that snipe shot, by the way. Every single moment just seemed to be coming up for the side of BH3. I love the aggression here, especially after KOing a few of them. They know how good their secure is. This is why we pick Blaziken, as you mentioned. It's that unstoppable overheat inside the Kyogre pit. Just nothing they could do about it. And, you know, I don't know if it would have mattered who they got these Kyogre buffs on, but it is really tough for the Kyogre buffs to go over to the Mewtwo and the Miraidon. Again, both of these Pokemon lose Eos energy, you know, with their kit, right? Miraidon loses it when that Hadron engine comes on, and Mewtwo when it megas. So even when you move towards these goal zones, you're going to be low on Eos energy that you need to catch up.
Yeah, and credit to BH3, right? They left just enough stalwart defense so they didn't lose the game, but were sending everybody one by one on cheeky back caps. So they're always stretching the lead, but not sacrificing any equity by protecting those goal zones. They were just sending one person at a time, tactfully, to make sure, you know, if Blastoise was going, that they had a defensive battle plan while the tank was gone. And then when Blastoise came back, it's just easy money then to just send everybody else on a mission across the map. So, I mean, well executed by BH3. They took the opportunities that Komai presented to them. And I think Komai's looking at their strategy sheet here and going, well, when we were playing together and moving together and executing our game plan, they were being pretty darn successful. When it started falling apart was that disjointedness that we saw. I keep using disjointed because that's truly what it felt like in that bottom path, with Mewtwo popping the Unite move to maybe get information, maybe set off a fight, but nobody followed up with either one of those things that it provided. So then they caught themselves on the back foot. Then they got picked apart very easily. And that was kind of the beginning of the end in game one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% right. You'll notice they were together early. They felt like they were executing plays. And then later in the game, they knew they were ahead for a while. So they were trying to get everything they could on the map, right? They were trying to lick their plate clean, find all of the experience that they could. When they had that Mewtwo, Gotlu, I believe, in the top path, just kind of all alone, watching Regieleki, deciding whether or not they were going to cap in that tier 1 goal zone and break it. They're losing a massive fight in the bottom path. And even with their level lead, they really couldn't do much about it. We were wondering if the Clefable would make a difference throughout a lot of this, and I think it absolutely did. A Pokemon that I think really shined in a ton of big moments was that Submission Machamp. Submission making you unstoppable. You really can move through the enemy team and create some big plays, and we saw it happen a few times with the Machamp plays from BH3. So even though Komai started out in a pretty powerful position right here, BH3 then started to move as a unit, what Komai was doing earlier, and winning every single fight they had.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at Komai here, and specifically you mentioned Gatlu, and I want to focus on Gatlu for a second. There's something you and I have talked about, and the broadcast folks have talked about for a long time. It's Gatlu seems to be at his best when he can play as wild and unhinged and separated from the team as possible. And we kind of saw when the team was around him, there was success, but the rest of the time it was just him as Mega Mewtwo X in the top path, just kind of playing a game solo, but not with a character that can play play the way Gatlu feels like playing Gatlu, right? When we see like a Dodrio or a Greedent or something that harasses and is all over the map and is just causing problems and headaches and getting incremental advantages by leveraging those types of characters. So I don't know if for the third year in a row we're going to see Gatlu handcuffed in this sort of way. But for once, I'd like to see the kid just get to pick a character he wants in that gutter spot, because that's where he draft picks. And just kind of go off the rails. Like, let Gatlu be Gatlu and formulate your plan over the advantages he's creating.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, are you able to let Gatlu do that? And if you aren't, because you think Mewtwo X is such a powerful pick, which I kind of agree with, Mewtwo X is so unbelievably good that you may need to just grab it. Are you able to play Mewtwo X in that way? And I honestly couldn't tell you. I haven't seen enough tournament play to say whether or not Mewtwo X is a good enough, off-laner Pokemon where they're on their own for a while. Obviously, when you see Pokemon like this, they clear things very fast. They clear objectives very quickly. You think about something like Zacian, right? Zacian rips through wild Pokemon. They can take an objective down very quickly by themselves. Mewtwo X doesn't feel like it has that same advantage, but it is so unbelievably powerful that maybe it can slot into this role. However, no question, when Gatlu was not around some of these big fights, they were struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about what else they could do with a Mewtwo X? Let's take a page out of Ignorance's book from NA, who always plays wacky stuff. They used to be the harbinger of the tank Mega Mewtwo X back when you had to strap a light bulb on. And you're telling me that a player the caliber of Gek can't do and use that character with a nice little pull to a similar advantage for this team, and allow Gatlu to be on these other characters? So I'm not saying pass up on Mewtwo X. What I'm saying is, let's leverage our players' strengths to the best of our ability, because there's plenty of other great characters that allow Gatlu to be Gatlu while simultaneously not hemorrhaging these power picks.
Yeah. And at the same time, it may just be a case of they made one really rough call midway through the game, decided to not fight together, and then things just started collapsing, right? Like a house of cards, everything started falling throughout the match. They had a great start. They played really well together to start the match. I wonder if had one of those fights just went the other way, had the full force of Komai been together in one of these big fights, had things turned out differently. One thing is for sure, they had this beautiful level advantage and they gave it up, which is always really tough, right? You want to continue keeping that advantage, and the way you do is securing as many wild Pokemon as you can, taking them away from your opponents, ideally, if you can as well. And then also, of course, not giving up big KOs to the other side. Well, we have our next game coming up here. Komai is going to be your second pick, and we do have a different map. Groudon was chosen.
Groudon was chosen, which means BH3 wants to scrap against Groudon, and Komai wanted this orange side, so the second pick here. Umbreon, Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario, Blastoise, Trevin, Blaziken. Harsh lessons learned from Komai showing up in this ban phase.
Oh, wait, Komai looks like they are our first pick right here. We just have our side switched up a little bit. So Komai is going to be our first pick. They grab Vaporeon. Not shocked at all, by the way. I think this thing is one of the absolute best Pokemon in the game, hands down. You can see all of those bans, totally reasonable. Vaporeon is insane right now.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong. I think Komai would be excited to see if they get Mimikyu on the bounce here, depending on what BH3 is looking to select. Now that we are on Groudon map, timer's going down, and I haven't seen anything fire up. Megu's hovering the Gardevoir. I don't think that's where they'll end up. And we've got Utah selecting Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean, Mewtwo, no surprise here to see this Pokemon back in this fight. Also taking away the Snorlax. This feels like not only a good pick, but a pick you could steal away from an opponent, or you can hide with it a little bit. I'm guessing we're going to see Gek on this Vaporeon. As we go through it here, Mewtwo's on both sides. Mewtwo Y on the side of Komai, Mewtwo X on the side of BH3. Gatlu on the Lucario. They say if the Mega's banned, it doesn't matter. We're still playing Luca, and Mega Charizard nowhere to be seen today.
No, not at all. Going back to the similar well is Sazero and Resu grabbing that Clefable and Inteleon, punching a hole into the strategy of Komai, grabbing Snorlax, as you mentioned. Gek gonna grab the Crustle that hustles, and we are rounding this thing off for them with a Decidueye, kind of an EU special, it feels like.
Yeah, when I'm taking a look at BH3 right here, my thought is, what are they going to play to get to that Decidueye? Because if you're not able to get to Decidueye, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, right? It could just rain down insane amounts of damage. And given that Spirit Shackle can move through multiple Pokemon, it also feels like it's more valuable than the Snipe Shot Inteleon possibly on the other side. However, that also levels insane damage to the squad. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And of course, I'm kind of most excited to see how these teams play differently, given that we have a Groudon map instead of Kyogre.
No, I agree. Is there, I think what the main thing we saw is the Decidueye grabbing something from long range from Toast, right? Groudon with less of those tall grass areas means that it will have more visibility on long range targets. And now both of these teams get to leverage that advantage. Where on Kyogre, there's way more tall grass.
You can see on the side of Komai here, a Desu with the Curse Incense and Toast on Decidueye with that Curse Bangle. We have two Curse items trying to deal with the Clefable, which I think is going to be really great. I kind of love Curse on Decidueye here. Obviously, it gives you some extra attack stat right away, which is pretty great. And of course, being able to long range throw out an incredible amount of like Curse protection for the squad, or kind of a Curse debuff for the other side, I think is really powerful.
No, I agree completely. And a solid adjustment in the items to reflect, again, how strong Clefable was last game for BH3. I'll be honest, BH3 had a lot of not spectacular moments in the sense of like flashy moments, is what I mean, but just good team moments throughout the whole first game. And a lot of that is off the back of that Follow Me Clefable, just facilitating easy knockouts back and forth. Nobody had to be, go God mode 1v9 type action. It was just solid team effort on repeat ad nauseum, and it was enough to get it done. So, ultimately, slow and steady wins the race was the recipe for them in the first game, and Clefable being back into the mix for them seems to me like they're going to try and keep that same type of strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. It worked really well for them. Clefable's just so good. I mean, a massive AoE healing. We do have a Vaporeon on the other side that has kind of two different play styles. So I'm interested to see which one they pick up. For a little while, Aqua Ring was so incredibly busted that you would play it every game. You'd get ludicrous healing, like more healing than Clefable. But now it has been toned down. I still think it's incredibly powerful. And I've even been seeing it played in some of the leagues in the East. I've seen teams pick it up, but Flip Turn is also an incredible move. Massive shields. You can, push your opponents slightly, stun them. We're gonna have to see what kind of Vaporeon as we move into game number 2 here. Dupes next, BH3 Esports, your purple team, Komai, your orange team. We are in our first set here in EU today.
Yeah, Narami actually on this Vaporeon, so I think they're going to be going for the more of a healing-based angle, as of course Gek is going to hustle on the Crustle there downstairs. Quickly, Decidueye are now currently a Rowlet trying to clear their central area, get evolved up to a Dartrix and a future Decidueye to contend with the long-range sniper on the other side, that Inteleon.
Here we go. Vaporeon already online. I'm guessing we're going to be seeing the Muddy Water for our first move here. It's just so incredibly good. But Hydro Pump also still very powerful. And there is the Muddy Water as they dash forward towards that tall grass right here. Inteleon trying to steal a little bit from the side of Komai.
Yeah, great read on the Muddy Water. Took the words right out of my mouth. That's where I expected them to go, and Romney to go with that as well. Now, we do have some nice little pressure being put on the back door by this Vaporeon, grabbing the attention of the Drizzile as Reisu is putting some damage on, and now the chase is on. Still wearing the bulb. Is Narami going to have to use an eject button, get into a berry, and back to their side of the map?
Nice big score here in the bottom path from Gek as we have a Desu. They are now level 5, so they are able to be mega with that Mewtwo. Why? And it is a problem, Dupes. Next, both Mewtwo's right now are a problem. And that feels like you could say that at about any point in this game's history.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mewtwo Y, historically the one that was getting a lot more play, but with these buffs to this Mewtwo X, you're seeing it show up in spades, and we can see the real moments it has as we're trying to A-press Resu down. Here comes Toast for the cutoff, and that's a good little knockout into the hands of that Dartrix to get it up to Decidueye quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I see what BH3 was trying to do right there, but they probably just gave up an easy Reggie Drago plus the experience of the KO. So a big time failure from that invade right there. Not great. Whereas Narami grabbing both buffs on the side of BH3. Great stuff again from Komai, starting out this match in a commanding position.
Yeah, I mean, Lucario trying to put the screws to this Clefable, who's just trying to get their stacks up. Of course, those stacks will allow them to heal just a large critical threshold of damage from that squad. Big pot shot with the Spirit Shackle. Still a knockout on the Vaporeon. Another successful Spirit Shackle, but it's just shy of getting a quality knockout.
Just barely missing right there. And we do have Matang online in this bottom path, so we see the Gyro Ball. This Pokemon, I think, is pretty underrated, you know, the Metagross. When you get that online, when you hit a great Gyro Ball into the enemy team, the shield is so massive that you can eat up a lot of your opponent's big early move damage in a fight.
Absolutely, right? And if there's anything you'd like to contend with in the bottom path, it's unsurprising that it's the Matang and the Crustle here, as a nice snipe shot is going to allow the Regis to go into the hands of BH3 as they are fading back. Snorlax is just taking a lot of shots for this Mega Mewtwo. Why? But it's going to peel back because Narami stepped up and ate that snipe shot.
Yeah, Narami just taking a huge snipe shot right there. But if you want anyone to get hit with a snipe shot, it is definitely the Vaporeon. However, the HP is getting pretty low. Megu not able to push them back right here. Regieleki getting very, very low. Close combat. Spirit Shackle. It does go down to Lucario's power-up punch.
Thank goodness, because I was watching Toast and I was like, oh, they are way late on this. Nice Rock Tomb there. Decidueye Unite, the knock arrow. They're knocking on the door of BH3 Esport. Now is that BH3 going to let them in? And it says, no, get off my lawn. Snipe shot, excuse me. Spirit Shackle comes through, tons of damage. The follow-up finally rings true and gets a knockout. Narami's in the deep waters and trying to create them themselves with the muddy waters. X-Scissor back with the Rock's Tomb combination. Going to allow the Crustle that hustles to stand on that pad. Another good X-Scissor on Snorlax. Decidueye puts in a 40 banger. 14 left on the pattern. Then to close this out, no, they're going to let it stand for just a hair longer.
Yeah, and the reason teams do this, Doob Snacks, as I'm sure you know, is that they're able to get all of this experience between these 2 points. If they can secure all of that and then move in for an even bigger cap later, that would be massive. Of course, also, not breaking one of these tier 1 goal zones means you're not giving your opponents all this free experience they essentially get on their side. They're going to decide when this goal zone goes down after winning a big fight. 26-106. Komai, just like game number 1, having a really strong start, but this is about where things turned around in game 1 as well. So we'll see what BH3 can do.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're actually leaving Narami up there, so at least it's a 4v2 instead of what was a 4v1 last time. They closed the goal zone, they push for more. It looks like they're going to easily give that thing up as Mega Mewtwo Wai is online and it's looking to bully a little bit. Narami with the back cap action, plus 32. Nice little move there, knowing that they couldn't defend. Regirock is easily going to be lined up by BH3 Esport. Snipe shot's going to come through, bang, secured. Now Komai has an idea where, but he has nice pullback, though, by the Mewtwo. Could have spelled danger.
Yeah, Narami, though, an absolute playmaker throughout this game, and it's what we expected. It is the flip turn Vaporeon right there, bouncing on into them, creating this huge shield, and then pushing them back or up with the muddy water, creating big, big fights. BH3 actually in a great position around here as the Mewtwo Unite comes in. Toast in a lot of trouble.
Compute and Crash is enough to get the Decidueye down, and the rest of the team goes straight towards Regieleki, and it's looking to march. What is BH3 going to Esport do with it? Rock Tomb is up. Here comes the Vaporeon stepping in, and now we've got James Pond coming out. We've got the Mewtwo Unite coming out, and we're looking to put some pressure on. This is a big scrap for the 4-minute mark, and it's the Metagross finding purchase on the Vaporeon. Mewtwo finds into the back line. They're sitting on pad trying to get some more, and they are dusted and dealt with. The Spirit Shackles are ringing out. They're trying to find some quality targets, and as of right now, it's just enough to deal with this Regieleki, and we're going to dispense of the Decidueye Unite, that knock arrow, to take care of the Regieleki.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Komai. It was a very scary fight for them. It almost went very poorly, right, as they were starting to push towards them. Look at the levels, by the way, on the side of BH3. For a moment there, almost every single Pokemon was the same level at level 11. Now we're starting to see that kind of tick up here. A couple of level 12s on both sides for these squads. Very even level-wise, but Komai has focused on scoring. They've broken the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom path. They're up 113 to 292, a minute out before Groudon.
Yeah, right team does indeed have a huge lead, almost up by 200 points here. An errant Rock Tomb didn't quite trap anybody as we're looking to fight again. Clefable getting credit on the Gatlu knockout on that Lucario. Narami is getting chased down by a Mewtwo themselves. Snipe shot lined up. Mega Mewtwo Y a bit early before the final fight, but it is going to put good pressure on BH3 to retreat. Not able to convert a knockout, and there comes the Metagross spinning the win themselves right on top of the Mewtwo, telling them that they're the true legendary in that situation.
You know, the nice thing here for BH3 in this fight, if Komai is not able to pick up a KO in some of these moments, they just have that beautiful Clefable healing that they can kind of peel right back to. So Komai is going to need to burst them down in a big way, or Clefable is just going to keep topping their squad off. However, they're also going to need to make a play. They don't have the secure of Blaziken or something like that. They've got a snipe shot, which can be blocked as Groudon hits the map here at the 2-minute mark. We see BH3 sort of positioning around Groudon, deciding how they want to take this fight. But Komai, way ahead, they don't need to be the ones to instigate anything, Dupe Snacks. They are waiting to see if BH3 is going to make a mistake, how many Spirit Shackles they can catch them with. Mewtwo with a little bit of a pull there, but it doesn't get anything done. And again, time ticking down. BH3 behind by quite a bit.
Yeah, they are putting good damage on Megu there. You saw the Rock Tomb, and they eat a couple Spirit Shackles to the grill. That was a huge snipe shot on the Mewtwo, who's forced to go into their own central and reset Spraggles. Now, this is an opportunity for BH3 to step up.
And we're going to see if they want to move forward right here. About a minute on the clock now. Rezu just trying to find those snipe shots. Gotlu charging up Power Up Punch, staying unstoppable so they don't get knocked up. But right at the end of it, they do. Gotlu into a Power Nap. Here we go.
Close combat to top off their HP. Now they're peeling back. So Mega with an early engage. The block is they're not catching everybody. The knock arrow straight into the face of the Metagross, and it's looking gross indeed. The Coliseum went up for a split second, and that last bolt from the knock ripping through the steel type. Now it's a block trying to separate Narami from the back door on the Inteleon, but they're unsuccessful. Close combat doesn't hit the broadside of a barn, but it's the Inteleon caught in the muddy waters. You'd think they'd be comfortable there, but they're finding themselves in absolute trouble. A Nightmare, heavy slam into the middle. Megu's looking to make a move here. The block is up. That big cannon from the Lucario rips through, and this Groudon is on the verge of getting knocked out, and it's just Komai standing in the center and getting themselves a big boss fight win.
Huge win right there. They are already up. They're going to push towards these goal zones. That's going to be Komai taking game number 2. A very different look from Komai, right? It didn't feel like they fell apart halfway through this match here. They continue to keep their score lead, and what a beautiful fight around Groudon right there. There were multiple moments, you know, with Spirit Shackle, with Power Up Punch. They could have taken a very weighted, secure opportunity towards Groudon, but instead they took out every single member of BH3 first. Beautiful plays from Komai. Gonna tie this thing up.
I really loved how Narami played this Vaporeon. You called it out that they were just being a playmaker. They were finding their way into the back line, putting a lot of good stress on the Inteleon specifically in that final fight. Great way to separate it from its team and grab its attention from what it actually wanted to focus on. And I'll tell you what, the AoE healing of a Clefable may be great, but if the entire team is scattered across the map like roaches, you ain't healing anybody but yourself. And Komai did a great job splitting up BH3.
Yeah, they split them very well. And, you know, I think you're right. For me, the key factor of that entire match, even though there was some great stuff on the side of Komai all around, but that Vaporeon was absurd. I mean, just They were into their central area, in the enemy phase, flip turning with massive shields, muddy water knocking up multiple enemies, and you just couldn't take it down. So unbelievably difficult to stop. And it felt like Narami was all over BH3's side the entire time. And something I talked about, you need to make sure that a player like Toast on this Decidueye can basically take all the free shots they want. And I felt like they absolutely were able to do that with what Komai had set up.
No, that's a great call out. I feel like all of Komai was really taking to heart, their successes from game 1 and transposing them throughout the entire game of game 2. This is an exact moment of what I'm talking about here. This could have spelled disaster for Komai in the later half of this game. They found a way to buckle down, hammer down. The whole team showed up. They were able to use their abilities successfully and really cleverly to make sure that Regieleki didn't go in that moment. And here you're going to see just the Spirit Shackle is up and the big bolt at the end. Bang! Huge knockout for this team. And after that, it became easy.
And you see like a moment right there, right, Dupesnacks? It's almost impossible that the Snorlax is going to get that away from a Spirit Shackle, Decidueye, Power Up Punch, all that. Komai did not care. They were going to take the fight the best way they could by knocking out every single member of BH3. As we're taking a look at the player of the game here, you and I might disagree, but I don't know, the damage number, there's a lot to say with it right there. Is that the 75,000 damage and only taking 13. Again, no one on the side of BH3 can get to the bird.
Yeah, exactly. It got knocked out once, which means it took 13,000 damage once. And that was the time it got knocked out, right? But like you said, incredible work bell to bell by Komai. But I don't want to undersell the performance that BH3 had either. I just think in this one, Toast chose a great character for the Groudon map. We saw how that made a difference here. And of course, Vaporeon getting into the mix as well. 2 fresh characters to that team, really elevating their performance.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty beautiful as we're getting ready for a game 3 here. Once again, we have a Groudon map. So again, these teams are able to have a choice here, Kyogre, Groudon, or Rayquaza. We're back to Groudon here. My personal favorite of the 3 maps as well. I think Groudon is the most fun to fight on. As we're getting ready for our bans, no question in my mind, we are seeing Vaporeon banned. This thing cannot make its way through draft. I mean, it's absurd to play against this Pokemon.
It absolutely is. Another priority, though, we've really seen the priority on Umbreon as well. And that, I don't know if that's just a read or it's just that oppressive right now in this EU region, but that is also surprisingly to me getting a lot of attention right now.
Yeah, without question. Blastoise, no surprise that it's getting attention, as well as something like, Mega Lucario. Mega Gyarados is just one of the best things cooking out there right now, too. So that doesn't shock me at all. I'm curious to see which Mewtwo was banned right here. Again, I would love to know on screen if it's Y or X in one of these banned moments. We will find out very quickly because the other one's probably going to make their way into the match as our first pick is over here to BH3. They are hovering this Blaziken, but we'll see what they end up grabbing. Blaziken was massive for them in game 1, but I don't know if it's first pick territory.
No, well, they disagree. It was hovered, and it wasn't Kranix going to select it. It was Utah, and Kranix actually played top path with that Machamp in game 1. So we'll see if there's any more adjustments that happen here for BH3 as we are in whatever this screen is, our we'll call it the non-fancy screen. And it looks like Mega Mewtwo X was selected. So Y was banned and get grabbing Tree and that Mewtwo X while Megu and a Zoroark selected as well. Could this be a Comfy situation? And Saz jumps on it in a heartbeat.
Wow, I mean, we'll see if Sad's going to lock that in. It definitely is a Pokemon that could be played on something like Zoroark. I do think Comfey has lost a decent amount of value. Now that the experience changes happened, it has become more of an experience leech from one of your carry Pokemon. So we'll see how they want to play this here as our teams are drafting their final few Pokemon. We have Decidueye being hovered here, and we are looking at the working man's draft screen. This is the one that we are all familiar with here as we're looking for our final pick on the side of Komai. Scizor, which of course could be Scizor or Scyther. I think both Pokemon right now are actually really powerful. I think Scizor is being slept on, but Scyther feels particularly brutal in this meta. Just so incredibly fast, clears through central area, unbelievably quick, makes it to one of the lanes and has a big fight early. This was getting play near the end of last season, and now with a buff throughout the mid-season, I just think this thing, or a buff throughout the off-season, I just think this thing is incredible.
Oh, you're exactly right. What I like to see back, though, is because, as you mentioned, the Comfey with a little bit of that experienced leech because of the experience share changes. The grabbing of the Hoopa, which I also feel is a phenomenal Pokemon at all times, and has kind of ebbed and flowed more than I ever thought it would have in terms of play rate versus non-pick rate. But seeing it in seeing it in the hands of Saz, and the way it can portal specifically a Zoroark with those portals because of the mobility that Zoroark has, is a great way to kind of always provide, we'll say, an extra escape rope for that Pokemon.
Yeah, right. I mean, what it used before with Comfey was obviously unbelievably good, right? You really can't keep up with Zoroark. None of the support characters in the game can stay near it enough to make sure that you get all the healing you need. So Comfey being able to attach directly to it was unbelievably good. Now with the EXP changes, it's a lot less viable because you're taking away experience from your carry if you're hanging out attached to them. As we have our game 3 here, Noob Snacks, BH3 your purple team, Komai your orange team, and they have decided on the Groudon Theosky Ruins.
They have indeed, and I'm surprised to not see a Snorlax at all between these two teams, given how the first 2 games went, opting instead for the Crustle and the Trev there. A lot of pressure being put on, and I'm surprised that Komai is electing to not put pressure on that Zorua, an incredibly slow clearing Pokemon at the start of the game.
Here we go. We already have Scyther. I mean, we talked about this. It is already in the bottom path, looking to make something happen, picking up a KO on Crustle, just trying to dominate this early, seeing if they can secure that. Zoroark coming in, seeing if they can punish. Beautiful iframes right there on the Trev. Able to score still, but they do finally go down.
Yeah, you quickly saw Gek was really just setting the table for Scyther to clear as much of that experience as it could and just get out of dodge, see if it could make an impression somewhere else. Trapped in the Rock Tomb quickly is a Desu, tons of damage being rained in. They grab a berry just in time. Gek stepping up, level 4, not a Trevenant yet, just a Phantom. Still getting shredded as a Desu. And holy smokes, Yutao on this Zoroark is alive and well early in the stages of game 3.
Yeah, and BH3 moving into the central area of Komai. Komai already clearing out the central area of BH3. Trevenant goes down in the bottom path. Mew picking up that KO. Miraidon in some trouble as we see them going down in the top path. Scyther possibly looking for a moment to fight here as 3 members collapse onto this top goal zone. Still not a level 5 on that Lucario.
No, and that's an issue, right? That means that, like, despite the fact that all the pressure was put in the bottom path of this game so far, they were able to be stopped. And there we just saw the Scyther getting caught out again and stopped. And this does not bode well in the first part of the game 3 for Komai.
No, this is a very different look for Komai, right? We have not seen them struggle at the start of a match, but we are here. Mew picking up more KOs. They're level 7 as opposed to Mewtwo's only level 5 on the other side. Another big secure gives them 8 with that Electro Ball. Wow, level-wise, things are really getting out of control early here. BH3 with a commanding lead. Zoroark picking up any KO they want, but it looks like we actually have a little bit of light at the end of that tunnel as Komai grabs that team-wide XP from Regidrago.
Again, Regidrago provides that experience to everybody on your team, not just those Pokemon around fighting it. So at least that's a place to start as we have the quick hot rotation with the Hyperspace Highway. And we'll see what BH3 does in the face of Komai. They can't leverage the Rock Tomb exactly the way they wish, as a Desu's just kind of bubbled out because they can't do much against the presence that BH3 has.
Yeah, Komai, they may just be letting this walk right here. And it looks like, yes, they are deciding to let this walk. And they're going to try to make a play here. No, they all decide to back away from it. They were hiding in the tall grass to see if we had multiple members of BH3 coming in for a score right here. As Reggie Rock is now being taken by BH3. That's another objective for free. But Komai, an assault on this bottom goal zone. Hoopa trying to bring the squad down.
Oh, big rotation here. Hyperspace Highway. And it's Utah that comes through. And they are dipping and darting through Komai, shredding them apart. The Scyther's gonna go down. KO streak of 3 for Zorark.
Look at this, Zorark. No comfey necessary as they are going to go ahead and score 40 in this bottom goal zone. 170 to 83. And earlier the caster curse hit me when I said no way they picked Blaziken first, but given how good they are on it, this is absolutely a great play for them and proving that Zorark is still very viable even without the comfey collar. Level 11 right now.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, any character in the game, if it's just so much further ahead, it can do a lot of work, and that's what we're seeing here. Zorark is just miles ahead. Now, what BH3 needs to do is not get high on their own supply, and certainly not let this Zorark get knocked out, right? We cannot let it get taken down because that comeback experience is going to roar into the hands of Komai.
Yeah, and we can see Lucario still not even level 9, finally gets their Unite move on the side of Komai, as well as Trevin, and both of them ticking over to Unite. So the next fight we could have Unite moves on every single member of Komai. Just about everyone on BH3 has it, all except for Mew here, as they move towards this goal zone.
Great pull, quick knockout around, and follow-up. There's the Aura Cannon doing a little bit of damage to the Blaziken. We have the Mew to Unite popping out, and the Scyther steps up and cleans up the trash on Zorark. We're going to keep scrapping the bottom. We've got a charge beam fully charged up, and we've got a Blaze Kick that's going through trying to find its target. We're chopping through. The Scyther goes down, and now the tides have absolutely turned. We're using our Unite move to flip the script, and that was an absolute scrap.
Yeah, what a fight there, especially from Megu on the Crustle. That Unite move with some perfect timing, massive X scissors. What a beautiful rock tomb to hold the Miraidon and make sure that it goes down. BH3 playing that incredibly well, even though Komai moving in for a big fight. Nice. Look at that as well. I mean, Megu once again, the X scissor pushing out Lucario. No chance for a steal right there as the Zorark moves right in. I mean, this is just one after another for BH3.
Yeah, and they can't even step up now because they are sitting on pad. At least they're able to take care of the Zorark, and that might be the only prize left for them to take here as the Crustle goes down and they're just sitting on pad.
Yeah, they're going to have to base here. Hoopa just throwing some fists from the sky, but they're not able to make much else happen. Good defense there from Komai because they had been struggling in a lot of these fights. And also, we talked about it, finally taking down that Zorark. Look at the levels right now. That's 13 for the Scyther. This thing is incredibly strong. If it gets a big, powerful setup in some of these fights, it can just, cut through the entire enemy team before they're even able to react.
Yeah, I mean, we think that might be their only prize, but they got it twice. They cashed in on that Zorark twice. And when I say they, I specifically mean Toast on this Scyther, which is the experience they needed to bring balance to this game. So although they're down on the score sheet, 117 points, Komai is alive.
Interesting to not see a double hit on the Scyther. Some players run it for, more mobility, but we've got more of a damage play set here with Swords Dance, which will allow you to make some big plays as well. The burst potential even higher on a Pokemon like that, but your mobility is reduced. We've seen a couple moments this Scyther get caught. We'll see if that's going to be the play here, as we got about 40 seconds until Groudon hits this map, all tied up in our first game here in EU. And we were talking about how these two teams were some of the teams to watch in the region, so I gotta love that it started like this.
Yeah, nice little pull, almost converted into a knockout there. 25 seconds till Groudon populates. Now we just got Thunder chasing down Megu there on the Crustle, as these teams might make it about the top path.
Here we go. Reggie Steele in the top path here would be huge for either one of these teams, that damage. But 10 seconds left. It doesn't look like either team's going to go for it as they are both positioning for Groudon. Moving down here, we have the Trevenant resetting. Zorark actually hiding in the tall grass on the side of Komai, seeing if they can get some information or even catch them in a big way. Mew throwing out the solar beams. Toast making their way down, and the Zorark does peel away from the center. Both teams now looking for their moment. Hornleech catches the Zoroark, but no, they are able to peel away from this. That could have been massive if the team could follow up with it, but Zoroark intelligently running away from a very bad situation right there. Charge Beam, not really doing too much. Komai now down at Groudon. They need to make the play. They're down by over 100 too, so peeling off one player to score just isn't enough. However, two players possibly looking for it in that top path. So we have Scyther and Trevenant. We now have the Mew, of course, just using that Solar Beam, trying to find members of the enemy team, get a little damage early, but Komai is going to need to make the play. They tap the Groudon, we have the Rock Tomb, the Solar Beams again, and time is ticking away from Komai here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, they're running low on time. They need to make a move now, and it looks like they tried to pull the trigger. The Zoroark there, Mewtwo Unite is out. It's dodged as well. Solar Beam through the light screen, not going to deal too much damage, and Komai is looking to collapse on Groudon. The hyperspace is open. That big fury of a Hoopa is there. Big stuns in the middle, going to put them down, but it's Megu that bites the dust first, or a cannon to get that extra shield, and now they're going to have to reset. We got two players going back. Blaziken takes care of that Miraidon in the downstage area, as the overheat doesn't hit anyone, but the Mewtwo's getting the pressure put on. We've got 30 seconds left, and we need to make real plays if we're Komai. How are they going to play this? They're looking to rip through the middle, but the Zoroark is back and finds the Trevenant. Groudon's at half. Where's the Mew going? They're over the top. They're looking for a secure. Boosted Auto in the middle. They're going to line up a Solar Beam. It's too late, and now the chase is on as Lucario's got to get some points in. They have to score in the face. They're down by a ton. They need multiple scores. Nothing has gone in yet. 5 seconds left. There's 30. They need more still. Who's going to put in their points? Is it anybody? I haven't seen anything else go in.
Wow, BH3 with an insane defense there. Komai just letting the time tick further and further down. I think a small score from you, but it is not enough. 200, 113. BH3 does not secure Groudon, but they hold on. Komai just taking so long to make that fight happen. They weren't able to take a great engage at that top tier 1 goal zone. Beautiful defenses. BH3 taking our first set here on broadcast in EU.
And yet, like you said, stalwart defense out of this BH3 squad, and Komai just letting time become the 6th man off the bench here for BH3 and really forcing them down to the wire. They got the secure they needed, but they started just a hair too late and didn't have the time to get the points in. Just a measly 30 points went in when they needed 117, and that math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this match here, obviously BH3 had command of it in a lot of moments here. Here's that massive Crustle Unite from earlier. It was just incredible. They had command in a lot of moments throughout this fight, but man, when you look at how this final fight played out, I think one of the deciding moments was when Yutao finds Gek, the Trevenant there in that tall grass, and actually picks up the KO, because Trevenant was kind of running through this here for a moment. They got a couple big plays, but once Trevenant went down, I don't know if they had enough Groudon shields to make something happen here. Great stuff, and also peeling away from that right there. They could have accidentally went down after they secured Groudon, but they didn't.
Yeah, it was almost a tough call. Komai sent 3 players up, but so did BH3. And Yutao, unsurprisingly, the player of the game here. That Zoroark was all over the map. 10 knockouts, 50k damage, but it felt way more than that.
Yeah, you know, some of these speedsters, Doob Snacks, when they get these KOs so fast, especially so early, these Pokemon don't have big enough HP pools for you to put up the damage numbers that you might see in some of these games, you know, with a healer on the other side, something keeping them around. All of these knockouts, they're just moving in and ripping through their HP bar before they even get a little bit of recovery. So that's how you're seeing so many huge knockouts and not maybe as much damage as you would expect. Speaking of reining in damage, though, that Mew all game doing 31% of their team damage, just staying at a distance and absolutely decimating Komai.
Yeah, I was seeing a lot of heavy use of that Solar Beam, right? Solar Beam through the light screen for that boosted damage. And you know, why switch up when you can hit multiple targets with that big Solar Beam there? So unsurprising that they racked up a good amount of damage. And of course, BH3 took control and held on to it bell to bell.
Yeah, I think the Zoroark, I mean, we're calling it out as the player of the game, taking a look at a lot of people's favorite graphic right here, our heat map, where this Pokemon spent most of their time throughout the match. You can see, obviously, bouncing around through their central area, but picking up a lot of big fights in the bottom path with that goal zone up for the longest time on the side of BH3. Really great plays from a Pokemon that I think people were questioning whether or not would be as viable with some of the Comfey changes. Utah deciding they don't even need the Comfey collar.
No, not at all. Again, BH3 did a great job allowing Utah to get ahead early. Bit of a fumble there, about 4 minutes left in the game where Toast got some quality knockouts. However, they allowed Utah to find their footing again and be there to be part of the defense at the finish line, which ultimately is exactly where they wanted to be. If I'm BH3, I'm saying, okay, we took that W 2-1. Moving forward, if we're taking this Zoroark, we're making sure from minutes 4 to 2, it's not getting knocked out twice. So we give away that big advantage that we created.
Yeah, you know, I feel like BH3, if you just look at the story of that little match right there, that series between these two teams, it was just the story of BH3 kind of starting off a little rocky in a few of their games of finding their way through it. And then as we got to game number 3, it felt like they were just dominant throughout the whole thing. Really impressive stuff from BH3. These are two of the big teams to watch here in EU, and BH3 making a real statement taking down Komai. I think more people would have, been backing Komai in this little fight here. Both squads incredible though, and BH3 taking a big win. You love to see it at the start of our day.
Absolutely. My question is, how is Komai going to bounce back? Right? As we're taking a look at BH3, great performance, good bounce back within the context of a single match for them, of course. But now Komai has to look, how are we going to bounce back the rest of this weekend and the rest of this season?
We have so many more games to get to as well. We are just starting our day. We're here in EU, then we're flying to Latam, then we're heading back home in NA, but more EU coming at you very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and we will be back in just a second. Don't leave.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Of course, we just got to see an amazing first game out of EU, but the Latam matches have begun off stream. Of course, I just want to remind everybody that there are a ton of community streamers that are playing these matches out if you want to see them live. I believe I was watching earlier. I'll give a shout out to Gatlu, who I was watching for EU. We've got Kudo Unite, who's doing Latam at the moment, and then Steel Agent Kyle is going to be doing North America later, but I'm sure there's plenty of others aside from that. However, we are only one singular game, not singular set, into the first Latam match, which is an amazing match. Of course, it's Peru, our reigning world champions, and then they are going up against CACM, who are an amazing team from Latin American North previously. Two teams that have met at Worlds quite a decent amount of times, but we can take a look at what their first game had to offer. As while it was only one game, it was quite fun. We did get a chance to see a Texas Alcremie pick and a Reggie pick on the Gengar. So some fun stuff that we do like to see. However, it wasn't an explosive game as one might have expected. It was a little bit down to a slow final fight at Kyogre, where we did end up seeing Peru, our reigning world champions, slowly take out CACM one by one. So they're going to be up 1-0 in the set. They're still playing on their set. I believe they're just starting game number 2. Like I said, plenty of other places that you can check out that match live, but we've still got some other amazing matches coming up here for Europe, and we'll get to Latin America later. So I'm going to send it over to Zoinks and Kello. They can give you game number 2 of the day.
All right. Thank you so much for the update, Wonder Chef. Looking forward to hearing a lot about all these amazing off-stream matches that are happening throughout the day. But we got a pretty exciting one to be talking about for our first match of the day behind the microphone, Kello. Kello, how you doing? How excited are you to cast some EU games?
I am so excited. And while it might be our first match that we get to cover, well, these teams have already played. Well, one of them, at least, Team Peps, did end up playing an off-stream match a bit earlier, which they did end up winning 2-0 up against Los Caducados.
Yeah, it was a really fun match to watch for us, watching on some of these community side streams that we have covering the league. It was an exciting one. It was a 2-0 finish for Team Peps, but those matches were extremely close and down to the wire. So I've actually refrained from putting the vibes test of the power rankings of Team Peps until we get to see this match. I want to see how they're playing. However, a bit of an update. I did put BH3 at the top of the list for now after a very impressive win over Komai. But either way, we're talking about Peps right now. This team made up of Klaus, Zante, Potato, Bruv, and Marv. Of course, amazing players in this EU community have been playing for a really long time. We are going to see some interesting role swaps for a little bit that we'll talk a little bit more. But of course, on the other side, we have an all French squad and Jaime Le Poulet. Kello, please talk to me about this team.
Yeah, so they are one of the teams that did end up making it through the open qualifiers. They did end up coming third. So I guess with these names, might not be familiar in terms, but otherwise one that does stand out to me is Qatar. They did end up making a name for themselves in the 2025 season, being known as such a great defender player. So I'm really excited to see them amongst this squad. And well, there we go. We have our draft. And because it is that first game for this set, it is auto-locked to that Kyogre.
Exactly, Kello. So yeah, if anybody is just tuning in for our competitive season, we are going to be playing with 3 variants of Thea Sky Ruins, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre for this week number 1. So including today and tomorrow, Kyogre will always be the first map of the day, or of the best of 3. After that, the team that loses gets to choose either side selection or map selection, and Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre will always be available. Also, Jaime Le Poulet did have choice of side for this first match and did choose to go with the first pick. That is why they got that Mega Mewtwo already being locked in, and Peps gets to respond, Kello, and Mega Gyarados gonna be available for one of the first matches we've had on broadcast today, and of course also locked in.
Yeah, and alongside that, we have that Mimikyu being selected by Klaus as well. We have seen some pretty top-tier Mimikyu plays so far, so this just Mega Gyarados. I mean, even then, just all of the Megas. I mean, this is going to be my first time casting with these Megas. But I mean, hey, we have Mamoswine coming out onto the field. I like this pick. What do you think about it, Zoinks?
I'm a huge fan of Mamoswine, especially when you're pairing it with something like that Mega Mewtwo Y in the attacker role. Mamoswine, one of the best engaged tanks, but it also has a lot of viability when you need a tank to be more of that peel Pokemon or defend your backliners. Mamoswine is incredible at it. Oftentimes when we see teams play either a central area attacker Pokemon in that role, kind of pointing at Komai in the previous match, they love to play that double defender alongside that attacker. In this case, Jimlopele are bringing the double defender, and Latias kind of going to be filling in that extra attacker role. And their roster now rounded out Team Peps with the final pick. Currently, it's Bruv hovering this Machamp, but they are going to last second swap over to Psyduck. So the support Psyduck alongside the defender Umbreon is going to be that support defender core. Marv picking up the defender role, and Bruv slotting into support.
I suppose that's the brilliance of the newest change, where that experience to share. So, I mean, we don't even have experience share as an item being selected at all during this match. So I guess it just frees up that extra slot to get a little bit more creative with those builds. So I guess just having a little bit more tankiness on that side up, for example, with that Resident Guard and that Buddy Barrier, but then also having that Cursed Incense to just try and stop that self-sustain that Jemlupele might be bringing with their squad.
Yeah, we're going to see a couple of cursed items in the mix, right? Latios, also a pretty incredible Pokemon at holding onto that item, so we'll see how well the pulse of it all will actually interact in that build. Latios, I know it has the orange background. I know it has been classified as a supporter by the game. However, the impact it brings to the table is something to say about the attacker role in the game. Latios, so extremely powerful, was a really dominant Pokemon at LAIC for a few very successful teams. We'll see how well this squad can bring it to the table. I know you mentioned Qatar as a player to watch. One other one I want to throw out there for Jemlupele is obviously going to be Traffy. Traffy, a very, very prolific central area player in the European region, specifically on the Absol. So we got the pocket pick for their debut game in the Unite Championship Series League, which I think is just about as perfect as you can write it up in a situation like that. I am very excited to see how impactful this Absol can be, especially with a player that is playing a released Pokemon, has made it their mainstay. This is going to be a fun one. We got Team Peps on the purple side, Jemlupele on the orange side. Kello, let's get into game number one.
Yes, we are heading on in. We can see that Mimikyu is going to be heading into that central area for Team Peps. Meanwhile, Mew and Magikarp are making their way up in that top path. And I guess that's the thing. It's going to be a while until we end up getting that Gyarados, let alone Mega Gyarados on the field. It's just a matter of securing this wild Pokemon, getting that effort gauge up and rolling.
And two great Pokemon to contend with a struggling early game Pokemon, right? Snorlax and Latias both have fantastic abilities to last hit secure, even in the early game, will make it a little more difficult for this Mega Gyarados to arrive. However, knowing that it's a player as strong as Potato, it feels just like a matter of time in some of these situations. But already having the back of Azante is working out well. We're gonna have both central area Pokemon heading down to the bottom path.
Yeah, they are not delaying in terms of these squabbles down here. Almost. Oh, there we go. We do have that first knockout being that Swinub getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. Otherwise, up in the top path, just a little bit of respect. Once again, more just getting that experience and effort gauge up. But I've got to say, that's almost there at that Gyarados phase.
Yeah, unfortunately, not going to have any Swablu or Altaria left to try to steal any of that effort gauge. So Potato will be a little bit behind the mark, likely getting it just after that 8:30. And wow, an exchange of knockouts. Bruv kind of getting a third party a little bit in that KO. But wow, it's KO's getting exchanged either direction. Traffy being aggressive, but you have to be careful. This is a bubble beam Psyduck. So as soon as that beam hits you, you get those little marks right on top, and those stuns can be devastating if you push while being marked with that bubble beam.
Yeah, you do not want to push any further, and they are going to play it safe and just leave it to this Piloswine along with that Mewtwo to finish off these birds. Otherwise, we do have Marv back in action down here, but they can't really push any further because we have that Mega Mewtwo on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow fight down here. Mega Mewtwo, why? Being really the only damage dealer on paper. Otherwise, a lot of defender and supports, but Mimikyu getting into the mix is going to change that completely. Even that Piloswine, a very defensive Pokemon, will fall. And with that Mimikyu in combination again with that Bubble Beam, I'm already liking what I'm seeing so far from Team Peps. Waterfall, Gyarados get into the mix. No Mega Evolution yet, but they do not need it. That will be a huge Dragon Breath KO with that big bite boosted right after.
Oh, but look at this. We have a two-person rotation from this bottom path to go and get these KOs, get in these dunks, and now they're going to leave that goal on 20 points. Meanwhile, we do have that Reggie Drago that is in that central path that hasn't been touched just yet.
Yeah, both these teams being pretty patient about it. Team Peps wants to make sure that they're dominating this pathing phase, and they're doing just that so far, right? 142 to a donut on the other side. Team Peps has dominated this early game. They want to make sure these first wave of objectives also fall in their favor. Class is going to be starting that Reggie Alecki immediately, and the Mega Gyarados for Team Peps will be in pole position to actually hit the top side Reggie as well. And that is an all-time speed record for a Reggie Alecki KO, I swear. We're early in the league. I can count it as a record.
I was going to say between the two of them being able to do that within 10 seconds is actually wild. But we do have that Reggie Alecki crashing into that goal and breaking it. So he's going to clear up some space. A great serve from that Mew to try and escape the Absol, and Absol ended up missing their Unite as well. But they still walk away with 2 KOs.
Oh, that's crib. I mean, after Zante puts in some absolutely like acrobatic work on the Mew, a coaching to dodge one move and a eject button to dodge another, I really didn't think they were going to be able to get away. But Potato is there for their revenge. The Gyarados has mega evolved and is just dealing a devastating amount of damage. A KO streak of 2 and has just enough in its Mega Gauge to roam all the way to the top side of the map. Will fall out of that Mega Evolution form, but it won't take Potato too long to charge that back up.
As if Gyarados wasn't scary enough. You just give it a Mega Form and it's just double scary. Otherwise, we do have those birds spawning on up, getting shredded on down, trying to back away as a Snorlax with this block, and I believe they ended up using their ejector button there, back and safe onto pad at full HP, but we have a Regice on the field.
Yeah, right now Jelmopele in a tough position to try to contend this, especially with Marv putting out some very early mean looks. I love that target priority on top of that Piloswine. Of course, a Pokemon that does have access to crowd control will be irrelevant if it's stuck in that mean look outside of the range of the team fight. So very impressive work for the defender core, and Potato going to be dunking in 40 for a massive goal zone break. Jelmopele was able to break their own scoring deficit, though, as they get 11 points into the bottom side. Absol gets the points and barely dodges the Shadow Sneak from that Mimikyu.
11 points to 206. That is a massive difference going into this halfway mark, especially considering both of their tier 1 pads have been knocked on out. So you can see on that mini map that they are collaborating down there in that bottom path for that second Reggie Alecki spawn. And well, it's just a matter of whether they can work together to try and put the pressure on.
God, Pep's not feeling too much pressure. Maybe they should be, though, is that Reggie Alecki is eradicated by this French squad. Incredible burn timer, but now they are back for the fight. They did not have their whole roster, a lot of Pokemon in their own central area trying to earn some Unite moves back, but they are not going to waste any time on the refight. 2 KO streak for Potato. Make that a triple. They do have the Mamoswine right in front of them as they're trying to dump 50. That goal zone healing and the Absol jumping back into the fight might make this a little tougher. Ice Fang holding Potato yet again, but Zante being an aggressive, supportive Mew with his serve forward and a coaching back. Been so impressed with Zante's movement on this Mew so far this game.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive, especially when paired up with Marv on that Umbreon, who has that wish build. So just being there to heal up the squad whenever they're needed is so impressive. Otherwise, we do have those extra berries because of that Kyogre map as well to go and replenish that HP. But so far, we do have some birds. Once again, it's just a matter of, I feel like it's a bit of a calm before the next storm that's about to arrive, being that in the top half of the third objective.
Yeah, it feels like we got a real short wait time between storms with these two teams, though. Jelmopele is able to find the Psyduck. Bruv hiding away just for a little bit of information in that tall grass does get exposed. So not too much experience sliding their direction, seeing as the Psyduck is only at level 10. But still, that does open up a little bit of space, and Jelmopele does have the information that Team Peps was on the bottom side rotate, allows them to get out of danger and already start forcing damage on this top side Reggie as Registeel is getting real low.
Yeah, they're getting shredded on down. Marv trying to create a distraction, but it does end up being the Mamoswine to lock that down for the squad. Otherwise, the fighting isn't going to stop. Traffy's diking in, but they're actually going to back on out, back to safety behind the rest of their members.
Interesting. I don't think I've been able to call it out so far this game, but this is a missed ball Latias. We did see that little AoE effect damage just a moment ago on that top side. You can try to see Latias reduce the incoming damage from some of these more melee-focused attackers. If they can get the Mimikyu and that Gyarados all in one of those area of effects, it could be sometimes team fight changing. But still, this Jean Lepelé team is going to be fighting from behind. Points deficit is hurting. Also, experience deficit outside of the Absol, not in the best situation. But that is the silver lining for them. This Traffy Absol at level 14. With that high critical hit rate, it can shred through even the toughest of opponents.
I guess this is the thing with Kyogre. There's so much potential in terms of setting up an ambush, but look at this. Gem Lepelé are nowhere in sight. Oh, wait, we do have a Mamoswine that doesn't get poked out by Zante's beam. It's just a matter of who can get the engage. Qatar is going in with their flail, trying to target, but get pushed back by that light screen.
Yeah, it does retreat back. They get a decent amount of healing, already back to about half HP. That's a very early Umbreon Unite move, not stealing a ton of HP. Class's Mimikyu Unite move is actually shut down as it's popped off of the Mamoswine, but it does get the KO back the other way. Potato 1v3 right now, but they're mega evolved and looking for more. Absol down. Flaylax trying to get in the peel, but the Gyarados is already inside the house in the back line, and they're all falling. KO streak at 3, make it 4, and all there is to do is try to find this Kyogre. As Mamoswine, not the quickest defender of the bunch, is not going to be able to rotate towards this main objective in time.
Potato really barged their way through that house and just wreaked absolute havoc to Gem Lepelé. Now that they have that Kyogre buff, these goals are indispensable, so can't really do much defending. It's just a matter of backing away. But even then, Team Peps, they have a massive lead at 326 to 60, so they don't need to continue pushing, but looks like they're not going to stop.
Yeah, this is sometimes the power of this Kyogre buff. You might not be getting any extra damage, but it does allow you to contend against some of these enemy Pokemon and walk away from it scot-free thanks to the healing effect that Kyogre will give you access to. Even another KO being picked up by Mew that is an enhanced boosted auto attack. This goal zone will now be under assault from a few of these Team Peps members as they want to increase this scoreline even higher. Gem Lepelé is on the back cap angle, but I just don't think they have enough points in pockets as Team Peps getting their bread up at a ton of points in. They're going to start this series 1-0.
I think it was more a matter of not ending the scoreboard with less than 100 points there for Gem Lepelé. I guess Team Peps, they continue forth, but they're like, you know what? No, we need more dunks. But in the end, 700 points to 180. A really strong start on broadcast for Team Peps, I have to say.
Yeah, fantastic, especially since they started their tournament debut earlier on today off stream with a 2-0 win, but much closer and honestly really tough early game. So whatever Team Peps was talking about in the locker room between that match and this one, it worked because this was a fantastic match from them start to finish. I really don't think there were many moments that we could pick out that it looked like Peps was struggling or not sure what to do. And oh my word, Zante with that movement was just ridiculous. Traffy though on this Absol, a bright spot, but just not enough to put this team in pole position.
Yeah, the movements were absolutely insane from Zante's Mew. Using that agility paired up with that eject button as well. And while Gem Lepelé did end up finding a little bit of breathing room in terms of securing that Regieleki and obviously that Registeel later on, it just wasn't enough to make the difference. With this dive, that Mega Gyarados, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, right? I actually kind of like Gem Lepelé's approach to that team fight in that situation. You push in, you kind of bait out the Umbreon Unite, and you shut down the Mimikyu Unite. So 2 great resources you pull out, but the problem is Team Peps is not only having 2 big resources, they also got this Mega Gyarados and 4 KO streak. Mamoswine just kind of thankful it got KO'd earlier, that it didn't have to face the wrath of the Mega Gyarados. And Potato, what a start to this game. Have to imagine they won't be getting this Pokemon in the next game in that ban phase, but who knows? Either way, they're going to be awarded our player of the game. 14 knockouts, 81,000 damage dealt. Incredible performance from Peps Potato.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're going to end up seeing this Mega Gyarados let free. Once again, I feel like they're going to have to go and join the spot with the other Mega being Lucario. But yeah, even then, yes, 14 knockouts. But that's also just because of the synergy of their squad. You had Marv being there right by their side once again to just replenish their HP. Brav just going and providing that constant disruption along with Zante. And then Klaus, even then, with their Shadow Claws just shredding them up. I've got to say, it's, again, Team Peps looking like a very strong contender in the EU League so far.
Yeah, they are looking fantastic. On the other side, Jean Le Palais, with their entrance into this league, like you were mentioning earlier, Kello, playing through that open qualifier bracket to make it into the top 8 teams in EU. A tough start, but again, this is one of the best teams in the league. So if you can push them to the brink in this game 2, and maybe even force the game 3 and try to win it there, that could be monumental for them. Taking a look at some individual stats from Potato, obviously hanging out in the top side for so long, but in the KO and assist ranking per their feints, they're sitting at 16 because they did not get knocked out a single time. A Pokemon where it feels like maybe its only weakness is its early game and the Magikarp stage. Jean Le Palais not able to expose that weakness, and Potato able to just kind of run riot after that.
I guess that's the thing. If they weren't able to expose this weakness during this match, well, what's the second option? Ban it away. Unless they are going to come in with a different answer to that Magikarp, because I guess that is the key, right, to shutting that down, that Gyarados, is just to delay it as long as possible. But we could see that effort gauge crept up very, very quickly at the beginning.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it excels in certain situations, and it feels like Team Peps found a spot to do it in that last game. We'll see. Obviously, you have the chance to ban. You have the chance to first pick it away on the opposite side, potentially in some of these drafts, depending on if we're choosing map side, if we're choosing draft side, etc., because a lot is to be decided by Jean Le Palais in this next game, because they lost that game number 1. They are now being able to choose. Do they want to choose what map we play on, or do they want to choose what side of the draft we end up on? I think early thoughts is that draft pick is probably the more optimal choice. However, we have seen certain maps creep in, and that Komai match we saw to start our EU broadcast saw quite a bit of Groudon throughout that Game 3 series, and we even did see a little bit of Rayquaza in the off-stream matches in EU. So really, who knows? All 3 boss monsters, if you will, getting picked in this Pokemon Unite tournament day. So very exciting stuff. Who knows where we end up in this next game? But either way, it is going to be on this French roster to try to pick something new. Clearly, not everything was clicking. They need to go back to the whiteboard because Team Peps is formidable. You got to come up with something new to try to take this team down.
I've got to say, I absolutely love how each year of the UCS that we've had, we've introduced something new. I mean, can you believe that we didn't start off with draft at the beginning of the UCS series? We ended up having the draft, a different map in terms of the Sky Ruins. And then, well, I guess going into this year, that new addition being that they get to actually select which boss they want to see in the middle. And I mean, it's not only that boss in the middle, but also it's just having, well, less grass, tall grass, if you have that Groudon on the field, or more tall grass if you end up having that Kyogre. So I guess it's just the strategies become more and more in depth for these teams.
True. Yeah, that's a great point to call out. And the grass being a very instrumental factor in sometimes when you're deciding these team comps, we'll have to relook at it because we are headed to Thea Dry Ruins now. It is Groudon time going into this game number 2, and Jean Le Palais will have first pick in this next matchup. So that's going to be laying the groundwork a little bit as we head into this Groudon map. I'm sorry or not. Either way, it is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, having a little bit less tall grass to work with might open up the field for some more attacker-style Pokemon. Even some ADCs we see potentially every now and then, but a little bit less reliance on all-rounders or speedsters might be available with more open space and more vision being created at any given time.
Yeah, that's the key, right? Vision, to know where the opposite team is as much as you can. And I feel like Kyogre really hinders that vision with how much tall grass there is. But yes, going to be really interesting to see how much of a shakeup we are going to see in this draft, having that different boss in the middle. But so far, the bans seem pretty similar, being Vaporeon, well, Mewtwo, and there we go, Mega Gyarados.
Right,
ban it away.
It made it farther in the ban phase than I thought it would, to be fair. But there it is. Mega Gyarados will be banned. Blastoise going to be banned as well. Only earning a couple of bans so far in this tournament. Does have, it's not technically at a flat 0. Of course, it shows 0 if it is between 0 and 1%. But so Blastoise earning a few bans so far in our tournament will be picked up. It does mean Suicune is going to be available. And yes, Jimulupale will be picking that Pokemon first. Mimikyu was the Team Peps choice early on in this 2-pick draft last time, Kello. I would not be surprised to see a return to that, but with Mega Mewtwo Y being available, that's going to take priority. Zante going to be going off the Mew, and we're just going to double up to the Mewtwo.
It's also just this day and age, having Mewtwo X on the ban list. Like, I feel like it has been so long since we've even seen this Pokemon, and now it's getting banned. I mean, double Mewtwo. The Mewtwo Shine. It does have 2 in its name, so.
There you go. Now, okay, I know I talked about Trappy's Absol. If there's one other Pokemon I would talk about that they have in their pocket, it is the one that is being hovered currently. Trappy is hovering over the Greninja. Timer will run out. That Pokemon will be locked in. So we do have Greninja on this side, as well as the Clefable support. We've seen some success from Clefable so far in today's broadcast and off-broadcast matches. So I think this makes a lot of sense to me. It is kind of running this Suicune Defender Clefable support so far. But all right, Peps, now it's time to shake it up. I like it. We talked about it. Long season experimentation. How about Bruv on, I almost said Bruv on the Gatlu. Bruv on the Greedent for this one.
Yeah, this is a look that I never thought I'd see from Bruv on the Greedent. I'm so excited to see this. But on that note, Potato, going back to his roots, his bread and butter, being that Buzzwole. I feel like when I think about Buzzwole, when I see Buzzwole, I'll think about Potato. Yeah. One of the greatest Buzzwole players out there in the EU region, I reckon.
I totally agree with you, Kello. The only thing is I'm kind of surprised they're picking it into the crowd control heavy composition on the other side, right? Like, you're going to have Suicune and Clefable to try to contend with. That does feel kind of tough. However, the Unite move combo that Potato can bring with the Buzzwole and that Super Swole Slam might give them a little bit more options. But Kello, check out this Qatar Scizor build, potentially. Weakness policy, the Razor Claw swap. They were running Rocky Helmet a moment ago, and I was thinking we are more likely going to be seeing the Scizor. But having the Razor Claw, who knows? Potentially both these Pokemon having a little bit more viability. Excited to see where Qatar goes. And then Klaus on the big old Firebird. We got Talonflame being locked in. A lot of OG release speedster Pokemon happening in our match today. I'm happy about that. We got Absol, we got Talonflame, and then of course there's the Greninja of it all, which I have to say is quite exciting. Can't wait to see that Pokemon. Very attacker focused build, and like we mentioned on this Groudon map, might give you a bit more chances to employ some of those ranged water shuriken attacks.
We'll just have to wait and see how this second game ends up panning out. We have Team Peps over on the purple side, Jemlupale on the orange, and we have Mewtwo and Buzzwole headed up in top path. And, well, once again, we don't have to worry about this experience share, do we, Zoinks?
Yeah, no, I think one light bulb did make it into this game, but only on the Clefable, so nothing on the purple side for Team Peps. Early damage from that Suicune and Scyther is pretty strong, but Potato's still going to shrug it off and move towards this tier 1 goal zone, trying to steal away any of that early experience. We talked a little bit about how Scyther has found a spot in this metagame as such a strong carry if it can stay ahead. Well, Team Peps has made it their #1 objective to shut that down as Bruv takes central. Early game aggression works out for Team Peps on the top side. Jimlupale really being forced and pushed to the brink already at the start of this game.
Look, it's the rules. If you're going to play Greedent, you have to be annoying and you have to go and invade, okay? It's written in the handbook, Zoinks.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, Bruv learned under the tutelage of maybe one of the best of this Pokemon, right? And does jump over the wall, finds a really scary target. The berry's giving this little Squovette a little bit of room to work, and there is no way. Bruv makes it back to the tall grass. Admittedly, there's not too much of it to hide in, but it will have a chance to recall, and Bruv's Squovette makes it home.
I'd say that was a pretty successful mission. Wasn't impossible. didn't end up walking away with any of those buffs, I don't think. But they did end up managing to reach that Greedent phase, and Qatar had to farm for scraps in the opposite area.
And there it is, an evolution animation as Qatar will be evolving into the Scizor. I did not, I thought we saw it with the Rocky helmet, but it will not hang around for too long, as that is Marv on the hunt with this mean look Umbreon. Pretty terrifying move for this Pokemon to have access to. A Scizor stuck inside that circle. Nothing it can do against those range attacks. Traffy does find a way to shut down Bruv in the central area invade and gets a little bit closer to that Greninja evolution.
Another thing I am noticing is Gemlupale are pretty much even across the board in terms of their levels. Only being that Espeon that has reached that level 6. However, Team Peps, they already have a level 7 Talonflame on their side. So a great start to the squad, also having the most points dunked so far.
Yeah, and a big Regidrago buff going over to Klaus as well. It does give you an increased scoring speed, and with 30 points in pocket, we could see that happen. Of course, Talonflame with that high speed stat, able to move across the map very quickly, but instead, we are just going to be focusing on preventing experience from ending up on the orange side of the map. Swablu, Altarius immediately taken down. Of course, it was the same case with the Regidrago, and now Klaus is going to be heading back into that central area. I think Qatar was able to steal away 1 or 2 buffs on an earlier invade. I don't think they're going to want to let that happen again. Team Peps keeping a close eye on their own central.
No, you have to have as much experience over on your side as possible, but Team Peps really trying to starve them out. Now having their first Unite move available being that Talonflame. Otherwise, they are going to successfully secure this Regieleki. It's only an Espeon trying to defend, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that one.
Yeah, Gemlupale instead actually going to be focusing their resources on the top side around this Registeel, holding close to that Clefable and try to get as much healing as they possibly can into the team to try to contend with the Umbreon and the Buzzwole. But now they got a whole lot more to contend with as Team Peps with a big push towards the top side. Klaus with a Flame Sweep gives them a lot of space, and now the runway is clear to start hitting the Registeel. Gemlupale doesn't let that happen for long, though, as they rotate in to join the fight as well.
Oh, they're just going to play passively for the time being, waiting for the perfect moment to collaborate together and make the dive. Otherwise, Registeel's making their way towards them is going to go back into position and replenish that HP. Team Peps trying to see if they can take a pick, but, well, surprisingly, they're actually just going to leave the Registeel for the time being.
Yeah, Traffy does go down, shut down by this grid. And also, shout out to Traffy for playing Surf Greninja in 2026. I've not seen that one in many moons. That will be Potato utilizing that Unite move, trying to get outside of that Suicune's range of influence. Scizor on the run as Potato trying to chase down, does use the eject button in tandem with the smackdown, so they will be just slightly shy. That bug type Pokemon chase down will favor the Scizor as they'll make it towards that bottom tier 1. Traffy does pick up a KO to the Umbreon, but they're just shy of that level 9 Unite move, hunting for any bit of experience they can find on it so far. Potato has that fly on cooldown, and they will get to the speed berry and get away, unless Red Illusion Dive finds them. I mean, just so many orange side players on the hunt for that Talonflame.
Yeah, really trying to hunt it down. Even Clefable took to the skies with their fly of their own. Otherwise, there it is. The Water Shuriken Burst coming out from that Greninja. It's looked by the mean look, but this isn't going to stop them from getting those goals. And now we have that Flame Sweep coming on in, but it didn't end up landing its mark.
Yeah, every single Pokemon dodging it with an absolutely incredible Eos Dunk, leaping into the sky to throw those points into the goal zone and jumping right over top of that Flame Sweep. Class not able to stop the scoring, and now Gemlupale in a much better position than they were moments ago. Still trailing on points, but they have a Regieleki walking, and if they can rotate quickly, they could contend with this topside Reggie. That being said, Team Peps have already brought it down to about half HP, and Suicune currently the only Pokemon within range to contest with the last hit.
Oh, it's the one that's in range to contest. However, they are the ones that are struggling behind, only being at that level 7.
Oh, yeah.
So Team Peps is the one that is going to secure that buff for the squad, the extra experience, but also that attack and special attack buff. once again, it's just a matter of trying to get whatever experience is on the board before making their next moves.
Yeah. Also, I just took a glance up at the mini-map. I don't know how, but Regieleki was around like where a Selgor joins the map at some point. So I think Potato was really forcing that poor Regieleki to some awkward spots. But Klaus and Potato worked together to knock out that Pokemon before it can land on that tier 2. Interesting choice for Jalumel Palais. They're instead going to try to just spend 2 Pokemon to defend this goal zone and the remainder of the Pokemon on their team towards that tier 2 on the bottom side to try to catch up a little bit on the scoring front. If another Regieleki can spawn in this match, they will have the chance to send it towards only holding 19 points goal zone. Team Peps, though, they scored on top side, and now they're going to look to try to even score on bottom side as well.
No, they are going to retreat knowing that jump pads are available, but Jalumel Palais are going straight into that central area to try and stop Marv in their tracks, send him back to the Pokemon Center. But I've got to say, that was a great play from Jalumel Palais, even though they ended up giving up those dunks up in the top path to Team Peps, to still have such a close point lead there, or point deficit, sorry, at 231 to 199. Some really interesting plays there from them.
Yeah, they're doing a lot better job of contending this time around. Now see, Qatar showcasing the power of Scizor at this moment of the game. Does not really care about being trapped in the mean look at this point with a level 13 Scizor. Does opt to use the full heal to cleanse that mean look this time around though, and is going to move towards the middle of the map. Dangerous point to go down at this point at level 13, and of course giving up a lot of experience. Now, like I mentioned before, that Regieleki did spawn in before this Groudon, so it will be walking towards that tier 2. If it lands, it will break that tier 2. So a simple score that happens literally a second before we enter. So 219 will be the scoreline for Jalumel Palais.
Once again, it's a close battle as we just saw the indicator come up on the map. Groudon has been in a rage, trying to find a hit, but there we go. Mewtwo has locked onto that Scizor.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, but of course you could just hide within the confines of the Clefable. Mewtwo Unite to try to add a few stunts, and it works together as there was a big combination of orange side players, bruv, with an amazing belly flop into the mix of it, and they get one KO immediately after. The Mewtwo getting involved. Klaus finding a KO on the backside. Traffy down to below half HP and is nowhere near the Clefable to link up for a little bit of healing. Groudon now about half HP left, and it's only 2 versus 5 to try to steal away this objective.
Yeah, but Traffy has been soloed out of the Groudon pit, unable to try and contest this Groudon, so it's going to go over to Team Pep. So while it was a close battle with these score shields on hand, that might end up increasing their lead, but Traffy, it looks like they're just going to go straight for the home base there with their own 50 points.
Yeah, there is around a minute left on the clock, so if a Groudon buff could be stolen away, this could be a big shift for Jalumel Palais. However, the Scizor is going to have to deal with a lot. Of course, a tanky Pokemon, but that Groudon damage buff is cutting through that outside armor. Exoskeleton, I think I was going to say that would be correct with Scizor, I think. Either way, Greninja will take down the Talonflame. Well, that will be it. Team Peps are going to win this one 2-0 over Jalumel Palais as they will take this second game, and in our week number 1 will be 2-0 on season record, at least in this day number 1.
Yeah, definitely showing why they have been invited to the European League and are going to be one of those teams to look out for. But in the end, 653 to 319 points. And we have Klaus there receiving that MVP on that Talonflame.
Yeah, an impressive showcase on that Talonflame, running that Flame Charge Fly build, right? Kind of the, I would say, a bit of a throwback when it comes to the Talonflame, but it's good enough for 6 KOs and a ton of points as well. 180, sitting at 89 on the MVP score. Very impressive stuff from this team. Team Peps, I think so far looking really, really impressive, and I think showcasing a little bit of fun, creativity in game number 2, and just, well, classic Team Peps dominance in game number 1.
Yeah, we had a mixture of, some classic picks in terms of, or comfort picks in terms of that Buzzwole, but also having Bruv being on that, I was going to say Gatloo myself then. The greeted.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's the days of me calling every Lucario player Lutano and every Greeted player Gatlu. I mean, we're so back at this point in time. But either way,
with
Team
the same
Peps.
letters.
Exactly. Team Peps this time making names for themselves. This was my favorite combo play, by the way. That Mewtwo Unite right at the same time as Greedent was launching in with their own. A nicely timed Suicune Unite move back the other way with that never-ending Ice Spikes, but it's just unfortunately too many unstoppables on Team Peps, and they are just going to destroy that Groudon. Traffy with no Greninja Unite move, not able to contend the Groudon secure, and that means Team Peps run away with this one. Klaus is your player of the game. 49,000 damage in this one, 6 knockouts. Actually goes down twice. We don't see too many knockouts on the Central Area Pokemon in dominant games like this. Just to say that Gemlupale having a bit better of a bounce back in this game number 2.
I guess that's where that fly really comes in handy. You're saying run away, but I feel like they have flown away with this set there. But yeah, in the end, we actually had Zante who did the most damage on this squad at 54k on that Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, Zante, I mean, just the face of consistency, right? On this Mewtwo Y, on a Pokemon like Mew. We know they have pretty incredible sniper-style Pokemon in the back pocket as well, specifically their Inteleon. But so far, we've just seen the consistent damage over time style of Pokemon. But there we go. Score graph obviously telling the story of this matchup a little bit closer when it comes to this game number 2. But either way, Team Peps 4-0 on map score in this day number 1.
Wow, look at this heat map. You can really see that Klaus was in and about all over the map, up in the top, up in the bottom, and obviously in that central area as well, getting those buffs. But I guess that's the benefits of Talonflame, especially coming in and closing the distance with their Unite moves that we actually saw from time to time too.
Yeah, they're impressive. Just a couple of the numbers I want to talk about too. Average experience per minute at 1499. It's actually quite high for a lot of these central area Pokemon. A lot of Pokemon are playing central will have higher numbers, but tend to end up around the low 1400 mark. So Klaus almost favoring that, almost at 1500, breaking that number. However, you can see where it exposes the other side is the first knockout of the game wasn't until the 434 mark. So 4.5 minutes into the game. So favoring a lot more experience control rather than early knockouts for this town. It's like just something to point out. But either way, Team Peps off to a great start. Love seeing this Talonflame from Klaus. Love seeing some interesting picks in general in this game. Scizor, Surf Greninja, Greedent from Bruv. I mean, really, this game delivered a lot on the Pokemon front.
Yeah, I've got to say, after watching ACL in Japan and C, and coming and seeing the Europe meta, it seems very different. I mean, it's always been that way anyway, but I guess, there's those similarities, but I think it's also just knowing that these players also have just their signature picks, which we absolutely love to see.
I do. I love seeing an amazing player with their ace Pokemon. It really is. It feels like the spirit of Pokemon and kind of Pokemon Unite as well. So that's awesome to see. That is going to be it for us on this game. We have one more game to conclude our coverage of EU before we hop over to another region. So we're going to get set for that. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. It is week 1. It is day 1 of our brand new league format. We are still here in EU. We are about to hop on the jets and head over to Latam very soon, but we have one more exciting game to show you. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spraggles, all the stuff, yee to the ha, and I'm here with the one and only Doobstex. Doobstex, are you ready for this one?
I sure am. Los Caducados versus Engage. Engage, an invited squad. Los Caducados had to earn their way into the league play-in. That was a wild way to say that. They pay me.
You know what? I'll let you do it again. Go for it. And of course, I'm here with the one and only Doobsnacks.
Hey, Cowboy, super excited. We've got Los Caducados coming around the pike, a team that had to play into this opportunity by winning the league play-ins. And of course, Engage is who they'll be squaring off against, the team that was invited to compete.
I would say that was 80 to 90% better. I really think that was
I didn't say the
excellent.
word "in" 17 times in one sentence, so I'm happier with that performance.
2 takes is great. We'll use that one for live. You guys let us know when we're ready, okay?
Yep, edit it and post.
Yep. Huh? All right. And of course, Los Caducados already playing a match off stream, losing one. I believe they ran into Peps earlier in the day, and we saw them just earlier looking amazing, right? One of the top teams to watch in the region. Los Caducados definitely don't want to start the day out 0-2, you know, so they really need to make something happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of a disastrous start to just their season as a whole, right? Losing 2. I believe, Peps maybe was probably favored. They might feel themselves to be a little bit more on par with Engage here, but Engage themselves are 1-0 already today. And they would also like to be sitting on top of the pile, finishing 2-0.
Yeah, no question, right? I mean, having a strong start in any of these leagues is going to be great. Of course, it also does put a little bit of a target on your back, right? As soon as you're the team that no one can beat, you're being studied more than any other team. And the nice thing about this format is you get a lot of teams to study. You know exactly who you're going to be playing in the upcoming days. You get to watch those teams, get ready for them, see what their picks are. So this is going to be really exciting as we head into our draft here for our 3rd game of the day. Engage is going to be our orange team. However, they do have first pick, and while the maps can rotate throughout the day, they are all starting on Kyogre.
That is correct. Blastoise seems to be on the chopping block early here, and Blastoise has also been incredibly strong when we've actually seen it into the Thea Sky Ruins, followed by Mewtwo, Mew, and Teleon, which kind of feels like a call out there, and we'll see where Engage rounds out their bans.
We're seeing our bans here. You know, you can see what percentage these Pokemon are banned throughout the day. We have the 0% on Blastoise. I heard Zoinks' argument for why that was 0% earlier. I just want to say that's a coward's argument. If this Pokemon is banned at all, it is over 0%. 0% is the absence of percent. Blastoise has been banned throughout the day. But I'll tell you a Pokemon that should have been banned here, and we saw earlier absolutely dominate. Mega Gyarados picked up first by Engage.
Yep, that seems like an old miss here, unless Los Caducados has a very dedicated strategy onto how to contend with it. We've got the Mewtwo there, of course, and Trevenant with the big Rootski being hovered by Switch, Blaziken, why not?
Well, you know what I'm seeing here from Los Caducados is they are targeting the attacker player on Engaged. We have Mew Inteleon banned and then Mewtwo taken by Los Caducados. So they are obviously trying to take away every weapon from that player. However, man, if I'm looking at this other side, I'm stressed. Mimikyu, Suicune, Mega Gary. I just do not like seeing that.
Yep, those are all incredibly strong Pokemon. There's no punches being pulled by Engage. They're saying if you're giving us all the strongest toys to use, we are going to play with all of them.
And here we go. Next 2 picks for Los Caducados. They have got the Zoroark, which we've actually seen do really well earlier today. And of course, Slowbro. Slowbro with that incredible single target Unite move, able to shut something like Mega Gyarados down, at least hold it in place for a moment so the rest of your team can try to throw the net around that big fish.
Yeah, but what's your target here? Is it Mega Gary? Is it Mimikyu? Are you going to stress them too much? You know, and we've seen slow beams go awry before. Crustle, Espeon rounding out Engage's selection. I'm a fan of Espeon. I like that. We'll see where Los Caducados goes. Hovering is Jirawi on All Creamy. And that's a fun little bit of alliteration. No, alliteration is the first letter of the word, isn't it? That's just rhyming. I'm an idiot. Continue.
I'll let you take that again. And it looks like is that a little alliteration? What is that, Doob Snacks?
It's certainly not alliteration there, cowboy. Alliteration is when there's multiple of words in a row with the same first letter. This is just your traditional preschool rhyming.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for correcting me there, buddy. I'm glad we got that sorted out. Alchemy as our last pick right here. Alchemy, always awesome. A little more rhyming for you.
Yeah, yep. That would be alliteration, my friend.
I'll get it.
We'll get it one day. We'll get it one day.
I know I will figure it out one day. If I'm looking at these bans, by the way, a Pokemon that I see banned every single game pretty much is this Mega Lucario, which is interesting, right? Clearly a lot of teams, not only do they have a lot of comfort play in something like Lucario already, but boy, that thing around some of these objectives, it almost feels like if you've got Mega Lucario, maybe you don't need Blaziken, right, and vice versa. And clearly these teams are not interested in fighting Mega Luca. However, Mega Gyarados, another set in a row where we're seeing this make its way into this match. For my money, it's the best Mega in the game right now, but we will see how it performs.
I'm with you. I do think it's a misstep allowing it into the game at all. And it just provides, obviously it's so incredibly strong. It stresses you in multiple ways. And now you're finding out that even if you do grab something like the Slowbro, like Los Caducados did, well, you got a Mimikyu also following suit right behind it, which can also eviscerate your team. There's another Pokemon that's currently incredibly strong. So I don't think they've solved the mystery here with their selections, and honestly, I think the easiest way to combat that is just to not allow Mega Gary into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough right now. Obviously, there are a lot of great Pokemon in the meta right now. You don't want Mega Gary, and you don't want Vaporeon, and you don't want Lucario, but something is making its way through as we head in here to game number 1 between these two squads. Los Caducados, your purple team. Engage, your orange team. Engage, having a strong start to the day, already winning their first set. Los Caducados down 1. They need to prove something here in their second set of the day.
They absolutely do. Again, they don't want to go 0-2 in both of their matches and end the day 0-2. So they have everything to play for here. Engage want to keep the ball rolling. A good 1-0 start from them, and they want to prove that there's a reason they're invited into this league.
Yeah, no question, right? Up in the top path, of course, we have the Gyarados just working to get online. Mimikyu making their way top here, as well as Zoroark. So we could see a little bit of a battle kick off around these birds, maybe even earlier. Mimikyu and Zoroark finding each other in that tall grass right there. The combo just barely missing.
It is an incredibly strong combo indeed, and something they're going to have to look out for moving forward here. Now we still just have a Magikarp who wants to hit their evolution through these wild Pokemon in the middle. Is going to be just a bit shy as that effort gauge continues to climb, and a good presence by Engage for players deciding to split as Mimikyu goes towards that Regidrago.
Yeah, I like that from Engage, especially when you need to babysit this Magikarp, right, to make sure that it gets online. They almost get the KO there on Alchemy, but it just evolves in time. The iframes make sure that it does not go down. And you can see Volto right here working on getting all of that effort gauge full on Magikarp. You know, brawling with your opponents is a great way to do it. Of course, if you can get an assist or even better, a KO, you'll be Gary even faster. But here we go. Big time waterfall chased into the enemy team. The Dragon Breath as well. However, it looks like the recover from Alchemy saving the Combusken.
Saving the Combusken, but also good coverage by the Suicune to try and keep Volto standing. A lot of good pressure on. Whirlpool's in. They are able to take care of Volto, and now Combusken to scramble towards their tier 1 pad.
You know what's fun is you said you might throw up earlier, and now you're seeing Combusken. So here you go, buddy. Enjoy.
Not being treated too well as Regidrago was taken by the Mimikyu here. So team-wide experience for Engage. And how will they use that to engage Los Caducados? They find themselves around that Combusken, quickly dispatching it with the help of the Crustler. And now Zoroark peeling back, has the Whirlpool there, has to go for an engage, going for a big feint attack, gets knocked out because they were put in the blender of 4 players.
Beautiful stuff there, and look at this, just allowing the Gyarados to fully stack up in the top path. And now the Shadow Sneak Mimikyu doing what it does best, just darting around the map, clearing all of that wild Pokemon experience. Really strong moment here for Engage. A fully stacked up Gyarados is extremely scary, and then they're leaving it in the top path to get all the levels it needs.
Yeah, I mean, good presence here by the Crustle just to keep Los Caducados honest. Now, it looks like that they're easily going to take the Regieleki, but Engage looks for more of an engage on the Kados. Here we go, right into the backline. Zoroark puts a ton of pressure on, and the Crustle does go down. They've been in the mix for a minute, unsurprising there. The rest of Engage peels back to their pad to see how they're going to tackle this Regieleki and Los Caducados' presence downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, Engage right there absolutely knew they were giving up this bottom objective, which they didn't seem to care about as much because they were making sure that their Gyarados became Mega Gyarados in that top path, got its level 9, got fully stacked up. So the next time that Gyarados sees a big team fight, it can unite, it can Mega, and it can start to take over the game.
Exactly, and that's what they're trying to leverage it for, right? We saw Mimikyu just buying time, being the first kind of presence of a big-time attacker, and Mega Gary is going to be the one that follows suit after this Regice is secured.
Yeah, it looks like Mega Gary needing to evolve there in that moment. We got 40 points on it right now. If they could break this top path, they might. However, if they leave it up, they just continue to let this Gyarados get bigger and bigger and bigger in the top path. Suicune with the Whirlpool Ice Beam catching the Mewtwo a little bit off guard. It's Alchemy that goes down.
Good presence here by Engage. We'll see where they go. Okay, nice little freeze and follow-up. Gonna get a couple players down for the exchange of Volto, though. I mean, this Blaziken is really feeling another quality freeze as the rest of Engage is stressing the T1 downstairs.
And you can see, I mean, they are focusing on this Gyarados with good reason on both sides, right? They were trying to get a big KO on it, which they do, but that's a level 11 right now. Incredibly strong. It should have a Unite move the next big fight it comes to as well. It used it not too long ago. Just needs a little wild Pokemon experience, and it's right back online with that big time Unite. And it has it. Every single fight this thing enters with that Unite move could be very scary for Los Caducados.
Without a doubt. Again, Caducados on this T1 bot. Engage rotating to provide cover here, and that Mewtwo goes way too deep and gets knocked out as the rest of Engage is looking to pivot. Regieleki's at half. Los Caducados has the presence. Is there going to be any contest? No. Easy overheat secures, and now Engage is just looking to catch.
Interesting. Engage right there, you know, was looking to grab them, looking for a big play right there, and they now have to, you know, dive towards them to make it happen. Mewtwo Unite move puts Espeon in a terrible spot. Gyarados continuing to brawl right here, but it is in trouble. Great play from Los Caducados as the Zoroark picks up another.
I'll let you take that again. What just happened there, Cowboy?
Zeraora has entered the battle.
You dumped it. I'll tell you what, you said it earlier, I don't think Blaziken's ever been bad, and it's sure as heck not looking bad today. Doing a lot of great work here for Los Caducados, and maybe warranted that early pick that we saw happen earlier today as well. Suicune trying to create space, but there's just too many players for Los Caducados, and I want to talk about that engagement by Engage downstairs. Oh, good Shadow Sneak on a prime target here. Engage looks to just maybe give up this pad, though.
Yeah, I think they realized the Mimikyu can't really make it in and get a win there against 5 members of Caducados, especially with Zeraora now leaving and Zoroark taking its place. Level 12 on the side of Los Caducados. Zoroark having a better day than I expected, I have to say. I didn't even know if we would see it in competition today. It's always one of those Pokemon that is picked up by high-level players, but I feel like it has been, you know, relatively absent from a lot of ranked and a lot of the top games I've seen. EU, on the other hand, making it look pretty.
Yeah, I mean, again, once it gets ahead, it can stay ahead very easily and create problems for the opposing team. There's good shutdown tools on the side of Engage, but I mean, that's a level 13 Mega Gyarados that we have not seen have a huge impact on this game quite yet.
No, not yet, but we've got maybe one or even two more big fights between these squads. We're actually brawling early. Slowbro caught right now. They're probably going to have to give this up and just get some positioning around the pit, and it looks like that's what Los Caducados is doing right now. Gyarados making their way through the central area. 4 members of Engage walking up, but it looks like Caducados is looking to maybe make a sneaky catch in that center. We have Engage looking for members of Los Caducados, but they're finding no one yet.
Yeah, the Zoroark with all its mobility trying to suss out where players are, and they know where Mega Gary is now. Are they going to pounce? Or are they going to adjust? Surf through on the Crustler. A lot of damage in on them. How are they going to pivot? And it looks like Los Caducados is going to fade back, but that Zoroark is still hiding.
Yeah, Zoroark knows exactly where Gyarados is right now. They have a lot of information right here. Mewtwo with the Side Strike just peeling back away from this fight. Neither team really engaging. Engage is ahead right now. Alchemy Unite moves super early. They're going to have to move in with this.
That forces Zoroark to go straight in. They get a key knockout on the Espeon after their Unite move. Now the chase is on. They have to get on top of the Zoroark. They do. The Mega Gary comes alive, and now they're going to have to leverage that huge Pokemon. 2 players down, and it's 2 quality ones as the rest of the Los Caducados are bullied out with that big Ice Age Whirlpool Ice Beam combination. And now it's all Engage in control on the front lines, and they're digging deep for more knockouts. The Surface back through to try and stun down the Gary, but it's not good enough. KO streak of 2 for them, and just a Whirlpool's gonna cinch up the Slowbro. Now though, Zoroark is here, Blaziken is here, and the lead is Engage's with a minute left.
I like this play here from the Gyarados, right? Volto just heading to get some experience right now. The Dragon Breath and the auto attacks there, not to mention the KOs, is going to fill the HP bar and get them closer to a possible Unite move. They are up right here, but 1 full-pocketed score does separate these teams. So it's not over for Los Caducados in many ways as they move in for the fight.
Big time Shadow Sneak upstairs. The Mimikyu doesn't pursue. They still have their Unite move in their pocket, which is great to isolate down a target. Gyarados hops back out. They're going straight to the middle. Kyogre's at half. We're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. We're looking for a quick secure. It is taken by Los Caducados, but they have 2 players down, and now the race is on. They got to get their points in, and it's a scoring race in the last 15 seconds.
That's right. They're peeling towards the bottom path of the Blaziken. Alchemy just coming back possibly in time. No, the Espeon does score in the bottom path, but Blaziken scores 100 on the other side. We have Suicune looking to stop this Mewtwo on the top path right here. No points able to go in on the bottom path. Does Mewtwo score? Blaziken scoring 6 in the main. Let's see who takes this victory, Doob Snacks.
I believe it's still going to be Engaged by a comfortable margin after getting that score. Not as comfortable as I thought. Holy smokes. 32 points separate these 2 teams after a great counterpunch, and Los Caducados securing Kyogre despite having the Zoroark and the Blaziken knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great fight there from both of these squads. Los Caducados, moving in with that Blaziken, looking for the secure. It's something they are able to do. Engage, of course, getting a couple of KOs, probably the most key thing that could happen there. So they didn't have enough Kyogre shields to really make the push that they needed. Also, peeling off for that score, they had the Espeon and Gyarados in that bottom path there. If that Espeon score doesn't go in, boy, that is scary for Engage.
Yeah, so scary. In fact, it turns into a loss, right? Because they needed that extra, whatever it was, 72 points to make sure that they kept their head above water. Great work there by Engage, and it just shows how scary these end fights can be and how powerful securing a boss monster is. Despite being down 3-5, Los Caducados are able to find a way to make it close by securing Kyogre.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of scary right here, the Alcremie Unite move, I'm not sure if it was a misclick, if they just wanted to take some really aggressive positioning right around Kyogre. It felt like it was too early, maybe a panic Unite, but there could have been some strategy behind it that I didn't, notice on first inspection there. Obviously, this is that moment we talked about. Espeon getting those points in, the Suicune being able to stop the Mewtwo in that top path, and we've got our player of the game, Miffle on the Espeon. 68,000 damage, 31,000 taken. But I think we're really looking to that score as one of the things that tipped it over the edge.
Yeah, great presence all around the map this game, doing a good job, of course, filling that attacker role. But when it comes down to it, it was that score. That 72 points was the difference maker for Engage in this one as they eke out a 32-point win.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Engage here. I mean, obviously, we saw earlier in the draft, it looked like Los Caducados was trying to take away a lot of attacker options from Engage. And now we have the MVP of the game being their attacker right there on the Espeon. So I guess that play, unfortunately for them, did not work out. However, once again, we saw Blaziken just secure the main objective in a fight. It feels like Blaziken has had an amazing start to this day. Here, we're only in EU so far, but its ability to just sit in the pit, charge up a secure move that cannot be stopped outside of something insane like a slow beam. It's just so incredibly powerful. And we look at our heat map here, of course, Dupes next. The bottom path, that's where Espeon was hanging out.
Yeah, and really insulating that bottom path goal zone pretty well all game long. And what you'd expect, right, out of this bot path attacker. Didn't rotate too much, going to the middle for the final fight, maybe a Regidrago here and there. But my call out for Engage, despite winning this game, the reason Miffle was able to shine is, unfortunately, that Mimikyu did not find a lot of moments.
No, it didn't feel like Mimikyu had a lot of moments. It was also playing the play rough build, which I feel like you see a little bit less than the others, right? I feel like more often you're going to see Shadow Claw and either Shadow Sneak or Trick Room. Play rough, not necessarily a bad move, but it doesn't feel like the biggest meta choice as of late. And I don't think it was particularly effective in a ton of those moments there either. However, Gyarados had a great fight there at the end, which we kind of expected, right?
Yeah, and it had to. If you're going to be a ghost all game, you got to step up and deliver. They certainly did. But for Engage specifically, I think there was other opportunities to get that Pokemon involved early. And even if you win, I think it's critical for these teams to recap the last 10 minutes in their brain and say, hey, there's some missed opportunities here that we're going to have to start tuning up throughout the course of this league play, because you don't get multiple opportunities in situations like that. So getting a win is nice. Let's make sure that we have it be an even more resounding win the next go around if we're fortunate enough to even get Mega Gary again.
Yeah, no question, right? It feels like the draft went pretty dang well for them, and they had a good game, but it did come right down to the wire. However, again, they won their first match of the day off stream. Los Caducados lost their first match of the day off stream. It'd be a tough start of the league on day one for Los Caducados to walk away here 0-2. That'd be a rough way to start, but the nice thing about the league format is it's not like their day, their year is done if something like that happens. And it also puts them in a position to be a bit of a spoiler team that maybe some teams aren't looking out for. Of course, you'd rather take the W here, and that is what we are looking to have them do in game number 2 if they want to make it to game 3 and possibly even up that record 1-1. We've got our bans here: Vaporeon, Gyarados, Mewtwo, Blastoise. Final ban over for Engage is going to be Mega Lucario. And for Los Caducados, they get one more ban right here, as a lot of the big Pokemon have already been shut down.
Yep. Engage is going to be picking first, which means Los Caducados did choose to pick second and chose the Kyogre map. For those of you just keeping track at home, as I mentioned, Engage is going to get this first pick. And it seems like teams, after they lose, like to be in that second pick slot and get back-to-back selections.
Yeah, there's just so many strong choices right now. It might be a strategy saying, like, look, we know the 1 or 2 Pokemon they're probably going to take, and we're just going to move on with our strategy on the other side. Mewtwo picked up, and they definitely want that Blaziken. What a power pick it's been all day.
Absolutely. Across the way, unsurprisingly, Caducados going back to the Blaziken and a Miraidon pick to go alongside.
Yeah, and here we go. We see Engage looking for their possible support and defensive core for the side of their team here. Mewtwo, already a really difficult one to chunk down, right? This thing is just so tanky, so strong. And it looks like it is going to be the Umbreon, going to be the Hoopa, two Pokemon who have never been bad the entirety of their time in Unite. They have been insane. Next couple of picks here. We've got Trevenant and possibly a Latias. I love Latias right now, but we'll see if that's what they decide to go with.
Nayat with the hover. They are the support player for the Caducados, and they do go with Latias. Now, Greg22 over here grabbing Hoopa, a Pokemon I mentioned earlier that I really enjoyed and was surprised we're not seeing more often because of its strength. We've got the Mew hover, and we've got a Talonflame hover. Mew is locked in by Miffle. We'll see where Hiyori goes.
Yeah, Talonflame is a possibility here, and they do lock it in. You know, the nice thing about Talon is when you're running into Pokemon like Latias, when you're running into things like Glaceon, things that are able to kind of hit you with something, and then the effects continue to linger on, like that Dragon Pulse or that Icicle Spear from Glaceon, you can just fly up into the sky and negate, you know, a huge amount of that damage. You can also essentially just cancel out a Latias Unite move targeted on you, which is really nice. Final pick here is going to be the Greninja. I love Greninja, but tournament-wise, competitive-wise, I feel like this Pokemon has not done much since year one.
I agree. We've seen flashes in the pan of Greninjas showing up and kind of balling out, right? Just having some really clever moments. However, Jose is going to have to make us a believer today, Cowboy, because it's facing a lot of targets that have an opportunity to jump right on top of it. And the number one I'm looking at is, of course, that Talonflame, which can just crash land on top of it and absolutely eviscerate its HP bar.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what kind of Talon comes out in this match. I feel like oftentimes you do see a Fly Talon, but Brave Bird still an incredibly strong choice that a lot of these teams could flex into if they want. It's a bit of a delete button on some of these squishier Pokemon. And yeah, if you see Greninja and you crash right on him into an Aerial Ace boosted, they're pretty much gone in a moment here. So we'll see how Talon looks in this upcoming match. I'm excited for it. Los Caducados in trouble right now, for sure.
Yeah, back against the wall. We know they got 0-2'd in their first match. They certainly don't want to end day one. Obviously, they want a match win, but they certainly want to end the day with at least one game win. So I'm looking for the Caducados. If you're going to make a cheeky choice like Greninja, I want to see them feed this Greninja all day long. Make sure it's the biggest thing moving on the map. That way, just by sheer over leveling, it can stand in the pocket against this Talonflame.
And here we go. Game number 2. Los Caducados, your purple team engage, your orange team engage, looking to finish out a really solid start to their day. Already 1-0 with their matches. Los Caducados in trouble of being the team to get beat twice on the first day of the league.
Well, Engage putting some pressure early. Half the HP bar of that Umbreon is gone. Currently just an Eevee, but you can tell around that level ticker there, you can see the little Umbreon tail to let us know that that's indeed what we're fighting with today.
Greninja in the central area, Talonflame in the central area for both of these squads. A little bit of a skirmish, it looks like, in the top path happening right now with the Mewtwo and Hoopa. And they pick up Latias in the top path. And here comes Talonflame in the bottom path, getting very aggressive down here, seeing if they can pick up a KO. They are chasing onto the Miraidon, looking for something on this Trevenant. They're not able to make it happen. Finally, they get it.
Getting the knockout is huge. Making it out is even better. Umbreon gets dispatched. The Frogadier is on the chase. Phantom has eyes exactly where the Talonflame is. Mew able to provide just enough of screen so they get back, but they lost a bunch of that bird experience, Cowboy.
Yeah, it looks like almost everything, if not everything, went over to the side of Los Caducados right there. Trevenant evolved. Greninja in a great position with a ton of HP. However, Talon and Greninja scrapping in the center right there, and it looks like they both peel away, trying to get some of that central area experience here. Back down to our bottom path. Nice secure by the Miraidon. Gets them there, level 5.
Well done by the squad here. Nice little rotation up as Trevenant is going all the way into the top path, creating a pretty substantial rotation. We do have Mega Mewtwo X online. Now, is that enough to keep Caducados from keep pushing? It looks like for now it is.
Yeah, nice big wood hammers right here. And Latias, Nihat there, just spending all of their time hitting with that Dragon Pulse, charging up that power that gets progressively stronger as they move throughout the match, turning them from just a support into kind of a support attacker carry hybrid.
Absolutely. The Reggie Drago going to Los Caducados, good crop of experience. Nice little surf. Talonflame combination, can't quite get the knockout, but you gotta think if they were able to take care of Greninja there, it would have felt like a big win.
I mean, they were looking for Miraidon and somehow found a Greninja, both of them almost going down. Nice eject button on the Miraidon. Greninja just wrong place, wrong time.
Nice wood hammer there. Talonflame takes the skies. The chase continues. Boosted auto on the tree isn't enough to take care of it because that thing is robust.
Talonflame right there. I mean, having a very Al Pacino moment, missing just by inches in that bottom path. The flies so close to their opponents, but nothing happening.
Now we just have poor Greg hanging out on this Hoopa in the face of two, doing what they can to try and take some of the experience, not for their own use, but to just take it away from Caducados. Now the hyperspace highway is open. We have a quick rotation to contend here as the Charge Beam Miraidon is going to push back this Umbreon all the way. We saw the Greninja Unite pop out at the very end. We'll see what the Talonflame does as we are scrapping upstairs, and it's Engage getting the better of that one. They snap through the portal, top off their HP, and they're going to escort Reggie Alecki, driving Miss Daisy, and drive it all the way home here as they have all the players in the right spot.
Beautiful stuff there from Engage. Obviously a perfect portal, right? Just lets the whole team reset before they decide to assault that top goal zone. 28 points, and you got 21 there on the Hoopa. I don't know if they want to put it in a position to get close to going down, but it looks like they're actually just going to peel away from this. Not exactly what I'd expect, but they're going to support their team.
I mean, sometimes you got to unite in Pokemon Unite. Support your squad. See what you can get done. Portal open in the background, but Greninja gets the knockout. KO streak of 2 before they are able to blink out of existence, and the tree taking care of the Mega Mewtwo X. Now we have another Greninja Unite. It feels like it's on infinite cooldowns here as they keep popping it as soon as it populates. Umbreon going to create the separation. Nice little adjustment there with Talonflame unable to land a strike. And finally, the Flame Sweep. Before it hits a wall, it hits a Greninja.
Yeah, and there we go. Finally, Greninja going down there, Dupes next. But you're right. I mean, the Unite moves just back to back here, making sure they get enough wild Pokemon experience to get it back online quickly. Greninja making some big plays right here. And there we go. Talon is down, didn't have the fly ready, so they couldn't avoid that damage.
We'll see what they do here. Los Caducados and this Greninja specifically are sitting on top of the pack in terms of experience, which is where it needs to be to have an impact, right? And Greninja right back in the center going to keep leveling up as they close out a tier 1 goal zone up by 143 points.
Los Caducados looking great here in game number 2, right? I mean, this is very different from game 1. Got the shield on the Greninja, deciding whether or not they want to move in. Wow, huge eject, but no one from the team there to pick that up. Must be some miscommunication from Los Caducados, because that looked like they were setting up a huge fight.
It really did. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Fortunately, it didn't cost them too much, but Engage is now on the chase for where they can find value on this map. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in about this one, and we finally see the Rings Unbound Hoopa open up that big portal, and the rest of the squad pour through as Umbreon is left to play D, and Los Caducados tries to rotate fast enough.
So Reggie Alecki here now walking. They have another opportunity to score in this top goal zone. They didn't break it earlier, making sure they did not give their opponents a ton of experience. Mewtwo Unite move doesn't get much done. They go down as we have the Reggie Alecki walking towards the goal zone. Points being scored in the bottom path. Engage coming back here a little bit.
A bit of a misread, though, on Engage. It kind of felt like they thought everybody was going to abandon the top path and like push T2 bot. So they kind of ripped it, and they found out that Los Caducados was about that action and was able to get a couple quality knockouts. A reasonable pivot by Engage to get points into the bottom path as Reggie Drago is snatched up as well.
Los Caducados got to be feeling pretty good right here. It feels like every time they get into one of these big engagements with their opponents, they are winning a lot of these fights. Greninja uniting onto 3 of them right here. Talon up into the sky. Misses the fly once again, but the Flame Sweep able to pick up the KO.
Yeah. Fortunately, they didn't have to extend their Unite move right there, Cowboys. So the Talonflame is still holding on to that as we've got 1 minute until our boss monster hits the map. Mega Mewtwo X a little bit early than when you'd want it post scrap, but now a couple points going in as well, and the lead is stretching. Down by 93 is Engage.
You know, Engage spent this entire match with that tier 1 goal zone up in the top path for their opponents, right? And I think that was very intentional. In fact, it obviously was very intentional with them not scoring in that top path. They wanted to not give experience over to the side of Los Caducados, but regardless of them doing that, they are still ahead on the XP side for Los Caducados. They've got the 13 on Greninja, Blaziken, and we've got a level 12 on the Miraidon. It's very close, however, for Engage. Now they have three level 13s.
Yeah, they really needed the Talonflame to measure up, and that last knockout they were able to get about a minute ago is really what helped the Talonflame stay online, as we have 15 seconds till boss monster here, and we are going to start scrapping through it.
Sneaky little fly right there. Not only gets the wild Pokemon, gets that red buff, but also able to hit the enemy so the cooldown gets reduced. Really nice stuff there. For some of the flies that have missed today, that was a perfect one.
I agree. Talonflame looking for a pretty robust flank. As Trevenant is in the mix, Solar Beam comes through, repositioned by the Umbreon, tries, tons of damage is out, pops the Trevenant Unite on the backside. They are able to catch the reset before they're knocked out. That was gargantuan. Hiyori doesn't go down, but the Greninja does off the back of the Mew. Silent all game, but makes their presence known right there. Mewtwo Unite is out, and the Mew Unite goes into the fog as they're going on the chase. 2 players down, that's the Latias. The Meteor Storm lands, but doesn't find any quality targets. We take to the skies with the fly. We're chasing for the Blaziken, but we get out of the way of the Woodhammer. It's a KO streak of 2 for Mega Mewtwo X as they want more bodies. They're going straight towards Blaziken. Mew is dispatched of, and coming back off respawn is the Greninja for round 2.
Wow, I mean, what a great fight there for Engage through a lot of it. However, Los Caducados holding their own, staying in this thing, and Los Caducados is up right now, and they're chipping at this Kyogre. Moving in for this fight, Umbreon pushing forward, Talonflame, Unite moves 2. However, we have 2 down on the side of Engage, Doob Snacks.
That was a huge flame sweep and a good portal to reset. Fly back to the sky, hits 2. Positioned by the Horn Leech. Nice charge beam follow-up. And they're falling like dominoes now. Oh, Greg is low on HP. They're trying to reset. Trevenant knows exactly where they are. They Phantom Force through the wall and catch their own portal out. But now it's all the pressure on by the Caducados in the middle. Kyogre is getting eviscerated. Jumping into the mix is the Mew. Surf for the reposition, buying enough time. Is it enough? No. Los Caducados secures. And the portal is down, but they get reset the hard way, and that's the Caducados catching bodies, as now they're looking to put up more points.
They're moving towards this central goal zone here with only 15 seconds left. They are already up in this moment, finding a big victory here in game number 2, and boy did they need it. This is not only, you know, a victory in this set, but it's got to be a huge morale boost for this squad.
It absolutely is. I'm looking at the Trevenant here. What a series of plays at the end of the game. Good Woodhammer repositions. You know, always understood the limit of their Pokemon. Didn't get caught out, but was getting a lot of information. And then that monster Horn Leech on the Talonflame, pushing them into the wall and allowing Charge Beam Miraidon to lace one in there and get quality knockouts. Well done by Los Caducados, and tip of the hat to the tree. I think it was Jirawi.
Yeah, that Trevenant play was amazing all game. You're right, it was Jirari. Just so many big plays, so many beautiful lined up eject wood hammers to reposition the enemy team. It felt like Trevenant was an absolute force in that match for Los Caducados. Greninja having huge moments throughout the match. However, getting caught in kind of an unfortunate situation right at Kyogre. It felt like maybe that was going to spell the end from Caducados. However, they were able to continue this fight, stay strong while Greninja was on that respawn timer.
No, that's a great call out. I mean, this, you kind of see the desperate Meteor Storm, which is able to take the Umbreon, but most importantly, get the pressure off of them and buy time for Greninja to come back. This is where we're seeing that rescrap. Flame sweep right there. Soon the Talonflame will take to the skies and land on a couple. And that's the Horn Leech I was talking about right there. Push right off, they land off to 2 targets. Nice Horn Leech into the wall. Charge Beam wraps up the Talonflame, wraps up Engage, and Los Caducados wraps up Kyogre.
Yeah, and Mew, unfortunately, probably not the move set you're looking to have right there for that secure. You know, you've got Surf, you can push your opponents off, but you don't really have that punch that you get from an Electro Ball or a Solar Beam there. Not able to get it. Greninja, our MVP of that game, most KOs in the match, 8 knockouts, but also going down 4 times themselves, 3 assists, doing some pretty decent damage, taking some pretty decent damage as well. Got the Surf smoke screen build. And you saw some resets on that Surf throughout this game. You can set up some huge plays if you could reset your move there with Surf by picking up a KO on your opponents.
No, absolutely. I'm looking again at Girarwi. I just thought their Trevenant play was phenomenal in this battle. You know, obviously taking a ton of damage, but most importantly, setting up some very quality knockouts throughout the course of this one. And at Kyogre was no exception.
You know, a Pokemon on the side of Engage that I thought was really valuable. I thought Mew was incredible on their side, but also Hoopa. Hoopa felt very, very valuable. Unfortunately for them, the Speedster pick on the side of Engage, Talonflame, didn't really seem to find as many moments as Greninja throughout that match. You could take a look at the scoreline here. Los Caducados ahead the entire time, seemed to have great control over this whole match.
Yeah, great control. And I actually felt like their confidence and control throughout the game increased as well. That final fight really showed a lot of patience and tact out of Los Caducados that I don't think we saw game 1 personally. So they're evolving within the context of even a match, forget the weekend, just this match, and improving their odds here as both of these teams, I believe, getting pushed to a game 3 for the first time today.
Yeah, this is really nice for Los Caducados, especially if they're able to even this one up, not walk away 0-2 for the day. That would be really huge for them. Some signs of life from this squad. Engage, you know, this isn't the worst match to lose, but boy, you really want to end the day as one of the top teams.
You absolutely do. Now we got to take the quick consensus. How'd you feel about Greninja?
I actually thought Greninja was great. I expected more out of Talonflame in that match. I think Talonflame seems like a strong pick in that situation, but Greninja actually had some huge moments. However, it seemed to have a disastrous fight and kind of a decision to fight, it seemed like, at the Kyogre. Now we're going to have the Groudon map, and it looks like first pick will be Engage.
Yeah, no, great call out. Blastoise and Vaporeon both selected quickly. I actually like banning this Blaziken as well. It was definitely one of the shining lights that Los Caducados had on their side. So I'm unsurprised to see Engage not want to engage with it, as Mega Gary right where it should be on the ban list.
Yeah, Blastoise also picking up more and more bans as the day goes on. We've got Mewtwo banned out. I'm not sure which one. I think that might be Mewtwo, but I'm not positive as of yet. Final ban over to the side of Los Caducados is going to be the Mimikyu, and Engage is going to have our first pick right here. Groudon, an interesting map. I like it the most of the 3, but it does create some crazy ending moments. And here is this Mega Lucario, a Pokemon that we've seen banned out time and time again throughout the day. Well, it finally makes it into a match.
It sure does. And Engage has been in this first pick position every single game this set so far. On the side of Los Caducados, going back to the Miraidon, unsurprisingly, and the Mewtwo belongs to them.
Yeah, now we're looking for our defender support core once again on the side of Engage. Crustle, I feel like, has just been a monster. In every match, I think that thing is just crazy good. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it up, and they do. Hoopa, once again, we called it out last game. I think that Hoopa was an absolute playmaker for Engage.
Yeah, I mean, so much value. So much value. Greg was in a great position all game long and was making incredible plays with it. Naya going back to Latias, it looks like, that hover, and Girarwi, unsurprisingly, on the Trevenant. That's where I would want them to be as well. I think they had a great game, and they weren't the piece of the puzzle that I'd be changing right now. Nayad, however, not finding a lot of purchase with the Latias, decides to jump back on the Duck.
Yeah, and here we have Psyduck, Trevenant right now locked in, as we talked about. This one's not a shocker. It was huge. I think I'm with you 100%. This set up so many big moments throughout that last match that I'm not surprised to see it again. The Mew totally makes sense, and a Pokemon we're seeing more and more in competitive play, whether it's the Scyther or Scizor version, is Scizor here. I think this is going to be Scyther in the center.
Yeah, what's its target, though? I guess now it's Greninja. Miraidon's a pretty decent one. Everything else is going to be tough to maneuver around. I mean, it doesn't take much for a Trevenant to snag a Scyther, right? Especially if it's going kind of like the Swords Dance moveset that we saw earlier today, right? With less mobility. Girarwi has a real opportunity to blow the doors open of Engage's entire strategy here.
Yeah, same with Nihat, right? I mean, that Psyduck is
true.
annoying. When you dive in to fight and Psyduck uses that Unite move, really makes every member of your team weaker throughout that fight. Just really tough for a Pokemon that has a lot of dive like that. So we'll see how this Scyther looks in this match. Again, it could be Scizor, but I think we're going to be seeing a Scyther. The big thing, and we talked about this with Greninja as well, if they can somehow get this Pokemon to get a little bit of a level lead, it just steamrolls your opponents. And it clears farms so fast, making its way through the center, top and bottom path, just clearing everything on the map so quickly that it often does have a really strong level lead every time it enters a fight. And it's going to use that on top of its Excel Bracer to pick up some KOs and just continue that snowball rolling down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the ability of Greninja, it too has pretty decent, right, mobility. But every time it fights, it's almost like it's dragging you into trying to get in a fist fight in a ball pit, right? When you have the Psyduck and the Trevenant into the mix to just bungle you up while the Greninja is just skating all around you.
I don't know why, but fist fight in a ball pit, if I ever saw a headline that says Doob Snacks arrested, it would say for fist fighting in a ball pit. I just know it for sure. As we head into game number 3, Los Caducados, your purple team, engage your orange team. Here we go. Los Caducados desperately trying not to end day 1 0-2, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, listen, all I'm going to say is if Charles Entertainment Cheese is going to step up to me again like he did last time, we're fist fighting in the ball pit. That's just what it boils down to.
I appreciate that you use the full legal name of Chuck there. I think it's important because you are taking them to court. As we head to the top path here, we're seeing this Mega Lucario, I should say, brawl with this Mega Mewtwo X. And it looks like with the support from both of these, they're just going to walk away unscathed.
Yeah, really just testing the waters to see who is going to overextend. Now, if I am that Mewtwo X, I'm trying to make sure that I don't get caught out because, of course, that Scyther is now roaming the map, and it's easy for that Scyther to pounce and create a quality knockout for themselves.
Greninja gets great information right here. They know exactly where it is, and they move in on it right there. The dual wing beat hits the Mewtwo, but doesn't get a lot. They're chasing it right down with the Greninja, not able to make the KO. Hoopa cutting them off slightly right there. Great stuff from Engage. They were in a scary spot, but they were able to pull back.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the quality of just a good support player. Just being able to get on there, put the Hoopa just in the mix and drag attention away for the Scyther to get out shows that, you know, you can play the support role without having all your support moves online quite yet.
Here we go. Mewtwo now going to hit their 5, which means unfortunately they're going to waste this Mega Gauge unless they can find a quick fight in the top path, as we're seeing our team Engage just farm up here in the bottom path. Scyther already level 7, so looking to make maybe a sneaky play here in bot. You might expect them to be center for Regidrago, but they're hiding in the tall grass.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching the Frogget here to see where they're rotating. They're going to make their presence known up top to see if we can get any value out of the Scyther downstairs. Both central area players are kind of just avoiding each other at this point in time, as it actually looks like our fight downstairs is starting to evolve a little bit. Greg peeling down, Psyduck, Greninja showing up for the smoke. Portal is down. Is it going to be quick enough? No, the knockout is there.
Wow, the Psyduck picking up that Scyther right there. That is huge for the side of Los Caducados. Great fight. They go down. It only took 2 members of Los Caducados to hold them at bay while multiple members decided to rotate down for that Regidrago fight. This match incredibly close, but Cados definitely taking the best of a few of these engagements here.
Right now, Lucario doing a good job securing some of this wild Pokemon in the face of a Mega Mewtwo X, and it just evolves just in time for just a quality knockout.
Yeah, big stuff right there as Hoopa moves to the top path to punish them. And now you can see Greninja able to take this all by themselves. Bottom goal zone gone for Engage. It's going to be a nice Reggie Steel buff for the side of Los Caducados, and that could be great for this upcoming fight. Regieleki nowhere close to done yet. Greninja, though, moving through their central area.
Doing a great job. Dual wing beat on Trevenant, not the target you want here, as Engage looks to turtle up around their T1 with the Regieleki marching in their direction. Is Los Caducados going to take this fight here in the face of 4? It looks like they're playing it a little bit safe. Overextension by the Crustle. The portal is down. They're pulled and dragged away from the portal. They can't catch it. Just barely able to nab a berry as the Scyther Unite is out, and now we're putting the pressure on. KO Shrika 2, Greninja getting into the back line. They do get dispatched of, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, Greninja right there picking up a triple, and you can definitely assume that Engage did not expect to have that Regieleki walking towards them in the top path. We didn't get to see the secure, but they had Mega Lucario there, close combat and power up punch, yet they somehow lose it to Miraidon, picking it off there. Unfortunate stuff for Engage, and then an unfortunate fight as Greninja moves in, picking up a huge triple KO. The silver lining, of course, for Engage is that Scyther got the KO back the other way, grabbing all of that Greninja's experience.
Yeah, and that's the thinnest of margins here. Rock Tomb, X-Scissor coming back through, reposition X-Scissor back into the wall, but that's just enough to slow down the 5 for them to get knocked out twice. Greninja, 5 KOs in the last 60 seconds, and you gotta think that Greninja is feeling it right now.
Greninja right there, a little bit of bad math scoring in the top path, but it's not that bad for them as they are up 200. It was to 0 now. Some counter scoring from Engage brings them to 57. Greninja having their moments. It's always one of those question mark Pokemon. It feels like a Gengar almost, right? You have these players that are incredible on it, but will it be able to be the difference maker in some of these big fights? Mewtwo Unite move, not for a lot of value, but they do have information on where every single member of Engage is at right now, which means they know that this is pretty much a free secure in the bottom path.
Yep, absolutely. Now, what is Engage going to do? Down on the scoreboard, down in experience. They've taken most of their experience that's kind of cheap and free on their side of the map. They need to start looking for bodies, but Los Caducados knows what's up, and they're chasing for him as well. Rock Tomb straight into the dual wing beat. Could have been a quality knockout, but not quite enough in the tank to finish her out.
I actually felt like Caducados was okay with them possibly going down there as they continued to position multiple members for a counter strike if they were able to fight. Engage now looking for more opportunities to score. We've got some points. No, not going in from the Scyther. They're actually in a little bit of trouble right here as multiple members of Caducados are here to defend the goal zone.
Closing the goal zone out right there with a Mew Unite following. Trev Unite popped as well. Portal's down. Nice little reset for 2. Close combat goes wide. Reposition with the Woodhammer here as Jirawi is up to their old tactics. Huge Horn Leech for 3, and we'll see what that results back into. Can it convert into a knockout for this Los Caducados team? And it doesn't look like it as the fight settles back in. Psyduck right there with the surf, into Mew using their surf to try and get out. Greninja Unite straight onto the top pad as we're crash landing on top, and Engage is trying to stem that tide as well.
And here we go. Greninja deciding whether or not they're going to move through this fight. Instead, just deciding to take some experience here from the side of Engage. This Greninja making huge plays throughout this match, moving in with some boosteds against Crustle right here. About a minute 15 away from Groudon. 100 points separate these squads, and it really does feel like a lot of beautiful team fights here from Los Caducados. Engage is going to need to find something big as they pick up a nice KO there, and they get to finish off the Miraidon as well, opening up this bottom Reggie for them. This could be huge, but Greninja making their way towards this bottom path as well. They could move through the smoke screen as they are kind of dancing towards this objective. Engage pulls away from it, and Los Caducados pulls away.
Interesting maneuvers out here. We've got 35 seconds until our boss monster populates on the screen. It is Groudon this time around, of course, and we'll see how Engage tends to play it, giving up this Regirock very easily.
Yeah, Regirock over to the side of Caducados, and 2 Pokemon that's really scary. I mean, 3, all these tanky, the Mewtwo X, the Psyduck, the Trevenant, and here we go. They are moving towards this fight right here. Scyther possibly picking up something with a dual wing beat. Beautiful, unstoppable right there from the Lucario.
Oh.
Huge catch, though.
Gerarwi all straight into the Mega Luca, down before they can make their presence known. Los Caducados sees that as the writing on the wall. All Engage can do is watch from the outside as Los Caducados swarms the middle. They're jumping on top of this Mew, who's forced to pop their Unite move and get into the fog just to see how they can reposition. That was a good surf on 3. Nobody's there to follow up, as for some reason the Scyther's scrapping with the tree. Popping 2 Unite moves back and forth is not going to be enough. Psyduck on the chase, they use their Unite move as well. All of a sudden, this Mew, Miffy is on the backside, and everybody knows where they are. How is Engage going to react? They're forging back into the middle. Gerarwi looking for another stun. The rings are unbound, and the fists are flying, and the stuns are there for them as well. Engage needs to follow up as the HP bar. Gerarwi's down. Greninja's down. The meteors are crash landing on Earth, but everybody's bubbled out into the middle. Engage has the opportunity and the positional advantage to take this thing down. Mega Mewtwo X finds 2. They're looking for their third. Can they get it? No. The Rebel Rousing is there. The Mega Lucario is back in time, and now they still got to get those points in because they're down by exactly a hundo burger.
3 KOs, however, for the Mewtwo. It's definitely not over, but they do need to make a score happen right here. Lucario with the Groudon buff, looking for their moment. I don't believe Scyther has it, but I'm not positive here. We have 40 seconds left. They could be waiting for their team before they decide to fight here. Obviously, they're going to be very powerful, but so is the defense from Los Caducados. 30 seconds now, Doob Snacks. Scyther making their way. Hoopa running towards the top path. We have Miraidon on pad. Lucario looking to score, and no one is... Oh, wow.
They stopped their own score. The Trevenant backed out. Okay, even, Steven. 10 seconds left. Somebody's got to get points in. 76 back the other way in the back door. Engage has to get it in. They've got 5 seconds. Greninja is down. The fight is on. They got to start trying to score. Plus 14 is not going to be enough. They're going to need a bit more. What? Go plus 40. Was that 54 total? Quick math, plus 6 scored back the other way. I don't think they got enough, Cowboy.
I don't think they did either. So incredibly close right there. Huge wood hammer to stop the score. And it is Caducados, 282 to 254. What a defense on that goal zone. That Trevenant is absolutely perfect for their squad. Huge plays in every game.
Yeah, I mean, facilitating everything that they were able to find success in. I mean, I don't care who the MVP they put up is. For me, this whole match, it's Gerarwi on that Trevenant. Looked absolutely phenomenal. Los Caducados here taking a big fight. We got into the deep waters with the Greninja here. 3 KOs for the Frog. Just getting a paltry one back the other direction. But that really felt like the story of this game was that Greninja when it stepped into the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Greninja had so many big moments here. This final fight, though, another huge moment for the Trevenant, right? I just feel like every time you look at this Trevenant, they're making plays. That final fight, that final push from Engage, there were a few ways that could have gone. Interestingly enough, they slowed down their Lucario score in the top path, instead deciding to wait for their team for a moment right there. And I wonder if, had they had just another moment, had they been a little more aggressive, a little faster, I wonder if they could have won this match.
No, that's a great point. I mean, of course, going into this final score, we had the Lucario cancel their own score into the stall here, and that represents like 4 seconds, right, Cowboy? So, I mean, who knows what you can do with just a bit more time on this second pad here. It could have been the difference maker, as Gerarwi was there fighting by themselves. Here we have Relly on this Mewtwo, that Mega Mewtwo X, able to do great work as well. Tons of damage taken.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tanky, right? Just so difficult to fight this. They have a few Pokemon on their side that are just so unbelievably hard to take down. I mean, for me, the MVP in my heart, of course, is Gerarwi, but huge plays throughout this entire squad here. I think they played those final moments so well. And it's really nice to see Los Caducados pull themselves out. They're down 1 game. They don't end the day 0-2 after this skirmish between them and Engage. And what a great final fight between these squads, you know, sending Mewtwo to go score what they could, and then that beautiful defense from Trevenant.
You summed it up perfectly, my friend. I'm just in my mind. I am haunted by that Mega Lucario canceling their own score and the time that cost effectively in their subsequent push, and the amount of damage those players had to take to try and scramble and close that goal zone out so they could keep the push going, right? That can't be understated as well. You'd like to think that these players are going to be thinking about the final stages of that game. But great job on Los Caducados playing their play style, using Jirawi as the engager for their team. And then once it was go, everybody felt like they were on the same page and they delivered. Like I said, they evolved throughout the course of this match, Spraggles. I mean, the team that we just watched win that game was not the team we saw start this match in game one.
No, not at all. And I feel like they flexed into some comfort picks, right? I wouldn't say that Trevenant would be the top defender that a lot of teams are going to pick. Greninja, obviously not one of the top Pokemon that a lot of these teams are going to pick, but they flexed into those comfort picks, and then they played at a very high level with them against their opponents, ending their day 1-1. Such a better way to end out day one of this league. You know, I feel like the momentum is swinging for them right now, which is great. And that is going to be EU for our day. But interestingly enough, we are not done at all. We have Latam coming up, shortened for Latin America. And then after that, NA, short for some of these teams are incredible, aren't they? This is going to be pretty amazing. Peru Unite, Dreammax coming up after the break, which is just going to be nuts. I cannot wait to see the world champs, Stoop Snacks.
Neither can I. Let's get to it then. Let's go to break and we'll come.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm back with some more updates on the off-stream matches. We have Latam playing off-stream. The final one that we're going to have off-stream is 2Z versus Entity 7. Two more powerhouses. I can't actually wait for us to start these Latam matches on broadcast. But an amazing match so far. We are currently 1-1, but we can take a look to see how we got there. We had a few cool things happen. We can see on this draft, just to start off, Yang on the Gardevoir, which is a pretty cool little pick, but we get to see something very, very nice here. So I got the pausing here with the ability to draw. It's very, very nice. So we do get to see over here. That's where Yang is on this Gardevoir, and we see an attempt. Let me clear this. To slow beam right here. This is a really nice target. Obviously, we've seen a whole lot of Mega Gyarados doing a whole lot of work today. So targeting out is great, but perfect counter unite right here to actually catch two members of 2Z, and they do manage to end up winning off of this. Now, there's another nice little play, an attempt to make it happen here from 2Z, so we are just going to play through all the way to that. But I really like the use of Gardevoir throughout the entire match. Once again, we're only doing the highlights here, so if you want to see the entire thing, go check out some of the other people co-streaming it. Now, we didn't see almost an attempt to make it back. Of course, everybody's favorite player, Mazo, was here down in the bottom right corner. An attempt to steal at the very last moment, manages to get one KO, just barely not making it. So great attempt at a play. But that did take us into game 2, where up in game 2, we got to see a little bit more of, I would say, a standard draft. Of course, the meta is pretty wide right now. And in game number 2, we got to see a really nice play from 2Z, where they do steal away this Blaziken, immediately picking them off, taking off this team one by one, and then once again, wasting the Unite from the Blastoise, managing to take it out, just completely picking apart Entity 7, which did lead them into a game win here. An attempt to steal once again from Gyarados, but we didn't end up seeing it happen. So 2Z and Entity 7, we are going to see them go to game number 3. We can see the draft here if you want to see, just get a little of a preview of what's going to happen. We are going to be seeing that Gardevoir once again. But that match is actually happening live right now. Like I mentioned, be sure to go and check it out on some of our co-streamers' streams and in the community streams. There's a lot of people watching it, but that's pretty much it for the update. I'm excited to see what the rest of these matches are going to be. So let's send it over to Zoinks and Kello for the live matches.
Much wonder, Chef. Great look. I mean, that next game looks pretty exciting. 2 Mega Mewtwo's on the same team. I mean, that is nightmarish when it comes down to the level 9 Unite move usage. That's going to be a wild one. But yeah, very intense matches so far in Latin America. Every game so far going to a game number 3. Let's hope we get that same energy going into this next one for us, Kella.
Yeah, well, we have just wrapped up EU, so heading on into our first match for Latam. We're going to be featuring Peru Unite up against Dreammax Esports over here. And I feel like, we've talked about Peru Unite a fair bit on this broadcast so far, being the latest world champs last year in 2025, really making a name for themselves, considering, well, just how long they have been together. But yeah. Dreammax, on the other hand, well, they have a bit of a different look, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. We have a kind of a conglomeration of a few pretty powerful Brazil teams have formed to make this most recent Dreammax Esports roster. Of course, a couple notable players on that team, and Do Games and Dosebon, both coming from that Aegis Flames roster that just had an unbelievably amazing World Championship tournament in Anaheim just recently, and now they're the most recent squad, or most recent players to join up with this Dreammax squad. One player that's been around under this banner for a long time, though, and I would have to really give kind of the honors of the player to watch for this team is Kadazera. Kadazera is such a phenomenal player, plays a lot of I don't know how else to call it, the classic Brazil picks. You're looking at things like Blaziken or even that Zera Aura, what tends to be a little bit of an iconic pick of this region. Excited to see some of that energy for Dreammax Esports when you're going up against a challenging opponent in Peru Unite, the world champions.
Yeah, but we are going to put a pin in Latam at the moment as we rewind back, because we're actually going to take a look at the standings for EU and how that all played out for day 1. So we can see at the top there, Team Peps being able to win both of their sets here today.
So impressive. I mean, the only team to play 2 sets that did go 2-0, we had a few others end up at 1-1. Everybody else, actually, surprisingly, that we have no 0-2 teams so far far in our regional standings. But like we explained earlier on in the show, the highlighted spots are the coveted spots for these leagues. This is where you want to be at the end of the season. Top 5 teams move on to playoffs. Bottom 3 teams head into relegation.
But yeah, I think today it still gave us a look at what EU is starting to look like for day 1. We still have day 2 to go, but this whole regional league is going to span over 5 weeks. So even though these teams may have versed each other once here today, well, later on in the season, they'll actually get to verse each other once again for the run back.
That is so exciting. Yeah, having another chance to take down at this point an in-region rival. It's fun. You got 7 new rivals to play against in these situations. But all right, we're going to take a look at our Latin America standings and kind of set the stage for the next 3 matches that we're going to be watching. Peru Unite and CACM Esports, the only teams that have concluded a match so far today in our Latin America Regional League. But Peru Unite taking that one down means they're at 1-0. CACM at 0-1. We got a lot of great teams within this region. Kello, any of these teams you're particularly excited to watch in today's event?
I have got to say, Latam is probably one of the hardest regions to try and gauge where everybody sits. Good luck with your power rankings is all I can say, based on the vibes, because I feel like all of these vibes are up there right now.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, I instinctually just want to put Peru Unite right at the top immediately. I mean, World Championship effect will do that. But hey, who knows what'll end up happening in this next match, because Dreammax Esports have yet to play. So let's take a look at this squad. Like we mentioned before, these are your current reigning world champions. The first team to do it from the Latin America region: Zinus, Draken, Tempo, Kea, Animo. You know these names well. And like you mentioned, they have been playing together for a long time, Kella.
Yeah, so this squad originally, fused together back in 2024. So they kind of had that split, and they've been playing ever since. So, obviously, yes, they do have that 2025 World Championship title under their belt. But the last time we saw them was at LAIC. And, unfortunately, they didn't actually do too well during that, where they only placed that top 16. So I'd say in between end of November and now, they would have really had to put the work in to try and make a statement. Coming into these regional leagues, they did come first in the open qualifiers for Latam South. So clearly they made some changes and some differences there.
And they had to make them pretty rapidly. This was a double elimination tournament to be able to qualify for this league out of an open tournament. I think in South America or Latin America South ended up being around 30 teams. Peru Unite started day 2 in the top 8 in the losers bracket position on a really scary spot for your world champs to be in, but actually were able to not drop a single map in their top 8 as they cruised through that entire event. Such a fun team to watch. I'm interested to see how they do in this metagame. Consider what they were playing at the World Championships. There's a few Pokemon that have had an amazing showing in EU so far today, and that might be the Crustle, and Draken on that Crustle is certainly an iconic pick.
Oh, 100%. It was such the 4 KO streak, so iconic. Yeah. But as we head on into the team they are going up against, Dreammax Esports here. They do have Caruzera, who has been on Dreammax. This is their 2nd year on them. But they do have other folks joining them. And, you mentioned earlier, Diusabon and Dew Games there, both performing at the World Championships as well. But Lucky and Kaizola, I'm really interested to see what they bring to the table here today.
Yeah, feels like yet another tournament format, yet another new look at this Dreammax Esports squad. But that is such the exciting thing about these leagues, is that this is not going to be the only time we see them. This tournament, we're going to see them week 1, week 2, week 3, and of course, on and on and on. I am pumped to see this team. We have 3 squads from Brazil going to be representing in this Latin America Regional League, and Dreammax only one of them. But depending on how well this match goes, they could make an argument for being a front runner in this league, seeing as that their first opponent is none other than Peru Unite. So what a stage to debut on for this Latin America Regional League.
Yeah, the first match for the Latin America League. So I've got to say, I got distracted there by the picture of Kadazera. The way they were holding that Azumarill plushie, it was a bit concerning. Poor Azumarill. I really feel like it makes a statement of that Pokemon in the current meta.
Yeah, hey, it takes a lot for me to feel bad about Azumarill, but maybe Kadazera can pull it off. Who knows? We've seen some interesting picks already today. I certainly didn't expect to see Surf Greninja in today's tournament, and we saw it multiple times now. So who knows? Brazil could be bringing out some interesting Pokemon into these matches like Azumarill. I'm excited to get into it, but in talking about metagame a little bit, we saw some really interesting stuff. Wonder Chef bringing some crazy insights into how the game's currently happening, where we have this Latin America Regional League bringing Gardevoir out to play, which I think is so shocking, and the fact that it's working so successfully is really, really exciting. Maybe a pseudo counter to so many of these strong all-rounders. If you can catch just a couple of them in this huge, impactful Gardevoir's like Fairy Singularity Unite move, that could be game-changing. And already we've seen it a little bit in Wonder Chef's recap. I wonder if we'll see any more surprising picks really define the early days of this metagame for this Latin America Regional League. I think Azumarill, maybe not a defining Pokemon, but who knows? I have been wrong before.
I think that's always the fun thing. Yes, there are some things that might be predictable in terms of, well, Megas at the moment ruling the meta. Seeing a lot of those Mega Gyarados along with Mega Lucario landing itself on the ban table time after time. But it's these out-of-pocket picks that are always so exciting to see. And I guess that's the thing. You've got to do the unpredictable in order to catch your opponent off guard. Sometimes that's a strategy that might work. Sometimes it might not, though.
And we talked a little bit about that at the start of the day, Keller, right? When we started this broadcast, it's the early days of a 5-week regional league. This could be the moment for experimentation, but of course we're expecting patches and things like that along the way too. So it will be a situation of adapt or fall behind in some of these spots, and early innovation could lead to a lot of success, which I think I'm always going to be cheering on. But if we want to reflect on our history a little bit here, Kello, in terms of metagame, we did have a little bit of stats on Peru Unite, considering they did play in the Open League qualifiers. I know we're about a patch away from that, so some of this data might be a little outdated. But one thing I thought was interesting that we could see happen again in today's matches is a lot of Clefable and Suicune bans emerging at the top for this Peru Unite squad. Not to say this team cannot play these Pokemon, but playing against them might be a little more difficult than they're willing to deal with. We saw so many, I think, rising up to around high 70s, low 80% ban rates on both of those Pokemon during their tournament run. That includes day 1 and day 2 of that open bracket to qualify for this very regional league. Obviously, the World Championship stats are pretty phenomenal in their favor, but it might be tough to really gain too much insight, seeing as that was a few patches ago. But either way, I would expect to see Clefable and Suicune both be very strong ban considerations alongside some of these power picks like the Megas currently.
I think that's always the really interesting about meta is you have these picks that always seem very consistent throughout, being, say, Clefable, even Umbreon. I feel like Umbreon's never really fallen off. However, you do end up seeing, these spikes and these drop-offs as we do end up getting these patches and even these new additions to the roster as well. Like, ever since last year, what are we currently up to? I feel like we're over 80 playable Pokemon now?
Yeah, we got some high numbers, and this one is going to be kind of a peek in at what the ranked ladder is looking like currently. Blastoise dominating the Pokemon pick rate ladder rankings with 47% of games. Blastoise appearing in some of these matches. Vaporeon right behind it. Decidueye, maybe a big surprise here. Glaceon, Scizor, Mewtwo X. I think all of those kind of fall in line in order. We have been seeing a lot of impact. Maybe Glaceon, the only Pokemon we haven't seen on our main broadcast out of this roster, considering the top Pokemon in the ranked ladder.
Yeah, that's actually interesting how Glaceon is up there. However, I feel like we haven't really been seeing it being banned nor picked very often. So, yeah, obviously this is ranked, so a completely different environment to the pro scene. But I mean, one thing is for certain, Mega Gyarados is up there in terms of that win rate with that 57%. So we can definitely see why it has had such a high encounter rate here today.
Yeah, I think, is it potentially topping our encounter rate charts so far in today's tournament? I have to imagine it is, considering all these regions that are going to be participating today. And, well, as you can see, a whole lot of Pokemon having that mega tag in our top Pokemon by win rate. Everything but Vaporeon having the ability to mega evolve. Please don't allow Vaporeon to mega evolve.
Mega evolve Vaporeon, like,
cry myself to sleep tonight if that was the case. But so far, this is what we are looking like. Now, the final stat we want to take a look at is, of course, our ban rate. Now, Mega Charizard Y sitting at 113% of bans. Reminder, in the ranked format, bans are happening simultaneously, which means that a Pokemon can be banned on both sides of the field at the same time, effectively increasing its ban rate above 100%. Case in point, Mega Charizard Y with 107,000 odd bans in last week's ban rate.
Yeah, once again, completely different environment because I feel like we have barely seen any Charizards, and there's 3 to select from now. Having Mega Charizard Y, Mega Charizard X, and I guess just plain old Charizard too.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels bad when you describe it like that, but hey, we did see some plain old Mega Charizard at the LAIC tournament, so it's certainly a Pokemon that is not seen as much competitive play in our regional league so far, but who knows? We never see what kind of Pokemon might rear its head in some of these tournaments. But yeah, I think Blastoise, one of the big winners here, Blastoise and Mega Gyarados being so high on both the pick rate and the ban rate, potentially even the win rate. We're looking at all these squads. These Pokemon are kind of defining the metagame as we see it so far, it feels like.
Yeah, I think in terms of the meta, it does tend to be quite brawly, and I feel like Blastoise really fits into that role really well with those recent nerfs. Now gaining a shield upon impact with that Surf move. So I think just Blastoise taking that extra step. I mean, does that mean we're going to get Mega Blastoise next? I mean, we need a defender Mega, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary one to ask for considering the current. I've always been a proponent of begging for Mega Slowbro, which I think would be very fun. Seeing a big cone roll all over the map, what I think would be a kind of fun. Or if we want to reclassify Sableye as a defender, I think Mega Sableye is right there and available. So, but that might just be my ghost type proclivities rising more than anything. Just before we get into this next match, I did want to give a quick update. The scoring is final. 2Z Esports and their debut match defeating Entity 7 in 2-1 fashion in that best of 3. So walking away with a big win there. Brazil looking really good so far in this tournament. I think 2Z Esports definitely in most people's top 3. If everybody was making power rankings, I think they are easily making it into those top 3 slots.
Well, the question is, are you going to be putting it in top 3 in your power ranking slots? I mean, Latam at the moment is currently blank there. We have only had those off-stream matches, but are you actually going to go fill it in now? We get a live look at Zoinks filling in his power rankings, and there we go. 2Z Esports landing itself at number 3. Wait, who's going number 1 there? Peru. Okay. Well, I mean, Peru definitely warranted given the world champs and everything. So I guess that's the thing. They're the squad that, well, pretty much everybody has their eyes on, right? They're the ones that are under pressure. And I guess that brings with its own difficulties, right? In terms of, they're currently seen as the best squad, but I'd also say they're probably one of the most researched squads when it comes to this regional league, right? Everybody wants to be where Peru Unite are. It's just a matter of whether, well, they can keep up with themselves, their 2025 selves.
Right. Yeah, expectations have always been a really difficult thing when it comes to top level teams in Pokemon Unite. The biggest case in point is obviously that Luminosity Luminosity Gaming Squad. They rose to the occasion on multiple times, though, as they did win 2 back-to-back world championships, which is going to be a tough record to break, I think, forever. In the entire history of competitive Pokemon Unite, I don't know if we'll ever see another team win back-to-back world championships. That's a tall task, and then even defeating the record, feels like even farther outside the realm of possibilities. But who knows? Peru, if they could lock in and have an incredible season, I think they're going to be hunting for that back-to-back win. First step, though, you got to start your regional league correctly. We are steps and steps and steps away from a back-to-back world championship victory.
Look, baby steps, okay? We got to build those foundations first, even though I feel like the foundations have somewhat already been built. But, you know, in terms of, well, August, when the World Championships was, to what, they're in January now? Like, that is a big time gap. So, hey, you got to start building on those foundations again. Keep on building that building. And, well, it's just a matter of whether you can reach the top level again.
Yeah, not an easy task. But hey, this squad, I do believe in their potential to do so. But they have no slouch on the other side of the lobby into this next matchup, by the way. I mean, Dreammax Esports, like we said, Tuesday Esports starting off things real strong at the number 3 power ranking spot, clearly. Dreammax Esports, I think, are going to be a really interesting contender. One of the teams I think are going to be most interesting to follow throughout this entire competitive season. Tuesday Esports got a lot of names you definitely know, but it feels like Dreammax Esports adding in a couple of new pieces, having some incredibly strong like rookie players off this last season with Aegis Flames, adding those teams. I don't know, it feels like an amalgamation of players that could make some huge waves in this regional league. And I can think of a few good ways to start, but I think taking down Peru Unite might be at the top of the list of ways I would want to start the Latam Regional League.
Well, coincidentally, Deucibomb and Dew Games, who were on Aegis Flames last year, they were actually knocked out by Peru in the World Championships on day 2. So this is their chance for that run back. Obviously, those two with their new squads, you know, this would actually really make a statement for Latam if they are able to take down Peru and, well, I suppose get their revenge.
Yeah, I mean, revenge is going to be number 1 priority for them at this moment. You know, have a good start to your season, be able to take down the world champs, and of course, get the run back is going to be the number 1 rule. Number 1 rule, Pokemon, always get your get back. You know what I mean? And that's what they are going to be hunting for. Now, to set the stage a little bit, if you're just tuning in at the start of our Latin America coverage, our matches are going to be happening over a series of potential maps, but we will always be starting on Thea Sky Ruins, the Kyogre variant, to start our best of 3 series. And in this one, it will be Peru Unite with that first pick.
No, you know what? At least we get to see Kyogre out on the field, because I feel like we don't really get the pics of Kyogre. It's mainly been Groudon so far, and I guess off stream that Rayquaza pick too.
Yeah.
So we're headed into these burns, and well, surprise, surprise, not really. Mega Lucario is there once again.
Yeah, some of them a little bit more standard. I'm curious if my theory will come true with Peru Unite actually considering something like a Clefable ban, but on that purple side, it looks like they're not willing to risk the Mega Gyarados happening on Dreammax Esports side, so instead they will be banning it. So interestingly, kind of safe bans for Peru Unite, despite them having that purple side first pick shot. Dreammax Esports going to lock in the Inteleon as their final ban, a hard call out towards Zainus and their storied history on that sniper Pokemon. And it will be Peru Unite with this ever important first pick, locking in that Blastoise, who's dominating the charts.
But yeah, all that note of bans, 2 targeted bans, the Scyther towards Anemo there as well. So once again, we're talking about, you know, one of the most researched teams here, I'd say, today. But Dreammax, they are hovering over that Vaporeon, and it looks like we have a Mega Mewtwo Y locked in, considering they have that choice specs on hand.
Yeah, getting a little bit of special attack boosting. That makes a lot of sense to me. Also, interesting to see Vaporeon showing up again. This Pokemon was so phenomenal, and I think the 1 EU game it actually showed up in. So I think Lucky is dancing around, doing some happy dances in their room when they're setting up to play this next match, that they get the chance to play Vaporeon. No Mega Evolution yet, but I think it makes up for it in terms of power just fine.
Oh, but there we go. The opposite Mewtwo is going to be selected by Tempo there, the Mega Mewtwo X. So the attacker-styled melee Mewtwo, and pairing that up with another legendary being Miraidon.
Yeah, that range damage so phenomenal, especially when you can pair it with a Pokemon that can dive extremely well. I've always referred to it as the Hammer and Anvil combo. It hasn't exactly caught on, but I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep on trying. But I really do think that range damage to kind of soften up the HP targets with the Charge Beam builds of this Miraidon and follow up with something like, hey, a Mimikyu from Anemo will be a great way to capitalize. Actually, I'm curious, Tempo and Anemo could switch these options. I know Tempo, one of the best Mimikyu players in the region, so we could see that swap a little bit later on in the draft. But either way, final pick for Dreammax Esports is going to be this Dragonite. Ooh. Very interesting, a Pokemon that we have not seen so far today. However, I do know has some success in the region of Brazil, so Games looking to represent a little bit.
Yeah, look at their build as well. So far, they have that Razor Claw Muscle Band and that Focus Band. So are we going to end up having an Outrage Dragonite here, considering that Razor Claw would complement that well? But in terms of Anemo, they actually did end up playing Mimikyu in the off-broadcast matches.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. I mean, this Pokemon, so powerful. And I gotta admit, I am a little biased. This is one of my favorite Pokemon to play in the game currently. Basically, you can't go wrong with any kind of build. I think it will be interesting to see what Anemo decides to pick on the other side. With a Pokemon like Dodrio, you could even consider sort of that anti-speedster play rough kind of build on the Mimikyu, which we did see earlier today. Not the most common pick, thanks to some Shadow Claw buffs happening a couple patches ago. Who knows where we will end up with that. Plus, you got Dragonite, like you mentioned, with Razor Claw, likely going in that grumpy melee build, which I think most likely what we're going to be looking at.
Oh, well, they have two grumpy Pokemon on their side, having Gyarados on there as well. So, speaking about this dive, well, that Pokemon can actually literally dive on the map with its Unite move. So, that is one way to go and avoid the Mimikyu diving towards you, but there we go. No delaying, heading straight on into this first game for the Latam region. Peru Unite on the purple side, Dreammax on the orange.
All right, and just kind of a classic setup into the top side. KO going to be on this Eldegoss in partnership with the Mega Mewtwo X, and Caducados holding on to all of those early Bumblebees to try to get that effort gauge up as quickly as they can. No Mega Evolution to work with, so we could see some move variety. However, when we have been seeing the Gyarados in recent days, it will still likely be with that Dragon Breath Waterfall build.
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting those hits on those opponents, getting that effort gauge up. And, as soon as they get online, it is sometimes just so hard to stop them. But just to splash about to try and escape. And, well, they are successful.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I actually thought Caxola might have picked up a couple of those Natus with that splash damage of Mega Mewtwo Y. Those auto attacks having kind of an explosion effect with every target they hit. Can be an ability to steal a little bit of that wild Pokemon, but I think so far, Peru Unite doing great on the top side. Take a look at this mini-map, though, and where Anemo and this Mimikyu is rotating Kello. Such a dangerous spot to be.
Yeah, rotating up, and the Miraidon is not too far behind. Otherwise, Magikarp's in a bit of a pickle, ends up getting knocked down, and now it's a 4v2 up in the top path.
Big pull with that Future Sight as well. It's going to tee up Tempo for a KO streak of 2, and Dragonair's got to be careful. Cannot be too aggressive, and, well, Magikarp put in the work of the early game to pay for it a little bit later. We'll have some quick knockouts on the little Bumblebees that have just had a little bit of poke damage so far, but Peru Unite not done with just a great topside push. They want to head into the enemy central area. Dreammax quick on their defense, though.
When the fight isn't coming to you, you might as well bring the fight over to them. But we do have that Dragonair successfully picking up their buffs, so no massive threats just yet. But one thing that is struggling is this Magikarp. Oh, wait, as I say that, Caster's Curse has evolved into Gyarados.
Yeah, we do have that Carp hitting the top of the waterfall and evolving into the, well, just much bigger fish. But that does mean that Peru Unite, with that little bit of extra time waiting for Dreammax to get scaled up, that is a free Regidrago over to their side. And Nemo's Mimikyu going to get leveled up even faster thanks to that experience and have another chance to clear their own central. No threats of invades so far from the side of Dreammax Esports, despite having a Pokemon as quick as Dodrio or as tanky as Vaporeon. So far, Peruite United's had a pretty dominant hold on this early game. They haven't had to stress about Dreammax overextending yet.
No, and it's definitely showing in terms of these levels already at level 8 Mimikyu, as we do have those birds spawning on in, getting shredded up. A great stun there by that Mewtwo Y onto the team, allowing them, oh no, never mind, Dodrio ends up getting caught out.
Wow, okay, BKO, a lot of low HP targets, but Mega Mewtwo X is happy, healthy, and well adjusted. Game's Dragonite on the run, but it can't make it to those citrus berries. One of the most important factors of the early game on this Kyogre map is there is a ton of available healing in the middle of the map that sometimes you can rotate to and get bailed out. Not the case for Dreammax, though, as Peruite Unite just lethal in that topside fight.
I've got to say, it's so funny seeing that Mewtwo X yoink back that fish, the Gyarados. It's like they're just, taking a casual Saturday to go fishing.
Right. Yeah, that's a good rod of a future sight for sure. Oh, interesting. Tempo gets that level 9 and immediately just clicks the Unite move button, giving a bit of vision and stun for the fight going on the bottom side. As it is successful for Peruite Unite, Regice secured, goals scored into that tier 1 and left at very low HP, seeing as that Mimikyu was able to dunk in 40. This Mewtwo duel happening on the top side still, though, as Tempo versus, I believe, as Coxola will now have the backup, though, of Kaduzera on the Gyarados.
Oh, and we will have a bit of the pause there, folks, and we'll get the action straight to you very shortly. But, I mean, so far, we're, 3 minutes into the game? What are the vibes like?
I think vibes right now, Peruite Unite seem to have a pretty solid lead, but it's not like they're pushing or extending that lead too much. They had a little bit of a dabble in that invade, worked out pretty okay for them, but it didn't feel like they got a ton of experience. Dreammax with a pretty good counterpunch. So far, I think the first objectives, these Regis on top and bottom side, where Peru already securing bottom side, this Regieleki is going to be a strong defining factor of our early game. Kel, assuming as we have this pause, I'm going to take this moment. I know chat was requesting this a little bit earlier. I didn't show the final EU power rankings, and that's on me. So if anybody wants to take a look, this is our EU power rankings. I have BH3 leading the way right now for EU. Team Peps right behind. Komai at top 3. I have Engage at top 4. Now listen, I know they lost to Los Caducados right there at the end of the broadcast, but just eye test in 5s. I'm keeping them at 4 for now. It might change in day 2. We got Volticons at 5, Los Caducados at 6, Avalanche at 7, and Jim Le Pelé at number 8. Now again, these are completely vibes based. I cannot make that clear enough. These are not only going to be results of the score. As always, power rankings are the state of the strength of these teams that I consider them in the moment. If a team has had a dominant early game or early season and they're at the top of the leaderboard, but I don't think they're as strong right now, they'll be a little bit lower. Anyway, that's a you. Back to Latam.
Back to Latam, as we do have Mimikyu going in with that 12 dunk. Meanwhile, up in the top path, we have Dreammax locking in a Regieleki.
Oh, okay. Well, I was saying, Kello, I think this could be a pretty big game-changing moment, and it will get them at least a little bit of scoring, but thanks to how prolific Miraidon is at these goal zone defenses, that's going to be cut short.
Oh, but look at that. Regieleki does end up going in. Gyarados is going in strong, but they only have 4 points, so unable to break. But we do have Dragonite having that 36, and now Dreammax have at least closed that gap in points so far.
Yeah, and ooh, interesting. We were talking about the Dragonite build a little bit earlier, Kello. It is going to go with the Dragon Dance Hyper Beam build. So Dragon Dance still a pretty fantastic Razor Claw combo, using those moves pretty often. Lucky does get future sighted, but this is an Aqua Ring and Muddy Water Vaporeon. It can outlast a whole lot of damage, and they are able to make it back towards that goal zone.
I guess that's really going to benefit these melee Pokemon as long as it can keep up, because Gyarados has gone rogue straight into the deep end to go against this Blastoise. Meanwhile, we have Mimikyu being able to take down that Mega Mewtwo. Miraidon on a 2 KO streak and just clearing the path. It's only this Gyarados left, but I mean, against 4 members, I don't think they're going to be able to do much.
Yeah, Zynus, maybe they got their Inteleon banned in this game, but I think they're just as happy to be on the Miraidon. A KO streak of 3 for a Pokemon that is more often the face of consistent damage rather than last hit KOs. So impressive stuff from Zynus, the star attacker player on this Peru Unite squad. Dreammax Esports back to the drawing board. Successful Regieleki push. They even were able to break that goal zone with around a 20-point overdunk. Not fantastic, but still doable. Now they're going to be on the back foot again as Anemo able to just shred that Regirock.
Yeah, they ended up just giving that Regirock for free, only the Vaporeon down there to contest, but not enough power as the rest of them went to go catch up on levels from their wild Pokemon. Otherwise, Regieleki, I feel like, is just covered gourd, and now it is here again in that top path. But once again, Dreammax Esports are nowhere near this objective.
Yeah, just too far in behind levels at some point. Mostly just 1 level behind, but when it comes to some of these major carries, you really need to get your scaling up rather than getting some of these objectives. So Dragonite hunting those. You can see Dodrio actually going for a bit of an invade now. That will be another objective secured for Peru Unite. This time both top and bottom side Regis.
Oh, but look at this great defense from Peru Unite to read Dreammax as they attempted to push that bottom path. Not successfully getting any dunks. Meanwhile, Dreammax, they needing to take care of that Regieleki, meaning Anemo is able to just go and steal away some of their farm in the central area.
Oh, that's insult to injury when it comes to some of these successful invades, Kello. You see Draken on this Surf Blastoise also has a Regirock buff at the moment. Has the Pollen Puff for the healing to back up. That is a very, very tanky defender that can hold down the front line and just give so much information. Biggest warning, honestly, to Dreammax Esports. There's a big turtle stopping you from going anywhere forward.
We are 40 seconds away from Kyogre spawning, and I see an eyesore right now. Level 9 Mewtwo on the side of Dreammax. They really have their work cut out for them within these last 30 seconds. If they are able to land a massive KO, that could potentially help them catch up. But look at this, a sideline from Draken just to go push them out of the way, meaning they can't hide.
Yeah, honestly, Tempo holding on to that future side. I was kind of impressed, but wow, Anemo wants to get this fight started early. We were talking about how immortal Vaporeon was, but not when it comes to a Mimikyu dive.
No, that Mimikyu just shredded it up within a single second. And look at this, Peru Unite playing aggressively, pushing Dreammax out of the way. But Gyarados says, no way, I'm coming on in.
Oh, they're just ripping. Dragonite's in position. They have the Everbeam, but the Shadow Sneak does find the Dragonite. That will be the Marble Scale broken, and the Unite move right after. Incredible work. Kyogre is so extremely low, and it will finally be taken down. Mimikyu, Anemo of Peru, will secure the Kyogre, takes out the main secure threat, and then follows up by knocking out the legendary Pokemon. Amazing work from that Mimi.
That was a whole squad down. There is no defenses to go and stop these dunks from raining in. 484 to 139. It isn't just over yet for Dreammax if they can land some KOs. But Peru Unite, you can already see they're starting to retreat. Soak up whatever wild Pokemon has spawned on up, get those Unite moves on hand, and get ready to defend against Dreammax.
Right, but unfortunately for them, at this point of the game, it is transferred from being Dreammax games to win to Peru Unite's game to lose. It would have to be catastrophic for them to lose that lead, especially with Blastoise in the back cap attempt. Anemo, Zynus timing together an incredible offensive push to knock out 2 on this bottom side, holding on to Kyogre buffs and making the offense even tougher for Dreammax. So Drio also going down.
Kyogre might not give the damage buffs like Groudon does, but that sustain is absolutely insane. There is no stopping Peru Unite, especially with that Blastoise and Eldegoss on hand, but even just a self-sustained Mimikyu too.
Yeah, no kidding. That Shadow Claw healing is no joke, especially at level 15 right now. The all-rounder built-in lifesteal from some of this damage is just phenomenal for them at the moment. And like you were mentioning, Kello, that Kyogre buff remains. Final 6 seconds will play out on the clock, but Peru Unite going to be starting this one in 1-0 fashion over Dreammax, coming off of a big win against CACM Esports just earlier.
Yeah, they did end up losing a match over to them. So, that's not letting them shake it up going into this next squad. A very strong standing from Peru Unite as their first game on this broadcast. In the end, 714 to 139.
Yeah, impressive start for Peru Unite. A lot of things going in their favor. I thought the early game looked fantastic for them. Not like they had a gigantic lead or anything, but it felt like they were giving up just basically nothing on the opposite side. So very impressed with their early game. Translates great into the late game scaling with that Miraidon and Mimikyu combo play. Just looked elite to me.
Yeah, I think just going and invading Dreammax, oh my gosh. Come on.
Thank you so much.
Starving them out. I mean, it was the 2-minute 40 mark, and we still had that Mewtwo Y that was still at level 9. So I think this aggression really paid off well. They rotated to their objectives on time, whereas Dreammax, because they were just so far behind, they just didn't really have the ability to go and contest them, allowing Peru Unite to just scale even further.
Right. Yeah, it felt like it was a bit of a foregone conclusion. Obviously, Dreammax Esports has a little bit of access to steal a major objective. You got Dragonite with the Hyper Beam, but I thought Anemo just shut them down so well. They found him with the Shadow Sneak, jumps in immediately, and uses a Shadow Claw. That means that Dragonite's Marvel Scale passive is going to pop that reduced damage, waits till it fades, and then Unite moves right on top to make sure that Hyper Beam will not land. Surprise, surprise! Anemo Mimikyu will be your player of the game. 13 knockouts, just shy of 70,000 damage done.
Yeah, those Shadow Sneaks, being able to land those as well on moving targets takes some skill. And Nemo definitely showcased that. But yeah, even just with that self-sustain, with that Shadow Claw, being able to brawl up against the likes of Gyarados and Dragonite. I mean, look, there's a reason why Peru Unite were the 2025 world champions. They're definitely, still showing they have still got it, okay?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we're not washed. We still got it. Looking fantastic. Actually, Zainu's out damaging our Mimikyu with 83,000 damage this game, but that really does feel like the most important two-stage punch there with the Nemo and Zainus. Of course, Tempo, just the face of consistency on this Mega Mewtwo X, 61,000 damage, especially when having one of their most, I would say, historic picks of the Dodrio taken away and put on the other side, where Dosabom was on that Dodrio. Felt like Dreammax was kind of hunting to find impact at a few stages of this game. Had a little bit of an invade strategy, but it felt too little, too late, in my opinion. Cutazera as well, a bit late to that Gyarados evolution. It felt like Dreammax was just behind Peru Unite a few too many stages. And of course, you called out that Mega Mewtwo just extremely underleveled at the Kyogre spot.
Yeah, but yeah, I've got to say, in terms of just the way they built their draft from the get-go, it really synergized the Mewtwo Y, being able to isolate those Pokemon for Anemo and Zainus to go and shred them down. But looking at this graph, Peru Unite just had it in the bag. They didn't even let Dreammax overtake them at all.
Yeah, take a look at this heat map from Anemo as well. Just all over the place. Of course, getting a lot of wild Pokemon, but they were much more focused on knockouts in this one. Hunting wherever they could, trying to force team fights wherever they could. 13 team battles in this one. 45 wild Pokemon KO'd, but of course, that 13 knockout number, I think the most important off this stat sheet that we're looking at for Anemo. They're getting knockouts top side. They're finding KOs in the middle of the map, and even on the bottom side. This Mimikyu was everywhere.
That's the thing. I guess that's the brilliance with Mimikyu, is because it can be in one area to the next within a flash, especially on the Groudon map. Getting the boost from the tall grass really works well for Mimikyu here. If you can get that positioning right, whether it be on an opponent, whether it be utilizing the wild Pokemon that are on the other side. So Mimikyu in the Thea Sky Ruins Kyogre map is such a real threat.
Yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir right now, Kello. I absolutely adore this Pokemon, and the impact that it's had so far is music to my ears for sure. Now, we might have a chance to see it again headed into this next game because we are going to be jumping back into the Kyogre map. So, map choice from one of these teams was to return to Kyogre. We're going to be getting that for game number 2, but this time around, it will be Dreammax picking first in the drafting stage. Peru will move into that second pick spot. This time, of course, getting 2 picks to start their draft, but they will be following Dreammax's first pick.
I think I'm interested to see with Dreammax going in that first pick position. They had 2 targeted bans previously. Are they going to stick with these targeted bans, or are they going to go for more traditional bans in terms of those megas, or leave those to Peru Unite?
Ooh, that is a really interesting question, Kello, because you're right. Something like the Inteleon is kind of an unheard of ban that we have seen so far in today's tournament. I mean, we're only halfway done, really, when it comes to it. We're starting the second region of our day, but still, it was a bit of a surprise, and we could be seeing more of those. Now, Dreammax is a team that I know likes to kind of hard target some opposing players, and so far we were seeing that, but that Miraidon didn't seem like it was a step below the Inteleon value or anything like that Zynus is able to accomplish. So I don't know. Flexing your bans at this stage of the game is probably important, but yeah, I think if we're going to go anywhere, let's return to some of the mainstay bans we've been seeing so far in this tournament.
I think that's the thing. It would be so difficult to even target ban Peru Unite because I feel like it just doesn't affect them at all. Oh, okay. You ban the Inteleon, you ban the Scyther. These are world caliber players who have been playing this game from the very beginning. So they just have many, many options up their sleeve, no doubt.
Yeah, it's hard to prepare for these teams when they are also preparing themselves as much as we expect leading into this regional league. And yeah, it's been interesting to see the first look of some of these teams, kind of where they're ending up power level wise. But seeing Peru be so phenomenal, in my opinion, I think it's still good justice for them to be at that number 1 spot. I'm excited to see some Tuzi at some point over this weekend. I really want to see what that team is bringing to the table. And then, of course, getting a chance to see North America a little bit later is also going to be super exciting.
Yeah, well, you mentioned we're only really at that halfway mark, many more matches to go. So, well, I guess we have this one plus the 2 others and then, well, the 3 from NA. So, but you know what? We are heading on into our second game here. For Peru against Dreammax. There we go. So still sticking with these targeted bans in terms of that Scyther pick on the side of Dreammax.
Yeah. Do you think we might 3 for 3 here, Kello? If it does end up being that Inteleon again, Dreammax. I mean, that was one interesting point going into. Oh no, we're gonna swap up. We're gonna grab that Mimikyu. But an interesting thing to think about when you are headed into these tournament days. Honestly, throughout a weekend, you're not gonna have that many matches to play, but at the very minimum, you will know exactly what teams you're preparing for. So there could be a lot of homework done, and I am expecting a lot of targeted ban phases like this going on throughout the season. But either way, a little bit of a flex. Curious if Peru will take advantage of that. Maybe will Zynus grab the Inteleon in this first stage? Who knows? But either way, felt like that first pick was kind of written in the stars. Mega Gyarados available. Mega Gyarados getting locked down.
Yeah, it's got to be picked on up there, especially considering that Umbreon has been banned out by Peru Unite. But it's just a matter of, well, what do Peru prioritize here that they want to lock in for themselves, or maybe even steal away from Dreammax's comp there? But, well, Miraidon once again for Zynus, and this time round we have a Snorlax pick for Dragon.
Interesting. And Dosabom is actually going to go into the Inteleon immediately after. So I do like that pick into Miraidon. I think early game, both these Pokemon have strong last hit secure, but I do think overall Inteleon is a nice matchup into that Miraidon. If you can feed the attacks into the other side and actually land them, of course, Snorlax a tough target to be shooting around. This will be a double attacker composition from Dreammax Esports so far, though, with the Makeup Mewtwo and the Inteleon. I'm expecting a very tanky core to follow up from Dreammax. Maybe something like a Crustle and Mamoswine, potentially. At the very minimum, you gotta end up being going with double defender, right?
Yeah, you would definitely need to pick something brawly there to go and defend this Inteleon. Yes, it does have the benefit of having the extra tall grass to hide on if they are going that snipe shot build to land those hits, but it's gotta have protection, right? And I guess this is where Crustle comes into play, along with potentially a Blaziken. Yes, it is a Blaziken. So having those two melee brawlers up in the front to go and protect Deusabomb, if they're the ones that end up playing Inteleon, is really going to be key.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, I got to admit, I expected that double defender, but I guess with Coxola playing this more support style Mewtwo, we could see more of that. And I think Anemo pretty excited to see really the only main force of crowd control on the other side being a Crustle, a speedster pick into double attacker, and of course a early game Gyarados and Combuskin or Torchic even. This feels like a great game for Leafeon to get off to the races quickly.
Yeah, I feel like if there's anything that Inteleon hates more, it's those Pokemon that are able to dive on through. I mean, the fact that Leafeon can use their moves over the Rock Tomb of that Crustle, and even then, if they manage to find the Inteleon in time and land their targets, use a Unite move, they're pretty much gone within one hit.
Yeah, it's going to be so scary. That is, Leafeon is going to be a tough opponent for a lot of the stages of this game. The only problem will be into that later game. Scaling wise, I would say Peru Unite doesn't have the strongest of compositions. He's still got Mega Mewtwo X, who will be able to do just fine in the late stages of this game. However, damage might be a little tougher to come by in terms of survivability when you got a lot of firepower on the other side. That Mega Gyarados I'm looking at specifically, even Blaziken at like level 13 plus can be really tough to deal with in some of these fights around the Kyogre, which will be the objective we're facing down in this next game. So maybe that focus on damage during the draft will pay off a little bit later. We'll have to see. Could be a tough late game. Dreammax Esports going to be on your purple side. Peru Unite on the orange side. Peru Unite with that 1-0 advantage.
Yes, heading on into this, we have that Magikarp and that Mewtwo heading up into the top path, while Torchic is going to take that central area. On the opposite side, well, we have another Mewtwo paired up with that Gossifleur. So I guess Peru Unite, last game, they played really aggressive from the get-go. I feel like they have to do that same again with this Magikarp up in this top path.
Yeah, feels like a great Pokemon to try to shut down. I can imagine that's where Nemo's Leafeon is going to be rotating to pretty often, as they can kind of force out this early damage onto the Mega Gyarados, or in this stage, just a poor Magikarp. Ooh, a lot of last hit secures actually for Dreammax Esports in that engage. I don't think Kea or Tempo were able to pick up anything. This Magikarp getting a whole lot more effort gauge for that push.
Yeah, it's not only getting the secures on the wild Pokemon, but even engaging in these fights and not getting knocked out. They are well beyond that halfway mark already. But surprisingly enough, we actually have Leafeon taking to the bottom path here.
And a patient one at that. Okay, finally, we'll jump in, waits for that Razor Leaf to pop up. An evolution for Lucky. That Dwebble will get out of danger with the evolution animation and make it back towards that goal zone. Honestly thought Anemo and Draken were going to combo a little bit more flashy-like with that tackle engage, but just a little bit shy of the moment to be ready for that fight. And that means that Dreammax, not too worse for wear in the bottom side now.
No, they're just able to hold up their own, now have that Crustle online, taking the hits from that Snorlax, but they're going to block it off from that Miraidon. But yeah, so far, not as aggressive as last time, especially considering, well, Leafeon's rotated up into the top path there.
Yeah, immediately rotated after that last team fight, was trying to see if they could expose that Gyarados, but it had already evolved. So very fast-paced workout of Zera. Tempo trying to get engaged in this battle as Kaya's giving us a backup. Future Sight does pull the Mewtwo, which would be the best target, and the Mega Evolve for the Mega Mewtwo X is giving them a little bit more pack to their punch.
Well, but look at this. Leafeon's almost caught on out, trying to fight back, but it stands no chance against that Gyarados. We also have Combuskin being knocked on out, but so far, well, Dreammax, they have 0 points on the board to 34 as they just retreat and get these wild Pokemon for the time being.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Dreammax, all they can really be happy about is that Leafeon KO, which is still great value knockout, of course, but unfortunately just didn't have the HP bars to push that fight any farther. They are going to split the defender away from the Gyarados. Gyarados to save that Eldegoss. So great call by Tempo and well-timed Future Sight. One of the most impactful moves, I think, so far in this series is that Mega Mewtwo X's Future Sight.
The Eldegoss might be there to save you with those pollen puffs, but you got to make sure to save it right back. Down in this bottom half, we have Miraidon shredding on down, but Anemo ends up getting taken on down. So great defense from Dreammax to prevent any further scores going on in.
Guys, it's been a tough offensive game for Peru Unite so far, Callow. Like, getting onto these goal zones, they got 34 points scored, but that is barely anything at this stage in the game, and they have had a tough time combining some of their combo plays. At the moment, Regice is brought down to half HP, and that is a liquidation Inteleon. Very interesting from Dreammax Esports. They're going to be shy one late game secure tool, but they are going to have some good team fight potential, especially against Leafeon, who's going to be tough to trace down.
I guess, yeah, given the team comp that Peru Unite have brought, just having a little bit of extra maneuverability, but also just the short hit move from Liquidation, I can definitely see the play here, but potentially getting isolated by this Snorlax into this Miraidon, whether they can try and take it down. Yes, they do. I guess that's one way to answer back to a Liquidation Inteleon, just isolate it out with the block.
I got to admit, I'm very shocked about that move selection, Kella, mostly just because I talked about how I thought Inteleon's a great matchup into Miraidon. I think that kind of changes with that specific moveset. Ooh, Anemo heard us talking about that early game being a little more tepid for Peru Unite. Well, Leafeon changing all of that with a nice Emerald two-step. Tempo, of course, wanting to join the knockout leaderboards, and that will be a Regieleki landing in towards this tier 1. A few Pokemon needing to get their attack weights or choice or whatever random stacking item they got on powered up a little bit more, and they're going to take full advantage. 40 points going to go in for a new.
Yeah, I think while it may have been a less aggressive, somewhat slow beginning for Peru Unite, they definitely held their ground, considering we already have 2 double-digit levels over on their side, and Dreammax, well, they're faltering behind, still having 2 level 7s, being Mewtwo and Crustle.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot to be. I think this could be a big moment for Peru Unite. You got a Unite move advantage, and a couple of members of Dreammax Esports not having it available yet might allow you to kind of force an extra team fight, if you will. Mewtwo's exchanging Psy Strikes for that Unstoppable, makes Draken's job a little bit tougher, can't kidnap anybody, but that Gyarados is going in pretty deep. Obviously has the Mega Evolution available with the Unite move, and here we go, Mega Gyarados trying to get in the back line.
They have evolved and they are ready to chomp on down, but they end up getting yoinked on back by Mega Mewtwo Y and knocked on down. But Dreammax, 3 of their members have been eliminated, so this is Peru's Unite to push on forth and look at breaking this bottom tier 1 pad.
And that felt like just a great set play from Peru Unite. If they know they're going into Mega Gyarados, that feels exactly what you're going to do. Kea is going to be in the pocket of Tempo with this Eldegoss supporting them, even using the Unite move for a single target to save if it's necessary, because it's a great shutdown towards that Mega Gyarados. Kea with a KO streak at 2 a moment before, and how about a Regirock knockout? Hey, how are you to the support?
Oh yeah, so far so good for Peru Unite, having that level lead, being able to break both of these tier 1s, but also having a 234-point difference between these teams, because with Dreammax, they haven't been able to get a single dunk in.
Yeah, that is phenomenal for Peru Unite, just dominating in the early game in every single possible fashion you could. Took them a little bit to get up and rolling, but now that they seem like an unstoppable force at the moment. That last team fight from Dreammax was their first chance at having a Unite move backed team fight. You had your Mega Gyarados in good position. You had some other backup, but it just wasn't enough. Now you got your support Unite moves to work with. So does Gyarados. So they have the Mega Evolution again. They're going to be diving directly towards the Mewtwo and Eldegoss.
Yeah, but they're quickly retreating as we have Anemo coming on in with a Unite move of their own. Mewtwo is trying to retreat with their teleport, unable to land any KOs. So Peru Unite, once again, coming out on top in terms of these team fights.
Yeah, this early game focus composition is not hurting too bad into this late game in terms of scaling either, as long as they are keeping a pace that is this far ahead in terms of levels. Not to mention a Regirock buff, actually pretty phenomenal for them. In a few cases there, reducing damage from something like Liquidation or even that Mega Mewtwo Y, who's only at level 9 at the moment, so not too much damage to shrug off given the situation we're sitting in. 30 seconds until Kyogre is going to spawn in, and if Dreammax is going to turn turn it around. It needs to happen now, as they are sitting at a 0-1 game state and no points scored at all in this game number 2.
No points scored, but also they only have that Blaziken that has hit that level 13 benchmark. Not having Gyarados nor Inteleon there is really worrying for them, and they do not want to get caught out by that Mewtwo. So quickly retreating as Peru Unite are gathering in that central area.
Yeah, Peru Unite fine damaging the Kyogre a little bit. They just want the Kyogre to start getting active, but they're going to try to take this team fight if they can find an advantage. And Nemo going to have an amazing Unite move to solo down that Inteleon, and that's a huge source of damage for Dreammax Esports. Gone. Another one still very rampant, though, is this Mega Gyarados trying to chase down an Nemo who finds no escape. The only escape route they can find is towards that Blaziken, but they're having a tough time contending as Tempo is not done yet. Mega Gyarados getting inside the pit with the Kyogre. Crustle trying to buy some time, but it is Crustle in a 1v3, and that will be held down by Peru Unite. Tempo, the KO streak of 3. Snorlax going to secure the Kyogre.
And unfortunately, Lucky was just not lucky enough to handle 3 members plus that Kyogre to try and make an incredible play. The shields are up, and now Peru Unite, they can take an opportunity to go and get some dunks in, but it looks like they're just going to collaborate and look for some more KOs before taking their opportunity if they choose to.
Yeah, I mean, trying to pad these damage stats a little bit. Plus, they want these pushes onto these goal zones to be as safe as possible. Mega Mewtwo X Tempo, burning a little bit of that AOS energy after Mega evolving, but of course, setting the stage for even bigger scores. We got only 30 seconds remaining in this one. Kello Kadazera out on an island all by themselves and is about to fall, and we might be witnessing the very first shutout victory of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series leagues, unless, of course, this Blaziken can make it towards the Tier 1 and shut it down, and it looks like they probably will.
Got to say, considering these past 2 games that we saw of Peru Unite, your vibes are currently on check, on point.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if I'm going to pride myself in any one thing, I do like to think that it is reading the vibes. Peru reading and feeling the same ones. 2-0 over Dreammax and starting their league debut in a 2-0 match score as well. Flawless from Peru Unite.
Yeah, well, at least in the end there, Dreammax did manage to get some points on the board, not ending it on 0, but 70 points. But yeah, Peru Unite may have been that slow start, but they had things under wrap. They don't need to make these incredible flashy plays from the get-go. They really just controlled that tempo throughout, really just letting Dreammax into the palm of their hands.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things that Peru Unite did is it felt like they had the hard read on how to shut down this Mega Gyarados. If you just kind of watch where this Mega Gyarados is fighting currently, take a look at tempo. They're at level 10. They're on parity with this Mega Gyarados, and the entire time they just do not fall. Great timing on the future sights for those little micro stuns, and then Kea keeping them up the entire time. It felt like it was just a perfect answer to the hard damage carry focus from Dreammax Esports.
Yeah, it's such a great way to go and save your allies. Just yoink it back with that future sight. Once again, really funny to see, but it's so effective into that team comp.
Yeah. You can see poor Kea there trying to save their teammate with that God and Cloud Crash Leafeon falling just a moment before the Eldegoss landed. But either way, not too worse for wear. Peru Unite going to be your victors, and Tempo going to take away that Player of the Game award from Anemo and take it for themselves, as they earned 12 knockouts and did not faint a single time in our game number 2.
Yeah, not only did Tempo not faint, we also had Drake and Kia not getting knocked out at all either. So it really just goes to show how well they worked throughout this match. And Nemo, even though they had 3s, they did have the more riskier plays, taking down those threats. Being able to go and target Deucebomb on the Inteleon during that final stretch was really worth it in the end.
I totally agree. Take a look at at Chaos Eldegoss healing numbers, by the way, Kello. 78,000 healing. That's a pretty phenomenal stat, and actually a very strange support meta I feel like we find ourselves in. A lot of teams with these experience share changes are kind of finding a vast new world. We're seeing a lot of double defender compositions. We're still seeing some attacker-based supports. We're seeing some traditional healers. I feel like that metagame is still wide open. And yeah, that score graph telling the story of this one, Kello. Dominant victory from Peru Unite.
Yeah, pretty much keeping Dreammax at bay that whole time on 0 points right up until the end. And yeah, there we go. We also have our heat map there. Tempo being up in that top path, but in the end, 9 times they ended up scoring throughout that match. Obviously, we don't know those points throughout, but I mean, the fact that they had that opportunity so many times.
Yeah, I think that first Reggie Alecki landing gave Tempo a little bit of a chance to get those scores, get the attack weight stacks up, was a very, very big point for them in that early game. And yeah, Tempo making this Mega Mewtwo X look clean. No surprise that this, to me at least, that this player is a master of any melee Pokemon that they have the availability to play. So impressive stuff from Tempo. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Peru. There's some signs of life from Dreammax, but Kella, how you feeling about our current reigning world champ so far?
Well, I think, as I said, your vibe check is on point right now, being in that #1 spot. But I guess I have to ask, in terms of Dreammax, well, they're not up on your board so far.
Yeah.
Do you think you'd be able to place them up there, or do you feel like you need to see a little bit more from them over the weekend before making a decision?
I think my initial reaction, I might be putting them at the #7 spot. Not quite there at the moment. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But there's a lot more games to play, Kello. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. And when we come back, Latin America.
Latin America in full swing, but off stream, we actually have North America already beginning. We had a match where unfortunately we didn't get to catch the first two games as far as clips, but it was an excellent set between TI Gang and Citadel, which a lot of you may have formerly known as, mostly Team YT, plus a little bit of Flareons in there. And we had a game 3 set. Now, before we get to the clip of the final game, I do just want to mention that game 2, with their life on the line, TI Gang decided to go score comp, where their comp was Talonflame, I got my notes, Sableye, Leafeon, Zoroark, and Vaporeon, and they did manage to pull off the win. Big risk, but big reward. Now, going into game number 3, we can take a look at the draft being a little bit more, I would say, standard, and then the game itself as well was a lot more standard. There was still a lot of aggression coming out from TI Gang, but Citadel Gaming played a lot more patient, leading to, you can see here, a very, very late Groudon fight. Just one of those moments where you're like, you don't have any option but to push onto us. So a big win from Citadel Gaming, but still a close set to start things off in North America. Now, I'm excited to see the rest of those matches as we get a little bit further, but first, we've got to send it back to Spraggles and Spicy Doom Snacks for our next set.
So much wonder, Chef. Exciting stuff happening in North America while we are here in Latin America, attempting to pass a coin back and forth between each other. Can we do it? Almost. We almost made it happen, everybody. Look how much bigger it gets when we pass it back and forth. That's the power of this duo. Hi, everybody.
There you go. Coming back.
Content Cowboy, Spraggles, Yeehaw, all the things. Doob Snacks, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Coming back. You ready? Passing it back over to you.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I got it. I got it.
We're the worst into the game. Here we go.
They're like, we will not allow this to continue for even a moment. Infamous Gaming, Force Gaming. This has been a matchup I've been excited to see, Doob Snacks, mainly because I think Force is so unbelievably powerful, and I want to see how these teams kind of match into it. This is a team with players you've seen before. You know them, you love them. Lel, Falb, Soto, some of the biggest names in Brazil playing this game. So I'm excited to see them as we kick off things here in LATAM. Obviously, we just watched the world champs, Peru. They looked absolutely unstoppable. So I want to see if Force is the same way.
I will say real quick about that clip that Chef went over. It was nice to see Flareons on the old school Mew and getting a big secure on the final objective with E-Ball. That's of the days of yore, so that was fun to see. Gohan going to see what they select. Vaporeon makes it pretty deep into the draft, I would think, from what we've seen earlier, getting snatched up by Yiru, Tinta grabbing Mewtwo. As we go to the other side, and Lel loves Eldegoss. So if they don't have Hoopa, Eldegoss is another great pick for them without a doubt.
You know, I was seeing that LD play in the last game with Peru, and I thought, wow, this thing it never has been bad, and it was still incredibly good in those matchups as well. This is a Pokemon I feel like that really just fell off the map almost completely, but it didn't get any nerfs to kind of constitute that, and that is Zacian being picked up by Force. So huge power picks on the side of Infamous with the Blastoise Vaporeon. Right onto the other side, getting Suicune and Mega Gary is just crazy as well.
Oh, it absolutely is. And it just shows the strength of the Pokemon that are currently entering the game now. As we Be Still My Heart and
that's absolutely right. Final pick here. Looks like it is going to be a Charizard. No, could have been Mega Charizard, but instead they go with the Mimikyu. Haven't seen any of the Mega Charizard X today. And it looks like my partner is coming back here in just a second. He apparently he cannot hear me. This is what happens when we start passing a coin back and forth between each other, everybody. I can hear him clacking on his keyboard. I'll go ahead and walk you through this while we wait for Doob Snacks to come back in here. I really like the draft here. from Force when it comes to getting powerful picks, again, like Mega Gary and Suicune. However, giving up Blastoise and Vaporeon seems wild. But they're going for a third tanky Pokemon in this Mr. Mime, which is really interesting. It's dropping the EXP share and it's picking up the choice specs. Both Vaporeon and Mime can really hold their own in some of these fights, but they definitely don't have as much when it comes to raw damage output. However, on the other side, we have no attacker essentially from Force Gaming, and with the build we're seeing from Suicune, it's flexing more into a supportive Suicune than we would be seeing out of something like a attacker Suicune, right? That's leaning into possibly Wise Glasses, Choice Spec, Slick Spoon. So it's going to be interesting without a ton of range damage from either squad. And of course, we have the Dodrio, a Pokemon that is seemingly always good, but oftentimes it just does not make its way into these competitive games. Dodrio feels like one of those Pokemon where you need a Dodrio player for it to work. And I might actually have my partner in crime back. Are you back?
That to be determined. Am I back?
It looks like you're back. Pass a coin to me. Let's see if you're back.
Let's test it out. Here's the coin going to Strangle.
Oh, I think you must have some sort of delay. Surely I didn't screw that up. No, it's perfect. You are back, and it looks like our game is being remade here. I'm not sure if there was a final pick that was a little weird. They hovered on the Mimikyu for a while. We also had Mime as well, which was interesting given that we already had two tanky Pokemon. So Dupe Snacks had a disconnect. We may have had a disconnect in game as well. Let me know what kind of disconnect you've possibly had recently in the chat.
Yeah, honestly, what happened was I got so upset that I got disconnected that I did what I normally do for live events, which is mess with all the wires and end up disconnecting, of course, our two teams that we're trying to cast. Unfortunately, for those at home, it gives us a lot more opportunities to pass this coin back and forth.
All right, give it a shot. Go ahead and pass the coin to me. I know we'll get it right this time. Here it is. There's the coin.
Ooh.
Perfect.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Just go ahead and just send that back. We'll see if I'll get the coin back here.
Oh, hey. We are available for children's parties. Those are the only parties that would even consider booking us. And let me tell you, it never goes over well. This bit doesn't do well at parties. People are just genuinely confused when they have us there.
Well, it's even less impressive when we're there in person at parties because we're just standing next to each other, handing each other things. So it's a lot less impressive. And I know those of you at home are seeing our skill right now and are obviously thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, but I mean, I assume we'll get some bookings. You know, we always do. This is the slow season. Nobody has a birthday between December and January. It just doesn't happen. So
no, it's impossible.
It will pick back up, I'm sure, just as our match will pick back up here. And I am curious to find out where exactly there was a disconnect, because I don't know if it was maybe that last pick, if it was the Mimikyu, right? We just didn't have any range damage from the side of that squad. So I don't know if they were looking to get some damage and they just didn't get it. I don't know if it was earlier in the draft when we had kind of the really tanky composition from the side of Infamous. So we'll find out.
Where did Lel end up? I think I was disconnected. I didn't quite get to see where they ended up. Were they on that Eldegoss? Is that what they locked in?
I didn't see I don't know if the team switched around for all of their picks. I would assume that's where Lel ended up for that, but I'm not positive. Yeah. Gotcha. I didn't see all of the player names as I was just kind of going through a lot of the builds. I was interested to see that Suicune was playing very control heavy Suicune, right? Which oftentimes is the Whirlpool Ice Beam build. So this build is pretty incredible for catching multiple enemies inside of it. You have the curse item stacked on top of it. You have a buddy barrier stacked on top of that. So every time you hit your Unite move, you set up big moments for your team. I'll be interested to see which Suicune they play. I would have to assume we're going to see Whirlpool Ice Beam with an item set up like that. However, we recently did have the buff to the Surf moveset, so I guess it is possible. But that moveset really does feel like the burst damage, almost attacker style Suicune, and this feels like the more support heavy Suicune, while this Pokemon is an all-rounder.
Amazing. Yeah, just it's the Whirlpool Ice Beam specifically, the amount of CC it can generate, crowd control it can generate, of course, makes it a perfect tool to facilitate some fights as we are getting into game, my friend.
Here we go, and it looks like all of the picks are standing between these two squads. Infamous Gaming, your purple team. Force Gaming, your orange team. This is our second match of the day here in Latin America.
And our first time getting to talk about Zacian. Kyluk on that for Force Gaming, using the Gospeler to A-press down, and the Mr. Mime filling almost a true support role going into the top path where normally we send it maybe be a little bit more of a tank.
Oh, and you can see just how powerful that Eldegoss is early, as well as just how quickly Zacian can rip through the enemy team. Mimikyu and Dodrio, looks like both of them possibly heading to the top path right here. Dodrio making their way up, Mimikyu making their way up, and we could have a bit of a brawl here if they happen to see each other. And it looks like they're looking for each other in the tall grass, where Mimikyu is heading towards the center to kind of clear up some of the Natus in the center before the fight top.
Dropping on top of the Dodrio's head is the Zacian, and Eldegoss can't quite close the gap. Oh, there's Zacian over the wall going straight for it. Mr. Mime with a good barrier and a confused blast to get that stun on the doggo.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice big confusion, knocking two into the wall right there. Gohan making some big plays and pushing them back from this fight. Zacian in trouble, but I don't think they're going to want to dive in there. They know Mimikyu is there. Dodrio now possibly looking to steal something from the center if they can. Obviously, we need level 5 in this top path as quickly as we can for both of these all-rounders.
I'm just impressed by the Mr. Mime spacing that Gohan was able to create with those walls, and something that a lot of players haven't had to contend with in a while here. So we'll see how Force Gaming adjusts as we have this path here with the Gyarados online ready to take over.
And here we go in the bottom path. It looks like the Vaporeon and Blastoise doing pretty well, level 6 on the Blastoise. However, we do have Gyarados online for the side of Force Gaming, so that is going to be very difficult to deal with very soon. They just need to feed this thing experience. They've already got the effort gauge full. We've evolved to Mega Gary, but now we need that level 9 so we can really get the power out of this Pokemon.
Yeah, of course, the Mega Mode coming out in the Unite move activation here. As the Trick Room is down, we're scrapping up top. Mimikyu gets kind of out of dodge. Despite that Trick Room being put down, no tricks for the side of Infamous Gaming as they know exactly what their target are. Here comes Gary, getting into the mix quickly. Low on HP are a couple players in Infamous Gaming. They're finally able to dispatch that Blastoise.
And here we go, just ripping through the top path here. 10 seconds until Regieleki hits the map in the top path. Obviously, that does rotate here on this new map, but it looks like it will be top path for the rest of this match. Foul moving in with the Mimikyu, seeing if they can make something happen, having to peel back through that Trick Room. Dodrio trying to steal some of that experience. In the bottom path, we've got the Vaporeon and the Suicune battling it out down there for some of that experience. And we're going to see how these teams want to fight. Everyone backing off of this top objective.
Yeah, now we just have the Zacian and Mr. Mime squaring off in the top path here as the rest of the squads look to commit down to this Registeel. Vaporeon going straight for him, getting some eyes on the Force Gaming squadron as Infamous Gaming is taking advantage of their presence around this Registeel. Nice little surf push, pin against the wall. Registeel is low. Moving forward is Gizine. Force Gaming able to take that. Sorry, Angelzine said the wrong name there as the ultimate is out for Mega Gyarados, and they get a KO Shrika 2.
Yeah, huge Unite move right into Mega Gary. We now have 30 points scored in the bottom path. I did see that Suicune is the Surf Icy Wind build, so they are going with the newly buffed build on this Pokemon, but still playing it with the flavor of a bit of a support, and it's working out for Force as they break this bottom goal zone, 51 to 116. And with Gyarados online, now it's its job to show up to every single big fight that it can with a Unite move, and these Natus are going to help out a lot.
Yeah, a considerable amount of experience has gone to Force Gaming here in the last few exchanges. Hydro Pump is there. Another Unite move from Mega Gyarados, going to go ahead and find some prime targets as one player is down, and they continue to push. Make it 2, and they're still standing. Finally, they go down. Dodrio gets credit for that, but it has the damage already been done. Zacian trying to get out. They get eaten up by Vaporeon. Hydro Typhoon out of Blastoise, and now it's Dodrio and the rest of Infamous Gaming pushing right now. Mimikyu pops their Unite straight into the Ice Age. Is that enough to stem the tide here? I don't think so. As Vaporeon's caught in the Trick Room, they get knocked out, and this is an absolute mollywop back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we're just throwing punches both ways. Huge haymakers as we have 2 Unite moves expended from Force Gaming, not to mention the earlier Mega Gyarados Unite. Regieleki getting taken down there by the beautiful Unite timing of this Zacian. And we have multiple members of Infamous ready to defend here in this top path. We're going to see if Force wants to push this fight.
Well, they certainly have the personnel to do so, biding a little bit of time as they're jumping into the middle. Another Mega Gyarados Unite move popped, and now 2 players down as Force Gaming is forcing their way onto this T1. The wall is up from the Mr. Mime. A little confused blast is not enough to keep Force Gaming from taking this goal zone down.
And there it goes. Some bad math there by Force Gaming, but you're not too stressed out when you're having great fights like this. The Gyarados already level 12, and you can see Dupsnacks, they are just making sure this thing is well fed, moving around the map, getting all of the wild Pokemon it can, so that every big fight it has shown up with the Unite move. This one, it's going to be just short, though, as Infamous Gaming is ripping through Regice.
Regice is incredibly low. Force Gaming is getting bubbled out by those psychic barriers from the Mr. Mime, and it looks like at least the presence Force has is enough to bully back the opposing squad. Infamous Gaming is getting chased down a little bit. Hydro Typhoon eject button kicks up 3. Let's see if they can leverage it. Mimikyu Unite on the backside tries to isolate a target. Ice Age is out. Dodrio Unite straight towards the pad, coming back with the drive-by, getting a couple knockouts. 3 players down from Force Gaming, and now Infamous Gaming almost leashed Force along and hit him with a mean counter punch and attacked this goal zone and broke it pretty flush.
I mean, that was beautiful from Infamous. I think it might have been a full team freeze in that Suicune Unite move, but they still were able to battle through it and take them down. Definitely a scary one for Infamous, but they made it out on the other side as the victor. Also, Gyarados just barely not having a Unite move in that moment was not ideal for the side of Force. Vaporeon going to go down. Regieleki coming up right here, and it looks like Force is just going to rip through this here. One of the benefits of this Zacian is it can just, cut through these objectives like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and that's going to be useful if they ever decided to turn and attack this Kyogre when it populates on the map. Of course, a couple good secure tools, one of which is still that Zacian with its big Unite.
Here we go, 25 seconds now until we have our Kyogre. We see Gyarados having to peel away from this. You'd love for it to be level 13 if you could in this moment. The Mimikyu now dancing around the Trick Room right here obviously takes reduced damage from the range attacks outside of it, but they actually took a lot of damage right there. Muddy Water knocking up 3. Dodrio looking for possible moments. 2 minutes is now on the clock. We have Kyogre, and these teams have been scrapping this entire time. No one wanting to fully commit to this fight just yet. Blastoise resets back at the home goal zone, making their way into the fight. They are level 13, which means they get that big time shield from Surf Plus. Gyarados in trouble, heads underground.
Has to force out the Unite move. Now they're on the chase for a prime target. They want the Mewtwo, get stunned into the wall, and now right back it's the showtime. Mr. Mime getting into the face of Force Gaming. Put a lot of stress on, forcing out the Suicune Unite. Does get the Blastoise. On the backside, Mewtwo's getting low, and the Vaporeon's gone as well. Force Gaming putting the pressure on. Zacian has been dispatched. Mr. Mime, that's a Mimikyu Unite taking care, and now it's just the Mr. Mime standing for Infamous Gaming. They're way down south. They're moving up. Can they make a miracle play? Lel steps up to try and create that separation they need to close the door on this one, and that is all of Infamous Gaming gone, and Force Gaming taking themselves a prime objective.
Beautiful fight there from Force. I mean, absolutely controlling the entire match. You called that great Mimikyu Unite move to kind of shut down the last that was around there. They were dancing in and out with some pretty big moments here. Gyarados getting very close to going down, but able to peel away from that fight. The waterfall on Mega Gyarados just kind kind of crazy. Even if you're not hitting your targets, you're generating these shields. But Blastoise with a huge goal zone defense, they're fighting back.
They grabbed themselves a buff. Now the push is on. Mega Mewtwo X is going to help that out. Suicune's caught in the wall, pinned against it, and then blasted with the confusion. Big Surf back through is going to get themselves a knockout. 20 seconds, and now Infamous Gaming has to go score, though. They're chasing more knockouts. Dodrio's on the chase for those points, of course. Force Gaming, Angel Zine is getting bullied, and Dodrio is going to get some points in up top, but are they actually committing enough to score? I don't think so.
Now, it doesn't look like it, especially with Gyarados running top to make a play happen there. It looks like this is going to be Force Gaming. Beautiful 100 cap in that tier 2 goal zone. Really great fight and defense there from the side of Infamous, but Force completely controlling the Kyogre pit and winning a huge victory in game number 1. You got to think, I mean, when you hand a team Mega Gyarados, you've got to be very scared.
Yeah, you absolutely have to be. You know, you see the strength of Mega Gyarados not only as not only strength in its moves, but its ability to escape when in trouble.
Oh, that's one of the best replays we could have. It actually looked pretty good when you move that card through. I would say we're going to have a few more kids parties lined up for our show.
Yeah, for sure. What I was saying about Mega Gyarados, though, is Infamous Gaming effectively got
I'm sorry. Did I stop you from talking about Unite for a moment here?
No, me watching the replay stopped me from talking about Unite. Well, its ability to escape, right? Go underground with its Unite move was critical in that moment. So despite getting caught out and half its HP kind of eviscerated, it was still able to go underground and then kick off this pretty robust engagement regardless. Force Gaming finding prime targets and able to leverage just the existence of Mega Gyarados despite it starting off getting completely caught out.
Beautiful stuff here. I mean, there was that Unite move, a great shutdown Unite in that moment. And, you know, they probably were not going to get this stolen by Mime, but they lured it in so that they could get that KO and then move towards the goal zone. Look at that Hydro Typhoon catching 4 right there.
Terrific. I mean, great Dodrio Unite as well, trying to give themselves an opportunity. And unsurprisingly, if Mega Gyarados finds its way into the map, it's going to find its way on the top of the pile. And here it is, our MVP, Angel Zine.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those Pokemon that you really have to consider banning away from your opponents, right? But as you can see, our bans here, we're concerned with Mewtwo's, we're concerned with Blazikens, we're concerned with Mega Lucarios. There are a lot of very powerful Pokemon, and at the end of the day, you are going to give your opponents something they can work with. I just don't know if you want to let them work with the fish, because that thing cooks.
And it's looked great every time it's been on screen, right? Mm-hmm. Whether the team wins or loses, it's a force to be reckoned with, without a doubt. Now let's take a look at the rest of the numbers here. 77k healing out of Lel on an Eldegoss. You have to think that played a pretty critical factor in these team fights between these two squads. Now I'm taking a look at Sebas on this Vaporeon. A lot of great muddy water plays as well. Didn't quite see as much success as we've seen from other teams, especially earlier today in EU when the Vaporeon has been selected, but they can't be upset about having that on their team.
Here we go. Force Gaming kind of taking over the map about 4 minutes in. And from there, they just kept winning. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that is just about the exact moment when Gyarados got online, got their Unite move at about the 6-minute mark into that match, right? 4 minutes down. And then all of a sudden, every time this thing is showing up, it's showing up with the Unite move because their team is just feeding it so many wild Pokemon. And every time it unites, like you said, it's not only able to deal insane damage, create big plays, it's also kind of avoiding huge volleys of damage from your opponent. You're ducking Hydro Typhoons, you're ducking Mewtwo Unite moves. Like, they're just big moments that it's able to be invulnerable as well.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, this Mega Gyarados spending a lot of time kind of in the middle and bottom portion of the map, despite it kind of feeling, I'm sure if you're in the shoes of Infamous Gaming, everywhere at all times. They couldn't really show up to anything without having Mega Gyarados be a presence. Going here into game 2, Spraggles, what adjustments would you like to see from Infamous Gaming now that they've got a little bit of, we'll say, their feet wet with Force Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, after you run into Mega Gyarados and you can't shut it down, especially if you kind of are aware you're giving this to your opponents, right? If you're opening this pickup, it's very, very likely your opponents are grabbing it. If they grab it and they beat you pretty soundly with it, I just don't think you can let them have that Pokemon. They clearly did not have a strong enough answer for it there in game number 1. It's one of those, there are a few dangerous ones. For me, like my Mount Rushmore of scary Pokemon, I wouldn't let my opponent have. And I guess we only get 3 in Unite, right? Vaporeon is definitely up there, and we saw that. This one would be Mega Gyarados. And then if you're looking for a third, this is maybe when you could look for Mega Lucario or even that sort of targeted ban. But boy, I don't want to see Vaporeon, and I don't want to see Mega Gary at all.
I mean, the 2 picks that they were allowed to have on the hop, Force Gaming, was Mega Gyarados and Suicune. Blastoise being the first selection there. And I understand the strength of Blastoise even earning quite a few bans as well this weekend. But if you're looking again at the Spraggles Mount Rushmore of things to ban in Pokemon Unite, remember there's only 3 heads there. I think you got to start with maybe Suicune, at the very least Mega Gyarados, and try and build from there, because all of the defensive tools were in the hands of Infamous Gaming, and they still found themselves catching a pretty tough loss here in game 1.
Yeah, Mega Gary is just so unbelievably hard to shut down. That Pokemon is incredibly strong. When it hits that Dragon Breath, it's unstoppable in that moment, just chipping away at your opponents. I talked about it during the match, but its Waterfall will give you its shield as if it hit 2 Pokemon, even if you don't. So that's why you see a lot of situations where Mega Gyarados will actually be able to peel away and run away from what looked like a very bad fight with just a little bit of HP. They actually are getting a shield every single time they are using this high mobility Waterfall move. Again, even if you're not hitting your opponents, when you're just Gyarados or when you haven't Mega Evolved, you need to hit twice before you generate that shield. So it's like a free shield that you can use to move in for fights. It's a free shield you can use to run away from things. It's just so strong. And its Unite move pops out of the water. You're invulnerable, chasing your opponents down. It's a really tough Pokemon to beat.
Yeah, and we saw it right there. Caught out, half HP, gone in an instant. Hits the Unite move, pops back up, gets the shield, gets hit with a Mewtwo Unite and a Confuse Blast into a Mr. Mime wall. And because of that shield, it still has enough in the tank to lead the team in that engagement and be able to find success. Without a doubt, you have to give credit to Infamous Gaming. They caught the target they wanted, but the strength of Mega Gyarados was just that much better than their execution of that strategy.
They also had some really interesting survivability items like built into this Gyarados kit. So one of your held items on Mega Gary is always going to be that Mega Stone. That's how they balance it. The other item, they've got an attack weight to make it a lot stronger, but their third slot there was their Focus Band. So you had Focus Band and then the battle item of a potion. So you had these moments where you would be in these fights and you would be able to start recovering your HP once you got low. The potion just giving you a ton of extra HP in those moments as well. So you would think you'd get Gyarados pretty low, but you couldn't quite take it out in multiple fights.
Yeah, and imagine if it wasn't balanced with that Mega Stone Spraggles, how much crazier this Pokemon might be.
Yeah, well, we'll never know. Now we just have to settle with the very balanced Mega Gyarados. As we head into our next fight here, Groudon is going to be our map, and it looks like our first pick is going to be Infamous Gaming. On our purple side, the bans are going to be Mewtwo, Scizor/Scyther, Mega Lucario, and we have the Leafeon.
Definitely targeted bans there if you're looking at the side of Force Gaming. And they're putting it to Infamous Gaming. Hey, we're going to let so many powerful tools come through this draft that we'll get the next 2 without a doubt. So we've got a lot of targeted bans here from Force Gaming to make sure that Infamous Gaming picks something that they can easily counter with their next 2.
And here we go. First pick over to Blastoise, actually moving away from it being a possible Vaporeon. Now that they're not able to get the Mega Gyarados, I'm interested to see what Force does. This could be a great opportunity to steal Vaporeon for themselves if they are playing it. And it looks like they are considering it here. It's such a powerful choice right now, whether you kind of lean more towards a recovery style or even a tank style. And they are bringing the Suicune back out. No surprise, it felt very impactful.
It did look really good. It did look really good. Note that both Mewtwo's X and Y are banned in this game. As we go over to Infamous Gaming, quickly locking in a Dodrio. Definitely a comfort pick here for Infamous Gaming, and Gohan grabbing the Hoopa.
I felt like their Dodrio was actually really solid in that last match. I'm interested to see how they want to play it here. We've got Inteleon on the side of Force, and you'll notice in pro play, you're almost always seeing a snipe shot Inteleon as opposed to the recently buffed Liquidation. But Liquidation is a really strong move into something like Dodrio. You know, it's a sure hit move into something that can be a little tricky to lock down. However, I still think most pros are going to go for that snipe shot. I mean, when you land a couple of those, it just changes the texture of a fight in huge ways.
Yeah, when you're eviscerating half an HP bar at the Groudon pit with one well-placed snipe shot, and you have, you know, characters like Vaporeon, Suicune, and Charizard, Mega Char stepping up, you have the opportunity to get some quality knockouts.
Now, Mega Charizard here, Mega Charizard X, is very interesting. At one point, this Pokemon was really powerful, still balanced because it has the Mega Stone as one of its 3 items. But this Pokemon was really, really powerful and would have had a ban every single game at LAIC. It was a real powerhouse, but it's been through a few rounds of nerfs since it first came out. And actually, its win rate in some of our ranked games is under 50% right now. So you have to wonder if they have a plan for this, if they still think there is a lot of power behind this pick. Mimikyu was right there for them and looked pretty good in game number 1. But as we head into game 2, we've got ourselves a Mega Char.
Maybe the thought is once the Dodrio steps up close, you can hit it with that big suplex from space. Charizard dragging it up into the air, and then maybe have the opportunity to get it with that like Fire Punch combo real quick, deal a lot of damage, and hope that somebody else on your team is there to clean up the trash. But they do have, you know, the Vaporeon, the Suicune, both have the ability to provide a little bit of we'll say tripwires for the Dodrio as well, if it does get into the mix. So I think they're just kind of insulating themselves from the Dodrio having too big of pop-off moments. And I think they've done a decent job here.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, a move that you had talked about here, Infamous Gaming, your purple team, Force Gaming, your orange team, game number 2 here of this best of 3. We are on the Groudon map. Something that you talked about, you know, moving in with that Fire Punch. You can hit them with the suplex, and then that Flare Blitz is also a sure hit that will allow you to chase down that Dodrio. So they've definitely got some options. As we have the Hoopa actually heading into the central area of Force, 2 players heading into the central area of Force, and boy, I sure would like to be seeing that right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would love to see what's going on with that. But
I mean, completely bullied. They were just watching the minimap, completely bullied that Charmander out. Hoopa and Snorlax are leaving with, if anything, time 1 for their team.
Yeah, here we go. Dodrio in the top path. They are level 5. Charmeleon has hit level 5 in this bottom path right here as well. We got the Vaporeon now. Once it hits 4, it's pretty unbelievable. So this still feels pretty good for this fight. Vaporeon moving in, massive muddy water right into a Fire Punch. Hoopa has to run away. Dodrio missing the boosted, accidentally dashing into the wall, acting like a Talonflame.
And it was a great impression. Bulb is able to get out of there, and the Charmeleon is now back into its central area, whereas it, instead of being a critical knockout for a big character on the side of Infamous Gaming, it all kind of comes out in the wash, and you hate to see those opportunities missed.
And we see Dodrio now in this central area. They're being extremely aggressive with this Char, just trying to slow it down any chance they can get. Still a Charmeleon here, not yet level 7 as this fight is continuing.
Lel stepping to Fob and making sure that they are babysat very well here, almost escorting them all over the map. Meanwhile, we do have the Drizzile online. Angel Zine is there, and the Vaporeon, of course, online as well. Now, how will Infamous Gaming combat this when they have essentially all of the Pokemon they could have ever imagined and this Charge Beam Miraidon lacing in heavy damage?
Here we go, looking for the secure right here, and they are able to get it there with the Miraidon. Force Gaming forced back slightly. However, in the top path, we have a 3 versus 1 as Dodrio is now running up to defend. 2 versus 1 here in this bottom path, but Inteleon just peeling away.
Must have gone pretty well for this War Turtle here because they stopped that push quickly. And now that the reinforcements have arrived, Force Gaming can't really do much about it. They're scrapping over the birds here and the pressure continues. A portal is down. Nobody's interested in going home. We're interested in dealing damage, son. Suicune takes a ton of that fully powered Charge Beam, but has just enough HP to get back to pad.
And here we go. We see them looking for this as well. Again, they're just trying to take every little bit away from their opponents here. Charizard actually in some trouble right here if they move in. Body blocking the tri-attack, however, so they are not able to take it.
Yeah, a good adjustment in body positioning so they don't lose the buff to their opponent. And now Force Gaming, I mean, they're looking 4v2 in the bottom path. Lel is showing up a little late to the party. But is this going to be enough to make a difference here? As Angel Zine is going to be looking to line up a snipe. They are liquidation. I saw the finger guns come out. They're liquidation.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense into this build. It is just one of those things where you don't expect a lot of players to pick it. I'm going to be honest. I think it's the granny shot of Pokemon Unite. You're going to get more free throws with it, but it just doesn't look as cool. So none of the pros play it. But this is a great setup for it.
Oh, the suplex is there. We're burning the countryside down. Shield from the block of Snorlax is not enough. They bite the dust. Hyperspace Highway is open. Everybody's rolling down for the fight, and that's a liquidation. Getting in tandem with the Charizard, another KO Shrika 2. Good surfing to the wall, Hydro Pump pins, but that is not enough to get the knockout. As the rest of Force Gaming is still hanging out, looking great, and that's a 40 banger going in from the Mega Char. They go unmega into regular Charizard mode as they try to Fire Punch Flare Blitz out of there. They're pinned back, and now all of a sudden they're getting blocked into the hands of the rest of Infamous Gaming. Miraidon secures that deal for themselves, and the fight rages on, Cowboy.
They're just going to have to peel back here, but Infamous is deciding to now take this fight to their goal zone. Really never stopping here for the past about minute and a half as we are brawling. Now this tier 1 being assaulted by Infamous, and it looks like Blastoise finally going to have to run away from this. What a crazy back and forth. I cannot believe how low multiple members of Force were, and they just kept pushing.
I agree completely. Something that's setting my alarm bells off, though, is Gohan on this Hoopa. It does not have its Unite move yet. And usually you'd want it by now so you can get a couple instances of it. But that mobility that Unite move provides is not going to be available to them at this time.
Boy, you're right. Look at that level 7 here, just ticking over to level 8. I didn't see if they had EXP share beforehand, but now I believe with the recent patch, we get to see it on their heads again. So I'm guessing this is no EXP share and you don't get to go home, Blastoise. Charizard's going to take you back to the Pokemon Center. Just a different way to make it there.
Definitely a different way to make it. Liquidation shots still coming through, and Angel Zine has done a great job surviving these pushes as the Suicune Unite provides the cover that the Inteleon needs to get some points in. The surface there isolates the Mega Char. Now we got Meteors from space. Hydro Typhoon follows suit, and we're looking to push here. Angel Zine finally does go down in this exchange. They're tired of those granny shots. They want to stop those ones from going in. Block into the wall, Suicune pinned. Is the follow-up there, Hydro Pump, Surf combo. And now it's just everybody focus firing down the Suicune and finally able to deal with it.
We're moving towards this goal zone, but we do have Vaporeon up here to attempt to stop this. Dodrio letting some points into that top path. We've got 40 from Blastoise, but no, they are not able to make the score happen. Hoopa, on the other hand, does have the Unite move and recognizes there's only going to be a few instances of using this. They need to use it now if they want to get another one here before Groudon.
Despite that big push, the score lead still remains firmly in the hands of Force Gaming. 65 points separating these two teams here. 55 points, my apologies.
Apology accepted.
Okay, fair enough. As we go through, is it 60 points? It's 60 points now. I don't know what it was before. Liquidation eviscerating the Regice. Force Gaming taking that for themselves. As now, what is this Blastoise doing? Just sussing out the situation.
Yeah, Blastoise just trying to take some of this away from the side of Force. You know, if you look at Force, we've got level 12 on this Inteleon, but when this move really becomes crazy is its plus version. You get more of these like kind of like little finger gun bits of damage from Liquidation, and it really is a difference maker in some of these fights, especially for that Dodrio, a squishier Pokemon. Huge scores, 178, 226. Reggie Alecki now firmly in the hands of Force Gaming. 30 seconds until Groudon.
Take a deep breath. This fight is going to be a big one as we have the Unite move starting to populate for both of these teams. 20 seconds until Groudon arrives, and you know these teams want to fight it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have just been slugging back and forth all match, not afraid to take a fight. And that is 13 on the Inteleon. So these finger guns are going to be very powerful on Liquidation Plus. Going to do a ton of damage here. I've got Snorlax just resetting here before Groudon. Vaporeon jumping in. Looks like they slightly missed the flip turn there. Didn't get the shield. Now the Charge Beam is going to push everyone away. Snorlax actually in a little bit of trouble. They go down.
The Liquidation keeps it from the reset. They went a little too far. One domino is fallen. There's the suplex. Put them down. Now they're chasing the Blastoise. They surf into the wall and they get pinned themselves. The Charge Beam fully charged up doesn't hit anyone. Force Gaming looking to pivot. The back door is there on the Dodrio. Rings are unbound from the Hoopa. They've identified the Suicune. That's their target. The Ice Age is down. The push is there. Nice little power nap into the middle. Pops up 4. Is that going to be enough though? It doesn't look like it. They're smothering this Snorlax. The Liquidations are back out. It's not enough to close the door on the Snorlax, but it's enough to send them packing for now. They're on the chase. This Miraidon can't enter anymore. They've got a 3-person position. Does Infamous Gaming. There we go. That's a knockout easy. Groudon is on the verge of getting knocked out. Heavy Slam in the middle. Hydro Typhoon follow-up, and it's taken by the Inteleon. Cbus, I believe. Well done. Who is on this Inteleon? Is it Angel Zine?
It is.
Answer my questions, Cowboy.
It is Angel Zine. What a play. The finger guns make it happen. The granny shot of Unite with a convincing victory, and you saw just that extra damage from the plus was able to take down Snorlax before they reset, and as soon as they had that, Force Gaming pushed for a huge fight and a huge win. I love it when a team sees the win in front of them and seizes the opportunity, and that is what has happened with Force. Beautiful stuff there.
I mean, you're seeing the strength of these Liquidations right here, chasing Pokemon into their home base. No one is safe here. Angelzine dodging the Miraidon Charge Beam and just laying in more Liquidation shots. The Ice Age gets put down, and they're just racking up their knockout scores and just racking up the damage for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, what a fight from Force. And Charizard looked great. You know, you talked about it. They just set up a lot of plays where something was a little low, and they confirmed knockouts over and over and over again with this Unite move. They actually used it more often to confirm a knockout before they even considered to engage with it. So they waited until their opponent was low, then hit them with the start of the Char Unite, almost always starting the fight with a knockout, and then just continuing to push on them from there.
Yeah, and I mean, it became an easy rhythm for them, right? Because the Liquidation was beginning to deal so much damage that you almost always had a target that just needed the confirmation of the KO, right? So it made the target priority pretty easy for them in that standpoint. Let's take a look at some replays.
Yeah, here we go. Dodrio taking the Regice in that bottom path. This is early on. This is about when we noticed it was Liquidation. We're pretty excited about it. I remember this Blastoise defense. I couldn't believe that these Pokemon went down. I also couldn't believe the Force was just continuing. It felt so unbelievably bold, but they were playing this way all game. They were not afraid to take a fight into their opponents at all.
Yeah, that seems to be just the personality of these LATAM regions, just fighting forever, constantly. They're always about the action. They always want the smoke. And this is when we really saw Liquidation come online, right? Leveraging tons of damage in. We see the secures from the Charizard getting into the back line and able to confirm those knockouts, as you mentioned. Man, poor Hoopa has looked so good in so many situations, but I don't feel like it's coming away with a lot of wins right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that. I was thinking the same thing. Every player we've seen play Hoopa, they feel like they're doing great. But you're right. We are just not walking away from a lot of these fights with a Hoopa W. So maybe Hoopa is just not what you need in some of these extended brawls right now.
I suppose not, as we're watching the final ticks of this game happen. And Angel Zine again is the MVP, most valuable player here, with 108,000 damage dealt through the liquidation. Not going to say most of that came in the last 30 seconds when they were just farming those numbers up. But lo and behold, a great performance and a clever use of the Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great call. And when I see the enemy comp and I see the Dodrio, it's definitely something that I would be thinking about trying, right? One of the best things about Dodrio is it's just kind of hard to lock this thing down. It's kind of bouncing in and out of the fight, coming at you from annoying angles. But if you have one of those sure hit moves like Liquidation or Icicle Spear Glaceon, it just really lowers this thing's viability. And look at this. I mean, these two Pokemon aren't necessarily compared side by side for a lot of reasons. They're in different roles here, but Dodrio, 17,000 damage. Inteleon, again, numbers padded with a Groudon buff at the end, but 108,000.
Yeah, it definitely delivered. Uru, though, on this Miraidon, almost eclipsing 80k damage, doing a good job keeping Infamous Gaming in these fights and in the game in general. You have to start considering, though, this Blastoise first pick. Is it really the key to success? Because it seems like giving up the back-to-back picks in that second position is going to be enough to surpass the strength of a Blastoise.
You know, it might be. One thing that's really tough about it is I think that Blastoise had so many heroic moments throughout the game that you almost say like, well, maybe it is the absolute best pick we could make in first pick position. But you're right. You're giving up Vaporeons, and in game one, you're giving up Mega Gyarados. Like, you're giving up a lot for a pick like that, for sure.
Yeah, and Suicune being used incredibly well by Force Gaming, right? Using that Surf moveset there, doing a crop of damage. But most importantly to me is that Suicune Unite move and how it's used. And it found purchase every single time it was fired off. And Force Gaming was really able to jump onto those opportunities created by that Suicune.
Yeah, tons of big moments from Suicune, a Pokemon that just never stops being amazing. All of its moves creating some form of crowd control. Its Unite move having a ludicrously wide, long stun onto multiple opponents is just really, really difficult to fight that thing. And they set up huge plays with it. I was wondering how Force was going to look. They look incredible.
They really do. Unsurprising when you look at the folks on that team, the names that we're all so familiar with, battling it out here. Incredibly well done. And just because it popped up on the screen means I know it. Entity 7 versus Stamina Esports is coming up next. Cowboy, close this up and send us back.
Yeah, that's right. We've got more here from LATAM, and then we are moving on to North America. This day is just about half done, and it is still heating up. Do not go anywhere. I will be upset with you. I'm going to pass a coin over to you. We did it. Don't go anywhere.
We got to see a nice showing from Force just now, but we got to see a showing of Force as well in North America as we got our first match of Root Dig, playing up against TI Gang, who actually played their other match previously off broadcast. So they were fighting to try and not go 0-2, but we can actually take a look because this was an 0-2 for them in two different ways. TI Gang, unfortunately, they did have signs of life, but Root Dig is here to play. You can see here, actually, TI Gang was ahead in points in game number 1, but the Kyogre fight did not go their way, and the comeback happened from Root Dig. They were solid the entire time through, didn't let the lead get all that big, but again, a big attempt at scoring a lot, which we've seen a lot from TI Gang in the previous sets. In game number 2, we got to see a relative shift where at the end we see a Rayquaza map pick, which was actually stolen away from TI Gang. So a lot of big objective play from them. Unfortunately, despite the fact that they stole this, you can see they were already at almost a 300-point deficit. They did manage to get some points in at the end, but unfortunately, it was just not quite enough. So a nice attempt from TI Gang, but Root Dig is just looking so incredibly strong in one of the first matches that we got a chance to see from them. So glad to see them, excited to see them more on broadcast. And North America is shaping up to be a very tough landscape to play in. But let's move on back. We're going to send it over to Kello and Mild Zoinks to see what our next match is going to be.
Chef, what's going on? Yeah, we are headed back into Latin America. One more game on broadcast for this region before we make the shift to North America, even though things are already heating up over there. Kello, it's an exciting landscape. We got one more to close us out right now. Entity 7 versus Stamina.
Yeah, I mean, NA is looking fierce. Latam is also equally just as fierce as well. So really looking forward to seeing these two teams battle against each other. This is actually going to be Stamina's first match of the day, first match of the league. Whereas Entity 7, well, they already faced off against Tuzzy Esports earlier on, but they did end up losing 2-1.
Yeah, not the best look for this squad. However, Tuesday Esports currently number 3 on the power ranking. So, a tough matchup no matter how you draw it up. But either way, they're looking for that bounce back matchup. We haven't seen too many teams end up at 0-2 in their league debut. It has changed now that North America's games have started going on, but I don't think Entity 7 wants to join that company. But again, another tough opponent in front of them. This Stamina Esports squad is incredibly strong, hailing from Latin America North, and this is a lot of players who had an amazing tournament at the World Championships this year, that being a top 4 finish. Mufasa, Hitman, Anisas, Kira, and Minato, they are looking to make a big splash at the start of this regional league.
Yeah, they were quite the formidable foes during the 2025 season, having come forth at World Championships, but also winning the Latam North regionals as well. So really excited to see how far they've come. They did end up playing at LAIC as well, where they did come ninth. So obviously a different environment and everything like that. So we'll have to see how they end up going here for this first match of the day for them.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kello. Yeah, a big high at the World Championships, then a bit of a dip going into LAIC. So we'll see how it ends up showcasing. Of course, LAIC, an international affair, this one being a little bit more local in the Latin America Regional League. So we'll see how well they match up against some of these in-region rivals. Of course, this first one being Entity 7. I'm excited to see how it plays out. When it comes to Pokemon picks and what's going to end up happening in the draft, I think there's one Pokemon in my mind that feels like an Entity 7 lock for a ban. I feel like you gotta ban away any Scyther. I don't think you want to see that on the other side. I think Entity 7, that one's got to be included in your ban phase. That's just too strong of a pick for this Stamina squad, in my opinion.
I feel like that's pretty common across a lot of the teams in the Latam region, being that Scyther pick. So we'll have to see whether that one does end up getting targeted banned. But I mean, also, I was thinking Mega Gyarados right now. I'm surprised it keeps on getting through, to be honest.
I completely agree. Yeah, that one feels like it doesn't matter what the team name is on the side. That just feels like it should also be in the ban repertoire. Of course, if you're in the second pick side. If you're on first pick side, I think you let that thing through all day. Give yourself a great opportunity to utilize it in your first pick position. I think Mega Gyarados so far has had a dominant run in a tournament. The only time it taking losses, it kind of felt like when Peru Unite had a solid answer to it with the meta call of the Mega Mewtwo X alongside that Eldegoss. But right now, it feels like otherwise, if you don't have a perfect answer, Mega Gyarados is going to have a nasty impact. And here we go. Entity 7 so far have been following our advice to the T, Kello, with a Scyther ban and a Mega Gyarados ban.
Yeah, and we can see that Blaziken, Mega Lucario, and Umbreon have been banned on out by Stamina Esports. Also, just to confirm, because it is the first game for this set, believe Kyogre is going to be the map choice locked on in too.
Yeah, that's a good call. We'll get that switched up for the map variants. It will be Kyogre going into this game number 1. Now, these bans, that Vaporeon and Umbreon, the two defender evolutions, finding themselves in that ban position, make a lot of sense to me. Both these Pokemon have been phenomenal today. Vaporeon just certainly on a power level perspective. Umbreon just like a lot of utility that it brings to the table. Anisus is going to utilize that first pick, though, on the Zacian, a Pokemon that has been right beside Scyther in terms of play rate for this player.
Yeah, looks like they're going to lock in their Snorlax alongside it as well. I'm actually really curious. Entity 7 was the squad that ended up playing Gardevoir in their off-stream matches, being played by Yanks. So I'm wondering if we're going to end up seeing them pick up Gardevoir this time around.
Yeah, that would be so interesting. I would love it. It obviously is a great answer to some of these heavy melee Pokemon, especially if you're not too afraid of some of these early game speedsters that are devastating on the other side. So we'll see where that matchup ends up happening. But there it is. I think on our main broadcast for the first time, Kello, both Mewtwo's will be locked into the same team. Entity 7 will have 2 chances at Infinite Cyberns.
Okay, so it wasn't my eyes playing tricks then. I thought I was just seeing double.
No, it might be early morning for you, Kello. Honestly, I've lost track of your time. It could be late at night. Who knows? But either way, you are seeing double. But this time it is correct. It is Mega Mewtwo Y and Mega Mewtwo X.
Oh, there we go. Over on the opposite side, I think a great shutdown tool into these Megas is going to be this Slowbro that has been locked in by Mufasa. But it's just a matter of, well, which Mewtwo do you lock down? You only have one Slow Beam ever so often.
Yeah, exactly. A Unite move that is extremely strong, but you gotta utilize it at the correct time. I feel like that final pick might have made your choice a little bit easier, for it will now be Kira who's going to be picking up the Slowbro. As we see these players switch up their Pokemon picks a little bit, Mufasa going to be the one on the Blastoise. Makes a little bit more sense. I know Mufasa played a bit more of that damage role. We're playing damage Blastoise, whereas Kira will be more of a supportive Slowbro.
Yeah, I guess that's what Kira is mainly known for as well, just being a top tier defender player. So given that over to Kira, I think it's a wise choice. But, well, unfortunately, no Gardevoir this time round, but I am very excited to see this Dodrio come out to play. Is this the Mount Rushmore, the Spraggle's Mount Rushmore, the 3 heads that he was talking about earlier?
Yeah, I think so. He's got a pretty specific Mount Rushmore, and it is just the Dodrio. I don't know if the pre-evolution Doduo has a two-headed stone structure anywhere, but yeah, if hey, who knows if Pokopia ever comes up, potentially Mount Rushmore's into the rock face with a Dodrio. I think that would be pretty cool. These are free ideas, Pokemon. Feel free to take whatever you'd like. Yeah.
No, yes, I will take many pictures with that. Indeed.
Okay, perfect.
But we have our match coming up next, Stamina Esports, Entity 7. I know we've focused on Stamina Esports in terms of their storylines and everything, but Entity 7, they actually were one of the strongest squads last year. However, I felt like they were always out of reach in terms of a win throughout the season. So is this year going to end up being their year? They have to verse a pretty formidable foe up first, though.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel like can we change the narrative around this roster a little bit in this kind of situation? Fortunately, sorry about everybody. We'll have a game pause. We'll be back into the match very, very briefly. But yeah, I am interested to see if Entity 7 can kind of shift this around. And I know I don't have Stamina Esports or Entity 7 on the whiteboard as of yet, but this does feel, if I'm reading the vibes instinctually, like two teams that could be right in the middle of the pack. I'm talking that 5 through 7 range. We could see these two teams kind of having a placement match right now as we speak about where they're going to end up. I really do feel like Stamina and Entity 7 might be filling out that 5 and 6 spot on this whiteboard. And well, this match is going to be a great way to test the vibes and see the result. And the vibes would have to be wild for a team to lose and get 5, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in this next matchup, Kello.
Look, clearly everything is on the line when it comes to these power rankings. They're super duper important. So
I'm blushing.
Teams, you have to impress Zoinks, okay? Yeah. That's the goal.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I do what I can, but I do like to see what these teams can do when it comes to the whiteboard. But Kello, enough about my whiteboard. Let's get into the game. Stamina Esports going to be debuting in this league on the purple side, Entity 7 on your orange side.
Yeah, in terms of debuting, Blaro, actually, this is their first UCS. So, well, yeah, but we are going to see that duo there in that central area for Entity 7. Up at the top path, though, Gossifleur is going to keep this pressure on this Squirtle while Mewtwo's trying to steal away this Voltorb. But I think it ended up being the Psyduck that actually secured it.
Okay, so Psyduck, even before having that headache passive, is able to last hit secure. Not the easiest thing to do in the world. Yanji jumping up to do a little bit of damage, but they do get that Snorlax in the pocket. With that ever-present tackle threat for last hit secure, it's scary, but this time it's actually Kira, the one to win it with the Slowpoke's Water Gun. Very important evolution to hit with level 4.
Sus already up here, but here comes Roju on that Dodrio. With the extra head, they are going to just retreat on back, knowing they are hiding in that tall grass.
We do have a Metal Clawzation this time around. It does feel like by far the more popular play. They're going to be jumping up on that top side. So Drio is going to be joining that fight. The one Pokemon I think you and I were both kind of scared of when we saw it in that draft screen for Entity 7. Of course, until level 9 when we, again, have the double Mewtwo Unite. That is horror movie level stuff. But either way, at the moment, Dodrio kind of giving me the spooks.
Oh, you know what else is giving me the spooks? This Miraidon with that charge beam. The reach on that is absolutely insane. We have seen so many incredible plays with it shredding on down. Meanwhile, we have Minato getting away with Edisa saving the day, being able to come back with a KO of their own on that Mewtwo.
Yeah, an empowered Metal Claw just for that huge dash and damage to capitalize, of course. And we also had a Cesario with that Psyduck getting a nice bubble beam in to slow down and get some stuns. So very nice tandem effort there, and no one goes down. Maybe one of the most important factors of that last team fight. No knockout given to Entity 7, and that means 7 Esports can kind of keep this EXP lead they have. Both teams yet to score, though, Kella.
Yeah, it is 0-0 so far, and the berries there to go and provide that healing mean that Psyduck doesn't end up getting knocked on out. And I've got to say, that was a really well-timed headache from that before to save them once again.
Yeah, no, this Pokemon, we talk about Vaporeon being one of the toughest Pokemon to knock out in the game right now. I think Psyduck is a close contender for podium. That headache, the pass is so strong.
Oh, but look at this. War Turtle is really low. They do end up getting that evolution, but is still not enough to save them from the beak of the Dodrio. We have Entity 7 pushing on fourth, but are unsuccessful as Psyduck manages to pick themselves up a 2 KO streak. Great defense from Stamina Esports.
Yeah, nice little double. I also like that checking of the tall grass as well with the Psychic. Just good supportive instincts from this Psyduck right now. Throwing in a Psyduck, or Psychic rather, it might be blind into that tall grass, but if you get some vision there, it can be important. And oh my word, Kella, what a steal from Entity 7 Snorlax. Heavy Slam and an auto attack to take away that Reggie in the top side, and they secure the Reggie steal on bottom side.
That is a great start there from Entity 7 to lock down 2 of those Unite moves and a Registeel at that. Otherwise, Mega Mewtwo is going to come out onto the field, knocking out 1 and chasing down this Miraidon is the Dodrio, allowing the rest of the squad to dunk some points in the tier 1.
Yeah, Miraidon not having the Psyduck or the Blastoise there to kind of peel forward, even the Slowbro, meant that Dodrio basically got to take down a free knockout even all the way in that back Flux Zone. So nice push from Entity 7 kind of all across the map. They're going to walk away with a lot of experience. They only have 48 points scored, though, as both these teams having remarkable defensive efforts around these goal zones.
I think surprisingly, even though Entity 7 are winning the points lead, right now Stamina have the level lead. However, they have lost their Slowbro, but it isn't going to stop them as Zacian has just picked themselves up a 2 KO streak. Now they have a chance to finally get some points on the board.
Not many, but they do finally get points on the board, right? 30 points in from that Psyduck, but again, that very quick counter punch from Entity 7 is a very fast rally back for the defense. They are going to try to push all the way onto this tier 1. You see Snorlax, an aggressive heavy slam, maybe looking to try to kidnap one of these enemy Pokemon with the block. Will not have the opportunity, but they are there just in time to peel and allow the Eldegoss to get back to the tier 1.
Yeah, Eldegoss being saved on there. Meanwhile, we have Enisus chasing down this Mewtwo, trying to slice it down, but it is unsuccessful as it's able to teleport away. Even with the quick scoring of Dodrio, it didn't end up getting its dunks in.
Yeah, interesting. Also, interesting timing of that one Mewtwo Unite. Don't worry, there is... well, actually, they're both on cooldown right now. I'm taking a look at the UI because I don't know which Mewtwo popped which Unite. But so far, both of them on cooldown. Gonna need to earn those back. But in the meantime, Stamina Esports knocking out the Regieleki. This is going to be a pretty scary over dunk potential. Being left at 31, you could have a couple of scores, but no, Stamina Esports relying on their defense again are going to move all the way to the bottom side to 1, try to contend for Regice, and 2, defend this tier 1.
Funnily enough, Slowbro did have that 31 points on hand, but even then with the retreat they weren't able to go and stop that objective from being taken. But they're going in for the dive as Unite move is going to be popped out from Psyduck, and now 2 members of Entity 7 have been knocked out.
Wow, Snorlax is kind of there in the back line, but that just means that Anti-Suscessation can just throw so much offense into that enemy Flux Zone if they want to. They're buying so much space and time while the rest of the team just has the freedom to score on these goal zones. They eventually fall, but again, in a match that has been so difficult to get AOS energy into these goal zones, I think Stamina Esports is very happy with that situation. Of course, there is the factor of losing a level 12 Pokemon, but still, finally, a points lead.
Yeah, they have that points lead at 141 to 77. But even then, in terms of their levels, they've managed to catch on up fairly evenly to match Entity 7 now.
Yeah, having 2 Mega Mewtwo's at a pretty high level is going to be a scary spot to be. Mufasa finds themselves in a 1v4 situation. They do got the backup, though. These Surf Bros are going to be joining the top side as Blastoise will fall, again, in a 1v5. That all of a sudden became pretty devastating. And that's going to be an infinite Sideburn to kind of pave the way towards this tier 1.
And Mewtwo, one of them ended up using their Unite moves, but it didn't look like it ended up making a hit on anyone. This isn't going to stop the Eldegoss from getting the 12 points as we have Psyduck caught in that Flux Zone and knocked on out. Eldegoss has decided to pop its Unite move to go and replenish the team, but that is a bit late over on their side.
Yeah, also felt like a lot of their Pokemon were already at full HP. I wonder if they were maybe anticipating the Zacian to utilize their Unite move and try to kind of counterplay it. Either way, that will be a support Unite move not available as this Regieleki has spawned on the top side, and a basement Regi has also shown up. However, Stamina Esports actually choosing to not go after neither objective, seeing as that the clock is so extremely low. It will be a basement Regi or nothing, as they do have 3 Pokemon there to rip it down quick.
10 seconds left to go. 3 members of Stamina Esports are down in that bottom path, securing themselves that Regirock buff. Entity 7 are trying to hide on the top grass, mainly around the top side. But here comes Kyogre. It's just a matter of whether Valaro can get the perfect pick with their engage on the Snorlax, and there it is.
Oh yeah, they got the Blastoise, but of course that Surf Shield is going to help Mufasa out a ton. Not to mention that Regirock buff slowed down for a moment, but the Hydro Typhoon does hit multiple targets. Great Snorlax Unite in response does give it HP and a little bit of stun. That block's going to separate the Psyduck for the rest of the team, but they quickly join back as Entity 7 is focusing much more on joining up as a group.
Getting caught out in the Flux Zone. You are not welcome into the Kyogre pit there. The shield to go and protect that Snorlax. That way they're still left standing. But the Blastoise has been knocked out for Stamina Esports. so they don't have the defense on this side. Trying to escape, Eddie Sus was, but we have that Mewtwo yoinking him back and knocking him out.
Yeah, perfect work by Piplup to take that knockout. And now it is just Kira still up in this fight as Slowbro is so incredibly tanky, but it's actually the opposing defender that take that final KO. And Eldegoss going to knock out this Kyogre. This will be a place where the Entity 7 is coming from behind, but they just took the score lead with their first score, and they're looking to stack up a few more. 7 Esports does have 4 Pokemon trying to defend this Skull Zone, but it will still fall, and they have not found a way to steal a single knockout through this Kyogre buff.
35 seconds left to go, 141 to 396 as Dodrio ends up dunking some more points in that whole goal. We have Stamina Esports trying to steal any of these shields from Entity 7, but they are unsuccessful as they get completely teamed wiped and they are not able to stop them. So I'd say first game goes successfully to Entity 7 there.
Yeah, what a fantastic endgame team fight from Entity 7. Having some really risky plays, but being able to make it all the way back to their own central area, felt like multiple times, bait out a few new Unite moves of Stamina Esports, and then timed their own offensively perfectly. Really liked that final showing from Entity 7, and well, that's why they're going to be up 1-0 in this series. Reminder, Entity 7, the only one that have played in this league so far. They started off 0-1. A great way to start changing that, though, with this game 1 of this set.
Yeah, really making their mark in the Latam League so far in terms of winning that first match against one of the most hardest teams to defeat in this league, being Stamina. So in terms of the vibes and where I'd put them, they'd probably be in the top 4 for me.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Entity 7 climbing the charts. I like that. Good input. But I think
now I feel like it's changed with Entity 7 going and beating them. So
Yep. Yeah, that's the fun thing about the power rankings. They rapidly change early and often. So do not worry. Nothing is set in stone. Really impressive work. This highlight reel, I think, showcases just how tight this match was for so much of it, right? Like, it felt like there was an experience lead. It was by 1 level on a carry, maybe on either side, and the points were so close the entire match. But this is one of those big moments. They were able to capture the Blastoise. The Blastoise was able to make it away, but it wasn't an over-investment from Entity 7. That's kind of what I want to focus on. They understood it's the Blastoise who still has Unite move, so it's not like they were all inning on that enemy Pokemon. You see one Mewtwo actually able to escape all the way to the top side, and then it kind of became Piploop's job to finish the rest of that team fight. Kira, the lone stander here at the end, but either way, Entity 7 was just a really remarkable team fight. I think the patience being rewarded the most out of that one.
And there we go. We have our MVP of this game, Arroyo, on that Dodrio, being able to secure themselves 5 knockouts and 7 assists. Now, I know, obviously, in terms of their, damage 54, that is still quite high, but I feel like their priority, being a Dodrio, is scoring, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that is absolutely true. The passive doing them a lot of favors there with a score of 150. I think one of the interesting thing to note is Hitman had 4 feints overall in this series. I feel like all 4 of those were from Ryu's Dodrio. Like, every time Ryu was chasing down that Miraidon, making sure to find that enemy attacker Pokemon when it was defenseless and get some good try attack followed by a boosted auto to earn those knockouts. At least that felt like the strategy that we were seeing. Either way, stat-wise, looking pretty good for our player of the game at 54,000 damage, but shout out to a few as well, with Knight with 67,000 damage yield, and Diploop as well with 65,000 damage done on their Mewtwo Y.
We are seeing some really great Eldegoss players here today. And in terms of just this pollen puff healing that they're able to go and provide. But yeah, both of these Mewtwo's both reaching that 60k. So even Steven's there between them both.
Which I think a really fun stat between those two as well was one did 23% of the team's damage and one did 24% of the team's damage. So this time, Mega Mewtwo Y emerging as the victor between Mega Mewtwo Y and Mega Mewtwo X. And holy moly, that's a Dodrio heat map, Kello, if I've ever seen one.
That you know what? That's what you expect from a Dodrio. Here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, no kidding.
The enemy of their, what do you call it? So, I guess that was probably more towards the end when they were scoring. But I was gonna say in the enemy central area there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, getting a green bubble on an enemy tier 2 is a pretty good sign that the match went well for you, I think. So, are you feeling awesome about that? Sitting around that 1458 experience per minute mark, so a little bit lower on that side. But again, this Dodrio was focused on a lot of team fights and scoring, like you were talking about. So, farming a little bit lower on that priority. So, great start for Entity 7. I think their focus ban strategy, like we were talking about, would probably be employed. It was, and I think it works out extremely well for them. Take away that Scyther, take away that Mega Gyarados, and then the game plan from there felt pretty strong.
Yeah, it definitely did in terms of being able to win that. But this is where things get shaken up, right? We have the losing team either being able to select what map they want to go in with, or whether they want first choice or second pick. So, well, so far, it is Groudon map with Stamina picking first pick again.
Yeah, exactly. We're jumping right into the draft, so we already have those bans. You can see that Entity 7 is repeating their banning phase, and I actually think Stamina Esports is doing the exact same thing, if I'm remembering correctly. So here we go: Blaziken, Mega Lucario, Umbreon, Scyther, Mega Gyarados, and Vaporeon being your bans. And Entity 7 have grabbed one of the Mega Mewtwo's. I'm really curious, Kello, do they get the chance to play both Mega Mewtwo's 2 games in a row?
Oh, I mean, that would be wild, but that's the thing. Does Stamina, do they want to take away this other Mewtwo, or do they just want to stick with what they know? And, well, there we go. They have decided to split the twins apart.
Oh, man. Devastating. Stamina Esports just really a heartbreaker in this next one. But, hey, if it's a great response to what was happening in that previous game, I'd say take it when you can. Entity 7, though, will get another chance to play this Eldegoss, such a phenomenal Pokemon, and a repeat of the Dodrio. So the only difference in their draft composition will be in their final pick, Kello, as 4 of those Pokemon are repeats.
Yeah, I mean, why change something that ended up working out for them in the first time? True. But they are being forced to change it up, considering they have lost that Mewtwo. But we have a Psyduck being hovered over again, so that's going to be locked on in for Stamina Esports. And this time round, we have Leafeon locked on in as well.
Interesting. Okay, so Stamina Esports maybe strengthening their early game a little more, where I think Psyduck already was a really powerful pick for that early game. Leafeon going to be another great answer to that situation. No Miraidon in this game. Instead, the attackers will end up being that Mega Mewtwo, and the Inteleon will be our 2 options for that range damage. Entity 7 going to have a huge advantage when it comes to range. However, Mufasa can quickly close those gaps on the speedster type Leafeon.
Yeah, I guess considering Roju did end up picking that Dodrio, the Miraidon pick may have been a bit too risky going into that again. But, well, Spraggles, I believe, did dub the Liquidation Inteleon the granny pick. So whether Yang is going to end up going for Liquidation this time round, or whether they are going to go for the more skill angle with the snipe shot, we'll have to wait and see, especially considering it is the Groudon map, so it doesn't have as much tall grass to hide in.
Yeah, I genuinely, I think both options are extremely viable into this enemy team comp. I don't think either option is like the clear best pick in this situation. Liquidation lets you probably chase KOs against the Leafeon a little better. However, Snipe Shot, a very quick charge to shot followed by a boosted attack might help you fight a Leafeon when it jumps on top of you. So really your choices are going to be very interesting going into this next game. I'm curious to see what Entity 7 does. The one thing I think is kind of fun about this next game, Kello, is that Groudon change. I actually do feel like Stamina Esports, being maybe the more aggressive squad of this matchup, might like that damage buff. But let's get into it, Kello. Stamina Esports is going to be your purple team. Entity 7 with the game advantage are going to be on your orange team.
Ooh, and this time around, we're going to have any sus take the central area as that Zarshan instead of that Leafeon, which has opted for that top path with the Psyduck. Over on the other side, we do have the Doji duo taking that central area again.
Exactly. So that's a basic clear for these two teams into the central area. When it comes to early game contest, though, it will be this Snorlax alongside this Sobble, both great Pokemon at early game last hit secures. But when it comes to a Squirtle and a Mega Mewtwo, it seems like they might have the advantage in early aggression in terms of space.
Well, Snorlax is there to just go and protect the little Sobble. It's a little Sobble that thought that it could, and fortunately, its water gun could not because it ran short, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, if Sobble remembers its history, its water gun used to be just fine, so we'll allow it to have a phase where it's maybe the more mediocre part of its kit at the time being. Bottom side right now, Kira waiting for the spawn of these Swablu Altarias as these four Pokemon rather, are just contesting over these last hits. A lot of range damage, just trying to get the burst in where you can. Now looks like that level up gonna be above Hitman's head. So Mega Mewtwo Y available and is already getting to work.
Yeah, getting to work, being able to knock down that Snorlax, leaving this Sobble, I was going to say unattended, but no, Roju is here to save the day and pick themselves up 2 KOs.
Yeah, I think Mega Mewtwo Y there thinking they had a little bit more room to work, but with Dodrio with a top side push and an immediate rotation all the way to that bottom side, assisted by these Sarlacc berries, by the way, those speed boosting berries on the Groudon and Rayquaza map, going to be a big change for them.
Yeah, so not as much sustain over on this map, but Anysus is trying to chunk away at those good Rio, but it's able to make it on out. We do have our Regidrago that has spawned on the map, but so far it's just focusing on the wild Pokemon for the time being.
Yeah, doing what you can to level up as quickly as possible. It's going to be the name of the game at the moment, especially since, like you mentioned, just a little bit away from some major objectives. But another major one is going to be that Regidrago. 7 Esports going to focus their attention on it and burst it down so fast. Zation, if it does one thing better than most other Pokemon in the roster, it is destroy these high HP objective Pokemon so quickly.
Yeah, it just doesn't even give a chance for the opposite team to come in and try and contest that. Otherwise, these birds are also getting shredded on down. None there for Kira to give them that level up as they are looking for some other wild Pokemon in the back line. And hopefully, yeah, there it is, the Blastoise.
Yeah, finally getting that evolution. But the big threat on the map right now being this Dodrio almost at level 9, but it falls. Wow, Anysus getting to work. Has its Unite move, big level 9, scary, and it gets the chase down as well. Play rough to chase out the Mega Mewtwo X and put together a KO streak of 3. Anysus being the hard carry for Stamina Esports right now, and what a way to bring themselves back in this match.
Yeah, that was a great comeback there for the team, being able to get those knockouts, but also the Reg Ice for their squad. Meanwhile, Regieleki is still at full HP, while we have Psyduck and Blastoise babysitting it. But Entity 7, well, they're not even down there at the moment.
Yeah, no, they're taking their time to farm up and play this one safe. I mean, Kello, that storyline has remained from game 1 into game 2. Neither of these teams being hyper aggressive on these goal zones, and the scoreline at 6 minutes, we've only had 6 points scored in total.
Yeah, a great defense, offense from the squads there. Liquidation is going to be the choice for that Inteleon, but it isn't able to shred through that Blastoise, who's so tanky, going in with a Surf to push them out of the way, allowing that Regieleki to crash on in.
All right, so there's going to be a lot of available scores. These teams try to do their best math here if they can. That will be 40 points into I think it was a 42 or 43 point goal zone, so an extremely weak one, only left at 9 points. This is prime for a massive overdunk of Stamina Esports, can get a big pocket target there.
Yeah, but the one with the big pocket is currently getting targeted down by Entity 7, so no 40 dunk is going to make it on through. Snorlax is going to back away down into the bottom path, which is going to be left undefended as the rest of the squads are upstairs.
Yeah, a bit of a split push counter effort. Works out well in terms of scoring. However, Stamina Esports seems to have the read on their next every move because a great counter push to get a knockout, another chance to set up this goal zone to have an extremely large overdunk and still trying to hold on to that experience lead in any way they can, leaving it extremely low. And 87, though, they are getting their attack weight stacks in that bottom tier 1.
Yeah, it is 158 points to 114 currently, just past the halfway mark. That tier 1 has been destroyed by Entity 7, but it wasn't a big overdunk, unfortunately. But I guess that is still going to clear up the space.
Exactly. Finally, the goal zone will fall an even break. So maybe not how Stamina drew it up originally, but they're looking for more. Huge Hydro Typhoon, followed up by a Surf will tee up 2 easy knockouts for Stamina Esports. The rest, however, might be more difficult to find as they have found all the way back on that tier 2. A lot of goal zone healing. Stamina Esports instead just going to play the field.
They're going to play the field as they have control of the map, are also securing themselves another Reggie Alecki, which is going to continue putting the pressure on Entity 7. Looking at their levels so far is a bit concerning considering they have 3 level 9s. Well, now 2 over on their side, whereas meanwhile, we have a Zarshan that's already hit that level 13 mark. So definitely a scary doggo to go into.
Yeah, maybe the scariest that we got in the entire franchise. Snorlax going to be buying as much time as possible. Block followed by Unite move, Heavy Slam, just a little shy, but again, they force an extremely low overdunk in that situation. I think with the Pokemon like Dodrio doing, well, what Dodrio does, I think you're feeling awesome about that defense, even if you have to invest that Snorlax Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Even though it wasn't much of an overdunk, they still have that lead, and it does clear that space for when these objectives do spawn on in. As we just saw demonstrated there, Stamina Esports were able to secure that Regirock uncontested.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kello. So it clears the space to take up those Reggies a little bit easier in those team fights. It also will allow you to have a lot more space to work with when the Groudon does spawn in at the final moments. Also, making sure that Dodrio doesn't have an easy route back to a goal zone to heal itself. So a few options the Stamina Esports will have by breaking those tier 1 and 2s, even if they only have a small-ish points lead. Still a lead.
A lead is a lead. I mean, that's, you know, the way that you end up winning a game of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, that's true. Except if you tie. But then even then it is the lead. It just depends when you had the lead. That's another fun one. We'll get to it when we get to it.
You gotta get there first, otherwise Blastoise has been targeted by that liquidation, is still at that half HP mark, but I guess with no healers on their side, they are forced to retreat back home before this major objective spawns in the middle, which is going to be Groudon this time around.
Yeah, here it is. Groudon on the Thea Dry Ruins jumping in to join the team fight. Whatever team can knock out this Pokemon will, of course, get their goal scoring speed increased by a ton, but their damage will also be skyrocketed with that Groudon buff. Got to be careful. You don't want to lose the buff towards the other team, but right now it will be Entity 7 just poking this objective. Both of these teams, patience has been their biggest virtue, and nothing changing here in this final team fight.
Well, Stamina, they have that lead. They don't really need to make a move against Entity 7. Just trying to bait them out. Kira is leading them towards their zone and waiting for that engage for the moment. But, well, Entity 7, I guess they're going to bait him out by hitting the ground on.
Exactly. They actually got Hitman hanging out here on the jump pad for so long. Have their Unite move if they needed to help defend. Kira going to Hydro Typhoon. No one there for the backup, but it's the engage from Entity 7 into that bottom L-Bush. Dodrio, the first one to take down a successful knockout as Blastoise falls. Only a level 12 on Mufasa. Unite moves, but Dodrio is just too quick. Triple trample utilized for the escape with a Leafeon.
Yeah, both of them ended up popping the Unite move at the same time, but here comes the Inteleon with a Unite move of their own to go and make sure Stamina Esports cannot hide. They can run, but they cannot hide. Leafeon is back on the field as Groudon is now at half HP, but Eldegoss, well, they're living on 1 HP in a dream right now.
I can't believe Knight walks away from that Leafeon, or floats away. I'm not exactly sure how Eldegoss moves around the battlefield. Either way, it's in a successful fashion as they will knock out the Groudon, and 2 for 2. Entity 7 are going to take down these final objectives. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. This one's all over. Entity 7 are going to dispatch a Stamina Esports 2-0.
I feel like patience was really the key for Entity 7. Make sure to just run out the timer. That way they can secure the Groudon, and there is just going to be no comeback, no time for Stamina Esports to push on back. So a great comeback from Entity 7 there.
Completely agree. I also think they played especially well into Stamina Esports' strategy of basically building a raid boss Zacian on the other side. Anisus was almost level 15 at that point in the Groudon fight, and they just played it really well. Never took any hard engage, was able to sneak a knockout on the Blastoise, take away a major backup source of a teammate from Anisus, so they have no Hydro Typhoon or Surf to kind of back them up. And at that point, they can 4v1 successfully take down Anisus' Zacian. So really impressive stuff, in my opinion, in that final fight. Stamina Esports, though, I think really leaning into this strategy helped them a ton in the early game.
Yeah, they had a great early game, having the points lead, having the level lead, and pretty much having control of that map by destroying both of those tier 1 goals. But it really just came to that patience and strategy from Entity 7 to bait out Stamina Esports. That way they can go and win those team fights.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from this squad.
Yeah, the way they were just all clumped together and they took them down one by one really worked in their favor there.
Yeah, another huge W in the Eldegoss book, in my opinion, even just like from a win rate perspective, but also just that team fight. If you're able to build up around your Eldegoss and make sure you can rely on those huge Unite moves to restore the entire team, you are going to be laughing all the way to a 2-0 victory. Roju, back-to-back player of the game wins, by the way. This time actually increasing their score. 150 in the previous game, 158 in game number 2.
Yes, they ended up getting the extra dunks there thanks to that Groudon buff. But even then throughout, they were trying to get those little dunks just to creep on ever closer. That way, it wasn't just too much of a lead towards the end. But even then, looking at these stats, once again, Eldegoss performing such great healing for the squad with 53k.
Yeah, it just feels like one of the most impactful Pokemon across regions so far today. I'm curious what it's going to look like in North America as we jump to that one pretty soon. But currently in Latin America, it is Arroyo, the MVP of Entity 7 here. Very, very impressive game as Entity 7 going to be 1-1 so far in the Latin America Regional League. Not bad for a day number 1. And gosh, for momentum, you gotta love leaving the day on a win.
Oh, momentum, especially towards the end, getting that Groudon really paid off considering they were behind in the end. And as I said, there was just not enough time for Stamina Esports to push on back, even if they ended up securing any Groudon buffs of their own.
Yeah. I totally agree. Interesting to look at Royu's stats here a little bit. Their average EXP per minute actually going up quite a bit, almost at that 1,500 mark. So the Rodrigo focusing a little bit more on the wild Pokemon, a part of it all in this matchup. In game number 2, I think just trying to contend with Anisus's ridiculous level lead at multiple moments in that matchup. So I think Rodrigo having to make a couple of slight changes. It helped out in the late game. Very, very impressive stuff from Entity 7. Stamina Esports are going to be going back to the drawing board. We'll be seeing more for them in the remainder of this regional league for sure. So great looks from the couple of these teams that we are seeing for the first time. I'm sure some people have seen some of the other side streams, have seen them a little bit more, but that's going to conclude our coverage on the Latin America Regional League for day number 1. If we got the standings updated, I'd love to see that graphic from the Latin America Regional squad. But coming up next, we're going to be watching North America, Kello, and that first one is going to be a fun one. We're going to have Root Dignitas versus Lunex Gaming. But here it is, the regional standings for Latin America. Peru Unite, the only 2-0 squad leading the pack right now.
Yeah, having 2-0, Entity 7 ending the day with a 1-1. Force Gaming also having their first win along with Tuzzy Esports. However, Dreammax, Infamous, and CACM are at the bottom there with the one loss between them.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Some tight matches going down there. Reminder, CACM did push Peru pretty far in today's tournament earlier on. So going to be interesting to watch that. I feel like if there's one team, the scoreline's not exactly reflecting their place of the power rankings. I'm just saying the vibes are off with CACM being 0-1 right now. I think I'm excited to see more from them, Kello.
Well, yeah, it's still early days. This is only day one, right? We still have day 2 to go tomorrow, and then we have another 4 weeks to go after that. So plenty of time to build these storylines and see the progress between these teams. But, it's sort of just the sneak peek, the first impressions for the 2026 season.
Exactly. I can't wait. All right, we got North America coming up next. We're going to be watching Root Dignitas versus Lunex Gaming. This is going to be such a fun matchup. I cannot wait for it. So let's not wait for it. We're going to jump to break, everybody. When we come back, North America.
We got some great matches from Latin America, and honestly, I cannot wait to see that region the rest of the season, but it's time to move on. But before we move on to North America, we have to check in with North America, because that just, of course, makes sense. But we had a chance to see one of our teams is actually coming up next. Lunex taking on Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses is one of the teams that people have been looking at the most. You can see here a pretty good draft from Evil Geniuses, and they did a great job here of basically spacing out Lunex in this final fight. They were down 2 members, but Kyrios was able to just zone so well, and then of course Chris Myth on that Mega Lucario. We were just unstoppable as a duo. They were able to hold on until the rest of the team came back. So that was Lunex's real opportunity. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull it through against that Kyogre fight in game number 1. And so that Comfy, side note on the Mega Lucario, an unbelievable combo, which was actually attempted to be stolen away in game number 2 as they switched sides, Lunex taking that Comfy themselves. But unfortunately, the clip here isn't even a fight, because there weren't any fights close enough for that to actually matter. A hugely dominant game from Evil Geniuses as they close out the set 2-0. And Lunex Gaming's next matchup is going to be another really, really tough one. So they're going to have to recover from a loss like this. Of course, Evil Geniuses, amazing team, but they're coming up next against Root Dig, and we're going to be going to North America. It's time to send it over to Spraggles and Doom Snacks for NA.
Chef correctly putting on the hat for North America. Unfortunately, I don't have mine with me. That is a huge mistake on my part. NA standing for nah, I don't got my hat this week, but I definitely will next time. Doomstacks, Root Dig coming up against Lunex. I got to check out some of those games as well on some of the other streams out there in the community. And boy, I mean, Lunex is a strong team, but Evil Geniuses looked incredible. And now what a day one for them. They have to run into the LAIC champs.
Yeah, Kello said it best kind of in between matches here on our break, and it's like, well, might as well just tear that Band-Aid off, because you got to square up against these 2 teams back-to-back, EG, obviously, and Root Dig, which I hate saying for some reason. So that's going to be fun for me on a completely different axis. We'll see if Lunex can bounce back, though, right? I mean, there's no slouches on that team. They're players that we're familiar with, for those of you that follow NA in any sort of amount in the last couple years. So they are going to square off against who else but Root Dig, which is apparently how we're doing that.
That's right. Dignitas here, Zugrug, Otter, Toon, Ender, Zealot. This is quite a squad. They won LAIC. They were definitely looked at as one of the best coming into the season, and they proved that at the first big international of the season. There are a couple big bright lights in North America, and there's no question that Dignitas is one of them. They're going up against Lunex. Now, they needed to win their way in to this league, and they did. They're a really strong squad, and as you mentioned, Doopsnex, these are players you've seen before on the big stage.
Yeah, let's talk about Celestial right there, a player that was formerly with the TTV crew for a bit, winning some pretty big events under that banner, and now looking to lead this Lunex Gaming squad. Certainly off that loss against EG to get a win here against Dig, who, as we mentioned at the start of this broadcast, sits on top of the pile in NA because of that big LAIC victory.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough start for Lunex. However, if they can take down Dignitas right here, they're going to feel good, right? I mean, you ran into Evil Geniuses. They were looked at as the one of, if not the best team in North America. You've got Dignitas right there, the other side of that same coin, as we head into our first draft here. Root Dig going to be our first pick. They are banning out Darkrai, Mewtwo, Blastoise. On the other side, we see Slowbro, Vaporeon, Mega Gyarados. First pick here. Oh, no, sorry. Lunex, first pick.
Yeah, we had those team names swapped around, but the players were in the right spot here. And Root Dig going into the ban of the Slowbro, something they do quite often, right? Just something they don't want to contend with, that big Unite move. But that allows Lunex to lock down that Mega Lucario. So Root Dig gonna have 2 picks on the hop here, which has been a pretty powerful position so far today.
Yeah, it really does feel like teams have been adapting to the draft really well, whether they have first pick or second. They're finding some good opportunities here. Root Dig looking for their Pokemon. They are locking in Mega Mewtwo Y, and it looks like Umbreon. Umbreon, I feel like, is one of those picks that's never bad. I don't know if Umbreon will ever be a bad choice to slot in for your team. Next couple of picks over to Lunex. They got the power pick in the Mega Lucario. I think a lot of teams would love to grab that early. I mean, we saw Zealot on it at LAIC, if I remember right, and Zealot was playing really well on Mega Luca. So we're going to see what they want to play here. IMAX hovering the Snorlax, Tie-Dye, hovering the Eldegoss. Eldy having quite a day, by the way. What a strong day for Eldegoss.
Yeah, it's kind of fell off, but for no real reason. And now it feels like we're surprised by its resurgence. There's a couple Pokemon that I think fall under that category. But back across the other way, good opportunity for some strong picks. Zealot going with the Zacian, them being a top path player and really enjoying playing that one. And the Disruptor, Dig, Ender, of course, on the Psyduck, bringing the Duck to scrap here in the Kyogre maps.
Final couple of picks here. Celestial hovering the Scyther for a moment, Oblivion into the Mew, and now we are bringing in Blaziken. Blaziken also just another one that's having such a solid day. Toon, Slimothy over here on the Cinderace. You know, there are a few players that I feel like consistently will grab Cinderace just from time to time. Toon was one of them, and Overlord was one of them. Every once in a while, they'll just flex into a Cinderace pick, and it usually works out pretty well for them. We're going to see how Toon wants to carry on this. I feel like every time I see Toon, he is kind of rotating between a few unorthodox carry Pokemon lately, and they've been pretty strong. And when you're on a hot streak like Dignitas is right now, already winning their first set of the day, winning LAIC, I do think it's time to flex a little bit.
Yeah, why not in game one when you're in a best of three, right? Drop this one, go back to the conventional stuff. But I have to ask you, Cowboy, what do you think Dig is seeing across the way that makes Cinderace a viable pick in this situation? Because a lot of people could argue that Cinderace is never a viable pick unless it's in the hands of a player like Toon.
Well, I think the nice thing is if they don't feel like your opponents can really get to Cinderace well, it does consistent crazy amounts of damage from great range, right? Like we kind of saw this with Greninja earlier. Greninja's the other side of that. Greninja is able to dive in against your opponents, but Cinderace really does play extremely well when you don't have to engage with the enemy at all. You feel like you're going to be protected by your squad. You know, you've got that Psyduck right there to just Psychic and push them away. So I think there isn't a lot that they're worried about jumping into the back line, right? There's no Zoroark that's going to be chasing it down. There's no Absol that's trying to follow it, Leafeon or something like that. As we head into game number one, Lunex Gaming, your purple team, Root Dig, your orange team. Lunex down one for the day, Dignitas up one for the day.
Let's see how these early scraps work out. Two strong Pokemon in the early stages of the game in that Lucario and Zacian. So it might even come down to how well the support players can play around them to help get their team the advantage.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got some of these Natus spawning in the path right here between these two squads. We're going to have to see who can get it. Lucario with the big-time Meteor Mash, and it looks like that's split up, one over to the side of Lumex, the other two over to the side of Root, but very close between these two squads so far.
Yep, they're going to take that middle wild Pokemon there for themselves as Raboot. Toon is on the hunt to see where that Combusken is, the other central Pokemon. And now they're scrapping over the Natu, trying to pull them back. Actually nabs Toon in the mix while they're doing that. Umbreon has evolved. They're online, so they're getting into the middle. Combusken is gone. Thank goodness, don't have to look at that anymore.
Yeah, nice rotation there, right, from Zugrug and Otter to support the Raboot. They're going to go ahead and try to score here as three members of Lunex are going to push towards the side of Root. Dignitas, however, it doesn't look like that went too bad for the side of Root. A good amount of it heading over to Lunex. They do hit 5 on the Lucario right there. Zealot, however, also 5 for the Zacian.
Yeah, keeping parity is important, especially when the rest of your team has committed to a different path, right? So able to find a little bit of value on both sides is definitely a small win, and that's the type of incremental advantage you can build on throughout the course of a game. Now, Snorlax is difficult to fight with up front, and they're going to have to try tons of pressure on top of this central area. It might just be one player, but forcing 3 members of Lunex to go deal with one measly Psyduck is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to get Drago in that time. However, they're setting up a big fight. Oblivion caught in a massive way. We have Lumiere moving in towards the Cinderace, but also gets caught, having to get pushed back here. The overheat catches no one. Reggie Drago now being chipped. The Snorlax, the big time slam. We see Toon ripping through it there with the Cinderace, and now Drago just in possession of Dignitas.
Great fight by Dig, able to surround, get a quick catch very, very quickly. A quick catch quickly. That is why I said quickly to begin with. But honestly, leveraging that into a fight and doing quite well because of it. And you're starting to see what this Cinderace can do with proper spacing.
Now we have the oh my goodness, look at that. Just caught right there, the Psychic pulling him back right into the Psy Strike, and we all of a sudden have the Blaziken down at this Regirock fight.
Yeah, we got a Unite move in Toon. Never without that Unite move at the 7-minute mark for the last 5 years. And today is no different, as they're going to take that Reggie off the top of the map, and they're going to take this basement Reggie as well. And now they're looking to scrap, and Lunex Gaming is getting the doors beat off of them right now, because it's all root dig all the time right now in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff. Your Cinderace moving in with the Blaze kick, gets knocked up by a beautiful heavy slam, but we still see all the pressure there from Dignitas in that bottom path. The overheat not able to really push Umbreon back too far, and they do stem the tide slightly. They push Dignitas off the goal zone, but look at this here, 2 to 126. Zacian with total control of the top path. They're now sitting at level 10, highest level on the board.
I think I just saw Zealot use their Unite move to escape the pressure that they were feeling right there. Overheat rings on top of those Natu, and now it's going to force Root Dig to retreat after that Mewtwo Unite. So they have the information of where the players are. How are they going to adjust with that info?
Yeah, and now we see just in some trouble right here. Blaziken trying to take down Otter there on the Mewtwo Y, not able to make it happen. It does feel like Dignitas just playing around just about everything Lunex has been throwing at them. Beautiful stuff to start our first match from Dig. Scary if you're Lunex. Your day has not been going well.
Yeah, especially because Zealot's been alone up top, getting measly support by Psyduck whenever Inder decides to be there, and they are running roughshod in the top path as well. So Lunex not finding a win anywhere on the map right now. And as I say that, you can see that Root Dig is squaring up to jump Lunex coming out of the central and really have a keen eye on where they're trying to be on the map.
Yeah, it does feel like if you were to draw a line down the center of our map right here, you could keep pushing it further and further towards the side of Lunex to show the control of Dignitas. Peeling back from this fight with a nice teleport. Zugrug in a little bit of trouble right here, possibly getting caught. Decides to run back the other way, right into a Unite move. Inder with a beautiful Psychic. Celestial in trouble. Regirock getting pretty low here. The blazing bicycle kick from Cinderace does not pick up a KO right away, but it's a double for the Cinder. Make it a triple. Go to bed.
And now they're going to get a huge overcap here of 37 points, somewhere in that neighborhood, 2 to 195. And you know Dig is feeling themselves right now as they are living in Lunex Gaming's central area.
Yeah, what a strong start to the day for Dignitas. I shouldn't say start to the day. What a strong day one. Already winning their first game. Feeling great here in this matchup against Lunex. Big time Unite move. And now look at Zacian just rip through him. Level 12.
I mean, you saw also Cinderace get the Blaziken on the backside, but all of that was facilitated by a terrific Infinite Psyburn, I think is what it's called, from that Mega Mewtwo Y Otter, and that really just caused all those HP pools to get eviscerated after that big stun. I mean, everybody on Root Dig is making their presence felt, even if they're not in the area.
This is tough when you look at Lunex here. The highest level on their team is the lowest level on the side of Dignitas. So their Psyduck is the same level as the highest level carry from Lunex, which is their Blaziken. This is a brutal match so far for Lunex. Just absolutely controlled every moment of it by Dignitas. They're moving in, trying to pick something up here. They do get a KO. Mega Lucario turning on.
Mega Lucario getting 2 knockouts there is huge. Can they get some more? They're eyeing up a third, blocked against the wall, and it looks like Psyduck is going to get out. On top of the pad, another Unite move out of Zugrug. They're going to peel back. That's right at the 3-minute mark. And now Lunex Gaming is finally able to get some points in, getting past that measly number 2 bucket that they had on the score sheet for almost 8 minutes.
That was a massive swing, Doobsnacks. They are right back in this thing. They just need to make sure they have their Unite moves and they are ready for the fights that are coming. Dignitas putting the pressure on here, however, as we have the bottom Reggie spawning. Umbreon takes a KO.
I mean, instantly 2 players down. Can they find another? Snorlax is so low, they're actually running towards the side of Root Dig. Is anybody going to chase them down? Otter's on the chase. They're going to try and put them out. And the pot shot keeps the reset from happening. And they're going to delay this knockout as long as they can to try and keep the respawn timer as far out as possible from the population of Kyogre.
What a beautiful play. Absolutely jailing the Snorlax right there. They wouldn't let it respawn. They wouldn't let it go back to base. They just held it there until the best possible moment. Real heads up play too. Auto attacking in a direct line towards the bush, even though they didn't have vision on it. That's Otter for you. I mean, what a stellar player.
Yep, now they're getting positioning here, stepping right through. Good pull on the Mew. Mew has to force out their Unite move. The block doesn't provide cover. The Mew's going straight into the back line. They want on top of Toon. There's that big Mewtwo Unite coming back through the other way, powering out near nobody. Zacian's in between everybody. They're in an absolute blender. They haven't quite gone down yet, but they're knocking on the doorstep. Close combat is keeping that Mega Lucario's HP pool high, but everybody is falling around them. And now it's the Snorlax getting eviscerated. And I don't think there's enough close combats in the world to make sure that this Mega Lucario can stay standing long enough. Kyogre's getting worked on. The pressure's now back the other way. Toon steps up. Umbreon Unite finally comes out. Eldegoss is back, but it's not going to be enough. Not in time. Root Dig is digging Lunex Gaming's grave 1 minute at a time.
Oh, I mean, what a fight from this squad. Dignitas just absolutely controlling it. You have to give it up to the Mega Lucario, making some big plays there in that fight, staying around as long as they could. They hit some huge power-up punches into multiple members of Dignitas, knocking them up, but it's just not enough. I mean, level-wise, things were getting out of control. And I gotta say, you know, an unsung hero of this match, Ender on this Psyduck has been on point with these Psychics, just like perfectly played all game.
Yeah, I don't think you can punch a hole in anyone's game on Root Dig right now. They were all stepping up to the plate and delivering hits whenever necessary. I mean, you want to talk about Otter's Infinite Psyburn, that big Unite move to get the big stuns. Zealot holding down the top path despite not being on camera, doing great work there. And on and on. Zugrug, every single Unite move from that Umbreon found a clean and prime target. I mean, it was Root Dig bell to bell here, and Lunex Gaming's got a heck of a bounce back if they want a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Doobsnacks, at the start of our day in EU, a couple regions ago, if you remember, we talked about a Pokemon sort of off-laning, and it was a Mega Mewtwo X. And it didn't seem to have the punch of something off-laning like this Zacian does, right? I mean, this Zacian just rips through objectives, rips through wild Pokemon, is a perfect Pokemon to kind of sit off by itself. And then every time it shows up, have a huge impact in a fight.
Yeah, and it did. What I thought was cheeky just about this clip right here, we actually saw the overheat from Celestial being charged up. Toon in the bush on the other side, and while that overheat was charging up, just peppering in shots. And that was kind of the story of how Toon was approaching. Big Unite move from the Cinderace in the back line, getting a couple knockouts there. Regirock goes to them, and this is the first team wipe that we see in this game, and it was a statement. There's the big Infinite Psyburn.
Yeah, huge Infinite Psyburn right there. Catches multiple members of Lunex. You know, Mewtwo's Unite move charges pretty slowly. You only get a few of them a game, but man, when it hits, it is huge.
Yeah, it can't go understated. But again, Root Dig with the communication, they didn't use that to know where Lunex Gaming was. They used that to turn the tides in an upper path fight, and they did just that. And this, again, it was just elementary. I mean, they were able to leverage the slight level lead they had. They picked clean fights, and every target was prioritized incredibly well, and everything becomes very easy at that point after that.
All right, we're going to take a look here at our MVP, and I'm not shocked at all. 12 knockouts, only a single time getting KO'd themselves, 71,000 damage. We were wondering, can Cinderace be viable? What's the plan here? And I really do think with the very light amount of dive that you have from Lunex, like really nothing that plans on getting to that Cinderace and chasing it down, it's just kind of able to run all over your squad, which they did here in game number 1.
Something I need to highlight, and we didn't talk about during that game with all the other stuff going on, is how well Zugrug supported this team, playing that Wish build Umbreon. Quality heals, 83,000 damage healed from the Umbreon here is Zugrug. So kind of a silent superstar facilitating all those big plays that we talked about all game long.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of these great teams and some of these carry players getting to really run amok all over the enemy squad, it's always that they have this support core between their supporter, defender player that is just completely dominant, you know, setting up huge moments throughout the whole match. And yeah, you nail it there. I mean, 83,000 recovery is massive.
Yep. Tail of the tape here speaks for itself. 639 to 118. That 118, quite literally a blip on our radar here, as it was all dig all the time.
Yeah, we had one moment, right? You had the kind of this little like spark of life from Lunex. They actually kind of got themselves into a real position where they might be able to come back in this game because they were just getting completely dominated. However, it still wasn't enough. And once kind of Dignitas was able to get their footing again, get ready for their next fight, they were just able to win a huge, huge victory at Kyogre there. Taking a look at our heat map right here. Cinderace doing some real work throughout their own central area and then moving towards the middle of the map here where everyone seemed to be fighting. And if you take a look at their stat distribution, they were all knockouts, not even the most damage on the team, but they were securing tons of KOs. Again, 12 knockouts throughout the match.
Incredibly well done. I mean, this is what I would expect out of a heat map of a player like Toon, really committing to that central area, making sure that, as you like to say, they're licking their plate clean, making sure there's no wild Pokemon that is left unknocked out. As we see, they've taken down 37 of those wild Pokemon. But then when they are engaging, when they are moving across the map, it is to some high activity areas where they can make their level impact felt.
Yeah, no question, right? If you're a good central area Pokemon, you are moving through that area. You're getting all of your experience as quickly and efficiently as you can, showing up to a fight, being impactful, and then rinsing and repeating. Now, of course, different Pokemon handle that in different ways. Sure. Like if you're something like Dodrio, you might be heading over to the enemy central area for some of that experience at some point. But, you know, something like Cinderace, they are rotating through their center. They're getting all of their experience. They're hitting that level 9 early, as you talked about, having a Unite move for that 7-minute fight. They do, and they just use that to kind of push their team's advantage more and more and more. Toon is, you know, an expert at making sure that he is fully leveled and ready for all of these big fights. And you see it there with Cinderace, kind of an unconventional pick, but something that worked great for Dig.
Yeah, I made the joke during the game, but it is true, right? Toon is one of the best in the world and has been for a very long time at being in that central area and showing up to the first objectives that populate at 7 minutes with level 9, with their Unite move, ready to take that objective and take over the game. It is one of the best ways to find yourself in the driver's seat in a 10-minute match, is to win that heavily contested 7-minute objective, and Toon is always ready to go in that moment. And again, that was the story of game 1. No surprise there.
Yeah, you know, a player that's really coming into their own on this squad more and more, of course, is Zealot. Zealot is the player with the least UCS experience of all of these squads, but it feels like they are sort of kind of figuring out the flow of what this team does. I feel like a Dig match is not in a negative way, but I'm kind of seeing the formula. It's a little formulaic of how they treat some of these moments. They are going to leave Zealot as much as they can in that top path, let let them get as much experience as possible. Everything else funnels easily over to Toon, and then Otter is just broken, so Otter is going to win their bottom path no matter what, it feels like. And because of that, every time Zealot is showing up, they have such a strong level lead that they are making a big impact in these fights as well. We're going to have to see if there's anything Lunax can do about that as we head towards game number 2. Lunax is going to be our first pick.
They are indeed. Slowbro being banned, Vaporeon as well, back the other way, Darkrai and Mewtwo. Mega Lucario seems to be on the chopping block. It is. And these Darkrai bans seem pretty targeted to Root Dig.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Toon has been playing a lot of. I know Otter has also been playing it a little bit. Every time I'm playing on Ranked Ladder and I run into Otter, he is playing this kind of new Darkrai build that seems to be sweeping the competitive scene, the Shadow Claw Dark Pulse. So maybe they're just recognizing that both of these players could pick this up and they don't want to deal with it. First pick here for Lunax. There are some power picks they could take. The question is, do they want one of their favorite picks, or do they want to steal something away from the side of Dignitas?
I don't think you can steal anything away from Dig, if I'm being completely honest. And I think taking a Mewtwo here is well worth its weight in gold. As we go back across the other way, Zugrug is prioritizing this Umbreon. Unsurprisingly, it opens them up for a lot of options. And that, to me, is the success of Root Dig. They can select for Zealot early, and everyone else is so good against so many characters. Have the new kid be comfortable, and then build your strategy around them, with Toon being able to be the wild card in that gutter pick.
Our next couple of picks here, and we are grabbing Blastoise, possibly for Toon, Zugrug once again on Umbreon. I don't know if this is Zug's preferred pick or if this is something they want to take away from Lunax, knowing that Zugrug is great on Umbreon as well. Lunax now looking at a couple of picks right here, hovering a possible Mr. Mime and Empoleon, but we could definitely see that change. Empoleon does seem to pop up a bit in North America, but I actually really love this choice. They don't want to see Ender on this duck again.
No, but that allows Ender to have a multitude of other great choices. As we have the Inteleon and Hoopa hovered in this moment right now. Quick switch by Otter onto the Mew. And now you're just seeing the flexibility of Dig. We've seen Otter play support Mew. We've seen Ender play Hoopa. We can have Zealot take Blastoise to the top path. Ender could take Umbreon, and Zugrug could take Blastoise. Like, you could shuffle all these characters around, and it's a legit strategy for these players. And rounding out the selection here is the Scizor Scyther and base Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario looking pretty good in a lot of these players' hands still. It does feel like if you're not able to get Mega Lucario, you can grab something like this and still have some great games. We saw it earlier today. Finally, Blaziken for the side of Dignitas. They did have the option of grabbing that Zacian again, which felt pretty impactful, but this does give them a few nice secure tools on the side of Dignitas, right? I mean, you've got Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon, you've got Mew, whether it's Solar Beam or Electro Ball, and then, of course, Overheat from the Blaziken. So when it comes to an objective, it feels like they have a lot of incredible ways to outplay their opponents and take it away from them. Lunax on the other side, they did take the Mega Mewtwo Y away from Otter, but now we're going to see Mew, and Otter's Mew is a thing of beauty.
It really is. It really is. NA, I think, is one of the regions that has the deepest pool of high-quality Mew players. And Otter, you can say, leads that pack in North America. You know, alongside of a clip that we saw earlier with Flareon's two phenomenal players using that Mon. So a lot of good flexibility, again, in Root Dig's composition. I mentioned a little bit how it could almost be a roster shuffle, and they'd probably end up with a composition they're pretty comfortable with throughout all of the Pokemon they have chosen. But that's what makes them so difficult to square up against, is because it's difficult to take something away, as I mentioned in the draft phase. Say the thing.
Here we go, Lunax Gaming, your purple team, Root Dignitas, your orange team. Root Dignitas winning an off-stream match earlier, Lunax Gaming losing one, and now they are down one game to Dignitas here. To not go 0-2 for the day, they need to get things together here in game number 2.
Yeah, again, in a situation where they could go 0-2, 0-2, and then 0-2 on the day, you gotta at least leave with a game one here. And Root Dig is not gonna allow that to be an easy feat, not in their eyes. Good pressure up front early between Lucario and Psyduck, using the fact that their characters are so strong in the beginning, and we'll see what they can do with that.
Wow, I mean, Ender staying kind of close to this fight, a lot closer than you would expect for something with such little HP, but they are able to take down the Lucario. Now Psyduck in some trouble as Zealot makes their way to the top path right here. Toon playing the Blastoise in the top path. However, Lunier hitting the dual wing beat, moving forward right here, but actually peeling back, does not want to get caught by this Squirtle.
Yeah, you can see what Root Dig is doing with Zealot. They're turtling around the new kid, making sure they're comfortable and they have the easiest path to their success. And now we're seeing the Hoopo. No portals for us today, my friend.
Yeah, it looks like Ender is going to be, giving a little bit of a different flavor to the Hoopa. One of his best Pokemon for sure. I think Ender is going to have quite a time on this one right here. We take a look at the bottom path. Oblivion now on the Mewtwo, and actually securing pretty well compared to a Mew. This has much better secure tools.
It absolutely does. Now, the walls that Lunex Gaming is going to be able to create with this Mr. Mime is kind of pages of Mew's book as well. Going to be able to put up walls and create just a bit of static. Of course, this Mr. Mime is a character that I'm happy to see back because I thought it was always a little underrepresented for its strength.
Yeah, I think Mime is really, really solid right now. I think I've seen IMAX play a few different versions of a Pokemon like this too, and they're definitely a solid support for their squad, missing the confusion right there, but just making sure that they can zone them out a little bit until their team is able to take this objective. Big win in the top path for them as we now have the Scyther moving towards the Regidrago. Celestial continuing to stack. Great stuff from Lunex, an actual really strong position for them.
Good surf through there by Tie-Dye to break up the scoring attempt. Otter has to hide in the tall bush, is able to dip Skirdu around IMAX, get through with coaching, and now they're going to try and get out of there. Not quite enough to keep the Mew from going down, but you can really see the skill expression that Pokemon can have. There goes Zugrug. They're knocked out. Now the pressure's on. Everybody's fading back on Root Dig. Is Lunex Gaming going to push this advantage? It looks like they're going to let things settle out.
Yeah, they're just going to peel back. It's kind of hard for them to make a play yet. The objective is not up, but they could be looking to start something right here. Blaziken getting pulled as we have Lunex moving back towards this fight. Scyther has its Unite move, Doobsnacks.
Yep, and now it has the ability to put the pressure on. Waiting there, waiting, going straight forward. Bang, Zugrug's down. Dual wing beat in the back line. Bang, Unite move, going for another. Let's see if it can chase. No, it can't convert. Good stun. Dual wing beat does clean up Ender on the Hoopa, though, and now the pressure continues. Two more down. Mr. Mime getting credit for knocking out its opposing psychic type, and now they're going to try to put some points in as Zugrug is going to try and stymie that attempt.
Beautiful stuff here from Lunex. I mean, Lunex really coming alive in game number 2. Their coordination seems extremely solid around a lot of these fights. If it wasn't for the fact that Dignitas secured that Reg Ice, that would have been an easy team wipe for them. So it was great that they were able to make that happen with the Blaziken. Otherwise, Scyther just slices through the whole squad immediately.
Yeah, absolutely something we do need to keep in mind, though, that while a successful fight, it was a 5v4 because Toon was up top doing their own thing on a solo mission here. We'll see what the investment was in this Blastoise and if it's worth it here as we have just that strike coming from Mewtwo on Toon themselves. Regieleki is low. The fight is on. Straight into the middle is the Showtime, Mr. Mime. Secured by the Blaziken, which is what you want as they just absolutely flame kick their way through, trying to put those fiery feet on some Lunex teeth. They're going to go back through. Mewtwo Unite does come out. Now they're putting the pressure on, and we rage on as Root Dig is fading back a little bit, looking for an opportunity. Otter was in the mist for a second, couldn't quite get to the target they wanted. However, in that entire foray, Regieleki hits, and now we have the Scyther Unite move, looking for a target, and it's a KO streak of 2. Absolutely meticulous work on the counterpunch by Lunex Gaming until Toon steps up to bat and takes care of the trash.
And here we go. Lucario moving right in. Big time Hydro Typhoon. Lucario absolutely deleted by the side of Dignitas as Lunex is trying to push them.
Respect factor needs to be there now because they're playing incredibly well. Dual wing beat trying to get on Zugrug. Zugrug is back. We've got the Trick Phantom Force. We are now rings on bound. Good stung in the Psyduck. Everybody's rolling through like the Avengers. We're looking for a fight. We have a showtime by the Mr. Mime. It doesn't find a single target. Nobody's attending that circus as now we're onto the Regice and it's secure. Excuse me, Regirock. And it's secured by the Blaziken. We're still chucking fists. The last foray. Hydro Typhoon kicks up the whole team. And now they're going to have to leverage that. Toon goes for a surf towards the Lucario. Going to able to Hydro Pump. E-Ball closes the deal out. Blaziken takes care of Scyther. Root Dig is looking for the push and Zugrug's leading the charge. Bang! Nice Moonlight Prance. Who wants to dance with me? Nobody. Lunex Gaming is out of dodge and Root Dignitas is taking a T1.
Huge fight for Dignitas. Played so well. As soon as Zealot caught that Scyther in the bush, it was rough for Lunex, pushing them forward right there, picking up the Scyther KO. The rest of Dignitas moving forward and securing a huge fight win. And I think it helps when you hit the entire enemy team with Blastoise's Unite move right before you start.
Yeah, that's pretty decent, right? Like a conversion rate of 100% of Hydro Typhoon when you're looking to scrap is a heck of a way to start.
I mean, it's good when you can hit the entire enemy team with one of the best Unite moves in the game. It's not bad.
Production, can you check on the stats on that? Thank you.
Can we actually get the stats team on that? Is it good when you hit the entire enemy team with your Unite move, or is it bad? A simple good or bad works, but I would love to see percentages.
Yeah, let's put some numbers on that. You know, put your glasses on, you pull out the abacus, figure it out.
I love that we still work with abacuses.
What you do? I do. Do you not?
No, I'm saying I love that we still do. I'm with
you said that incredulously, like who like sarcastically, who actually still works with abacuses, and I thought that was like our whole deal.
Sorry, sometimes when I'm trying to sound genuine, it sounds sarcastic. It's not in my intention. I really do love the abacus, and I love that we're all about it. As we're getting ready for our objective, 10 seconds until Kyogre. We've got Root Dignitas up, but by under 100 here. Lunex positioned very aggressively, looking for a fight.
Good stun on Zugrug. They're going to peel back just a hair as we're hanging out here. Right into the backline is Celestial. They want Otter. Tons of damage in. Forces out an early Unite move. On the left-hand side of your screen, we have a Mega Mewtwo whiny trying to put in some damage. Surf back through. Knocked out is Mr. Mime. Now we've got Zealot looking for another one. Pulled back through with that Trick Phantom Force Hoopa. Rings are unbound, of course. We go for the stun. Half HP on Kyogre, and we're looking to box out. The overheat is there. Eject button, and it's way early. It's taken by Scyther. It's taken by Scyther. Lunex Gaming is able to capture Kyogre, and now they just need to score to even this thing up. We're looking to battle here as Toon is going for more bodies. Root Dignitas still has every member standing, so they have an opportunity to counter punch. But are they going to reset? How are they going to protect this lead?
And now we see multiple members of Dig trying to make something happen here. I don't know who got, yes, it was the Blastoise. Toon has the Kyogre buff. That is an insane buff on a Blastoise. So difficult to take this Pokemon down. However, we have multiple buffs on the side of Lunex. I know we have one on the Mewtwo still. I think we have one on the Psyduck still. We're just gonna have to see what they're going to do with this. Toon is going to make this score happen. I don't know how Lunex is going to be able to stop them here. 40 seconds left on the clock. They know they're behind. We have Celestial watching this top path goal as 3 members of Lunex are heading towards the tier 2 of Dignitas.
Good surf reposition. The defensive stand is looking to begin. Good sus out there by Ender to expose the Mewtwo. As we crash land on pad, they do get some points in 202, 269, and now we got to fight for it. Mewtwo Y trying to hang in the pocket. Psyduck gets 80 in. It's a slim lead now for Lunex Gaming. 10 seconds left. Blastoise is the only thing in the realm of trying to be able to score. Can it get some points in the face of Lucario? No, Celestial is able to keep them boxed out. There's more points going for Lunex Gaming, and we're going to a game 3.
Wow, Lunex Gaming, way to come back in this fight. The overheat too early from the Blaziken. Lunex securing Kyogre. Beautiful defense in that top path. Such a tough Pokemon to stop from scoring, but you could see Celestial able to make it happen, tying it up. Lunex Gaming, let's freaking go.
What a way to set off North America here in our first day of our league season for North America. A great battle back and forth and tons of highlights as well.
Yeah, there's the Reg Ice fight. And, we talked about it. Every single objective, it felt like, that Dignitas was around, they had the perfect secure set up here for this Blaziken. Unfortunately for them, it was just too early around Kyogre.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it feels like a rare misstep. Maybe the anxiety just getting to them in that moment, feeling like they had all the control in the world, right, Cowboy? I mean, they were in the driver's seat and it felt like everything was going their way, but it doesn't take much in a game of Pokemon Unite to see those wins slip through your fingers as we go into that final Kyogre fight in game 2.
Yeah, and here we have that fight, Umbreon up into the air. You see Kyogre getting extremely low. You've got Blaziken. It charges up the overheat really far away from it. They do decide to eject in and go for it, but Kyogre still has so much HP. Here comes Celestial. Here comes Luniere looking for the secure. Boom. Scyther moves in just late from Toon on the Hydro Typhoon, and that is game number 2.
Yeah, it almost feels like I said that they went too early, but I think the core root of the problem there, the core root of the problem was that I think it was a miscommunication. And we'll talk about that after we highlight our player of the game here, Tie-Dye on the Psyduck.
Yeah, Tie-Dye looking great. They did take this away from Ender. And once again, I thought the Hoopa plays were incredible. Another game where Hoopa looks fantastic and the Hoopa loses today. It just feels like Hoopa is having a really tough day one on broadcast as well. But yes, Tie-Dye looking fantastic right here as we take a look at some of the numbers. Clearly, Oblivion stealing away the Mewtwo was a powerful play for them. Got to give it up to IMAX on this Mime. I thought they had some big moments, but Luniere with the game-saving play, also with the most damage on the squad, carrying with that Scyther as well. Great game from Lunex.
And got to give them credit for keeping their composure, right? They were able to hang tough. And even when Root Dig was really finding their value, you can see it right there at that 6-minute mark, right? And that's when kind of Toon came down and joined the fray. And all of a sudden they had a big Blastoise to contend with. They didn't lose sight of what their opportunity was. A small misstep by Root Dig, and Lunex Gaming finds themselves pushing this thing to a game 3. As we take a look at the heat map, maybe the least intense heat map we've seen all day out of the poor little Psyduck and it waddling around Arthea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, you could see it was really making something happen in that top path, the eye of the hurricane for Psyduck. But otherwise, it was at every single big fight with the team as well. Surf, Psychic, really doing some big work here for Lunex in game number 2. Taking Dig to a game 3, which is very exciting for Lunex. I mean, you start your day against EG, Evil Geniuses, which we'll see later on broadcast. That's a tough one. You go 0-2 against them. You don't want to 0-2 against Dignitas. If they can pick up a win here, this would be amazing for them. And I guess Dignitas, or Root Dignitas, is going to need to figure out exactly what went wrong there, why we charged up the overheat so early on that objective. Is this somehow Chris, Root, Dignitas, Heroes fault? I think it might be.
I think it must be. I think what I was going to highlight, one of the Root Dignitas problem here for them in that game, I don't think the overheat, there had to have been a call, right? Because he's charging the overheat, and it kind of felt like, okay, we're going for it. The overheat starts to get charged because it was very intentional. It was in the bush. Eject button was obviously up and ready for the secure. But the rest of Dig stopped hitting Kyogre to get it within range, right? And once you say you're going for it, the overheat is beginning to be charged up, you kind of just have to follow through. And I think, to the credit of Zealot, saw that the Scyther stepped in, saw that the Kyogre was low, but was hoping that their overheat could land a big hit on the Scyther and maybe pick up, at worst case, the most dangerous threat on the board. So I think there was perhaps some miscommunication as to what the call was, or if it wasn't and it was just too early, the eject in was less to try and secure Kyogre and more try to knock out the Scyther that had stepped into the pit in that moment.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, when you see the overheat being charged at that amount of HP on Kyogre, if everyone stops hitting it, all of a sudden you have to make a split-second decision. Do I eject into this Kyogre, or do I leave its HP actually higher? In fact, had they left it higher, Scyther wouldn't have secured it when they did. But at the same time, you could have been expecting more damage on that objective in that moment. I didn't actually get to see how Blastoise was pushed around in this fight, what it was doing in that moment. Clearly, the damage was pulled off it for a second. It feels like the moment in it's like the Matrix moment where everything is just going in slow motion. There are these times around Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza where everyone stops hitting it and all these secure tools are just primed, but it's not close to being ready. Everyone has taken that moment to stop for just a second and not let one of these big secures hit. And I think that's what happened.
You're exactly right. It's one of the biggest time stalls of all time. It's the longest feeling seconds in the game is when that boss is on just a sliver of HP and everybody has their big secure moves, but all of a sudden the HP bar stops shrinking and it's just like everybody kind of goes, what am I supposed to do right now? And then you end up with a situation like we just saw there in game 2. That's kind of one of the moments where I'd love to hear the communication, just to find out if it was Zealot actually getting a little too antsy with the overheat, or if it was a root dig call, and then that call got broken up by how Lunex Gaming was playing and kind of left the whole squad in no man's land.
Yeah, if we are waiting for our next match and we have that replay, I'd love to watch the slowdown again. But of course, as soon as we have our game, we are going to jump into it for all of you. But you're right. I wonder what happened. What was pushed out there? Because it really felt like Lunex decided to move in. And oh, yeah, we do have it right here. So here's Kyogre getting taken down. We have the move in. Kyogre is now at half. Celestial moves in. Extreme speeding. Zugrug trying to keep Oblivion out. We have Toon pushing at Celestial. Otter fighting down here in the bottom path. And yeah, no one is hitting it right now. The eject button moves forward. Toon moves forward just late. Celestial coming in. And it really was, I guess, this Hydro Typhoon not being ready and Scyther just ready to go. It was a half second, quarter of a second away. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, you have to, whether it was luck or finesse, Lunier just being out of range of that overheat that would have buckled it is very fortunate as well. They had just the right spacing, so when Zealot went in, they didn't get knocked out. As we have our bans here, Root Dig going to be on the purple side picking first. I'm assuming we're following the rules of the game here. Kyogre map stays. Slowbro, Mewtwo, Blastoise, Mega Gary, Mega Luca, and Vaporeon.
Yeah, our first pick to Root Dignitas. They've been loving this Umbreon here today, but instead, no, they decide to take the Mewtwo. Why? I get it. This is something that Lunex was fighting them over. Otter seems to be really vibing on this right now. It could be the team that gets Mewtwo Y wins this thing, as our next two picks are over to Lunex, and they're going to need to decide what they want. Felt like Scyther was great, but I don't know if anyone on Root is actually looking to take Scyther away from them, as they go ahead and take two picks that they don't want to see here, it looks like, from the side of Dignitas, waiting for these to be locked in. But yes, it is Umbreon and Psyduck.
Umbreon and Psyduck allows Suicune to get into the mix, which we've seen both Zug and Ender play in that more support role. We've also, I believe, seen Otter play it as a more of an attacker, as it quickly was ran by here. Zugra going to take that comfortable Snorlax as Zealot grabs a Machamp early. Wow.
Yeah, Machamp. I mean, Machamp is a big pick. It's something I've seen Toon play quite a bit. I wonder if Zealot's going to be on it. Obviously, Submission Machamp can walk right through anything that Psyduck is trying to stop them with. Next couple of picks over to the side of Lunex. Got Celestial on the Buzzwole. This one we don't see a lot often. Oblivion. Glaceon. You know, I was talking about this off stream earlier. I was saying, I'm shocked we don't see any Glaceon, because I recognize it doesn't have the secure potential, but this thing is dumb. It is dumb right now. It is so strong, man.
It is incredibly strong. And Lunex Gaming and Root Dig have put together some incredibly strong lineups here. I mean, Buzzwole, we kind of blew past it, but Buzzwole and LEIC felt like the Pokemon that was forever impressive, right? Lump it in there with Eldegoss. It's like, how did we forget about this? Because whenever it's on our screen, it looks pretty darn good.
And here we go. We are taking a look at the rest of the picks. Toon on the Scyther or Scizor. Ender now hanging out on the Mewtwo Y, and that could be...
Not too sure what's going on, so I'll keep talking. No idea what just happened here. Hopefully you all can still hear me, and production will confirm that you can in my ear, as we are hovering, of course, the Kyogre map, and that's where we'll be going here for our game 3.
Okay.
Lunex Gaming surrounding themselves with some powerful Pokemon. Again, Psyduck, Umbreon, Buzzwole, Glaceon, going to be looking to rip apart some HP pools, and Luniere on this Mimikyu. And back the other way, we're going to see Toon grabbing this Scizor Scyther, Ender on the Mewtwo, Mewtwo of all things, and Zugrug gonna be on a Snorlax, a Pokemon that they have years of experience with. Now, to me, it's gonna be how they use Zealot on this Machamp. Is it gonna have the same impact that we saw earlier today? A question that I can't wait to have answered here in game 3 of our best of 3 between Root, Dignitas, and Lunex Gaming.
And here we go. Root Dignitas versus Lunex. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Lunex Gaming, your orange team. Making our way into this match. It is already underway, Doob Snacks.
It is underway, and I am very, very excited to see Ender on this Mewtwo, really facilitating interesting strategy, which means Otter's on the Darkrai. Nice engagement by this Machop. They know Toon is coming. Dual Wing Beat is just a bit shy from getting the knockout. Go for a deep engage. Psyduck is low. Tie-Dye taking a ton of damage, but it's the Machop that goes down, and Zugrug gets dealt with in the bottom path simultaneously.
And here we go, up to the top path here. Ender on the Mewtwo, playing kind of more of a support Mewtwo possibly, as Toon is playing the Scyther in the top path.
Yeah, they gotta get Zealot online though, right? Just being at level 3, of course, Toon forced to babysit since that Machop did get knocked out. Toon grabbing those middle birds and then going straight towards the middle looking to scrap. They see that Luniere is there, don't want to apply more pressure than they need to.
Yeah, and here we go. Toon just making their way to the center, continuing to farm up, get all of that experience. We talked about this time and time again. This is what Toon is good at, making sure that they are leveled with a Unite move for the next big fight. Lunex now ahead on the scoreboard as they're looking to take a possible fight here in the top path. Zealot, however, does have the submission now, so they're not able to be picked up as easily by Lunex.
Yeah, but they were knocked out very easily with the support of Luniere stepping up. Of course, Toon getting one back the other way, and we do have the Mega Mewtwo Y looking to put some pressure on. Luniere able to dispatch of the support Mewtwo in Ender, and Toon is just forced to retreat here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this here on Luniere, by the way. Level 8 already on this Mimikyu. They're putting Luniere on some big-time carry Pokemon with the potential of, you know, slicing through the entire enemy team. And they have done that in our last game. We're going to see if they can do it right here, as we also have Glaceon online at level 6.
Regidrago not dispatched of yet. It looks like Lunex Gaming is going to put a bit of a priority on that. And then the Icicle Spears are just going straight into the face of Zealot, who's just a Machoke right now and needs to evolve. And the pressure now is all from Lunex Gaming. They're seeing and smelling some blood in the water, and they are being relentless right now as Root Dig cannot find their footing. We're going to keep marching through as the Darkrai is looking to put those pulses out and find the next target that they need to. Umbreon peeling back, hanging out, hanging tough, as really Root Dig is trying to keep the positional advantage all around this Regieleki. Stepping up those Lunex, they're unfazed with no fear. They're going straight towards the Mimikyu, knocking out the Luniere would be critical. Forcing out the Mimikyu Unite move, sends 2 back the other way, and now this Regieleki is pretty much free for Lunex Gaming to take. They elect to go score and shatter themselves a goal zone. The T1 with a big plus 36 on it, which means they're up by a ton of points. Cowboy, are you back?
It looks like I'm back, brother. Hopefully I am. Having a couple of microphone issues. Thank you for holding it down for me right here as they do take that objective. And again, this Mimikyu just absolutely dominant here in this game. Level 10 already. We also have the Glaceon online at level 9. It's going to be tough for Dignitas. At least on the other side, a couple of their carries are strong. That Machamp's looking still pretty machoke.
Yeah, and it's causing their team to choke in these fights for certain because they just don't have the firepower they need to currently contend. IMAX feels so safe at level 8 with their Unite move that they are just wandering around getting vision in the most blatant way possible. Buzzwole putting the big slam out using their Unite move, forcing Toons out as well. Picked up and put down instantly, though, is that level 10 Scyther. And now everybody's getting drugged to the deep waters. We do have the Darkrai Unite move coming out, and can they find a knockout? No, they're the ones that are knocked out instead. Otter sent back to the Pokemon Center. Keep on marching forward.
Keep on marching forward, brother.
Keep on marching forward, brother. There is an issue somewhere, and I don't have the technological know-how to fix it. Now we see Oblivion on the Glaceon right there, who has been slowly and silently leveling up. Not really jumping into the fray just yet, but I assure you it's going to cause problems once it does enter the mix, because Lunex Gaming is holding down these fights pretty darn well in a 4v4, 4v5 situation. And when you add a Glaceon into the mix with the potential and the shred that it has that we just saw showcased right there, it's going to spell disaster for Root Dig. So what can they do to bounce back? Well, I think it starts with some cheeky knockouts. Lunex Gaming getting some rotation around. Glaceon has set the glacial stage, and now they want to put the pressure on Ender. Meanwhile, Regirock is taken by Toon, and they're looking for a flank on the Glaceon. They pop their Unite move. They have to get a knockout here. The heavy slam and block combination at least gets Toon out alive as Ender goes Mega, and they're looking for an opportunity. Darkrai jumping through the portals, trying to drag somebody to hell with them. Is it going to be enough? Putting them in the absolute chokehold and finally getting a knockout on that Mimikyu is critical here. Fading back is IMAX, but they have Oblivion in the pocket to deal some damage. Those Icicle Spears are on a blocking Snorlax, gobbling up that shield. Buzzwole pops the Unite move, trying to put some pressure on, forcing out the power now. Lunex Gaming is looking to smother this Regieleki, and Root Dig is just keeping their eyes on the prize to see if they even want to contend with it right now. And no, Regieleki goes to Lunex Gaming for free. Let's take a deep breath here. We've got Root Dig, Otter on the opposing central area, trying to put some pressure on, going to catch a reset. And Root Dig really needs to find their way back into this game. They're doing okay on levels now. With Otter sitting on top of the pile at level 13. However, it hasn't really materialized into a very strong team fight scenario for them. They have an opportunity to flash their fangs right now as Lunex Gaming is showing up in the bottom path with 4. And it looks like it's just to flex some presence as Mimikyu is up top, keeping an eye on what Root Dig is up to.
All right. Hopefully I'm coming back here with you, Doob Snack.
Brother, I hope so too.
I'm trying, man. We're having some issues with my microphone, but I promise you it's not my fault. There's a guy who works on our show. His name is Luke. We should fire Luke. I've said this many times.
And for years, actually. Not only have you said it a lot, you didn't say it a lot today. You've said it a lot over years. That being said, it looks like we're marching on. Spraggles, are you back? Just give me a thumbs up in your cam here.
I have no idea if I'm good. I hope I'm good. If I'm not, then I will hop off. Anyone but Zoinks can take over for me, obviously. That would make sense.
Okay, well, we've got 15 seconds till race, so let's just pretend you're here for the rest of the run.
Yeah, it sounds like it cleared up, so we should be good to go here as we are getting ready for this nice Reg Ice secured there by Root. Lunex Gaming, however, having a lot of control over this. I was watching a lot of what you were casting there. I mean, there's some great stuff on the side of Dignitas, but Lunex is having amazing fights.
Yeah, Toon being knocked out and a really early Mewtwo Y Unite is critical, but the Mimikyu Unite was critical. Mimikyu knockout was critical as well, and it's going to allow Root Dig the time they need.
And here we go. Glaceon right now with the spears into the Snorlax. Machamp move doesn't get a lot, but it might get the buzz while they do go down. Max having to run out of this as well.
An absolute critical target here as we have drug Psyduck into the Nightmare, and now the chase is on. The submission doesn't land, and Oblivion has the gates closed down on them by the Darkrai. Good spacing and good pressure. IMAX rotating all the way around, trying to get into the mix. Kyogre getting worked on. Kyogre taken under the noses of Lunex Gaming. They're just boxed out, and the rebound goes easily to Root Dig. And now they've taken the lead, and this score line is going to change quickly with that's the KO streak of 3 for the Scyther. It's a close battle, but not for long.
Look at Otter here on this Darkrai. I mean, absolutely dominating this match, setting up so many huge plays and not really able to be punished at all because it's hanging out in that Dark Pulse. Oblivion in some trouble right here, being caught by the Shadow Claw combination, goes down. This is going to head the way of Root Dignitas unless Lunex can pick up a huge KO.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left, not only do they need a huge KO, they need to fill up those pockets, which are pretty barren, and then go all the way across the map and score. And it's all for naught for Lunex Gaming. Despite having a great first 7 minutes of this one, it slips between their fingers, and Root Dig goes on to win here in Game 3.
Amazing stuff from Dignitas. You got to give it up to this Darkrai. I mean, just so unbelievably difficult to deal with, especially when it has that Kyogre buff. So it jumps away from the map. It's hidden from everyone. It can't be hurt, and it's recovering HP. Great.
Yeah, one thing I hope that people watching at home are learning is that Glaceon is still pretty darn good. It was definitely not the sore spot here in this matchup for Lunex Gaming. And to be quite honest, I'm surprised you and I haven't seen it more today in kind of the last type of pick selection spot. 675, 251, Root Dig putting an exclamation point at the end of that Game 3 and find themselves 2-0 on the season.
Great stuff from Dignitas. Looking really incredible there. I do feel like Lunex really came online in those last two games. Game 1 looked pretty scary for them, but unfortunately, they're running into one of the best possibly in the world, the LAIC champs in Root Dig.
Yeah, and Dignitas finding their footing in what was a really lopsided first half of this Game 3, doing a good job finding their way back into it. And all the credit in the world to Otter. You know, they were behind on levels for quite some time. All of a sudden, you look up, 3 minutes left in the game, they're level 13 and ready to go. And you could see the impact that they had in the final stages.
Yeah, and here we go. Celestial getting pushed back in this moment. Big time catch there. And this was the fight. I mean, one of the toughest things about this was all of this damage from the Darkrai, and they can't get punished for any of it, right? I mean, just such amazing stuff. And then they just were able to zone out Lunex completely.
Yeah, the whole rip was on the backside there going on. And really, we were so focused on all the work Otter was doing up front, you didn't realize that they were, stealing all the money of the cash register behind you. Incredibly well done on the bait and switch. And now it becomes an easy scoring opportunity for Root Dig with that Kyogre buff.
A player of the game, Ender, it just appears if you're on Mewtwo Y, you end up being the player of the game. And why wouldn't you, after all? It's Mewtwo Y.
I mean, it's so good. But I really, again, can't stress enough what Otter did for this team in Game 3 to make sure that they didn't get completely run off the road here. So all the credit in the world to the entire Root Dig squad. And honestly, good showing by Lunex. I mean, they really had a strong presence all over the map, able to really put the screws to a strong team like Root Dig. And although their season has started 0-2, I wouldn't count them out, not yet.
No, they ran into the two toughest teams in North America. I think most people would agree with that. And they actually took Dignitas to the limits there. So I think they're definitely a team to watch out for as we continue.
I agree completely. As you can see our score graph here, and you can tell exactly when the tides of the game changed, and that was the securing of Kyogre and the score race began for Root Dig. But really, Lunex Gaming doing a great job maintaining control of that score lead until that point.
Yeah. Lunex Gaming in a commanding spot in a few moments, but it really did feel like, especially as the match went on, that Darkrai just seemed to take over more and more. It became more difficult for Lunex to handle it. They couldn't really do enough damage to it. It was able to completely hide from Glaceon. There just wasn't a way to shut it down while at the same time dealing with the rest of Dignitas.
No, I agree. And the Darkrai felt so strong and its presence was so impactful in the last 3 minutes that it almost feels like it was like that all game, when in reality, that's not the truth. Lunex Gaming was really finding their way in the first 7 minutes here. But once Otter stepped into the fray, once they hit that level 13 and were ready to engage, all of Root Dig coalesced around Otter and they executed their game plan to the finish line flawlessly.
Yeah, it looked beautiful. I mean, they're a squad with so many looks too, right? They just have different things they can throw at their opponents, and they're showing that time and time again every time we see them. Up next, the other maybe best team in North America, Evil Geniuses versus Extinction. A very exciting squad for sure, Noob Snacks.
Absolutely. And I'm not going to delay us getting to that anymore. So let's go to break. You don't go anywhere or Spraggles and I will be mad.
I'll be mad. My mic will be ruined over it.
Livid.
What happened?
I know you're not asking me that. I have no idea.
No, not you.
We're into the full swing of North America, but we get one chance to look back at Latin America as we had one match that was slightly delayed off broadcast, and it was a very, very good one. So that's going to be Stamina versus CACM, two, again, amazing teams that we've seen before. Game number one. Okay, there's going to be a lot of telestrating. I'm just going to let everybody know that beforehand. So we can see their draft here, and immediately we need to look at this, right? We are up 5-4 for CACM Esports, and I want you to look at how close right here this Blastoise's Unite move is to taking this Kyogre. Now, that's number one thing that I wanted to show. And then also, I would like to show everybody just how perfect this Mew Surf is. It's going to go this direction, so pay attention to both of these things. Going real slow, getting rid of the arrow. My beautiful drawing. Look at this beautiful surf pushing 3 people as this Blastoise Unite does not quite get the final hit. So it's any sus on the dog that manages to get that final hit. Super close moment, but great coordination from the side of Stamina Esports. They were down by points. They were down by players. They just had a really, really great moment as they went into the end of this. And even then, it wasn't the end, but we can see a combination of It's Mufasa and any sus clearing out pretty much the entire enemy team. They were still going, I think, 4-4, and they managed to get a ton of points in and make it to a pretty significant lead at the end. So they were fighting from behind, but they managed to take that win in a beautiful fashion. That isn't even the most wild thing out of this match, though. As we go to our next one, you can see with the draft, once again, very similar comps from both sides, but you have to see this. Now, I'm going to pause here and set the stage. As you can see, there's 5 members up for CACM, only 4 members up for Stamina Esports, and I actually do believe they lose one more before this fight actually begins. So we are going to start here. So now it's going to be a 5-3. So you can see it's a pretty tough situation. But I want you to keep your eyes over here at It's Mufasa on this Blaziken. And I think anybody who's seen a lot of competitive Blaziken is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. And obviously in this situation, we can see one overheat. We see a nice retreat here from any sus on the bottom. But right here, right on the bottom, look at this. Goes in, perfect overheat, steals Groudon. Now steals Groudon. We can pause again. We're still at 5 people for CACM and 3 members for Stamina Esports. But they do at least have the buff. Now we get to watch them, and really, once again, it's this combination of it's Mufasa right here taking out multiple members, and then any sus cleaning up the rest of them, where essentially a 2v5 brings them back from a, once again, losing fight for the final objective. So both of those games, any sus, it's Mufasa, beautiful combination, and that is a double win. So that's what I got for those ones. I'm glad that we got to see that one last on the off-stream matches, and it's going to be how it's going to be ending for the off-stream matches for the day. So I appreciate y'all watching my little segments, and shout outs once again, one final time, to all of the streamers out there who streamed this alongside us. I mean, we got I know I saw Chris Heroes there. I saw, of course, all the Unity Clash people, Gatlu, Steelish, and Kyle. Got to kind of drop into that stream for a while. So huge shouts to anybody who's streaming their runs, anybody else's runs, so everybody can see all of the matches. But 2 more matches on broadcast, main broadcast matches for the rest of today. Those are both going to be North America. So I'm going to send it over to Zoinks, who is no longer mild. He's also spicy, and Kello for the final 2 matches.
Oh, well, I see Zoinks' mouth moving, but I do not hear him at the moment. So, you know what? I think maybe a little too spicy there, considering. But there we go. We're here. Do you want to repeat that segment again?
I'm just happy with my spice level. Thank you so much. Got a little bit more after that with a bit of a jump scare in terms of audio. But thank you, everybody. And thank you so much to Wonder Chef for being our eye in many different skies over today's tournament, getting us all that interesting footage and breakdowns of all the off-stream matches. Cool to see Latin America closing up a little bit. I was pretty shocked to see Stamina winning over CACM. Maybe I'll have to switch them around in my power rankings. We'll see. But right now, I'm actually very interested in this matchup up and coming. Evil Geniuses versus Extinction Esports. This, I think, might be a placement match when it comes to power rankings. But here's Evil Geniuses. Vin, obviously, playing at LAIC's got their profile pick in there. But this team, I currently have vibe checked them at number 1, Kellen.
Ooh, number one. Well, I guess we're going to have to see whether they still stay at the top after this one, but they are going up against Extinction, another strong squad from the NA region. They haven't played any off-stream matches here today, so this is going to be the first one, but we have Rex, Metallic, Machisel, Reach, and Trainer LGC there.
This is going to be such a fun matchup. Both of these teams, I think, having drafts that are going to be very just team identifying towards what they like to play. Both these teams have a strong focus on a few Pokemon. For example, in Extinction, Rex really enjoys playing that Psyduck or even that Blissey or Umbreon in terms of their supporter defenders. Evil Genius's side, it feels like Chris Smith just loves having some kind of Lucario or Blaziken to be able to work with. Currently, only the Mega Lucario is going to be banned out by Extinction.
Yeah, so I guess Lucario is still that pick there, and whether we will see any of these other choices, such as that Psyduck, come out onto the field, which we have seen a bit today, but Evil Geniuses is going to be that first pick. What are they going to prioritize here is the question, and it's going to be the Umbreon with that 42% encounter rate so far here today.
Interesting. Okay, well, definitely taking a pick out of Extinction's book. However, Ducky, a very impressive Umbreon. It is interesting to see Ducky having this like debut into the regional leagues and an LAFC tournament, picking a more, I would say, standard defender. Often we see them on more engaged defenders. Having the ability to start a fight has always been one of Ducky's best qualities in that tank role. Umbreon a bit more focused on that peel, but does have a lot of tanky defenses to be able to utilize offensively. Extinction gonna lock in a couple of picks though. There is Rex on the Psyduck, and Trainer LGC will be on the Hoopa, running both Muscle Band and Choice Specs, going all damage right now, but double support for Extinction.
I guess it's the thing. Do you really need to run experience share? It isn't really as necessary as it once used to be on those supporters. But over on the other side, we do have Ho-Oh. This is going to be the first Ho-Oh that we are seeing here today, I think, on broadcast and also from the off-stream matches as well. So I'm really excited to see how this bird goes, considering it did end up receiving, I think, a slight buff in one of the latest patches as well. And that is played up with the Mimikyu, which we have seen a fair bit of today as well.
Yeah, Mimikyu, really interesting. I am kind of surprised to not see the Comfey locked in here. I was watching a little bit of the off-broadcast matches of this Evil Geniuses team, and when they had the Mimikyu, they were trying to rely on some of that Comfey, that Sweet Kiss to pull in and get some big damage plays. Metallic will lock in another Pokemon for the first time on our broadcast. That's a 4% encounter rate. And by the way, any of our stats you're seeing on screen today are including all 3 regions, just so we get as much data as possible for all of you. But Metallic gonna be on this Pawmot.
Oh, so we actually had another Pawmot played off stream then, if it has that 4% win rate. I feel like this isn't an all-rounder that we really see much of, especially considering the amount of all-rounders that we currently have. So I'm really, really excited to see how Metallic goes on this Pokemon.
Yeah, gonna be interesting in terms of experience sharing between Machisel and Metallic. You know, who ends up being in top path, who's rotating through Central. I think it will probably be Metallic hanging out in the Central area to start to try to get to that Pawmot evolution, but we'll likely see the baton pass to Machisel a little bit later on. And one thing to note, you were talking about, does that experience share still need to be around? Notably, it was dropped from Rex's kit. So I think it was Rescue Hood being slapped on in place of that experience share this time around, so we will not see it, I think, on either side, if I'm remembering correctly, on the draft. Unless Roland still has it on the Ho-Oh.
Yeah, I did see Roland still had it on the Ho-Oh, and Bora actually still had it on the Psyduck there during this final preparation. So one on either side. Oh,
got it. Okay, so we are going to see a light bulb on both sides. I thought it was dropped from somebody, but either way, we will have some light bulbs to work with for these teams. I was about to say, let's get into game number 1. Let's hold off just a second, actually. I think I want to talk one more time about the amount of light bulbs on both sides instead. It is interesting to see the experience share a little bit. Obviously, it's the defenders, the supports, when they don't have access to that experience share. They won't be getting that passive EXP gain, but also it does just give you the ability to play a little more less farm focused. You don't need to knock out a ton of wild Pokemon. Instead, you can just gain that passive EXP charge, play a lot more for vision, rotate around the map, see if you could spot some enemy movements, maybe even get in a few cheeky scores if you got the open runway. These kind of strategies become a lot easier to pull off when you are getting passive experience via experience share.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Just the ability to be a bit more freelance around the map, but also being able to provide that vision for your team. So not being needed to actively farm those wild Pokemon. But I guess in terms of these teams, I know we did a basic introduction there to Extinction, previously known as Nemesis. But let's take it back to Evil Geniuses here. I mean, there are some big names in the Unite esports scene. So I guess to those that are new and only tuning on in, we have Kyrios now joining this squad, who is two-time previous world champion, and they ended up winning multiple international championships titles last year as well. So to see them come on and join this squad, I'm really excited to see how they fit in. But even then, we also have Roland, who also played in the World Championship Series in 2024 and 2025, and they were the NA regional champs. So, right. You know, joining this core there between this squad, I'm excited to see how their synergy goes ahead.
Yeah, me too. And speaking of synergy, they did have a recent swap as well. So you can see right on your screen, Vin Diesel, a new add to this team right before the regional league, was playing on a different squad for LAIC, but has joined the roster this time around. Actually played against their old teammate Celeste, who used to be playing on this EG squad back when they were under a different banner, and actually beat Lunex Gaming 2-0 earlier on today. So Evil Geniuses off to a hot start so far. Gonna feel good about taking down one of your fiercest in-region rivals and adding a really phenomenal player in Vin to this team.
Yeah, that's the thing. World's caliber players all around here. I mean, in terms of Ducky, you mentioned they did bounce between teams in the previous season. So I guess it's a matter of, well, had they finally found that home that is comfortable for them and actually fitting well with the squad? I'm excited to see them come out and really just get to showcase what they're made of.
Yeah, me too. I mean, yeah, EG's kind of got two young guns on this squad, right?
Yeah.
You got Chris Smith, you got Ducky. Yeah. And if maybe they've been playing on a bunch of different squads, but the thing is, those two feel like a package deal at any point in time. When this regional league was being talked about, it felt like no matter what, that duo was going to find their way onto one of these rosters leading into this North American season. Ends up being, of course, this EG team. And I'm really excited to see what they can do. Obviously, some powerhouse players. We're going to be remaking that game. I do think there was no issues during draft, as far as I'm aware, so I don't think we'll see any changes there. We are going to be headed back to the Kyogre map and back into the situation. But we just talked a lot about EG. Kello, let's talk a little bit about Extinction. This team, like you mentioned, formerly under the title of Nemesis, but a lot of amazing players on this squad as well. Teammates of Roland in the past, in a few cases, who had that North American regional title, specifically looking at like Machisel, but some amazing players to round out this team. Trainer on that formidable LG squad of last year with the multiple international titles. Role swapping this year, which breaks my heart, but still is such a powerful player. And you can see the impact they have on the map every single time they load into the game.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's teammates up against each other here with Trainers and Trainer and Kyrios now on different squads. But one thing what I have to note as well is this isn't the first time that Trainer has played with these players as well, because they actually played together for a bit in 2024 as well. So I guess, after traveling abroad, I mean, LAIC, EUIC, and I mean, they didn't have to travel very far for NAIC, but winning all of those titles and also getting to play at ACL as well. They are very much well-versed in terms of traveling, but also just being at the top of the NA region and bringing all of that knowledge towards this squad. And yeah, just excited. Once again, it's the beginning of a new season, It's finding that synergy and just really creating those stories for themselves.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, yeah, you're talking about history, 2024, even 2023, like back in the Amaterasu days, these players were playing together, right? You have Trainer, Rex, Yeet Fan, kind of that trio all together in that tournament playing in Yokohama, Japan. I mean, I love throwbacks, and this team I think does too. Getting the band back together in a few situations. Yeet Fan, their sub, also on that roster, of course. But I do believe we have these standings for North America, so we can get kind of a full picture of all 8 squads, and of course the very early standings that we've seen so far. TI Gang at 0-2, Lunix Gaming at 0-1. I believe that will be updated to 0-2 after that conclusion of that last match. Root Dignitas starting off strong. Evil Geniuses up for this next one as well. Citadel Gaming starting off hot as well, winning their one and only game earlier today. We'll talk more about them soon, but right now, Kella, we got our game number 1 between Evil Geniuses and Extinction.
Cool, and right off the bat, we have an invade from Roland, and I'd say this is why they have that experience share on hand, so they can keep the pressure onto this Cormo, but they were unsuccessful at stealing that buff, and Hooper's coming for some support.
Yeah, Palmo with a great last hit secure, so well done by Metallic to make sure they can out-secure this. Ho-Oh, not the best at last hitting abilities, but the fact that it has this regenerator passive that it will just be gaining HP at any given moment allows it to play so far in the enemy zone and not be too stressed. So Roland not going to take any of the buffs, but it did slow down that Palmo a little bit in terms of timing, and at least they got vision of where they're headed next.
Yeah, heading up into that top path just as these birds spawned. That is quite that late rotation, but I guess because it was so zoned out, Evil Geniuses managed to soak up the majority of the experience from the birds.
Yeah, pretty incredible that 4v1 situation, but still only having a Torchic, but still having a better presence on that top side. Kind of impressive. I'm honestly more shocked is that Extinction wasn't more aggressive in that moment. Do get it paid off though on the bottom side, as they do get a couple of scores. And yet again, rolling on this invade, Kello, yet to find a last hit though.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of Roland action here today, just seeing them invade and not leaving this area. But they have popped their XP. There isn't actually a berry there to go and replenish their HP. But as you mentioned, they don't need to worry about that because of their regenerative passive.
Exactly. They'll be back at least at about half HP by the time the next team fight pops up. And it will be Reggie Drago spawning in next to the Mimikyu with the Shadow Sneak hovering below it. Interesting to see Vin on that more assassin style build of the Mimikyu and less on the brawler style with that Trick Room, but into a Mewtwo on the other side. I think that feels very strong. And no defenders to tank this Shadow Sneak, Kello. That could be very dangerous for Extinction.
Oh, yeah, definitely, especially if they can land their hit. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful that time. When you have a Mimikyu on the opposite side, you've really just got to continue moving around.
Yeah. Floor is lava, and we're on the Kyogre map, so that doesn't even make sense. But so far, Mimikyu redefining the rules of the battlefield. Evil Genius is going to win 2 fights in a row on those Swablu Altarias, once on top, second on bottom, as they are a full 5-player commit at the moment, but will be retreating back to that central area. Would love to get out of this Combustion stage and evolve into Blaziken.
I guess one of the benefits here for Extinction is they do have that hyperspace hole if they need to retreat up into that top path. Otherwise, we have 2 members of Extinction being able to shred down that Reg Ice for the squad, Ho-Oh being unable to do anything, and now that Machisel's done their job, they're going to teleport down bottom, do a little switcheroo there.
Yeah, I like that change of the rules. The support Pokemon go up to defend the goal zone, and the more damage-oriented Pokemon down for the last hit secure. So that's 2 Reggies in a row for Extinction. The only one they're missing, I suppose, would be that Reggie Drago as Evil Geniuses, the only objective to their name.
Yes, no objective there. The Reggie, like, it is going to crash on in, considering it's only Umbreon there left to defend, and with 3 members in their face, I mean, there is not really much they can do. Otherwise, we have Pormok coming on in, breaking that goal with 30 points. But Evil Geniuses, they're keeping up because they're getting some dunks in of their own up in the top half.
Even nice coordination between Vin and Curios, allowing Vin to get a little bit more scores and get that attack weight in a better position for the Mimikyu right before Inteleon breaks. So Curios on this Inteleon, I mean, they've won multiple world championships, one of them utilizing this Pokemon. And unfortunately, I don't get to see Curios pull enough cool snipe shots because we are going to be playing that Liquidation. Again, I'm kind of shocked to see that, just seeing it, the lack of tanky Pokemon on the opposite side. But that being said, a Liquidation certainly hits pretty hard right now, and you might be in a good position either way.
Suppose liquidation buffs are really paying off for these squads. You don't really have to rely on those snipe shots, considering it is that short hit move. Otherwise, Porma is going to dive on into that Blaziken, who is able to punch their way out of trouble and are going to travel back home, leaving Roland to defend this pad. But once again, Porma trying to find a pick off, and it's going to successfully take down that Mimikyu.
Nice eject button by Chisel as well to set up a lot of damage, but here comes that counter punch from Evil Geniuses. Blaziken getting all the way to the backline. Ducky trying to spend as much time as they can on this Umbreon, slowing down this squad. Roland does not have the Unite move quite yet, so there's no opportunity to res the Umbreon. They'll have to just respawn the old-fashioned way. Extinction kind of trading back and forth between the two. Hoopa Unite move is utilized, will allow this Zacian to jump right back into the fight. Ho-Oh gonna take a KO onto this Mewtwo, and Psyduck gonna fall. Chris Smith on 1 HP in a dream, gonna head towards that tier 1.
Yeah, that's going to allow them to go and empty out their Eos energy and just broaden that lead even further. 188 to 97 points currently. And I guess with that goal gone and no one from Extinction in sight, this is going to be their chance to take this Regieleki and put a little bit more pressure on towards that tier 2.
So much momentum swinging in the way of Evil Geniuses after kind of defending against an offensive push by Extinction. I did like that push. You have Palmon who jumps in, able to proc the full heal, kind of back out, earn a couple of resources, but it's Evil Geniuses able to push back in on the back of that Blaziken and Mimikyu damage duo. That's just too much for Extinction to handle. Kind of splits apart this orange side team and is able to take 2 mini fights that really favor EG.
Yeah, giving them the level lead currently. Well, we have 4 level 11s currently, but there we go. Play with me straight onto that Mewtwo, wiping it on out, and the eject button to go and finish off that Psyduck too.
Really impressive stuff. I think just shutting down the opportunity for Mewtwo to use a free Unite move at this moment and then earn it back before the Kyogre. Gone is that opportunity now. You're probably just a -1 Mewtwo Unite move that you could have had in the match, thanks to really quick thinking from Vin.
We have those birds getting secured a minute and a little bit until we have the final boss spawn on in, Kyogre being the choice, but we do have a bit of a engage here from Extinction against 2 members. They have the numbers here, having that KO, and now they're going to continue pushing and get in a little dunk, so not a lot, as Evil Geniuses have decided to come up and defend.
Yeah, Metallic kind of just going full aggro mode there on Palma. Was sort of under-leveled at that moment, only at level 11 on this damage carry, who was getting central area priority at the start of this game, by the way. When they're behind in levels, just trying to go really aggressive into the backline with these Supercell slams and hoping to find a cheeky KO. They get one, get a little bit of EXP, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Evil Geniuses doing a great job of blocking out this Regice, and they're not even giving up vision on the rest of the map for it. You have Ducky and Vin covering the entire central area right now with these Shadow Sneaks on Mimikyu, going to be checking the tall grass, and Umbreon just right there to stop any forward pressure.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, knowing that they had the other two to prioritize getting that Reg Ice, making sure that Extinction aren't able to make their way into this Kyogre pit, and they are completely zoned out right now.
They do have a lead for EG, but it is an extremely close game. This Kyogre buff, if it goes to either side, will be a very important factor. But right now, Evil Genius is not interested in doing any damage to the Lord of the Ocean. Instead, just defend this pit wherever they can and try to hold on to this lead and force Extinction to keep using these portals to recall.
Yeah, we did have 1 member recall. Blaziken is needing to retreat because they are half HP. We have the Infinite Sideburn coming in, trying to get the stuns, as Umbreon's going to go in with their Moonlight Prince to give them some shields, but they were unsuccessful in securing that Pormot KO.
Yeah, they lose the KO, but I think they save Vin's Mimikyu, honestly, with that Umbreon Unite move, just kind of diving in there for a defensible position. Vin went in really deep on a Shadow Sneak into 2 targets, got a great Shadow Claw, but came up just short on any of the knockouts. Was able to Unite move the Zacian mid-Unite move, so a great response, but either way, we're sitting in a refight position. Evil Geniuses very happy with burning a full minute off this clock.
are burning a full minute, but they have still 2 unites on hand, including that Ho-Ohs. So they really need to try and keep it up and alive. Inteleon has also popped their unite move as Mimikyu's going to drive straight on through to that Mewtwo, who has managed to retreat. But look at this, Pawmot diving on in, ends up getting knocked on out. And Evil Geniuses, they have the numbers advantage, being able to also get another KO.
Yeah, I think Extinction just feeling the pressure right now. They know they're behind. They know they need to do something. And they're going to come up 1 point shy with a last-second push. A little bit of heroics there, but the double back cap is going to be phenomenal for the side of Evil Geniuses. 200 points in from Chris Smith and Vin, respectively. Great shutdown to last second of hope for Extinction, but that will be Evil Geniuses locking down this map, preventing Kyogre from being knocked out at all, and starting this series 1-0.
Yeah, they're definitely Evil Geniuses there, recognizing that they need to go and send some other folks to go and back cap to match that other back caps that Extinction came back with. So very, very well played and strategized there instead of prioritizing knocking out the Kyogre. But in the end, 394 points to 187 in favor of Evil Geniuses.
Just such impressive stuff from Evil Genius. I think just incredible macro play, so tight in those final fights, and honestly throughout this match. So we'll take a look at a lot of these major moments in our replay here. And this, I think, was one of the most pivotal moments of the game. Extinction having a lot of forward pressure, but just this complete response from Evil Geniuses. A perfect, I think, Umbreon Unite move from Ducky. They do go down, but the value they earned in that push was so important. As Vin just taking down a Mewtwo, just get a little bit of extra EXP and be happy about it. And it looks like they have 12 buffs hovering underneath that Mimikyu at that moment. I think both central area buffs, a Reggie Drago buff, a Reggie Rock buff. I mean, really collecting them all.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the name of the game. You got to collect them all after all.
Yeah, exactly. There's Vin into that backline. Hassel 1v2 was able to unite moves to kind of slow down the Zacian. And yeah, of course, you got Ducky's unite move just to bubble out a little bit of space. Yeah, that could have been a unite move that was punished. You're absolutely right, Kello. But in the end, Evil Genius is able to quickly recover from that moment.
Yeah, and I think that's really what makes a strong team is even if things are looking dire, right, they're able to go and make use of those bits where they're in the sticky situations and still come out on top. But there we go. Our MVP for the match is going to be Chris Smith on that Blaziken.
Wow, and somehow we got a player with 2 knockouts, making it into player of the game. But I do think this Blaziken was pretty phenomenal throughout this entire matchup. Most importantly, if we're looking at the knockout number, you got to look at their path opponent knockout number, and they were even with Machisel. So keeping it very close in the early game, despite having a tougher time in that Torchic and Kabuskin phase. Either way, they hold it down, able to put in 170 points throughout that match, 100 of which coming after that 2-minute mark, doubling up, and then 70 points leading up to that moment, and 55,000 total damage in this match.
Yeah, going on in, utilizing that overheat and eject button combo to go and get those finishing blows, as we saw. But we have to mention Kyrios here on the liquidation Inteleon as well, being able to dish out 75k damage there. And I believe they're the ones that ended up having the most KOs on the squad too.
Right. And it feels wrong to give Kyrios some credit here, but hey, listen, they maybe did get robbed the player of the game. So shout out to Kyrios on this liquidation. I think it was looking really good. I thought the only time it was maybe getting a bit exposed was some great Poopa portals throughout that match from Extinction. It felt like without the burst damage, it was kind of tough to get some knockouts onto important targets before they were able to recall, but it didn't really matter. You got an early game lead. You have defensible position around the Kyogre pit. That just allows so much freedom for Kyrios to pick their targets with liquidation and just pepper in damage and force out those portals again and again and again. Impressive stuff. Chris Smith really earning their weight in gold, though, with this crowd control stat. Take a look at this, Kello, leading the way on their team for a lot of crowd control effects. This Blaziken kicking, pushing, doing everything it can to hold Extinction down.
Oh yeah, 100%. Utilizing that blaze kick into the wall to get those stuns really pays off. And while it might be hot up in the top path, they were in and about in that bottom path along with that central area as well. But I mean, you were mentioning about you were mentioning about the match. I've lost my train of thought. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, good. I was talking a lot about the match. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a really interesting start to this one. What I was saying before the match was I think this Evil Geniuses versus Extinction game might be a bit of a placement game. One of the most important, I think, in our round robin stage of this 5-week regional league we're going to be seeing. I think these two teams are going to be extremely competitive and likely going to be topping the charts in terms of NA regional placement. And I know so far I think Evil Genius is very happy being vibe checked at number 1. Extinction, I expected a little bit more of a competition out of them, but they did keep that match relatively close. But maybe it was just an illusion of closeness because I never felt at any moment that Evil Geniuses were really stressed about that matchup. Felt like they ice in their veins a bit in that situation.
No, I mean, even at the end there where there was that 1 point difference, they weren't stressed at all because they already thought 10 steps ahead to go and back cap themselves. And I remembered what I was going to say as well. I think that was the first match that we've seen where that end objective wasn't secured. So it just goes to show that you don't need to secure that main objective in the end to win. It's just a matter of playing your cards correctly, and Evil Geniuses really did that by putting up the defenses and not allowing Extinction to come in and try and rip it away from them.
Yeah, such impressive stuff. I really like what they did. They also forced Extinction into some really awkward spots with that team fight. Obviously, we were talking about how important the Hoopa portals were, but since Curios was forced and Vin were forcing those out so frequently with a Mimikyu dive or a well-timed liquidation target or well-chosen liquidation target, it felt like Extinction had no real chance to group up as a full 5 and get a big push. You kind of saw Metallic having to make some tough choices on this palm mod, eventually being like, well, we got 30 seconds left in this match. I got to do something in these kind of spots. And it felt like it came up a bit short, exposed, and shut down by EG. So impressive stuff. You're seeing, by the way, everybody, on the bottom of your screen, we are going to be flipping the sides going into this game number 2. So Evil Geniuses will be in the second pick position, and Extinction going to be taking that first pick.
And also want to confirm that we are going to have the Kyogre map once again this time round.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that surprises me a bit. I know North America are pretty huge fans of the Groudon map, so I'm a bit surprised to see that. However, if side selection was in the hands of Extinction and choosing first pick, Evil Geniuses want to keep running this Ho-Oh invade. I think Kyogre map is the place to do it if you're going to be trying to employ a strategy like that. So maybe we're starting to see this map really determine some of, maybe not all of the picks, but a couple of the picks out of these teams really influenced by what final end boss Pokemon we're going to be competing against at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's not only having the benefit of the extra tall grass around the map, but also having those 4 citrus berries in the center. We saw roll and retreat back, grab a berry, and then head back and continue their invade. So it really complemented Ho-Oh really well. But we'll have to wait and see whether they're going to switch it on up. I think one thing from Extinction that they may have been lacking in their side, especially going into, say, Inteleon, is lack of dive. While it was exciting to see Pawmot, I feel like they needed something a little bit more, a little less punchier.
Okay, sure.
Maybe like a speedster pick or something that just gets that big power dive.
Yeah, I like that, because Kello, I was going to suggest if you thought it was too much punch, I was going to say, how do you feel about Poke or maybe Peck? This is a long way to say I want to see Dodrio on Extinction side. I think Dodrio would do really, really well in this team. Potentially, even something like the Talonflame showing up, I think would be really exciting. However, if there's a Talonflame on that side and trainer LGC is not playing it, I am going to weep on broadcast. So to avoid that, I would maybe prefer something like the Dodrio. But like you were mentioning, this is the draft so far. I don't see a final ban from the side of Evil Geniuses. Maybe we'll figure out what's going on there. But Extinction going to be at first pick right here.
Yeah, and so far we have that Sizzle Scyther pick. Zarshan has been banned away from Machizzle, and Umbreon being taken away from Ducky. So we are going to continue on forth with this draft, and well, Vaporeon made it on through, and Rex is gonna select that Pokemon in, being I'd say one of the top defenders currently in the meta.
Oh, it is so phenomenal. Basically feels like you can't pick a bad move on that Pokemon right now. Everything's sort of working in its favor. Kello, I'm just going to make a guess. I think that Empty Slot might be one of the Mewtwo's, might be one of the bands that we're seeing so far in this tournament, but it's only at 4%, so maybe that's not true. Either way, Chris Smith at an encounter rate of 58% is going to be locking in that Mega Mewtwo X. Such a formidable Pokemon in today's metagame. And Ducky, okay, I was talking about how impressive the Rumbleon was. I thought it was really solid. It is going to be the Mamo Swine. And we're just getting word in from production. It is a no ban. Hilarious to see that no ban is at 4% total across all regions.
Yeah, well, this was intentional, whether it's a strategy. Maybe they just didn't want to ban it out because they wanted to select it up themselves. But yeah, the Mamoswine pick for Ducky and Roland on the Clefable this time round. So providing those heals. I'm interested to see whether Rex is going to go for that heal build with Vaporeon or whether they're going to go for additional disruption. Considering they have a lot of disruption already, having Blastoise and Snorlax.
Yeah, that is a lot of crowd control to work around for sure. So that's going to be pretty impressive for them. I kind of love this Armarouge pick from Bora. I know it is one of their individually best picks. Seeing it at LAIC, I thought it was really impressive. We have also seen Bora kind of bring this Pokemon out at other major tournaments. So I am excited to see that option, especially into something like the Miraidon. It's going to be able to activate that armor passive that Armarouge has, increase its own special attack damage when receiving special attack damage. So Bora going to be very happy to tank. We have seen some of these Pokemon actually lock down a Rocky Helmet as well on their move builds so far, but it doesn't look like Bora's going to go that far. Only going to lean into the special attack damage side of things with their held items.
No Rocky Helmets here. No Bob the Builder's covered on out to build some walls.
But he can fix it.
Hey.
This is the worst.
Can he? I don't know about
yes, he
that.
can.
But okay, yes, he can. Maybe. Who knows? But one thing I am excited to see is this Serena pick as well. Yeah. It doesn't have that encounter rate, so I'd say this is the first Serena of the league here today, including EU, Latam, and well, first here for NA.
Yeah, a bit shocking. A Pokemon that obviously Eastern-wise is just phenomenal. Always talked about one of the best picks possible. Really, the only tough part about this Pokemon is its early game. That poor Bounce Sweet and Seeny stage can be a bit difficult to work with. But, Kello, let's get into it. Game number 2. We're going to have Extinction on your purple side, Evil Geniuses on your orange side. Evil Geniuses looking for a clean sweep today with 4-0 in map score. They are just one map away. Extinction looking to fight back into this set.
Yeah, I'll have to see whether they can do it as we have this Miraidon waiting on out for this Charcadet to weak. Did they just steal that?
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the world champ difference right there from Curious, all right? It's going to be the Miraidon taking away that poor last hit. Armarouge having a decent amount of damage in the early game, but last hit burst, it could be better. Either way, Chris Smith and Ducky, like I said, this dynamic duo trying to hold it down in the early game. They're going to have a tough opponent, though, as this Mimikyu is rotating towards the top side.
Yeah, Mimikyu coming straight from behind onto Ducky, but they are able to tackle and out back to pad onto safety. One thing we have to be wary of is this Vaporeon getting online. So keeping it at that EV for the time being has definitely, well, I was going to say that it's evolved, so never mind.
Well, yeah, it looks like Extinction actually held a couple of Bumblebees earlier on in this game to give that last second experience and allow Trainer to get up to level 4. So the Vaporeon is available, and already we're seeing the impact of Muddy Water. Kello, that move is bananas strong.
Yeah, it has the ability to hit multiple members that are within range, and especially when you have, say, a Zarina or a Mamoswine, even a Clefable diving at you, it can just prove to be so impactful in those big team fights.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. We'll see what it's paired with. I think likely going to be that flip turn I think we've seen for the majority of today, and Extinction are going to take a page out of Evil Genius's book and actually push to to invade the enemy central area. This Vaporeon not able to secure as Chris Smith and Kyrios are going to combine to take their own blue buff. That's just how hard invades make things sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to waste some time, take away from that pressure down in that bottom path. But up in the top side, we have a Soul Mewtwo going up against 2 members. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, they're making a move on this bottom path, but Zarina ends up getting denied their 22 points.
Ooh, Chris Smith knocked up just for a moment, but that drop kick move animation still going to go through. Kello, this might be a really fun interaction between drop kick Zarina and Trick Room Mimikyu. That little speed slow the drop kick would normally apply if Trick Room is inside that magical square box will actually speed it up. So we'll see if that ever becomes relevant in this match. If it does, I love niche interactions like that. I sure hope it does.
Yeah, sometimes these little interactions really make you appreciate this game and everything that it brings. So hopefully we'll get to see it in action and demonstrate, well, one of the whole purposes of Trick Room.
Exactly. It's also just a pretty phenomenal move to try to brawl against multiple Pokemon on the other side. And with Shadow Sneak into Clefable, it can be kind of a tough matchup. So a bit riskier to play off. So instead, we're going with the good old Shadow Claw Trick Room. Extinction going to be the first ones towards the Regirock, and they're going to reap the rewards. That is one major objective secured for them.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to retreat and rotate up into the top path. Regidrago, unfortunately, not receiving any love here this match so far, as Regieleki does end up getting secured by Evil Geniuses. So the rotation wasn't quick enough from Extinction's side.
Ducky does have to burn the eject button to try to escape from Rex's block. However, this does mean they're in a tough spot with 3 enemy Pokemon chasing them down. Trainer is going Aqua Ring, by the way, trying to benefit for these. Is this a triple defender composition, I guess, by class? It's kind of tough in some of these roles and how they play out, but Snorlax, Blastoise, and Vaporeon all having that defender class means they have a ton of HP to work with. Aqua Ring going to be doing a lot of work in terms of the healing department.
I feel like these roles and the colors in terms of their backgrounds don't really mean a lot these days because Pokemon are just so versatile. Otherwise, Chris Smith is going to use their Unite move to try and get a KO, but they end up getting knocked out themselves by that Armarouge. So great defense from Extinction to keep their tier 1 pad up and running.
Oh, I am also so excited to see. I kind of expected it with the item build, but Bora Reach is actually going with the Armor Cannon Armarouge build. So that more mage style will be going with the Psyshock to also slow down some enemy targets with that last bit of knock-up of that attack. But we are going to see some high damage Armarouge cannon shots. Very, very fun. Trying to just contend with some of the poke damage that Miraidon will be doing.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing that they have to be wary of is the poke damage, the shred that Miraidon can provide. Does have its Unite move on hand as well, as we are 10 seconds out from this second basement Reggie that is about to spawn. Once again, Regidrago not receiving any love.
Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. Regidrago's supporters, please rise up. I think there's a lot of them in Toronto right now for that regional tournament happening. But anyway, here we go. Chris Smith with some early damage onto the Regice. Going to be dropping those drop kicks to try to impede some of these targets. Ducky finding their spot in the back line, going to absorb a ton of damage, but eventually fall. Extinction still have a lot of HP to work with, and Vaporeon's nowhere to be seen right now. Is they are on the top side. Sorry, Mimikyu's the one grabbing them. That's where they're putting him away. Metallic knocking out that Zarina, and finally, Reg Ice will fall.
Yeah, that is going to go over to Extinction's side. They definitely need that experience, but that little buff of HP if they are to continue forth. A Surf to go and push back 2 members as we have Mamoswine getting the stuns with the Unite moves and stomping that Blastoise down.
It feels like in these triple defender composition on one side and a Clefable Mamoswine on the other, these fights are never truly over. You know what I mean? You can knock out a couple targets, but it took you so long to do so that the other team had time to get some respawns and rejoin some of these fights. We're seeing the flip side of that now as Extinction is kind of rallying to defend this tier 2 push, which they might be able to punish Evil Geniuses a little bit. Ducky get a high Earthquake across the wall and get a successful jump pad. And oh my word, Christmas stealing the Citrus Berry. That is criminal. Almost as bad as leaving Regidrago.
But I know they say that pigs or mammo swines don't fly, but Ducky really flew there with that mammo swine twice. Earthquake straight over the wall into the jump pad. That was impressive.
Hey, everybody knows how much I love jump pad stats, and Ducky really leaning into the big numbers. I'm a fan. We will have Snorlax rotating down to the bot side to try to stop that push, but it will be a Regieleki secure for Team Extinction. This is very big. This goal zone will not be destroyed by the Regieleki and instead set up for a pretty major overdunk. The debuff will not last until the final stretch, but this is still a moment that Extinction can gain up a lot of ground they were losing in that points race.
Yeah, I guess unfortunately Extinction had majority full pockets, so they weren't able to capitalize on getting any overcaps. I think that only ended up being a 9 overdunk with the 40 from Vaporeon, but it is still at least going to clear up that space up in the top path. 5 seconds left to go until we get our final basement Reggie. Mewtwo is going to yoink the Snorlax, and well, they're going to dive in with themselves along with the block to try and let the rest of the members chip away at this Regice.
Yeah, this feels like likely our full-on Kyogre fight, as we do have full rosters of 5 on either side. That will be Ducky cut off for the rest of the team. Does have to utilize their Unite move, and is going to chase down the Mimikyu as their main target priority. Trainer does pop the Vaporeon Unite move as well, so 2 Defender Unite moves gone out of what feel like a billion available in this matchup with so many defenders everywhere.
But currently the ball is in Evil Genius's park because they're the ones that have the lead. Extinction need to make a move as Snorlax is going to dive onto this Miraidon, but they don't have the follow-up. Here comes the Infinite Sideburn along with the Hydro Typhoon to get a great stun on Evil Geniuses, but they are still left standing.
Wow, okay, and now the KOs finally start falling. It will be Mimikyu to go down. Ducky gets fallen by this Blastoise, but it's Curios's Miraidon that is peppering in that consistent damage. So tough to deal with. The Mimikyu not being available means there's no Trick Room to put down to reduce that incoming damage from the Charge Beam. If you have that Trick Room available, they'll be doing so much less damage to any of your teammates inside that square. But unfortunately, without it, that means Curios just gets to run wild. 1 minute left on the clock, and EG have a gigantic lead, sitting at 2-2-3.
Yeah, and knowing that they had that numbers advantage, they went and broke that tier 1 pad. But now Extinction are feeling the pressure, trying to chip away at this Kyogre with only 45 seconds left to go. It's pretty much going to be a flip and rip. Who's going to get the secure? It ends up being Vaporeon for Extinction, and this is their chance to get the catch-up because Evil Geniuses are missing 2 of their members.
Yeah, 30 seconds left is an infinity amount of time, especially with these Kyogre debuffs on these goal zones. But take a look at that. Curios slowing them as much as they possibly can, but they can't be in 2 places at once. Extinction, 2 hundo burgers so far, looking for more. And with 15 seconds left on the clock and absolutely nobody in range for Evil Geniuses to get to the other side, Extinction will be tying this series up 1-1.
Wow, Evil Geniuses, I feel like, had control of the map for the majority of that time, but that last-ditch effort play from Extinction to just go in for the flip really paid off well for them. They are still in this one for today.
Yeah, impressive stuff there. Extinction feeling awesome about that one after a really catastrophic first team fight around Kyogre. Okay, well, I was concerned there, but Extinction able to kind of punish Evil Geniuses, maybe a little bit of greed after they go for the goal zone score instead of rotating towards that major objective. So very, very impressive stuff from Extinction to be able to bounce back against one of the best teams in this league right now. And Extinction trying to make sure their name is also treated with that much respect.
Oh, 100%. Respect all around to all of these squads. I think they have definitely made a name for themselves in the previous years, as we did cover their history earlier on and everything like that. So just to get to see them in action in terms of their new and improved teams, well, you know, a few little adjustments here and there is just really, really exciting. But I don't know, in terms of the whole Kyogre fight, like at the moment, I was thinking in my mind, hey, this is actually a really great play from Evil Geniuses to get these back caps up in that top path. But you know, I wouldn't say going and ripping the Kyogre may have been way too risky at that time.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really tough decision. You don't have a ton of rip on either side. I mean, Charge Beam Miraidon's good for a lot of things, but taking down these major objectives, it does get a little tougher. And oh my word, look at how many targets are trying to last hit secure there. Big shout out to that Snorlax block, doing a lot of work in the crowd control. I think ultimately, mostly just moving the Clefable out of the way, but still, that's one enemy target that could secure that objective. So impressive stuff from Extinction to lock that one down. Do want to give a heads up, by the way, I was fact checked a little bit by our by some of the casters of the back line. Trick Room Mimikyu only reducing that damage incoming to itself. So my bad. I think I was talking about that was the whole team. Nope. Metallic holding it down just for themselves, but doing a fantastic job at doing just that. Taking 42,000 damage and dealing 45,000 damage. Very impressive work from our player of the game, Metallic.
Yeah, I guess just being able to take those hits, say from that Miraidon at range when they are in that Trick Room, really paid off well for them. And I don't even actually think we saw the interaction with the Trick Room and Zarina Trope Kick, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not my birthday, so I did not get a chance to see that cool maneuver. But what I did get to see was Roland putting up almost 100,000 healing numbers on this Clefable, and they weren't even the one with multiple defenders on their team. They only had the one. That was up to Extinction to be playing this triple defender composition. Very cool to see it finding success. Obviously, a bit on the back of Blastoise being just such a meta menace, being able to kind of flex to a lot of different roles on the team, but either way, Extinction employing a really fun all-out brawl style strategy to great success.
Yeah, and paired up with that Armarouge as well. So Armarouge with that 100% win rate here on broadcast here today. So yeah, I love to see that. But yeah, Mimikyu pretty much all over the map over on their side. Rotating, making sure to get those objectives was really key for them.
Yep. And Kello, we saw a switch up in the draft going into game number 2 with Extinction choosing that first pick. Now that is back up to Evil Geniuses with a game loss in game number 2. They will be choosing that first pick, and Extinction will be making the decision to return to the Kyogre map. So we are going all 3 games on the Kyogre map variant of Theia Sky Ruins. But again, that draft spot, that first pick, just so coveted right now, bouncing back and forth a little bit.
I mean, that's the thing. There's only so many Pokemon that you can ban on out, right? And just being able to have that first pick on something, it just seems so valuable. You can't put a price on that one.
No, I mean, it's 2-0 right now in this series, right? Extinction with first pick got the win. Evil Geniuses with first pick in the first game got the win. So if we're taking the stats from only this series, and I love small sample sizes, then it's crushing. So yeah, I'd go for a first pick every time.
Yeah, I wonder what the win rate would be for those that did have the first pick position. I don't know whether that's a stat we can get, but definitely interested to know how often, more often than not, whether it is first pick that will secure those dubs.
I agree. Kello, I've been doing a lot of the vibe checking and throwing things up on the whiteboard. I got to ask you right now as we're heading into game 3, Extinction, there's a few spots to fill. 3, 4, 5, I think all would kind of make sense for where Extinction's looking. We got to see a little bit of Lunex on broadcast. Where do you think Extinction ends up on our power rankings right now?
It's really tricky. Honestly, I don't know how you've done this with the limited information that we've had here today. You know, 2 matches through, so honestly, I feel like at the moment, well, what spots are available? Well, we're chucking in maybe
3 and 4, I would say, are a good spot to put it down. Yeah, 3 and 4.
4, maybe 3.
Ooh, okay, maybe 3. Maybe 3 so locked in. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll decide for sure at the conclusion of this game number 3. That makes the most sense. And because we're headed to the draft, we can discover this real quick. So we are going to have Extinction on that first pick. I wasn't sure. Maybe I mixed up my words a little bit earlier on, but either way, they're going to have first pick and first ban. There it is. Just names. That's my bad. Evil Geniuses, banning Miraidon, banning the Mewtwo. Vaporeon, going to be the ban for Extinction. So I don't know if Extinction is going to return to that triple defender composition, Kello, at least if they're not banning one of the keystone pieces of it in their own ban phase.
Yeah, well, getting rid of that, still have that Blastoise and Snorlax up for grabs if need be, unless Extinction go and ban it out themselves.
Yeah, there you go. Fun stuff. Oh, also, Kello, I guess to adjust the stats even slightly, but the first pick, second pick thing, Evil Geniuses did uniquely not use one of their 3 bans in second pick position, so that might be skewing the stats a little bit for that first pick side, but we will, we'll see what ends up happening. Extinction can be locking on their first 2 picks of Mimikyu and Hoopa. Last time we saw this Hoopa from Trainer, it was the Portal-based Hoopa, but earlier on with Dignitas playing it, we did see Trick Hoopa, and with something like Mimikyu, often I really like those trick interactions, so we'll end up seeing what happens here in our game number 3.
Yeah, I guess that's if they do end up opting for that Shadow Sneak, having that trick on them if they do get themselves in sticky situations. Utilizing that with the Phantom Force to retreat on out is such a great way to utilize those combos. But we have Chris Smith locking on in Zacian and Vin on this Sizzle Scyther pick. Which one do you think it's going to be for this one?
Yeah, this one's it's just got to be Scyther. Vin wants that high octane, high damage kind of option, I think almost every single time. Scyther also one of those few, I mean, obviously not a speedster by role classification, but does fit that assassin bill. One of the few Pokemon like that are amazing at just insta bursting a high HP target. Something like a Snorlax might not even make a Scyther falter sometimes if they can get that full burst damage combo, including their Unite move, to really eradicate one target. For example, when Venusaur was one of the biggest major meta threats, Scyther was often used as a soft counter because it could knock out the Venusaur before it even got a chance to get off any of his healing utility moves.
Yeah, healing or even if it's Unite move that takes a bit to go and get that charge. But, well, we're actually going to have another Pokemon that we haven't seen at all today off stream and on stream. Latios has been selected by Curios here.
Ooh, okay. I am very interested in how this Latios will be playing. Curios, I think this is going to be their 3rd attacker Pokemon in just as many games as well that we'll see from them. So really showcasing their deep pockets when it comes to Pokemon pool. Inteleon into Miraidon and now into that Latios, like you just said.
Yeah, but we aren't going to have any of those triple defender picks here this time round. Only opting for the 1 defender on each side. So a bit more of a balanced comp between these squads. And, well, we have Bora selecting up this Armarouge once again too. So... I mean, it played out well last time round, but looking at their squad, I mean, besides the Latios, it's pretty much all attack-based characters.
Yeah, there's not too much of that special attack interaction like we were talking about before. We'll have to see how that ends up playing out, but maybe just favoring the really high damage of Armarouge with that armor cannon, at least later. I've said it for a long time, and I still truly believe this. I think the armor cannon plus upgrade might be my favorite plus upgrade of any move in the game. When it just increases the range of not only your armor cannon, but just any of your auto attacks, I mean, the game just becomes 10 times more fun. And that's like a real stat.
Yeah, I mean, that's really when things ramp up is towards the end, right? When those Pokemon are reading those power spikes, getting both of those plus movements on hand. But, you know, it's really going to come down to these combinations, whether Rex can get in those disruptions to allow Bora to get those hits. But even these isolations that are going to be left up to Machizel on this Buzzwole.
Yeah, some trickier spots. Now, Caleb, there's one thing that I think Extinction's actually kind of shored up a little bit in their strategy is I don't think they're as vulnerable to invades anymore. I think having that Zacian hang out the top side, which is such an Zacian, one of the only Pokemon that has a phenomenal early game and also scales great into the late game. They should be just fine, and the Mimikyu left to their own devices should be able to clear their central area quickly and consistently enough that I don't think that Evil Geniuses will tend to throw too many invades their way. I could be wrong, but that's just my hunch of so far. Let's get into it. Kellen, this might be our first game 3 we've gotten cast all day, but let's do it. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Extinction, your orange team.
Yeah, they are a one apiece, so it is going to be the final game for this squad. It's just a matter of who's going to come out on top. But so far, no invades, even though Roland does have that experience share on hand, just making sure to assist that Zacian up the top path. But meanwhile, we have that Charcadet out securing this Eevee, who has treaded a little too far, but they're going back home.
Yeah, I think Ducky not too worried about it. They do get at least one score in, and right now they can pick up a couple more of those, get to that evolution, because Latios not at this part of the game where they're going to be stacking up that Aeon power quite yet.
We do have this Mimikyu who has opted to hide in the tall grass, and now it's just a standoff waiting for these Natus to spawn on in. Scyther is going to shred it up, and yeah, you called it a Scyther pick this time around. Snorlax looking for the KO, but thankfully there is a berry right there waiting for Vin.
Yeah, a scary spot for that berry because Rex does get a movement speed boost when running towards it. So that Scyther having a bit of a risky run away from Snorlax, but they do get to the berry just in time, and they're still able to hang out in this fight. What an incredible dual wing beat through multiple of those targets. Nice work for the Scyther, but does not find any KOs quite yet. And Bora able to relatively safely get to that level 5 evolution.
Yeah, get to that level 5 evolution. It's pretty much even across the board in terms of these squads. We do have Ducky going in and getting another dunk for their Eos Cookie, making sure that they are tanky for later on in those team fights.
Oh yeah, Ducky's got a lot of an HP stat to work with. But right now is actually going to be Zacian, the one taking it up to task on the top side. 2 KOs, opening up the room for the Scyther and maybe even the Psyduck to score. Regidrago has spawned in, but Kello, we watched these two teams last game, and it was certainly not getting a whole lot of attention. And this time, they're teasing it again as well. A couple of taps, and then they're out of there.
Oh, poor Regidrago. Just getting teased over and over again. Thought that I was going to receive some, but no. Oh, there we go. Already half HP as we have a Mimikyu shredding it all down. But look at that. A steal from the Scyther to take it away, but they quickly ends up getting wiped out themselves.
Yeah, Metallic getting revenge for their best friend, Regidrago, immediately after with that Mimikyu getting the KO. That was a tough timing of the secure from the Scyther. So shout out to Vin able to pull that off. That armor cannon from Armor Rouge, I think barely missing that last hit. Secure Scyther just able to steal it. Pretty monumental shift for them. Not able to do anything with it as they do get KO'd almost immediately, but still, that's experience on your team side as opposed to Extinction's.
Yeah, well, so far it's 59 points to 0 in favor of Evil Geniuses. We have a Regieleki that has spawned in that bottom path that Extinction is working on. Upstairs, we have that Reg Ice being secured by that Zacian, as Buzzwell did try to get the hit with their own move and slamming it down, but it was unsuccessful.
There's nothing better than taking an objective with an opposing Pokemon, but unfortunately for Machisel, they're going to come just shy of pulling that off. Vin was trapped with that play with me, my Metallic momentarily, but they just don't have the HP bars to contend on towards that tier number 1, even with the Regieleki backup, which means Evil Geniuses will pick that one up, defend their own goal zones, and hold Extinction to a goose egg on the scoreboard. 0 right now, as opposed to Evil Geniuses 101.
The one thing I have noticed is Mimikyu has reached that double-digit number. So that is a benefit for Extinction, despite being behind in points there. Otherwise, we do have those birds in. Another squabble in this central area as Trainer is trying to make an escape, but it ends up being Kyrios to get the KO on them.
Yeah, and on the other side, Metallic was able to chase down Vin, so a nice play there. Buzzwell Unite move actually going to be shut down mid-air as Kyrios utilizes that Latios Unite move to snipe them out of the sky. A lot of early damage here, but that Reg Ice buff actually coming in clutch right now as Evil Genius is able to weather the storm and not even have to recall. Able to take away even some of this contestable experience despite Extinction throwing in a ton of damage from things like that Armor Cannon or some of these Mimikyu dives.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They have just got to secure as much wild Pokemon as they can and just starve out Extinction, considering how far behind in levels they are. They still have this level 7 Hooper on hand, and they really need that to utilize its Unite move. But both objectives are spawning shortly at the same time, and you can see Evil Geniuses have really decided to divide and conquer on that minimap, having 3 up in the top half and 2 down bottom.
Yeah, that's a lot of confidence to work with. Not to mention a very quick ability to rip down these objectives when you have that Zacian. And even the Latios at this stage in the game, have to imagine Curios's stacks of that Eon power are looking pretty impressive. So it will be Regirock down before the Hoopa can even make it up in time for a potential Unite move rotation. So Trainer not going to be utilizing that, at least for offensively. They might have the ability to try to split push and get some scores in, especially when they have vision of all 5 Evil Genius members here on the bottom side.
Yeah, going in with that Hoopa Unite move, being able to finally get some points on the board, and it's only a 1 point difference. The Evil Geniuses are currently winning down in this bottom path as we have Hoopa retreating, trying to defend, but unfortunately it just isn't able to, and Evil Geniuses, as quick as a flash, able to take back that lead.
Yeah, but it's a much smaller one. I actually like Extinction's play. Not only do they do get a clean, even break on the tier 1 top side, but they do send Bora Reach with a 40-point Armourouge all the way to the opposite side. Ducky has to use this Unite move kind of defensively. We're only at the 4-minute mark, but still, this is a whole lot of aggression. Mimikyu Unite move, try to slow down, but that Zasha gonna cut right through the play with me shield. Buzzwole also down too. This devastating Pokemon as Evil Genius is starting off strong. Great work from Chris Smith on this Zashi.
Yeah, they really went all in or nothing in that team fight, and it paid off for Evil Geniuses as Extinction needed to retreat the remaining members. Once again, just pushing on forward, making sure to starve out Extinction by taking away the birds on their side.
Well, take a look at that. We didn't even see it, but Vin Diesel, the lone Regidrago enjoyer on this battlefield right now, is going to secure it for the second time in this game. Also has 50 points in pocket, but both of the available scoring spots on the opposite side on the orange team being those tier 2s, that's a real risky path for Scyther to take. Better yet, just to take the points and that experience. Only 45 points separate our teams right now, Kello, as we are 1 minute away from the final stretch, and a lot of presence around here on the top side, focusing on that top side Reggie.
So it's really going to depend on what spawns on in as we have Umbreon trying to get these stuns. Buzzwole has isolated that Latios, but they have managed to make a quick escape into the backline. Never mind, as Rex just goes and sits on them.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Rex cutting off one escape route and Bora Reach making sure that an explosion was what eventually did him in. Impressive work from Extinction. I thought Curios had made a perfect escape with that Dragon Pulse dash over that wall, but shut down at that last second. A damage buff for Extinction is going to be so scary, particularly this Armourouge and Mimikyu are going to be very frightening to deal with, and Machisel already on this Buzzwole has been a scary threat so far. Ducky playing forward for information. Everybody else from Evil Geniuses lying in wait, waiting for the team fight call.
Gonna block out that Umbreon as Zacian is trying to make a move, but they end up getting stunned themselves. So they're just going to have to regroup in the bush and wait for the perfect opportunity to make a move. We do have that Shadow Sneak on Roland on the side arc, but Mimikyu isn't actually going to risk diving on in.
Yeah, it does force Roland out of that tall grass, kind of out of their hiding spot, if you will. So a great check, but you're right, not going to actually dive on top of it. You need to kind of combo that play, I think, with the Buzzwole Unite move, or potentially the Snorlax just for a bit of backup. Here we go. Very defensible Hoopa Unite move from Trainer. Well, that's 4 players knocked up by Rex's Snorlax Unite move, but they're all able to back up. Evil Geniuses don't lose a single member and will have a chance to rally.
They have only utilized 1 Unite move so far, whereas Extinction only have 2 left on hand. Buzzwole being able to grab that Umbreon, but it's able to make an escape. No blocks there from that Snorlax to go and get the interruption. Once again, just no KOs. Buzzwole going in with a Super Swole Slam, but unfortunately it's a failed attempt as they get sent back to the Pokemon Center instead.
This Extinction fight just a little too late, and I think they ran out of gas in this tank. Kelly, you said it perfectly. Only 2 Unite moves to their name, whereas Evil Geniuses had every option to work with. A KO streak of 3, and they are going to be dumping these points in. Only at 369. I think they're looking for a whole lot more than that. Full team ace for Evil Geniuses as Extinction will be out of this game 2-1.
Yeah, 501 to 140 points with 20 seconds left on the clock as the majority of Extinction spawn on in. It's just a matter of padding those stats right at this last second. But I'm going to say this was a pretty fun set to watch between these squads.
Oh, Kella, I completely agree. I think if there's any prevailing factor that sends Evil Geniuses over the top, it's got to be their macro game against Extinction in that first and in that third game. That fight around Kyogre, so impressive. Extinction gets a pretty decent engage, but the fact that Evil Geniuses is able to walk away, brush the dust off, and rejoin these fights with way more resources than the other side is paramount. Such impressive stuff from EG, and what a debut for this org on day number 1.
Yeah, I think that's really key. To just burn those resources on the opposite side. That way, when they do go in for the re-engage, they're able to get that maximum power, maximum healing, whatever they need to do to go and get a complete team wipe.
So impressive. Time and time again. Did like some of the Extinction adaptations they made into game 3. Particularly, I did love the Shadow Sneak Mimikyu. I think Trainer on the Trick Koopa, I thought was pretty phenomenal. It just ended up being, in the end, a little bit of coordination failure or potentially just timing failure for Extinction on some of these big final fights. Evil Geniuses really just running across the battlefield in a favorable position basically everywhere.
Yeah, being able to just hold that lead and that dive, the Cypher followed up with the Zacian and knocking out that Buzzwole. That was such an incredible play from the Swab.
Yeah, I loved it. You can kind of see this final fight. This is already when Extinction is playing from such a back foot. Buzzwole trying to unite move just almost for survivability, or maybe to get a target low enough that the Mimikyu could dive on top of and earn a KO back the other way. Both fall a little short, and it's going to be Chris Smith doing the opposite, as they are going to be awarded your player of the game. 6 knockouts, 177 points scored, and only being knocked out 1 time in this match. The only other players to hold that accolade are going to be Roland on the Psyduck and Bora Reach on the Armarouge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It really just showed how well they managed to stick together, but also divide and conquer and cover those bases. When we saw those objective spawns, right? They're the ones that were going in and shredding on in. But having that support there just really paid off for Chris Smith to not get knocked out.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. I'm actually going to be really curious to see their heat map, because I do remember them heading into the enemy central area a couple of times at least, and to do all that and not get punished with return KOs, such a great spot to be. Taking a look at this score graph, I do think this is pretty interesting. Obviously, a big burst of scoring at the end there for EG, but throughout this match, holding on to a very dominant lead, specifically in that mid game between 4 and 6 minutes, 101 points to where they were holding Extinction down to 0. Took Extinction with a really risky top push with a Hoopa Unite move to even get on the scoreboard. And that was the only time they scored in this entire match, or entire game 3.
Yeah, it really gave them that slither of hope, being able to catch up in points and be really close. But Evil Geniuses, they were just not fussed at all. They had it down pat and, well, yeah, denied any further scores and ended up winning that team fight. But you can see on this heat map there, Chris Smith focusing up in that top path for the majority of that map, and also a bit in that central area. So, well, I guess Reggie Drago did receive some love then.
Or at the very least was joining Vin just for a hot second.
Yeah.
Actually put up a pretty decent 6 assists on this Zacian. I know back in the days of the Sacred Sword, we were seeing a lot more with that big AoE effective damage, but hey, Metal Claw's AoE effective damage is also pretty strong. So we're starting to see Chris Smith get involved not only in those last hit knockouts, but also in those assists. So very impressive stuff from Chris Smith and joining this team in a phenomenal way. We got a lot of young players on both these rosters, obviously with Chris Smith and Ducky on one side, kind of big rookie of the year opportunities like last year for players like Metallic, even Machisel. So really cool to see these really prolific North American players having a great start to their season.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to see a mixture in terms of veteran players who have been around the Unite Championship Series for quite a while, but also these newer members coming on in and being picked on up, and I guess just passing on that knowledge and just being able to share that around and grow together.
Yeah, it is a phenomenal use of their time and their practice, and we get to reap the rewards of watching all these amazing matches, of which we have one more to close out the day for our day number 1 coverage of these regional leagues. So we are going to jump to a very short break, prep for that one, and on the other side, more North America Unite.
everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are in North America for our final matchup of the day. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha. Joined by the one and only Snacks. And what a match we've got, Snacks.
Yes, between two invited teams into this league in North America, you have IX Gaming and Aftermath going to be squaring up to close out day one of our first weekend of seasonal league play.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I mean, for a few reasons. Like you said, two invited teams. So the expectations on these squads is pretty high. IX rejoining Unite since that early year one. Of course, I remember IX being a part of the scene. And then we have Aftermath. Aftermath is such an interesting team because I would say their inclusion has been the most hotly contested amongst the community. We've had players who are wondering how this roster got put together. I'm really excited to see what they look like, considering some of the players that we see on Aftermath are not players that are really well known within the scene. But let's talk about IX Gaming first.
Yeah, IX Gaming, made up of members that qualified for Worlds with version 1 last year, here to kind of really cement themselves. They were able to have a great run at the end of last season to qualify for Worlds, and now getting this invite under the IX banner is going to be, again, a way for them to test their mettle and prove themselves as one of the invited teams that got to just waltz into the league format when we have 4 teams from NA that are hungry to put up performances.
Yeah, and IX does feel like a squad that absolutely can compete within this league, but they're probably not up in the Dignitas EG level. We're going to find out exactly what they're looking like, though, because, again, they were not all the members, but they were a world qualified team, which is pretty impressive. And, of course, we also have Aftermath with some players that are not as well known. You see players that you do know in the community, like Egg and Lakoding. However, some unknowns on the side of Aftermath. We're going to see what they look like as we head into game number 1 here, and we're going to see if Pimpsky is right or not. Aftermath Esports banning out the Scizor, banning out the Mega Gyarados. On the other side, we've got Snorlax, we've got Mega Lucario. Final ban for IX. Is it going to be targeted, or is it going to be something extremely powerful? And it looks like it's Mewtwo.
Both versions have looked incredibly powerful today, and Aftermath Esports going to round this thing out with a Blastoise. So there's a lot of fun toys available for these two teams here between IX and Aftermath. IX is going to set the tone here with Vaporeon. Again, a Pokemon on your Mount Rushmore of things to ban in Pokemon Unite is quickly selected.
Yeah, I think Vaporeon's insane. We see Wailord locking that in. Heading over to Aftermath, we're going to see how their draft starts to break out. We get the Miraidon early in that attacker spot and Lakoding on the Mimikyu. A great carry Pokemon, and if this thing gets going, it can really take over an entire match.
Yeah, again, two very strong choices here in the early stages of the game. Mimikyu has been incredible all day long, but that leaves the other Mewtwo available, and we quickly see Liko and Smuglax lock up not only the Mewtwo, but the Umbreon, which has been performing pretty well, specifically in NA.
Now we head over to the side of Aftermath. Not able to grab that Mewtwo. One of them banned out here in this game, which would be Mewtwo X. The next couple of picks here, they are possibly continuing to look at some damage. No, they are grabbing a Mamoswine, and the final pick here is going to be Crustle. So 2 extremely powerful defenders that are great at moving their opponents around and controlling the battlefield. Next couple of picks, Leafeon and Blaziken snapped up immediately by IX. Back on over to the side of Aftermath.
Yeah, Aftermath is really going to use this Crustle and Mamoswine to trap individual players from IX Gaming and have either the Mimikyu or the Miraidon really just put the damage in while they're stationary, while those Pokemon are isolated and stationary. And Buzzwole, again, a Pokemon that always seems to step in and do a pretty darn good job in the hands of August here, going to be fighting and scrapping in that top path.
We've got a really, really powerful front line for the side of Aftermath, right? I mean, Crustle is just so difficult to take this thing down. Same thing with Mamoswine. And then Buzzwole with the constant shields is incredibly powerful. You'll also notice 3 focus spans on the side of Aftermath. So they are looking to brawl in some of these extended fights. Over on the side of IX, they have 2 Pokemon, both of their kind of defender support-ish EVs that could end up being a healer for the squad. You've got Wish, Umbreon, or Aqua Ring Vaporeon. However, they also could play those in a very defensive, tanky position as well. That early Leafeon could be a real problem for Aftermath, and we're going to have to see how they deal with that, right? If Leafeon can get online early and then start picking up KOs, that can take over games. And on the side of Aftermath, they don't really have an exact answer for that. They have Mimikyu, but it does take a little while longer.
Yeah, it's really up to Aftermath to keep the lid on this thing, right? It's hard to keep Leafeon from becoming Leafeon and evolving at level 4, but what's critical is what happens between level 4 and 7, and that's how quickly they can go from 4 to 7. And you have to make sure you're not just giving away ignorant knockouts, because then the Leafeon will step up, it'll take over the game, and then your kind of isolation shutdown strategy between the Crustle and Mamoswine doesn't really matter anymore.
It looks like our game is being remade here. And again, this is a pretty big proving ground, I think, for both of these teams, right? These are 2 invited teams that have made their way into this league, and you definitely want both of them to show up, put on a great show. And I think both of these squads would love to take a win here. I think Aftermath has a lot to prove, but at the same time, IX is kind of that dark horse team, right, that made their way into the league also. We don't exactly know how they're going to perform throughout the season. A consistent squad, but at the end of this, we are really going to have some answers, especially as to how Aftermath looks.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you mentioned IX and really kind of stormed on the scene with their performance last year when they qualified for Worlds. And unfortunately, Worlds didn't really break the way that they would have expected or wanted for themselves. But it was a great way for them to cut their teeth, get some experience against some very high octane teams from all over the planet. So I would say they are a far more well-known quantity going into this league than Aftermath. Aftermath anchored by those of us that have been around in the league by Lacoding, who is a name that I'm familiar with, that those of us that have been around are very familiar with, and Eggnoob. So those 2 are really going to have to help these other 3 players out to make sure that they're ready to go.
And here we go. IX Gaming, your purple team. Aftermath Esports, your orange team. This is the first match either of these squads have played in our league format. Buzzwole getting caught early. Nice play here by the Leafeon. We talked about this. Just the early potential for this Pokemon is unbelievable. They use that level 4 to pick up a huge KO.
Yep, it's already level 5. So really, like I said, between 4 and 7 is what matters here. Can they slow Riker down? As of right now, the answer to that question is no.
And here we go. Riker staying in the top path. They do have a buff that is open on the side of IX, but it looks like with 4 members in the top path and 4 members of Aftermath, this is going to be quite a brawl, Doob Snacks.
Heavy rotation. We have the Vaporeon very far forward, low on HP. Mimikyu can't close the door, and Vaporeon getting out just feels like you exposed your hand without getting any value. And if Vaporeon just went to the pad, they wouldn't have gotten knocked out. So kind of some maybe anxious or mistakes here on stream between these 2 games.
Well, it's interesting, right? IX definitely made a great counter punch there with the Leafeon. Maybe they thought they were moving in a little bit faster. Leafeon now is going to head towards the central area of Aftermath, see if they could take something, but it looks like they peeled away back towards the center of the map. We do have Regidrago that hits the map in 15 seconds and a ton of experience on the side of IX.
Okay, we're settling things out a little bit. We've got 5 seconds till Regidrago. We'll see how these 2 teams prioritize that, if at all. We've seen some of these teams ignore it so far. We still just have a little Swinub, the Fuzzy Roomba running around, and the Combusken trying to make a difference here. Finally, level 5 is the Buzzwole, half HP gone. And really, things settling back out. So not a lot of people dipping their toes too far in the water.
Yeah, it feels like after that first huge team brawl, everyone's kind of calmed down a little bit. Regidrago getting very low right here. Nice secure from IX. Aftermath not able to make something happen here. However, that Mimikyu is level 7, and they do decide to go in looking for the KO on Leafeon and barely not getting it.
Yeah, that would have been a big quality knockout for that Mimikyu. Leafeon is level 7, of course. Now they want to get more experience, but they're looking for bodies. Engaging is the Mimikyu, and they get knocked out quickly because Riker was sandbagging where they were, popping the Emerald two-step, going deep, trying to get the knockout, and it's not sufficient as they are knocked out between the future Mamoswine and that Miraidon.
Yeah, it seems like a tough moment to move in with Leafeon. Obviously, you do have your Unite move, but your HP is very low in that moment. Of course, if you take the Miraidon there, this would be huge for the side of IX. Big Ice Fang catches the Vaporeon. They're going to need to run. Side Strike into the side of Aftermath, and this is just a nice secure there from the Blaziken.
Yeah, going to get some experience there for the squad. Regieleki is looking to be worked on by Aftermath. Big charge beam, and they're running straight through it to get the knockout on Miraidon. Oh. Bang, there's the Moonlight Prance. KO Shrika 2 for Smuglax on the Umbreon, and Regieleki's going to leash so IX Gaming can take it.
And look at this here, just allowing Leafeon to stack up their attack weight, also charge a Unite move. Beautiful stuff here from IX. Nice scoring, huge overcap in that bottom goal zone, 156-11. Regieleki is going to go their way as well. Both objectives to the side of IX. Experience looking good also. And now it looks like Aftermath is just taking an opportunity to score, stack, and try to get this close to parity here if they can.
Yeah, they close the goal zone out, not as much as you'd like that overcap to be, and so low is the Buzzwole. They get knocked out, and the Miraidon is down as well. I mean, IX Gaming rotated with 3, took a heck of a fight, and now they're crashing another goal zone after putting points into that bottom T2. So really, everything is coming up IX right now.
Well, I mean, right now, IX also scoring that top goal zone, leaving it at 9 for a massive overcap opportunity after they crashed that bottom goal zone and put in a ton of points. 239 points above the 5-minute mark is extremely impressive for IX, and they're setting themselves up to be in a position where even if they are not able to take Kyogre, they could mount a defense or offense and still win the game.
No, that's a very good call out. IX Gaming now, we just have to make sure they're not flying too close to the sun with their wax wings here, because they are ahead on every axis, and the only way that Aftermath can get back in the game is if IX starts doing very foolish things. We'll see how it shakes out.
Here we go. We've got a fight happening right here. Aftermath has a few Unite moves burning a hole in their pocket, and they could look for it right here. Are they going to move in to try to stop this? Ooh. No, they don't.
Backdoor by Smuglax and releases the Meteors here. Mega Mewtwo using their Unite move, the strike from the skies as they move forward. Good charge beam. Moonlight Prance is going to buy some time, and now it's the Leafeon stepping up and getting 2. All the pressure is being put on, and Aftermath Esports is getting cooked right now. IX Gaming, every member still standing, and it's just the Miraidon that can try and put in pot shots to keep that big overdunk, but no, that is huge.
Massive plays there from IX, like a surgical strike, taking down each member of Aftermath in that fight right there. Just nothing they could do. And look at the level lead right here. That Leafeon is now 13. This is its entire job. If Leafeon is not 13 here, you're kind of stressing is this Pokemon, but great plays from IX continue to put this Pokemon ahead. They also have a Blaziken at level 13 right now, which is just terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, everything on the side of IX is terrifying right now. I got to highlight Smuglax's play on this Umbreon as well. Really doing a good job going for backdoor flanks and creating chaos, letting IX Gaming have a very strong attack from the front.
They're going to send the Regieleki just towards that tier 2, force Aftermath to deal with it while we have IX Gaming ready to take Regidrago in the center of the map, give them some more team-wide XP. If you're looking at some bright lights on the side of Aftermath, they do have a level 11 Mimikyu and Buzzwole, and one big catch on any of these high-level Pokemon can start to shift the match their way, but this is rough for Aftermath.
It really is. Now, you can have a Leafeon is easy to dispatch, even if you're low on levels compared to it, because it is so squishy. So Riker can't get caught out here and just hemorrhage a bunch of experience into the hands of Aftermath.
It looks like Riker maybe sussed out that Aftermath saw them on the mini-map somewhere. They kind of knew they were there, and they peel away from this goal zone. As we have an objective spawning in the top path, a Reggie has hit, and our teams are moving toward it. Huge catch on the Blazing. Can they take it down? And they do. Now Mimikyu, level 13, and here comes Riker. They decided to sneak back over and score 345 to 88.
20 seconds until Kyogre in our game one between these two invited teams. Regirock is going to be taken by Aftermath, and now we are waiting as IX Gaming has set the trap, and we'll have to just wait until they spring it.
You know, I like Aftermath's position here in some ways. Having that Regirock buff, moving into this fight, everyone has a Unite move. It's the best position they've been in throughout the entire game. And they're just going to need to find a moment to strike. If they can get a pick somewhere on the enemy team, ideally the Leafeon or Blaziken, they could start to take this match back into their control. But they're way behind Dupsnacks. They're going to need to make a play. They're going to need to find a catch. They're going to need to find someone somehow. Mimikyu throwing the Shadow Sneak, but not finding a target. Miraidon starting this with a charge beam, powering it up, and they're looking for it. And now we have the Blaziken move back and peel away from the fight. No one taking the fight just yet from Aftermath, and they are the team that needs to make it. Here comes Mimikyu.
Right into the back line is Smuglax. Emerald two-step, bang, Miraidon's gone. Phenomenal flank, and this thing is getting absolutely crooked if you're Aftermath Esports. We're going for it here. Tons of pressure on. Egg Noob is low, can't get out of dodge. Now they're putting the pressure on the Crustle. Theory has to run away. We're putting pot shots in on Kyogre. The Mega Mewtwo Y is active. Egg going for a big-time flank, and they're buying time. Mimikyu still has 15 seconds on their respawn timer. Riker has to get that knockout. They do. Crustle is gone. Kyogre's there. Overheat lands, and IX Gaming is off to the races.
Yeah, beautiful from IX. Controlled that fight in such an amazing way. The flank from Leafeon was so good. Went around the entire team towards their attacker, picking up some huge KOs, and now the points continue to rain in for IX Gaming. 509 to 88. This is rough, and it is something they cannot come back from. Aftermath is going down in game number one. Beautiful plays all around from IX as they are going to now score in their home goal zone. Just a few seconds left here as we are counting down this match.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, baby.
Amazing. I'm back. I'm glad I was muted. Actually, I wasn't saying anything positive. I was kind of dumpstering Aftermath Esports there and how much I did not like Mamoswine Crustle combination. It didn't really seem to be the key to success, despite their brightest moments were off the back of either one or the other. Them together, I don't think facilitated a strong enough game plan across the board.
We're taking a look at some of the big moments throughout this match. And yeah, I remember that Smuglax Unite move, picking up a double KO. And as you do look at some of the big moments here in game number one, they're all going to be IX moments. They really had control of this first match. We saw a draft that had a lot of Pokemon you expect, but some odd sort of picks together, right? You don't often see Mamoswine and Crustle together in some of these moments, and it just didn't come together for Aftermath. As you can see, IX taking a huge fight and a huge win. Getting closer here to our fight, this was a huge moment for them where things actually started to turn around. They pick up that KO and they take this top buff, but this beautiful Leafeon flank takes down Miraidon, and then they just continue to move through the squad. Level-wise, they're just a lot lower than the side of IX Gaming, and they're not able to deal with that in this final fight.
Yeah, Smuglax's Moonlight Prance right there took 2 Unite shields away from the Mamoswine and the Buzzwole. So really, with all the pressure they were put on, it was no question what the end result was going to be. And the MVP here on IX Gaming is Riker on this Leafeon, which really was just running roughshod all over the map, doing whatever they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised at all to see this as the MVP. They took over the game from the start of it, and they just kept the pressure on. They kept pushing Aftermath further and further back. They kept taking real estate on the map away from them and picking up knockouts as they went. Only taking 19,000 damage too, so there really wasn't much Aftermath could do about them. This is the power of a Leafeon piloted by a great player. The early advantage of that level 4 snowballs into the earliest Unite move, in the game and on the map, snowballs into the earliest level 12, and on and on and on. This thing just continues to dominate.
So let's talk about Aftermath Esports, as we already know how IX Gaming did. I'm looking at their numbers here. Nothing particularly stands out in a positive way. I mean, you look at Lakoding, 20k damage on a Mimikyu. You'd love to see that number go up, especially with targets like Umbreon and Vaporeon on the side of IX Gaming that can eat a lot of damage, and you'd really like to see your Mimikyu shredding through those.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you take a look at the Miraidon definitely had some decent damage output as the attacker on the side of Aftermath. They still weren't able to get a lot done. They lost some early fights, which put them behind in levels. They weren't able to scale as easily as IX could scale, and IX just expertly kept them behind all game. It's one of those difficult things, but if your opponent can set you up to be behind and then move towards your side, take experience, take KOs kind of at will, it's really hard for you to get back in the game.
You look at that heat map, and I'm honestly surprised there aren't more green and yellow dots all over it, because I really felt like Riker was just cruising wherever they wanted. You can kind of see that hot zone, which was right in Aftermath Esports kitchen as they would try to leave the central area. A lot of quality work put in there by Riker. That's why they lived there as long as they did. And ultimately, I have to shout out Riker as well as oh my God, Smuglax with their flanks. Both of them had incredible flanks this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Riker played extremely well. I thought Smuglax on the Umbreon made some big plays as well. Honestly, I mean, IX seemed to kind of have this sewn up from the beginning. As soon as they got that early advantage, they never gave it up. And that's one of the tougher things. Sometimes you'll see teams get this early advantage, but they make a couple of big misplays and they give up these high-level KOs. They did not have that happen to them. They kept their cool. They continued to fight. They didn't give up in some of those big moments. They didn't give up like a level 11 or 12 Leafeon early in the match to their opponents, and because of that, Aftermath just could not come back.
You're right. Now let's talk about some sparks of excitement that Aftermath Esports showed. Eggnoob on that Mamoswine did manage to get a good catch on Blaziken, which led to a quality knockout, letting Mimikyu Lakoding get to level 13 and give them a chance here. Now, my issue with their draft wasn't Mamoswine or Crustle exclusively, but it's the fact that they brought both to the table when really they're only leveraging one in those engagement scenarios, which in that point, if you're not using, Crustle to trap or Mamoswine to set up and you're only using one and you're not using them in tandem, well, then you might as well have something else.
Well, I guess the question is, what is Aftermath attempting to do with this next one here? We do have Groudon chosen as the map. The bans for the side of IX is going to start with a Snorlax ban, which is pretty interesting. Maybe they know something specific about Aftermath. Mega Lucario on the other side, Mewtwo once again being banned out. And yeah, it really is a question. I'm guessing what they're hoping to make happen with Aftermath are picks like Ice Fang and Buzzwole's superpower into Crustle's X's, or I think they're looking for like a huge combination like that, which would be extremely impressive. They just were not able to pull it off in game one.
Well, that and the targets that you'd want to do that to don't need that, right? You get a knockout on Blaziken without that. You get a knockout on Leafeon without that. All you need is that first initial catch. So again, the argument is, if you're not going to use both of them in tandem on other targets, then what are we doing here? And I'd like to see them take a little bit of lessons learned and go into the second game and develop a different strategy.
And here we go. IX Gaming with our first pick here. A lot of power Pokemon banned out. Mega Luca, Mega Gary. They go for the Blastoise, and it's up to Aftermath.
Blastoise, I mean, a popular pick, but we've seen these counter 2-3 picks do a great job shutting down the strength of the Blastoise. And Mewtwo has been part of that equation here. So Aftermath has to be happy getting a tool that strong as Locoting quickly grabs up the Scissor Scyther.
Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely powerful pick. It does clear just about as fast as this Leafeon. Obviously, it can't do something at level 4, but once it hits 5, which is, you know, immediate, basically, you have the ability to fight with it. We'll see if they're going to look for a strategy very similar to what IX did in game number 1. Next couple of picks, we've got the Umbreon, we've got the Blissey. So an extremely supportive, tanky team so far for IX.
Yeah, which means we're going to need something that rips damage, you know, something that absolutely shreds. Where is Aftermath Esports going to go right now? Currently grabbing the Hoopa for their support spot and the Mamoswine in that tank role. They still need something that can shred. They have their execution in that Scissor Scyther, but they need something like a Glaceon to be able to rain damage in.
And now we're taking a look at IX. They are grabbing the Blaziken. Blaziken's just been a superstar all day. And finally, the Inteleon. Last pick over to Aftermath. We're going to see what they want to bring into this match. Hovering Gyarados right now. A pretty powerful choice, and it does rip through objectives with the Dragon Breath and its auto attacks. We're going to see if that's something that they want to bring in.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it. It checks the box that I was talking about at the very least, so it gives them a chance. Looking across the way here, IX Gaming was kind of a composition of days gone by, and Aftermath Esports kind of as well, right? We're not dealing with a bunch of new stuff here between these two teams, a lot of known quantities, which leads me to believe that we're fighting on even turf.
Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good from both of these teams right here, right? We're not kind of going with this double tank from Aftermath, but now all of a sudden IX has a little bit of a double tank going on. However, Blastoise just seems to be in a league of its own right now. It's kind of a defender. It kind of attacks. It does a lot, and it's unbelievably strong. Blissey also is just one of the toughest things to beat in some of these big fights. We're going to see exactly what Aftermath can do as we head into game number 2. Obviously, they're looking to have a great showing to start here, but IX with a dominant game 1.
Yeah, just looking at these teams as selected, you know, given the eye test here, Spraggles, where do you think the needle favors?
I mean, it looks to me like I have to base this upon what happened last match, which was a really, really tough match for Aftermath. It does seem like that first game they were outclassed. It's possible they just couldn't catch up after Leafeon really kind of shut things down as we were going. But we're going to see what they look like as we head into game number 2 here. IX Gaming, your purple team. Aftermath Esports, your orange team. Again, the debut match for both of these squads here this season.
Here we go. Into the bottom path is this Mewtwo is Theory on that Swinub here, and they really need to put the screws to two of the very best laning Pokemon in Umbreon and Inteleon. So Aftermath's back against the wall, not only on the score sheet here, down a game, but also in the early game presence in game 2.
Yeah, and here we go, just continuing to farm here in this bottom path. We have the Blaziken getting ready to evolve in the central area. They're going to evolve into Combuskin. Scyther coming down to the bottom path early, getting super aggressive right here. Nice big catch there for Aftermath.
Absolutely, and this is the place that they need to start knocking out that Sobble, which does have that great secure early game with Water Gun, and getting them offline or at least slowing them down is exactly what I was talking about and where Aftermath needs to start.
Scyther chasing Riker here. Now, Riker obviously last time playing that Leafeon gets online really early. Takes Blaziken a lot longer to be powerful. And we're going to see if that's a huge difference maker here. Mamoswine making their way to the top. The Icicle Crash not able to stop anyone.
No, not yet. 4 players showing up for Aftermath. Didn't do too much there in the face of 3, deciding to just peel back. And there's the strength of the Water Gun. We've got an Evolution. We got a Drizzile in action.
And we have 2 members of Aftermath in the central area here of IX as they are continuing to take all of this. Locoting almost level 7. And we have it happening right on the other side. Riker now in the central area of Aftermath. Just a little bit of trading happening here.
I can't believe Lacoding is still given the opportunity to run through the middle area of IX Gaming without really getting checked, and being level 7 and the biggest thing early is exactly what Aftermath needs. I would love to see them pounce and get a quality knockout here, but it doesn't look like Aftermath is quite ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to chase them back towards that pad and possibly put themselves in a position to get this Reggie Drago. We still do not have a Gyarados on the side of Aftermath. They're going to need to get that online as quickly as they can, and it just did evolve.
That's good timing there. Good knockout for IX Gaming on the Mewtwo. Now, they have eyes, I believe, on that Piloswine that is running around. I believe that's Theory on the side of Aftermath. So where are they going to prioritize their presence?
That's the question. We've only got one member of Aftermath down here in this bottom path looking for an Ice Fang into 3 members of IX. They're in some trouble, going to run back to their goal zone.
We can put some good pressure on with these snipe shots and create space, especially when you've got a player advantage 3v2. Nice snipe shot there, making Theory have to retreat and reset. Quick rotation by Aftermath has a couple more players showing up in the rotation. Egg getting caught immediately by Smuglax, who saw them coming, and it's secured with a snipe shot. Now, bang, Piloswine Theory takes a ton of damage, and the Regieleki begins to walk. Is this a fight that IX wants to take? We've got Scyther coming down to crash on top of the heads of IX, and I think their presence and the Blissey giving them the signal that they're showing up is enough for them to retreat.
That's right. Whale Lord there noticing this Scyther, I think, was a huge reason that fight backed off at all. They were charging up this Unite move. They hit their level 9 on Scyther, and they were going to try to make a sneaky play and get a huge KO on the enemy team. But no one on IX took the bait, actually making a really sharp play to just peel back here. And now we're going to get an even goal break here in the bottom path.
That is, not exactly how you want the numbers to shake, but sometimes that's just the work you got to do. Aftermath putting tons of points in, and now they hold a score lead of approximately 40 points here. So extending, I love good snipe shots like that, dude, from way downtown.
Yeah, these snipe shots are beautiful, and they are scary for Aftermath. They're moving in now with a big-time waterfall, but we don't yet have the Gyarados Unite move. We do have one on Scyther, but they are pushed back. Snipe shot misses. However, we have the Inteleon Unite online pushing forward, looking for Hoopa, looking for Gyarados, and now they're back towards looking for Registeel.
Smuglax trying to space out, but it's not going to be enough. Now the Gyarados is going straight into the back line. They pop back out of the deep waters with that Typhoon, and they can't find any bodies. It is secured here by the Blaziken, which means that IX can now push with a little bit of a buff.
Yeah, and now IX is just taking control of this here, and it does feel like Aftermath went in for a bit of a play there. We had Gyarados try to pick up a KO. The eject button from Inteleon saved them from that, and we never really had Scyther engaged in any meaningful way at all. It just seems like they're almost frozen in some of these moments, not making a play.
Without a doubt. Aftermath Esports showing signs of life again, but somehow have let this experience lead kind of like sand through their fingers, just absolutely disappeared, and they're left holding nothing here. Good surf reposition on August. Lacoding into some deep waters and gets knocked out, and that's a terrible look. Like, if you're going to pop your Unite move, you got to take out the Inteleon, and IX Gaming, I think, is back online, and the engine is humming.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good right here, especially, I didn't see the entire fight, but when the Inteleon 1v1's a Scyther, you've got to be feeling pretty good about how that went down, however it did play out. Regieleki now walking towards Aftermath. This is something they are going to need to deal with on the side of Aftermath. By the way, 4 minutes left in the match, and that is still not a Mamoswine. That's pretty devastating for the side of Aftermath. No Unite move. They might only get to use one this entire game as the snipe shot picks up a KO. The points into the bottom goal zone, 209-132, as IX is going to now peel back.
Yeah, in my heart of hearts, though, I still feel like this game is closer than game 1 was at this point. So it's not completely distraught here. If you're Aftermath, you just got to stay focused. You got to get Theory to evolve. That's number 1. Like, Theory, you got to stop scrapping. You just got to go take a piece of Wild Farm, and you got to get your Unite move. Because if you fire it off, at least you have a chance to use 2 this game. But they're just scampering around the map, and I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand at all what's happening on the side of Aftermath when it comes to this Pillow Swine. They are still sitting at level 8. There's experience all over the map. This is kind of criminal in my opinion. Like, go evolve. What are you doing?
Please.
No, I'm sorry, but what are we doing right here? Go evolve. You are still Pillow Swine. This is absolutely unreal. Go get a piece of experience. We're at the 3-minute mark.
Please. Well, I mean, there we go.
Okay,
we did it.
Fine. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's just very shocking to me.
Yeah, you got to get on comms at some point in time and hurt some feelings. Just say, dude, please, just go evolve. I don't know what they do from here, to be honest, Cowboy. I'm just not sure. Nice snipe shot on Reggie Alecki. IX Gaming is putting a presence, and it looks like Aftermath is using Unite moves, and they want to make this the fight, I suppose. Yeah. I mean...
No, this is the, sure. I mean, look, they're going to take a fight. At least they're taking a fight. I support it. Find your fight. Do it. Make it happen. This is your stand. Go for it. Use all your Unite moves. Make a play. Let's go. Let's see what you can do. If you can get a KO or two, you can make something happen.
Okay, Mewtwo absolutely deleted in the overheat. Theory is low because they're level 10 and their Unite move was used, but on the first stomp they were knocked out. Here we go. Inteleon pops their Unite move. They're going James Bond. Long range snipe shot takes care of Gyarados, and now you have your Uniteless Hoopa running around. Poor Egg Noob just gets Moonlight pranced on top of the head, and IX taking Groudon.
You know, this match, there's a lot of game tape to look at here for the side of Aftermath. I mean, there's a lot to figure out here. This was really tough, this game too. It did feel like things were going better for a little while here, but I feel like you said, it's time to get on comms and start shot calling. I don't know who's shot calling on the side of Aftermath, but I mean, we've got to come together in a few of these moments here. This is just an extremely difficult match with big things that I feel like could easily change, you know?
Without a doubt. I know there's 40 seconds left, but that is an insurmountable amount of points here. Unfortunately, a bit of a wet fart to end our day of phenomenal matches. We'd like one that's a little bit closer, a little bit more exciting here, but you can't understate the lessons learned in the wake-up call for Aftermath Esports. IX Gaming, as you mentioned, certainly formidable, certainly a Worlds qualified team last year, but I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody to say that they are the best of the best in this league so far this year, because of Dig already winning LAIC. So Aftermath, get to studying, kids. Maybe ask Zoinks if you can borrow his whiteboard and start jotting down some strategies.
Well, I mean, you know, moving on from like some of the frustrations watching a match where you have a Pillow Swine at 3 minutes left in the game. Moving on from that, I do want to praise IX Gaming a bit, taking advantage of every single moment that they could, winning the first game in pretty dramatic fashion, and then holding them to such low levels here in game number 2. Impressive stuff from IX and a great debut for their squad. So give it up to them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kept them motoring here. We did have some good moments from Aftermath, you know, this one being the first. The Swineup getting the knockout on the Sobble out of the gate definitely was a quality place for them to start. Unfortunately, that's where they started, and they kind of treated it as if that's where the race ended, because after this, they didn't get too much else on the board.
Yeah, it was really tough for them, right? It just feels like IX has their number in a lot of these fights. I remember this fight pretty well. It felt like they were going to move in. I like the play from Gyarados, right? But an eject button from Inteleon repositions them, and then all of a sudden a massive overheat, and IX is pushing once again. Here we have the Umbreon pushing onto this tier 2 goal zone with their Unite move. We have the snipe shots lining up just in beautiful fashion. And unfortunately, you know, we talked about it, level-wise, this just is rough. We have a 14 Inteleon, 13 Blastoise, 13 Blaziken on the other side. Their highest is only 12 on the Scyther and Mewtwo. Just a really tough fight for Aftermath, and I don't think it needed to be that tough. Although IX is glad that they kept it that tough for them, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we could go day in and day out speaking of what that match was and what it could have been. But let's talk about Liko on this Inteleon. I mean, regardless of who's on the other side, some prime snipe shots were ringing out. 115k damage.
Yeah, 115,000, 12 knockouts, and they really had no answer for it right on the side of Aftermath. And truly, they do have a few Pokemon that can get to them. We have Gyarados with the Unite move, which they tried for, and we have Lakoting on this Scyther, which they also tried to jump in and make something happen. They just couldn't seem to actually get all the way to Intel to KO them, and you have to give it up to Burzy and Smuglax for the defense there as well.
Yep, very strong call out. As we'll get to the next page of numbers here. Theory somehow getting six assists despite being a Piloswine for 95% of the game. Big numbers out of Riker, out of Breezy. I mean, Waylord almost with 100k healing. That can't go understated. IX Gaming was in their bag.
Yeah, IX Gaming was just crushing it there. They had an excellent game, and Aftermath made some key mistakes. And I like the comeback story for this squad could be incredible, but they're going to need to put in the work.
Yeah, yes. There's 4 more weekends after this one, and you got to bounce back hard. The heat map, very unsurprising. I mean, as we see these bot path attackers, that's usually where they stay. They insulate their goal zone, and they make their impact felt in the bottom path fights, and that's exactly what Liko did.
And here we go. Big plays from our MVP on IX. Liko, huge moments here as we have come to the end of our first day of our league format here, Doob Snacks. I mean, what a day it has been. Exciting matches. I love that we got to cover multiple regions. I want to bring the rest of the crew back in here if I can, so we can get everybody on broadcast and give some final thoughts before we get out of here. I know we have some things that we're going to take a look at as well. There they are. We got Zoinks, Kello, Wonder Chef, myself, and Doob Snacks. We're going to wrap up our day with a few things here. Thank you if you've been here from the top of the broadcast all the way to the bottom, but I appreciate you at whatever point you joined in. Let's take a look at our regions right now and see where things shook out for day number 1 before we get ready for tomorrow right here. All right, Kellosaurus, why don't you break down EU for us?
Oh, we can see Team Peps at the top there for day 1, not dropping a set, being able to take that victory 2-0, winning both of their sets there. So BH3 also winning their only set for today, while Engage, Volticons Unite, and Los Caducados tying up 1-1. So winning 1, losing 1.
And Chef, I know you got to see a lot of games off broadcast and you got to bring us a lot of information here. A few of them you got to see was a recent one out of Latin America. Tell me about Latam.
Oh gosh, there's just too much I could say about LATAM. I am so excited that we get a chance to cast that region. And not only that, I mean, the fact that it's this combination region, every single one of these teams is incredible. I mean, you can see even at the bottom there, I mean, the CACM Esports is literally on the bottom of the list, and they are a multiple time worlds team. That is just such a stacked region. Very excited. Peru, of course, though, on top, you can see the only 2-0 at the moment, which I think is maybe not a surprise to anybody. But definitely some more opportunities with the 2 Brazilian teams that are still undefeated.
And of course, we have what just shook down in North America. Zoinks, tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big ones standing out are going to be Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, both at 2-0. But I think both of those teams had one match that ended up going handedly in their favor for a 1-0. But the second match for both these teams was extremely close. So, I mean, the 2-0 is going to feel amazing, but they were hard-fought 2-0s in North America for those top-level teams. Interesting to see how the rest of the region's playing out, but certainly the region leaders at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many exciting squads that we're watching. I've got my eyes on Latam for sure, like 3 regions being combined into one, making some really exciting plays here. Obviously, make sure that you are heading over to Pokemon.com/broadcast so you know when we are live and you can catch all of the action, and follow the channel, of course. I want to get some final thoughts from everybody around the horn here. Doob Snacks, tell me about day 1.
I loved it. I love being back into the competitive flow. LAIC was a great way to kick us off, and this is going to be a nice way to sustain our excitement throughout this season. You mentioned your excitement for LATAM. I'm also excited for LATAM just based on the volume that these teams fight during their games, which is constantly. It's like 9.5 of the 10 minutes, right? Just when they run out of base is the only time they're not scrapping. So I can't wait to catch more LATAM, and I'm so happy we get to see it week in and week out throughout this league season, and that was the big thing that put me on notice today.
Yeah, for sure. Zoinks, buddy, what's up?
Well, I feel like I should show a final showcase of the power rankings a little bit. We already talked about EU. We talked about LATAM. This is where I ended up on the first draft or our vibes-based UCS League power rankings. Got Evil Geniuses at the top and Root Dignitas right below them. I put Extinction at number 3. I felt like pushing EG that far in that game 3 felt strong, even though there might be some cracks in that armor. Feels pretty good. Citadel Gaming at number 4. I'm excited to see some from them on main broadcast tomorrow. Lunex at 5, IX at 6, Tagang at 7, and Aftermath at 8 is where we're going to see the first draft. But again, you already mentioned, I feel like LATAM, I'm going to be changing up that list a bunch of times. Same with EU and NA. This list is, well, it's written on whiteboard for a reason. I can quickly erase it if I ever want.
Beautiful, beautiful. Calosaurus, I know that you have been up some crazy hours. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I mean, look, yes, crazy hours. This is daytime. Don't worry, the birds are chirping. But I mean, the fact that we ended up getting to see 3 different regions in the one broadcast, just getting to see such a mixture of matches, some that were very close, and obviously some that demonstrate that some teams need some work. I mean, that's the thing. It's a 5-week league, so it's time to grow and everything like that. And I'm excited to see the progress between all of these teams.
And Chef, you got a very unique point of view throughout the day. How you feeling about day 1?
I'm feeling great. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. It's been a little bit of a tough time for Unite players recently, including right now. But I think it's always really easy to remember how awesome the game is when you get to see the best players playing. Like, this is the best part of Unite, hands down. And it's always like, oh yeah, this is why I love the game. And today was a great example of that. So I'm excited to see these teams keep on playing for the next, 5 weeks, 10 days. It's a lot of games.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, when you get to watch the best of the best go at it, when we're watching Peru and Peps, Komai, Dignitas, EG, when you're watching all of these squads square off and tons of teams are competitive, taking them all the way to the limit, I absolutely love it. It is the best thing going in Pokemon Unite, always has been. So I'm excited to see how this season shakes out. We already have some teams that look like top dogs and some teams that really need to get it together, but the storylines behind some of those could be incredible. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for listening. We will be back here tomorrow with more EU, LATAM, and North America. It's going to be incredible. Don't go anywhere. That's right. Don't go anywhere until tomorrow.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere, because we will see you then. Goodbye, everybody. We did it. We did it.
It's a big coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.